Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 1. At the borders of the Land of Rain, in the camp of the Konoha ninja, light rain fell non-stop outside the tent, and the dampness in the air was somewhat unpleasant. Hey, Uchiha brat, learning medicine won't save the ninja world. Inside the tent, Tsunade, the logistics commander on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, wore a rare teasing expression beneath her heroic demeanor. Uchiha Shirou, with a determined look on his young face and a Konoha forehead protector, met her gaze. Captain Tsunade, for the sake of Konoha, for the will of fire. Uchiha Shirou spoke resolutely, but in Tsunade's eyes, his expression inspired only annoyance. Typical Uchiha, so stubborn. Just another brat brainwashed by the will of fire. Uchiha Shirou, who had graduated at the top of his class alongside Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, had been assigned to Tsunade's command after the Second Ninja War. Alright. So, how's the logistics report coming along? And how's your progress with the mystical palm technique? Tsunade's teasing made young Uchiha Shirou's face flush with a hint of embarrassment, and his voice softened. Captain Tsunade, I haven't mastered the mystical palm technique yet, but the logistics report is ready. Despite his lack of combat strength, the young and handsome Uchiha Shirou assisted Tsunade diligently with logistics data. Seeing this, Tsunade allowed herself a small, relaxed smile. Although he didn't have much power, his work ethic was impressive. Almost all logistics tasks had been left to him, lightening her workload significantly. While Tsunade enjoyed this rare moment of leisure, a hint of seriousness crept into her expression. The battlefield situation was far from optimistic. As she reviewed the logistics report, her peripheral vision caught sight of Uchiha Shirou. No wonder he graduated top of his class, his mind was sharp. And while Uchiha Shirou appeared a simple, stubborn devotee of the will of fire, inwardly, he scoffed. The best hunters often look like prey. Oh, Captain Tsunade. After finishing the logistics report, Uchiha Shirou hesitated. Tsunade, striking in her prime with golden hair and a teasing smile, looked at him. What is it? If you behave, I will keep you safe on the battlefield. Staring at the blonde beauty before him, Uchiha Shirou feigned hesitation before steeling himself and saying a name. The clan elder. In an instant, Tsunade's smile froze. Uchiha Shirou, pretending to brace himself, spoke in a low voice. This matter concerns the Uchiha elder. There was only one Uchiha elder, Uchiha Setsuna, no ordinary figure. Even in Kishimoto's records, he was noted. A hawkish Uchiha who inherited Madara's will, he had once stirred rebellion during the second Hokage's reign, inciting his clan to revolt. Captured and imprisoned by the Umbu, he was only released due to the onset of the Ninja World Wars, which necessitated the Uchiha's strength. Brat. Tsunade's face darkened as she regarded Uchiha Shirou seriously. This person is dangerous, you should know that. Uchiha Shirou nodded firmly in response. Captain Tsunade, I know, but the elder secretly gave me a scroll, saying it concerns the survival of the clan. He instructed me to deliver it to you at all costs. With that, Uchiha Shirou resolutely took a green scroll from his pouch and presented it with both hands. Captain Tsunade, for the sake of the village, if there's any issue with this scroll, I, Uchiha Shirou, will take full responsibility. At that moment, Uchiha Shirou looked every bit like the Konoha loyalist, fully indoctrinated by the will of fire. Tsunade gave a slight nod. This brat had been under her watch for over a year and had proven reliable. Though sharp, his loyalty to the village seemed comparable to her younger brother's. All right. As Tsunade took the scroll, Uchiha Shirou lowered his head, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. He'd been in this world for 12 years now. Though the Uchiha weren't well liked and often isolated, they remained a prestigious clan. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha, surely it was time for a Uchiha to take a turn as Hokage. Yet the Uchiha were treated worse than even the Inuzuka, who worked with dogs. Damn it. In his past life, he'd been the top sales representative, leading Japan's market for 3 consecutive years in northern Myanmar. How could he tolerate such treatment now, especially with world-shaking power in his grasp? What is this? When Tsunade opened the scroll and saw its contents, her expression darkened, and she looked up angrily, glaring at Uchiha Shirou. This brat she'd come to somewhat tolerate had brought her such a vile document. Captain Tsunade. Facing her wrath, Uchiha Shirou lowered his head, his expression resolute. Konoha ninja Uchiha Shirou is willing to accept any punishment. After taking a deep breath, Tsunade calmed herself. She wasn't just a brute or a battle tactician, there was a reason she would eventually become the 5th Hokage. Aren't you curious? Tsunade sneered. Any favorable impression she'd had of this Uchiha brat vanished instantly. But Uchiha Shirou, with a resolute expression, nodded and took the scroll. When he saw the contents, his face changed dramatically. The next moment, he looked up sharply at Tsunade in agitation. Captain Tsunade, you absolutely cannot believe this. The old traitor Setsuna still harbors evil intentions, trying to sow discord between you and the village. He's despicable. At that moment, Uchiha Shirou's face was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill the old traitor himself. Seeing his reaction, Tsunade frowned. It seemed this brat was being used. It made sense. Who would expect a fool brainwashed by the will of fire to deliver such information? The old man must have banked on this. But still. No matter what, you mustn't breathe a word of this. Otherwise. Faced with Tsunade's intimidating gaze, Uchiha Shirou appeared frustrated and angry, but he suppressed his rage and nodded firmly. Captain Tsunade, I understand. With the Ninja World War ongoing, the village must not experience any turmoil. Seeing his intense reaction, Tsunade nodded. It seemed he truly was being used. Meanwhile, despite his aggrieved expression, Uchiha Shirou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let the dust settle for now. He had delivered a substantial gift to Konoha. Chapter 2, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 2. The scroll given to Tsunade and the so-called Uchiha Elder Setsuna were merely parts of a larger scheme. Tsunade was about 70% certain not to meet this person, understanding the implications better than anyone. Even if she did meet him, what difference would his admission, or denial, make? In Konoha, the blame always fell on the Uchiha. After all, the evil Uchiha title wasn't given without reason. As long as the information in the scroll proved accurate, a significant problem would indeed arise. No one would suspect Uchiha Shirou, who had been out of the ninja academy for just over a year. Such a scheme was beyond his capacity to devise. Hey! Inside the tent, Tsunade's expression softened, hinting at a touch of regret over her earlier anger. This was her nature, her temper flared quickly but dissipated just as fast. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shirou remained steadfast. Captain Tsunade, trust the village. That traitor certainly hasn't given up. At that moment, he cursed his clan's elder so fervently that he seemed like nothing more than a kid entirely brainwashed by the will of fire. Tsunade let out a proud snort. I don't need you, brat, to tell me. In 2 days, Hataki will arrive at the front lines to take over here. You'll return to the village with the squad and rest for half a month. The war in the Land of Rain had yet to fully escalate, leaving Konoha's forces relatively abundant. Hearing this, Uchiha Shirou was about to respond, but Tsunade cut him off with a stern warning. Don't forget my warning. The information on that scroll is top secret. Yes, Captain Tsunade. Uchiha Shirou took a deep breath, his face reflecting firm resolve. After respectfully returning the scroll, he left the tent. Once alone, Tsunade frowned, staring at the scroll's contents. Is that old geezer still scheming? Or could this be true? The scroll contained only a simple message, yet it was enough to shake any Konoha ninja. The descendant of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Nawaki, was assigned to Orochimaru's team by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The day after his birthday, he was sent on a mission. The first part of the message didn't surprise Tsunade. Anyone with effort could uncover this information. The second part, however, was troubling. It suggested that the mission was an ambush with Nawaki as the target. Though it didn't specify who orchestrated it, the implication was clear. Suspicion pointed towards the third Hokage's faction. That old geezer. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. This information suggested that the current Hokage's higher-ups were wary of not only the Uchiha but also the Senju. It even hinted at sinister motives. Outside the tent, Uchiha Shirou pulled up his hood, annoyed by the endless rain, the constant weather on the border of the Land of Rain. But his lips slowly curled into a smile as he recalled his plan. The Uchiha were weak and isolated. To reach the Hokage's position, they needed allies. The information he provided was entirely accurate. Nawaki was a classmate, and his birthday was August 9th. Based on his calculations, Tsunade would be in the village for Nawaki's birthday, which perfectly matched her current return to Konoha. More importantly, in the original story, Nawaki turned 12, and Tsunade gifted him the first Hokage's necklace for his birthday. The very next day, he went on a mission and tragically died. It was shockingly sudden, on a mission close enough to return to the village in a day, protected by Orochimaru, an elite Konoha jonin. Without this intelligence, the blame could have fallen on Orochimaru. But what if Tsunade had known about it in advance? Whether there's a conspiracy or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Tsunade knows about it beforehand. Who could believe such a coincidence? Uchiha Shirou smirked. He didn't believe the ambush could be so precisely timed, so close to the village. This was wartime. And the target was none other than the Senju heir. Shirou. A familiar voice came from behind, and Uchiha Shirou turned to see who had arrived. Captain Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, slightly older but with a mature appearance, was already a special jonin. He rarely smiled but managed a slight one now. Shirou, I've told you many times, there's no need to be so formal with me. The two were close. Fugaku was reserved and mature, loyal to Konoha throughout his life. In contrast, Uchiha Shirou appeared cheerfully driven by the will of fire, and the two got along well. As they walked, they arrived at a small waterfall in the Konoha camp, where the Uchiha clan always seemed to congregate for private conversations. Seeing this, Uchiha Shirou internally shook his head. The sound of the waterfall allowed Fugaku to let his guard down, revealing even more weariness on his usually composed face. Shirou, how do you think the clan can earn the village's trust? Good grief. Seeing the worry on Fugaku's face, Shirou was speechless. The Uchiha were known for their intensity, after all. Here they were, the clan's elite fighting in the land of rain. Instead of worrying about the battle or their safety, Fugaku was fretting over Konoha's trust. Truly, the Uchiha were extreme. Shirou sighed, feigning a troubled expression. Captain Fugaku, it's not about how the clan can earn the village's trust but about how the village can trust the Uchiha. Seeing Fugaku's confusion, Shirou realized that this man still held hope. Fugaku's loyalty was split between his clan and Konoha, a balance that was nearly impossible to sustain. He was loyal to both but often lived in confusion. If only he could have chosen. If he had sided with the village, taking action against the clan's rebellious elite, would Konoha have still acted so hastily? Captain Fugaku. Shirou's expression grew serious. He had to keep Fugaku from succumbing to despair. This man was valuable, not only as the clan leader's son but as a power Shirou needed to unite. The Uchiha couldn't just be victims as they were in the original series, they had to resist, to charge in the right way. To earn the village's trust, look at how many of our elite have come to the front lines. Even you, the clan leader's son, are here, fighting in the land of rain, terrain highly unfavorable to us. Shirou's expression hardened, as though the clan had laid its heart bare just to earn the village's trust. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku finally smiled and nodded. Indeed, the clan has sent its best this time. People say the Uchiha are evil, but in reality, from the first ninja war to the third, they always fought in the harshest conditions, either in the land of rain or the land of water. What more could they endure? Only after the Nine-Tails incident, when they were treated as criminals under surveillance, did unrest truly begin. Seeing Fugaku smile, Shirou's next question made his face darken. By the way, Captain Fugaku, why are there rumors of White Fang being touted as the fourth Hokage in the village recently? Isn't the third Hokage still in his prime? The question caused Fugaku's face to become serious once again. Chapter 3, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 3. At the waterfall, Uchiha Fugaku, after nervously confirming no one was around, finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, as he looked at Shirou, his face showed a helpless expression. Shirou, you need to be more careful when speaking like this in the future. Shirou, with a confused look on his face, pretended not to understand, though he had already guessed what Fugaku was thinking. At this moment, White Fang was undoubtedly the brightest star in Konoha, enjoying a reputation across the ninja world, where encountering him made abandoning a mission acceptable. This hero, White Fang, was even being considered as a candidate for the next Hokage. It was surprising, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was only in his early 40s and still in his prime. Why had talk of a future Hokage already started? Without forces pushing this idea from behind, no one would believe it. Shirou scoffed inwardly, while Uchiha Fugaku, after a slight hesitation, lowered his voice and spoke seriously. During the First Great Ninja War, the third Hokage was only a temporary appointment. That war was won because all the clans worked together. However, after the war, the clans suffered heavy losses, but the lost benefits. As Uchiha Fugaku's words echoed, Shirou's expression turned to one of realization. It was just as he suspected, though White Fang was strong, the fact he was being considered for the next Hokage indicated forces were pushing for this. And these forces were likely the major clans. The fact that even the third Hokage was silent on the matter hinted that the Senju clan might also be involved. From the First to the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha had experienced 20 years of peace. Based on some knowledge from the original series, certain things could be deduced. For one, the number of civilian ninjas in Konoha had greatly increased, but training ninjas required extensive resources, and Konoha's resources were limited. The outcome was obvious. When the village was first established, the Ninja Academy hadn't fully allowed civilian ninjas to rise to prominence. After the First Ninja War, though Konoha had won, the major clans suffered severe losses. The third Hokage took this opportunity to build his power base and nurture civilian ninjas. I see now. No wonder a clan has been getting closer to the Hatake family. When White Fang becomes the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha will finally gain the village's trust. Shirou feigned sudden understanding, which made Uchiha Fugaku smile and nod. Exactly. By then, the fourth Hokage will act as a bridge for our clan, easing tensions with other clans in the village. Damn. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's reasoning, Shirou was speechless. Following the Uchiha always seemed to lead to failure. In the original series, even the fourth Hokage Minato had a good relationship with Fugaku, proving that the Uchiha's ability to place bets was truly remarkable, and ill-fated. Yet, Shirou looked excited. The clan leader is indeed wise. The third Hokage was a disciple of the second Hokage. I've heard about this before. As he spoke, Shirou suddenly seemed to recall something and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, softened his expression slightly and waved his hand dismissively. It's all in the past. Seeing it was just the two of them, Shirou, acting like a close confidant, whispered. Captain Fugaku, I've heard about the policies during the second Hokage's rule, but I understand. At that time, it was necessary to be cautious of the Uchiha clan. During that period, there had been an incident with Uchiha Madara and later troubles with Uchiha elder Setsuna. Anyone in power at that time would have been wary. Seeing Shirou's cautious demeanor, Uchiha Fugaku reassured him. It's fortunate. While the third Hokage inherited the second Hokage's caution toward the Uchiha, the new Hokage won't. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku didn't realize he had fallen into Shirou's trap. He had just acknowledged that the third Hokage inherited the second Hokage's caution toward the Uchiha. Though he felt something was off, Shirou, with a resolute nod and bright smile, said, Brother Fugaku, I believe the fourth Hokage, White Fang, is a true hero, and the clan will receive the treatment it deserves. Beneath Shirou's smile, he didn't give Fugaku a chance to reflect. In one sentence, Fugaku had condemned the third Hokage, while Shirou had seemingly said nothing but simply agreed. From another perspective, had the third Hokage truly trusted the Uchiha during his reign? And as a disciple of the second Hokage, how could he not have inherited his teacher's caution toward the Uchiha? Normally, such thoughts would make Fugaku frown in slight disagreement, but Shirou had already introduced the idea of White Fang as the future fourth Hokage. In comparison, everything else seemed insignificant. Fugaku even smiled and reassured Shirou. Don't worry, Shirou. I know White Fang well. He has no prejudice against the Uchiha, especially since he wasn't around during that time. And he wasn't the third Hokage's disciple. Naturally, he hadn't inherited that mindset. The thought flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind, but he dismissed it with a self-deprecating laugh. The clan had already placed their bets on the future fourth Hokage. Why was he overthinking it? Recalling the time of the second Hokage, when Madara controlled the Nine Tails and then the first Hokage passed away, calling it a special period was no exaggeration. After all, it was almost as if the Uchiha had indirectly caused the first Hokage's death. The third Hokage had lived through that period, how could he not have been influenced? But Uchiha Fugaku's worries faded. Now, all he could think about was White Fang, the future fourth Hokage, and the smile on his face grew. Whatever happened in the past would soon be history, all they needed was to build a good relationship with the future Hokage. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's smile, Shirou smiled inwardly. First, make him accept that the third Hokage had inherited the second Hokage's suspicion of the Uchiha, then introduce the hope of a new fourth Hokage. When he eventually realizes White Fang, the fourth Hokage, is gone, TSK. With that thought, Shirou's lips curled into a smile, his expression sincere. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it wouldn't show immediately, but with a little watering, it would sprout and grow. Eventually, it would become a towering tree. After all, Uchiha Fugaku held an important position within the clan. Shirou was determined not to let the Uchiha repeat their past mistakes. He refused to believe that a Uchiha who saw the truth early could still be led to the same fate of clan extermination. As the two continued talking, a tiny slug hidden among the leaves observed them from the shadows. Back in the tent, Tsunade opened her eyes and snorted proudly. Those Uchiha brats sure have wild ideas. But she couldn't suppress a smile. At the very least, it proved one thing, for now, the Uchiha were focused on gaining the village's trust and improving relations. That was a good sign. At least, Uchiha Shirou and the Uchiha clan leader's son weren't the ambitious types. Chapter 4, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 4. 2 days later, Konoha's White Fang arrived at the front lines, and the morale of the Konoha shinobi soared. Meanwhile, Shirou, from an outsider's perspective, appeared lucky to be returning to Konoha to rest with Tsunade's squad. At that time, among the graduates of his class, the top students, Uchiha Shirou, Nawaki, and Namikaze Minato, were each assigned to be guided by one of the third Hokage's disciples as their jonin mentor. Kid, hurry up. Yes. Along the way, Tsunade's mood was noticeably tense, perhaps due to the message scroll she'd received 2 days prior. Even so, with her golden twin ponytails and youthful vigor, Tsunade looked as heroic as ever. Shirou, maintaining a determined expression, kept his guard up, scanning the surroundings as the group moved toward Konoha at a brisk pace. Perfect version, Chimera Jutsu. In Shirou's mind was a forbidden technique, perfected to a level that shouldn't have existed at this time. This was something he had acquired after reborn. Spending his free time playing games, who would have thought he would end up in this world? This forbidden technique is powerful, but extremely challenging to control, especially at the perfect level. Now, in the real Shinobi world, Shirou understood the true dangers of forbidden techniques. This one allowed him to absorb and strengthen himself with the bloodlines of others, but each use demanded time for his body to fully integrate the new power. If that's the case, using this technique to devour bloodlines will also require some kind of gene-stabilizing medicine. As this thought crossed his mind, Shirou glanced at Tsunade, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. A skilled medic was right in front of him, someone who could be his perfect ally. If things went as planned, he would need Tsunade's help after using this technique. After all, relying solely on his knowledge of medical ninjutsu would make creating such a medicine incredibly time-consuming and costly. A few days later, the group finally returned to Konoha. The Senju clan. Grandma Mito, regardless of whether this information is true, we have to prioritize Nawaki's safety. Upon returning, Tsunade headed first to the Hokage's office to submit the mission report before going to the Senju clan grounds to find Uzumaki Mito. When she found her, Tsunade's face showed clear anger. Uzumaki Mito now looked very old. The Ein seal on her forehead could no longer hold back the passage of time. It was evident that she was nearing the end of her life. Yet, upon hearing Tsunade's news, Mito's kind face turned serious. That Uchiha Setsuna has changed significantly, she muttered. Seems he's gotten smarter, or perhaps he learned to bide his time in the shadows after his last imprisonment. Grandma. Nawaki. Seeing Tsunade's anxious expression. Such impatience. How will you accomplish great things with that attitude? Uzumaki Mito reprimanded her harshly. Though fiery by nature, Tsunade was respectful toward Mito and could only sigh. After a pause, Mito spoke solemnly. Nawaki's safety must be ensured, but if someone is scheming even under Orochimaru's supervision, you must realize the gravity of this. Tsunade's face grew somber as she nodded. Orochimaru is one of Konoha's strongest jonin, and few surpass his skill. His vigilance is also extremely high. If someone intends harm toward Nawaki, it could only happen if he leaves the village. Tsunade's expression darkened with anger. Damn it. Do they think the Senju clan no longer exists? Seeing Tsunade's fury, Mito was silent for a moment before sighing. Despite her noble status, she was, after all, the village's weapon as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and now, more like Konoha's prisoner. Tsunade, I'm old and don't have much time left. If this information is accurate, perhaps you should take this chance to send Nawaki away. Her words left Tsunade shocked, staring at her grandmother in disbelief. But Mito shook her head, sighing again. You may protect him this time, but what about the next? Konoha no longer needs the Senju clan. The weight of Mito's words bore down on Tsunade, reminding her that Konoha had changed. After a long silence, she nodded, her voice low. I understand. This was no longer the era when the Senju ruled Konoha. Finally, we're back. In Konoha, Shirou basked in the warm sunlight, appreciating it more than ever after the dampness of the Land of Rain. The Uchiha clan may have been sidelined, but their grounds were still in the bustling heart of the village. Shirou, welcome home. As Shirou opened his door, a voice from inside made him freeze. Sister M. Mikoto. Inside stood Uchiha Mikoto, a long Uchiha-style sword on her back and a gentle smile on her face. But there was a certain edge in her eyes. Seeing her, Shirou's expression tightened. Mikoto approached him and, as if it were natural, gently cupped his cheeks with both hands. Shirou felt a flash of panic. Sister Mikoto, don't. I still. But before he could finish, Mikoto pulled back his eyelids, and with that gentle smile said softly, Still haven't awakened your Sharingan, Shirou. You are such a little failure. Little failure. Who else but a Uchiha could say something so cutting with a smile? And there, behind her words, was the unstable temperament of a new Sharingan user. Shirou couldn't help but feel a pang of envy and helplessness. As expected, Mikoto's Sharingan had evolved. The awakening and evolution of the Sharingan were always triggered by intense emotional stress, often through significant loss or great pain. The evolution flooded the brain with special chakra, intensifying the user's emotions and making them prone to irritability. Sister Mikoto. With the door closed, Shirou abruptly pushed Mikoto to the ground, grabbing a whip he had prepared long before. Chapter 5, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 5. Having just returned from the front lines, the first thing Shirou had to do was report to the Hokage's office and then back to his clan. He had only just gotten home when he encountered Uchiha Mikoto, who was visibly emotionally unstable. Inside the house, no one could say how much time had passed, but the sound of intermittent sobbing filled the silence. From the moment they entered, Shirou could see the place was in disarray, with signs of battle and destruction everywhere, right up the stairs, leading to the bedroom. Shirou, I'm sorry. Uchiha Mikoto, her body marked with red bruises, turned her head, looking at Shirou with guilt in her eyes. Shirou, equally exhausted, shook his head. Sister Mikoto, just lie down. I'll use some medical ninjutsu to heal your injuries. So, Mikoto lay down on the bed as Shirou's hands began to glow faintly green with healing chakra. It was just basic medical ninjutsu, but as he worked, tears welled up in Mikoto's eyes, and she began to cry softly. Shirou, on this mission, my teammates. I watched Sakurako get killed right before my eyes, all because we were careless. When we passed through a village after completing the mission, we saw an old man who looked pitiful, and Sakurako kindly gave him some food. But in an instant, he went berserk. As she spoke, the two tomo in Mikoto's eyes flickered with blood-red light, her gaze filled with regret and endless hatred. That man was terrifying. He didn't have any chakra at all, but in a moment, he turned into a monster, and then Sakurako. Sakurako had her neck bitten off by that man. I could only watch as she gasped for breath, looking at me. Listening to Mikoto's story, Shirou frowned. No chakra, yet suddenly going berserk and transforming into a monster. It felt eerily similar to information he had come across before. However, seeing the sadness in Mikoto's eyes, he let out a long sigh. This brutal shinobi world, though advanced in some ways, was full of cruelty. Uchiha Mikoto had grown up with him, but her status was far from simple. She was the granddaughter of Elder Setsuna, a rare prodigy among female ninjas in the Uchiha clan. When a Uchiha awakens their Sharingan, their emotions are already teetering on the edge of collapse. The special chakra flooding the brain only makes their emotions more unstable, leading to mental turmoil. Throughout Uchiha's history, every Sharingan awakening had been followed by a period of emotional turbulence before stabilizing. Later, in the bathroom. Shirou, thank you, Mikoto said softly, her energy utterly drained yet finding some emotional peace. Meanwhile, Shirou yawned as he stepped out of the bath and threw on a robe. This life of privilege, he was starting to enjoy it. Sister Mikoto, your Elder Setsuna's granddaughter. I'm taking a huge risk here. If the clan finds out, you know what'll happen. Shirou rubbed his fingers together in a gesture hinting at payment, making Mikoto burst into laughter. Well then, how much do you want this time, little brother? Sister Mikoto, even though we've known each other since we were kids, I can't compare to you. Ninja swords, explosive tags, steel wires, soldier pills, all of these are precious resources, especially since I haven't even awakened my Sharingan. Shirou spoke eagerly, while Mikoto closed her eyes, soaking in the bath and displaying a rare expression of relaxation. She knew Shirou was just trying to distract her and lighten her mood. I don't have that much, so how about I pay with my body instead? Normally so gentle and ladylike, Mikoto's boldness since awakening her Sharingan was startling, a stark contrast to her usual self. Her words made Shirou choke and cough, and he quickly clasped his hands together in mock prayer. Sister Mikoto, you shouldn't joke like that. If anyone overhears, Elder Setsuna will skin me alive. In this light-hearted exchange, Mikoto's tense emotions gradually eased. She slowly stepped out of the bath. Young Uchiha Mikoto, though her curves were hidden beneath her clothes, her figure was flawless. Even though he had seen it many times, This scroll contains advanced shuriken jutsu and sword techniques from the clan, along with a B-rank lightning release ninjutsu, lightning release, false darkness. Make sure to practice diligently, especially given the battles in the land of rain. After changing into fresh clothes, Mikoto returned to her gentle and composed demeanor. She pulled a scroll from her robe and tossed it to Shirou. Catching it, he immediately smiled. Sister Mikoto, you're the best. Now calm, Mikoto blushed slightly at his praise. Normally, she wouldn't be so bold. Each time she awakened her Sharingan, it was due to emotional trauma, and this time was no different. In such moments, the darker sides of human nature often surfaced. The Uchiha clan's shuriken jutsu was renowned throughout the shinobi world. Opening the scroll, Shirou felt a deep sense of gratitude. He knew Mikoto was giving him these techniques to ensure his survival. Though he'd graduated just over a year ago and was still a genin, his wartime growth, combined with the Uchiha clan's arsenal of ninjutsu, had already put him on par with an average chunin. However, even chunin-level chakra wasn't always enough on the battlefield. For a ninja of his skill, mastering swordsmanship and shuriken jutsu could conserve chakra, proving crucial in battle. As a Uchiha, he carried an arsenal of explosive tags, kunai, and other tools beyond what his peers could dream of. Don't rush the lightning release. Take your time, but you must learn it. In the land of rain, fire release is greatly limited, Mikoto reminded him, her tone serious. B-rank ninjutsu was jonin level, after all, not easy to master. Sister Mikoto, I can handle the swordsmanship and shuriken jutsu, but this advanced lightning release. Shirou's face showed hesitation, but Mikoto nodded confidently. Don't worry. The battlefield is in a Megakure this time. Since you have a lightning release affinity, I've already gotten approval from the clan. At her words, Shirou smiled. As he expected, even within the strict Uchiha clan, personal favors were possible. Shirou, meet me at the village gate in 3 days. I'm going to avenge Sakurako myself. As Mikoto's emotions threatened to surge again, Shirou feigned surprise before flashing a grin. Sister Mikoto, what just happened clears our debt, but this mission is risky. I'll need extra pay. With a loud thud, Mikoto threw a pillow at him, which Shirou caught swiftly. Sister Mikoto, let's discuss this calmly. Just a little extra, since we'll be leaving the village. Alright, we won't talk about money, but the cost of tools for this mission. Before he could finish, Mikoto leaped out the window and disappeared. Just before vanishing, a cool breeze brushed against her face, and a small smile of relief appeared. Watching her fade into the distance, Shirou narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile crossing his face. P.S. Don't worry guys, they only bathe together and Mikoto needs to be naked to be examined perfectly. Chapter 6, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 6. Konoha. Despite the outbreak of the Ninja World War in the scorching heat of August, most conflicts are localized, allowing the village of Konoha to enjoy a brief period of peace. On the rooftop, leaning against the railing, Tsunade, who had recently returned to the village, stood with her hair tied up in a ponytail. She wore a refreshing short-sleeved shirt that exposed her midriff, layered over a mesh outfit. Nawaki, happy 12th birthday. Standing there, Tsunade smiled brightly as she offered her congratulations. Opposite her stood Nawaki, wearing his Konoha headband. Upon hearing his sister's birthday wish and seeing her pull out a gift, Nawaki displayed a somewhat prideful expression. I'm not a kid anymore. There's no need to give me any birthday gifts. Though he said this, the joy in Nawaki's eyes was unmistakable, and his hands eagerly reached for the gift. Seeing this, Tsunade chuckled and teased, go on, open it. You might like what's inside. Leaning casually against the railing, she watched Nawaki open the gift with a doting expression, though a trace of seriousness lingered in her eyes. The gift was a beautifully packaged metal box. When Nawaki opened it and saw the contents, his expression turned to shock. Sis, could this be? Nawaki's face was full of astonishment, instantly recognizing the gift. Tsunade chuckled softly beside him and said, that's right, this is from our grandfather, first Hokage's necklace. Upon hearing this, Nawaki's face lit up with excitement. I love it, sis. Seeing his excitement, Tsunade couldn't resist teasing him further. Nawaki, it's your birthday today, and I hear you're going out on a mission tomorrow. Still elated, Nawaki didn't notice the hint of concern in her casual question. He enthusiastically nodded and, without hesitation, shared his plans. That's right, sis. I was assigned this mission yesterday, and I'm heading out tomorrow with Lord Orochimaru. In an attempt to reassure his sister, Nawaki raised his head and smiled sincerely. Tsunade returned the smile, though a shadow of worry lingered deep in her eyes. Is Orochimaru involved in this? She tried not to imagine, but this was her younger brother, the future of the Senju clan. As Nawaki's laughter echoed, Tsunade casually teased, well, I heard that Uchiha kid from your class beat you to the top rank. Otherwise, you'd already be working under your big sister. Nawaki grinned. Don't worry, sis. Even if I were at the top, I'd still choose to work with Lord Orochimaru. But I bet Uchiha Shirou is going to give you a headache, sis. At the mention of Uchiha Shirou, Nawaki couldn't help but smirk a little. And so, the siblings spent the day laughing together, celebrating Nawaki's 12th birthday. The previous day, the sun blazed, but today, the sky was overcast, as if the weather mirrored the foreboding events to come. At the gates of Konoha, Orochimaru led Nawaki's team out of the village to carry out their mission. Once they departed, Tsunade quietly appeared under a large tree outside the village, hidden in the shadows. Standing in the shade, Tsunade examined the scroll in her hand with a solemn expression. A simple C-rank mission involving a group of rogue samurai. In times of war, intelligence on activities within the Land of Fire should be handled carefully. How could such a basic error happen? Especially so close to the village. As she analyzed the intel in her hand, she couldn't shake a feeling of unease. This mission should have been straightforward and short, with plenty of time to return. If not for her gut feeling, she would have had no reason to doubt it. But this was her younger brother. With a grave expression, Tsunade melted into the shadows. She chose not to follow Nawaki's team directly, knowing that Orochimaru's presence would make it easy to detect her. Instead, she headed straight to the mission's location. With the team slowed by their members, she would arrive first. Half a day later. In a dark forest, shadows darted back and forth. A scream echoed as a figure's eyes lost their light, a snake crushing their neck before retracting back into Orochimaru's sleeve as he chuckled sinisterly. Just then, Nawaki excitedly appeared behind him, followed closely by his teammates. Orochimaru smiled to himself, thinking, Nawaki is already getting the hang of it. Soon, he'll fully adapt to the battlefield. True to his Senju lineage, Nawaki's chakra reserves were exceptional, setting him on a path to becoming an elite chunin. But just as Orochimaru's satisfaction peaked, an explosion resounded, and towering flames illuminated his pale face. His golden, serpentine eyes narrowed in shock as he stared into the distance. Impossible. The two genin froze, terrified. They had faced life or death moments before, but this time, someone significant had fallen. The blaze cast a somber light on the trio's faces. In the distance, Tsunade's eyes burned with rage, reflecting the flames. Why are there so many explosive tags here? And in such large quantities? She had arrived over an hour before Orochimaru and, while watching from the shadows, had detected nothing unusual. But now, she'd seen everything. The explosive tag trap had ensnared Nawaki. There was only one explanation, it was premeditated. Could it be a coincidence? Nawaki, came the panicked shout of his two teammates. Amidst the flames, Tsunade suppressed her anger, throwing a decoy corpse and the necklace she'd given Nawaki the day before into the fire. She hadn't expected to need them but now, she had no choice. In a flash, Tsunade, carrying Nawaki, disappeared into the night, leaving only flames behind. At this time, the Sanins hadn't yet earned their legendary titles. Among them, Tsunade was the strongest, followed by Orochimaru, with Jiraiya trailing. Being a ninja requires resources, and Orochimaru had yet to begin his research into forbidden jutsu or achieve near immortality. During his defection, he nearly perished from explosive tags. Jiraiya, too, had yet to master Sage Mode. As the Senju clan's princess, Tsunade had access to resources most could only dream of. Chapter 7, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 7. Konoha. The continuous rainfall seemed to echo the countless fallen ninjas on the battlefield. Flashes of lightning occasionally illuminated the dim sky. The Senju clan. Damn it. How could there be such a coincidence? Tsunade shouted, smashing her fist through the table, which shattered to pieces. In front of her, Uzumaki Mito remained silent. Who would have thought they had almost lost the direct bloodline of the first Hokage? Tsunade, what if it was just a coincidence? After a long pause, Uzumaki Mito spoke in a hoarse voice, but her face betrayed her doubt. Even she didn't believe her own words, and Tsunade gritted her teeth, muttering darkly. A coincidence. Those rogue samurai had nothing suspicious on them, just some explosive tags for protection. Traps are common enough. Tsunade looked up, a sarcastic smile crossing her face. Everything checks out. There's not a single flaw to be found. Yet on such a simple mission, within the borders of the Land of Fire, Orochimaru lets his guard down, and a ninja with chunin-level strength falls into a trap. And then, killed by explosive tags. But, Grandma, don't you think the number of tags was excessive? Even if the sources look legitimate. The more flawless everything seemed, the more suspicious it became. Without prior intel, they could have spent ages investigating, confirming details, and never reaching an answer. But they had received information in advance. And everything matched up perfectly. Especially considering the mission was practically at Konoha's doorstep. Nawaki celebrated his birthday one day, went on a mission the next, and by that evening, Jiraiya was back, telling her to go see a body. Their backyard, practically. And as for the Uchiha. The Uchiha are currently isolated and ostracized, always trying to prove their loyalty to Konoha. Even if they had a reason to target us, could the police force pull off something like this? The Uchiha were indeed powerful, one of the top clans not just in Konoha but in the entire ninja world. However, most of their elite forces were deployed to the front lines. The remaining members in Konoha were never fully trusted and were under constant surveillance. If the Uchiha clan were truly behind this, the risk would be too great for such a seamless plan. Tsunade, Uzumaki Mito sighed deeply, her aged face etched with sorrow. Nawaki is my dear grandson. We should use this opportunity to send him to the daimyo's residence, where the Senju clan can protect him as he grows in secret. Konoha may no longer be what it once was, but with the war approaching, you must not act impulsively. Though filled with fury, Tsunade looked up, her face returning to a calm expression that left Uzumaki Mito silently contemplating. Don't worry, Grandma. Tsunade, impulsive by nature, was also sharp-minded. She had both strong opinions and a political acumen beyond that of an average ninja. Seeing her quickly regain her composure, Uzumaki Mito felt a sense of relief. Tsunade, I won't live much longer. The future of the clan and Kushina will depend on you. At that moment, they both tensed, sensing someone approaching. Tsunade. Jiraiya's familiar voice called out. The door opened, and Tsunade pretended to be angry. Jiraiya, if you don't have a good reason, you'd better explain yourself. But Jiraiya's grave expression made Tsunade's anger fade, a sense of dread creeping in. Jiraiya, don't tell me the front lines have worsened. After a long pause, he lowered his voice. Tsunade, Orochimaru is back. He's at the morgue. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated Tsunade's vacant, disbelieving face as if she already knew. The next moment. Splash. Water sprayed as Tsunade moved at top speed toward her destination, with Jiraiya quickly following. Under the dark sky, the rain poured down heavily. At the morgue, hurried footsteps and heavy breaths echoed. Tsunade stood frozen in shock as Orochimaru leaned against the door, his breathing tense. When Tsunade, trembling, stepped forward, Jiraiya caught up, his expression sorrowful. It's better if you don't look, he advised softly. For Jiraiya to say this, it had to be horrific. Orochimaru, partly obscured by a strand of dark hair, spoke in a low, calm voice laced with bitterness. What difference does it make? You wouldn't recognize him as your little brother anymore. Shut up, Orochimaru. Jiraiya snapped, but Orochimaru only let out a cold laugh, hiding his sadness. He's just another body now, mangled and unrecognizable. There are no doctors on the battlefield. Too cruel for a child, maybe. Especially the day after receiving a gift. Orochimaru's casual tone made it sound almost trivial. As he spoke, he took out a pendant from his pocket. At the sight of the familiar necklace, Tsunade's pupils dilated, her gaze hollowing. This is war. Her trembling hands reached for the necklace, and tears began streaming down her face. Nawaki. Her heart-wrenching cry echoed through the rain-soaked night, and the Konoha ninja nearby wore solemn expressions. In the ninja world, they were always companions of death. Especially during wartime, such anguished cries were an almost daily occurrence. Within the land of fire. The drizzle fell softly, filling the air with the earthy scent of damp soil. August 10th, yesterday was Nawaki's 12th birthday. Today, Tsunade should have found out by now. Even if Nawaki's death had been a coincidence, once it was known in advance, it ceased to be a coincidence. This is human nature. Standing on a tree branch, Uchiha Shirou suppressed his presence, glancing up at the night sky. Shirou. A dark figure flashed behind him, drawing his attention. In a rainy night, Uchiha Mikoto appeared, a clan-made longsword on her back, her double Tomo Sharingan focused on a distant cave. According to the ninja cats, the target is inside, she said, her usually gentle eyes now cold and murderous. In the next moment, Shirou placed a hand on her shoulder, dispelling her killing intent. Sister Mikoto, he murmured, bringing her back to her senses as she looked solemnly toward the cave. Inside, a gaunt old man slowly lifted his head, as if sensing their presence, his calm voice filled with an eerie malice. I've decided, if it's a woman who enters, I'll kill her. His previously calm eyes now glinted with madness, fixed on the entrance. P.S. Tsunade deserves an Oscar for acting. Chapter 8, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 8. Inside the cave, a pair of bloodshot eyes stared intensely at the entrance. Whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of sharp kunai flashed by, embedding themselves into the hard rock walls around the cave entrance. However, when the strange man saw that the first thing to come in wasn't a person but rather a heap of kunai tied to sizzling explosive tags, his pupils suddenly contracted. None of them. Haha, in that case, I'll just charge out and kill them all. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion erupted inside the cave, coinciding with the thunder in the sky. He's coming out. With a loud crash, as the figure emerged, Uchiha Mikoto shouted a warning. But upon seeing the figure rushing out of the cave, Uchiha Shirou's expression revealed a sense of confirmation. As expected, Mikoto's intel matched exactly what he had imagined. Haha. The monstrous figure that charged out laughed maniacally, terrifying black markings spreading across its face, visible to the naked eye, still growing and evolving into a full-fledged monster. This wasn't a tattoo, it was a cursed seal. The cursed seal. A natural sage body. Upon seeing the figure, Uchiha Shirou showed a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, standing beside him, gasped, Shirou, you know about this. At that moment, seeing the monster, especially the black markings continuing to spread, Shirou shouted. I've heard similar rumors. Let's finish this quickly, don't give him time to let the cursed seal evolve. Without hesitation, the two acted in perfect harmony, leaping onto two large trees. The monster, upon spotting its targets, let out a crazed, bloodthirsty laugh. Haha, blood. I want your blood. The frenzied monster charged directly at Uchiha Mikoto, while Uchiha Shirou immediately formed hand signs on the other side. Zzzzz. A sharp sound echoed as steel wires snapped into place. The monster had fallen right into the prearranged steel wire trap. However, under the power of the cursed seal, the monster roared, breaking through the tough, sharp wires one by one. At that moment. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Shirou quickly gathered chakra in his throat and spewed out a massive fireball, aiming directly at the monster's back. Shirou. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto finished her hand signs and spewed out an even larger fireball than Shirou's. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Two massive fireballs, one from the front and the other from the back, closed in on the monster. At such close range, the monster had no chance to dodge. More importantly, it had no intention of dodging. Instead, it roared and charged straight into the fireballs. Boom, boom. The fireballs exploded in the rain, while the thunder and lightning in the sky masked the sounds of battle. Explosions from the explosive tags and ninjutsu echoed through the forest. In the aftermath of the destruction, the monster had fully transformed, no longer resembling anything remotely human. Damn it. This monster has evolved to such a strong state. Panting heavily, Mikoto stood on a tree branch, staring intently at the distant monster. Shirou, on the other side, frowned, recalling something. In the original timeline, Orochimaru only discovered Yugo's existence later, leading to the development of the Cursed Seal. This clan didn't possess a Kekkei Genkai but rather a special sage body constitution. Unable to control their absorption of natural energy, they would go berserk, emotionally unstable. Realizing this, Shirou made a quick decision and shouted. Sister Mikoto, use Genjutsu. His emotions are unstable. He can't control this power, use Genjutsu to draw out his inner fear. With their natural trust in each other, Mikoto didn't hesitate. Her Sharingan, with its two tomo, spun rapidly as she formed hand signs. Genjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique. In an instant, the monster, drenched in the rain, met Mikoto's spinning Sharingan, and its pupils trembled violently. Soon, its deepest fears began surfacing. No. I didn't kill everyone. Don't chase me away, please, don't. Countless memories flooded his mind, and the monster roared in madness, clearly gripped by intense fear. From his frantic words, it was clear, he had lost control, killed the people of his village, and been cast out. As his mental state became increasingly unstable. Now's our chance. Seeing the monster's breakdown and frantic cries, Shirou seized the moment. He deftly threw kunai, each tied with explosive tags, aiming precisely at the monster's mouth and throat, its vital points. Boom, boom. As the explosive tags detonated, the monster's frenzied roars were drowned out by the explosions. Mikoto let out a muffled groan, clutching her eyes in pain. Using Genjutsu had drained her mental and ocular strength, and blood tears began to flow from her eye sockets. Meanwhile, Shirou took advantage of the chaos, drawing his ninja sword and disappearing into the smoke. I didn't kill everyone. I didn't. Squelch. Blood splattered as a ninja sword pierced through the monster's throat. The creature's body, already half destroyed by the explosions, continued to rasp weakly. Forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu. Through the smoke, Shirou activated a forbidden technique sealed in his mind for 12 years. He raised one hand, revealing a unique rhombus-shaped cursed mark in his palm, pressing it onto the monster's forehead. Instantly, the cursed mark generated a powerful suction force, continuously absorbing the monster's unique sage body power. Visibly, the monster's transformed body began to revert, revealing its original appearance, a withered old man, white-haired and gaunt, with no trace of chakra, yet after absorbing natural energy, he had transformed into a monster. Shirou. With a loud shout, the smoke gradually cleared, and Mikoto rushed in, filled with concern. But when she arrived, what she saw was a mutilated body pinned to the ground by a ninja sword through its throat. I didn't kill everyone. The rain washed over the scene, the ground soaked with blood, as the old man rasped his final words. His pupils began to lose focus. Shirou, panting heavily, shook his hand, his expression serious, though inwardly, he was deeply shocked. To think that this person was just an ordinary old man with no chakra. This wasn't Yugo, who naturally had the strength of a jonin. This old man, with the cursed seal's sage body, was terrifying indeed. Sister Mikoto, the intel must be wrong. If we hadn't brought enough explosive tags, we might not have made it out of here. Despite Shirou's remark, Mikoto's Sharingan remained fixed on the lifeless figure, her gaze intense. Shirou sighed as the rhombus-shaped cursed mark on his palm gradually faded, leaving faint cursed seal markings under his skin before disappearing completely. The perfected Chimera Jutsu could absorb and fuse with bloodline limits, though this perfected version required considerable time and genetic stability medication to allow the body to adapt. Although perfected, the technique still required resources. Thinking of this, Shirou cursed inwardly. His original plan had been to target a Uchiha with an awakened Sharingan, as the bloodline rejection would be minimal. But the cursed seal sage body was a rare and precious opportunity. Moreover, he wanted to test a hypothesis, and it just so happened that this could be used in his plan involving Tsunade. With this thought, Shirou's expression became serious. Chapter 9, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 9. On the second day, the rain stopped, and under the sunlight, Konoha was filled with a thriving vitality. A rainbow arched over the village, bringing innocent, joyful smiles to the faces of villagers and children alike. Even passing shinobi couldn't help but smile at the sight. Congratulations, Mikoto. You're about to become a special jonin, Shirou said, smiling as he returned to the village and heard the news from Mikoto. However, upon hearing this, a trace of sadness and heaviness appeared in Mikoto's eyes. My grandfather's health is failing. Although my Sharingan has only reached 2 tomo, I must start taking on the responsibilities of the clan. With just one sentence, she revealed a great deal. Uchiha Setsuna, the elder, was nearing the end of his days. As his only bloodline descendant, Uchiha Mikoto would inherit his legacy. The elder. Shirou's face showed worry, though he felt a hidden thrill within. Mikoto gave a self-deprecating smile at his expression. It's fine. It might be best if that old man leaves sooner. It would bring the clan some peace. The two walked side by side toward the Uchiha clan grounds, while Shirou's mind raced with the implications of what Mikoto had revealed. Though her promotion to special jonin was somewhat forced, Mikoto, with her 2 tomo Sharingan in young age, was still needed as an heir by the hawkish faction of Elder Setsuna. This seemed like an opportunity. Suddenly, Mikoto turned to him, her slender hands cupping his face as she gazed deeply into his dark eyes. Shirou, she began, her expression becoming complex and solemn. We don't have much time. Your Chunin appointment will come soon, but you must awaken your Sharingan as quickly as possible. I will need you in the future. Shirou nodded firmly. Sister Mikoto, don't worry. I'll help you. Determined not to let her down, he understood that with Elder Setsuna's health declining, only Mikoto could inherit his power. But with her current limited strength, she urgently needed his support. That urgency explained her desire for him to awaken his Sharingan after she'd unlocked hers through emotional struggle. Just as they reached the clan grounds, they heard shocking news. The first Hokage's grandson, Nawaki, has met with misfortune. Both Mikoto and Shirou were stunned. Mikoto was taken aback because Nawaki was the last male direct descendant of the first Hokage's bloodline, while Shirou was shocked that even with Tsunade aware, such a tragedy could still occur. In front of the memorial stone, rows of stone markers lay before Tsunade, who stood silently, wearing a blue coat that day. Clutching a necklace in her hand, her face was full of grief, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Beneath the silence, a palpable aura of killing intent hung in the air. Nawaki. Footsteps sounded behind her. Shirou, just back from a mission, arrived at the scene still in his travel-worn clothes, carrying a bouquet of white flowers. He walked up to Nawaki's gravestone, bowed his head, and quietly spoke. I just got back this morning and heard the news. Captain Tsunade, wasn't it already? Boom. Before Shirou could finish, Tsunade swung her fist, sending him flying over 10 meters away. The white flowers scattered across the sky as Tsunade, her face full of fury, glared at him. Cough, cough. Shirou slowly rose, wiping the blood from his mouth. He remained silent, carefully gathering the scattered flowers. Captain Tsunade, this must be an attempt to sow discord between you and the village. Shirou's face showed disbelief as he met Tsunade's grief-stricken gaze. Could Nawaki's death have blindsided the Senju clan? Although he had already relayed the intelligence, Nawaki still perished. Whether true or not, Shirou had to take this seriously. Shut up. Tsunade, recognizing that Shirou was merely a pawn, nevertheless maintained the deception to mislead any hidden enemies. That information came directly from your clan's elder Setsuna. Shirou's face fell, eyes flashing with determination. Captain Tsunade, he declared, his expression resolute. This made Tsunade wary. Was this guy truly taking matters this seriously? Suddenly, Shirou proclaimed, Captain Tsunade, as a genin of the Uchiha clan, I will personally eliminate the village's traitors. Shut up. Tsunade's fierce gaze swept over him, silencing the impassioned Shirou before he said anything more dangerous. Assassinate Uchiha Elder Setsuna. This guy is truly bold. The circumstances of Nawaki's fake death were known only to her and Grandma Mito, yet this guy's presence added a new headache. Still, Tsunade couldn't expose the truth lightly. Remember the secrecy rules for shinobi. Tsunade's cold warning echoed as Shirou lowered his head further. A gentle breeze passed, and Tsunade, still cold and distant, turned back to Nawaki's gravestone. Shirou moved forward, laying the white flowers before it, his head bowed. Tsunade felt a twinge of regret for him. Nawaki's death carried great weight, and her hands were tied in what she could reveal. Finally, she spoke hoarsely. This was the work of enemy spies. Her statement made it clear to Shirou that the incident was classified, his information suppressed. He nodded, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. Because of the war, then, he murmured, implying that the matter's secrecy would prevent unrest in Konoha. With neither truly mourning Nawaki, Shirou finally turned his back on Tsunade, clenching his fists with resolve. To Tsunade's surprise, he suddenly turned back, his eyes determined. "Captain Tsunade, I request to go to the battlefield in the Land of Rain." At that moment, Shirou resolved to head to the battlefield, ready to bury this knowledge forever if necessary. Tsunade clenched her fists in frustration. This stubborn Uchiha. But in the next moment, Shirou's face contorted in pain, his body beginning to tremble. Shirou. Tsunade, ever the skilled jonin, immediately sensed something was wrong with him. Not good. Chapter 10, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 10. In Konoha, in front of Nawaki's gravestone. Shirou. As Tsunade frowned, she noticed black, flame-like curse marks spreading across Shirou's neck. His entire body trembled, and as he forcefully activated the curse seal's sage body, a wave of overwhelming negative emotions surged through him. His eyes turned bloodshot, and an intense killing intent grew deep within him. This isn't good. At that moment, Tsunade realized something was seriously wrong. This guy had awakened some kind of power, but it wasn't the Sharingan. Shirou groaned in pain, his face twisted in agony. Seeing Tsunade in front of him, he gritted his teeth and fully unleashed the curse seal's sage body, removing its restraint on his body. He had finally caught this chance, and the woman before him was the greatest medical nin in the entire Shinobi world. As a shinobi, one must be ruthless with oneself. This is bad, what is this? With her medical skills, Tsunade quickly assessed Shirou's internal condition and was shocked. He's awakened some kind of power inside him, causing his body to suffer backlash. But isn't this guy a Uchiha? The power he had awakened wasn't the Sharingan, but some other force. Something was wrong. Captain Tsunade, I request to be sent to the battlefield. Shirou gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke hoarsely. Veins bulged on his forehead and neck, and the backlash, along with the flood of negative emotions, overwhelmed him. Under Tsunade's shocked gaze, Shirou's bloodshot eyes slowly revealed a single black tomo. The Sharingan had awakened. Was it the incident with Nawaki, or the tension between the village and the clan that triggered this? Keep quiet. Tsunade snorted coldly, grabbed him, and disappeared from the memorial stone. At the Senju clan. When Shirou opened his eyes again, he found himself in a room filled with medical equipment. An four was hooked into his hand, and as he heard the faint drip of the fluid, he tried to speak but was immediately overcome by sharp pain. Where am I? Shirou's face twisted in agony, his entire body feeling as if every cell were being pierced with needles. It seems you're not dead yet. Tsunade, who had been reviewing scrolls at a desk, raised her head. What happened to me? Shirou feigned confusion, but Tsunade just snorted. You're lucky. You've awakened 2 kinds of Kekkei Genkai. Awakening 2 Kekkei Genkai. While an average shinobi might consider this a fantasy, with Tsunade's vast knowledge of the shinobi world, she knew it was rare but not impossible. Kekkei Genkai. Shirou's face showed a complex expression as if he had realized something. Seeing this, Tsunade grew even more irritated. This guy was truly obsessive, awakening 2 Kekkei Genkai from emotional shock. And for what? Her brother was the one who had died, fake, and even she hadn't awakened a Kekkei Genkai, yet this outsider did. Typical Uchiha. That's right. You should know that in every Kekkei Genkai clan, there are rare cases of rejection, known as Kekkei Genkai diseases. The Uchiha clan has these as well. Kekkei Genkai disease typically happens due to overuse or excessive strain on the body from these powers, causing irreversible damage over time. There's also a congenital form, where the body cannot adapt to the power. Tsunade explained in technical terms, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. After all, for a medical nin, cases like this were precious research materials. And you have some kind of brain issue, simultaneously awakening 2 types of Kekkei Genkai, which has caused your body to reject them. As she spoke, Tsunade glanced at Shirou's 4 and snorted. In the entire shinobi world, only a handful of people are capable of concocting this kind of cellular stabilizing medicine. Each bottle is worth a fortune. Tsunade's voice echoed in the room, while Shirou weakly reached out as if trying to pull out the 4. What are you doing? I don't have that kind of money. Shirou's weak response, though about not having money, carried a hidden resolve in his eyes, which Tsunade noticed immediately. This guy still hadn't given up on going to the battlefield to die. For a moment, Tsunade had a headache. Shirou had ended up like this partly because of her. Do you have a death wish? Tsunade's cold voice echoed, and Shirou went silent, not answering. Seeing his expression, Tsunade felt speechless. The Uchiha's obsession was giving her a headache. Her brother had died, yet it had triggered this outsider's Sharingan awakening. Now she had to figure out how to stop Shirou from killing himself. Shinobi might lie, but the Uchiha Sharingan never lied. Nawaki's situation ends here. I need you to remain with the Uchiha clan. Tsunade's cold voice seemed to spark a glimmer of hope in Shirou's deadened eyes. He slowly lifted his head, looking at Tsunade with a glimmer of expectation, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Captain Tsunade, are you saying you want me to investigate the traitors within the Uchiha clan? His blood-red, single-tomo Sharingan stared directly at her. Only by facing the Uchiha directly could one understand just how extreme their obsession was. Tsunade felt speechless. This guy was jumping to conclusions. But then again, maybe this was for the best. After all, she did need a pair of eyes inside the Uchiha clan, at least to stay informed. Looking at Tsunade, who remained silent, Shirou seemed to fill in the gaps himself. His face showed a look of obsessive determination. For Konoha. Don't worry, Captain Tsunade, I will not allow anyone to betray the village. There it was. Tsunade sighed deeply in her heart. She finally understood what the clan records meant by the obsessive Uchiha. The obsessive Uchiha. Shirou's determined expression was clear, but as he glanced at the four, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally latched onto a powerful figure. This genetic stabilizing medicine was incredibly valuable. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. As long as Tsunade was around, he was confident he could fully integrate this Kekkei Genkai within the next 5 or 6 years. Lie down. I need to study this other Kekkei Genkai of yours. Tsunade's cold voice sounded as if she had accepted his role as her personal spy. Shirou, without saying a word, lay back down on the hospital bed, but inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. This time, his gamble had paid off. Not only had he secured Tsunade's support, but he had also awakened his Sharingan. As expected, he wasn't lacking in talent. He had the potential to awaken the Sharingan, and it happened at a critical moment, under the influence of the curse seal's negative emotions. Even if this gamble had failed, he still had Mikoto as a backup plan. Your Kekkei Genkai rejection is severe. If you misuse it, you won't live for more than a few years. Tsunade calmly said as she inspected Shirou's body, her brow furrowed. Shirou, however, remained silent, seemingly still wrapped up in the event of Nawaki's death. Seeing this, Tsunade felt even more troubled. Reasoning with an Uchiha was impossible. This unknown Kekkei Genkai is lying dormant inside you, but due to the rejection, your body's self-defense mechanism is causing it to manifest as a curse mark on your neck. Tsunade shifted the topic, explaining Shirou's unknown Kekkei Genkai. As she spoke, a deep desire to explore filled her eyes. Researching Kekkei Genkai. The Shinobi World had never stopped its pursuit of this, and as the greatest medical nin in the world, Tsunade couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect of studying this unknown subject. Chapter 11, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 11. Konoha. The Senju clan, Tsunade's medical research lab. How does your Kekkei Genkai feel? Hot. I feel heat, and there's also pain. In the research lab, Tsunade meticulously examined the unknown Kekkei Genkai, while Shirou obediently answered every question she asked. Alright, stop now. Your cells are starting to get corroded. Following Tsunade's command, Shirou frowned as the black, flame-like curse mark slowly receded from his face and half of his body. Seeing this, Tsunade's eyes gleamed with interest. It hurts. After the Kekkei Genkai fades, I feel like every cell in my body is in pain. Upon hearing this, Tsunade let out a laugh. Your Kekkei Genkai causes rejection. Every time you use it, it corrodes your body. Although the corrosion happens slowly, if it fully takes over, you'll lose your sense of self. Of course, it also depends on your luck. At this point, Tsunade seemed to have finished her examination. She calmly sat down on a nearby chair. While it corrodes you, your body is also adapting to this new Kekkei Genkai power. As long as you don't overuse or exhaust it, and with the help of medication, I estimate that within 5 or 6 years, this Kekkei Genkai disease will stabilize completely. Listening to Tsunade's professional explanation, Shirou nodded respectfully. From Tsunade's perspective, a top-tier medical nin, Shirou's condition had already been diagnosed as Kekkei Genkai disease. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. After the last drop of fluid from the 4 entered his body, Shirou finally removed the needle. This scene didn't escape Tsunade's notice. Even though Shirou's body seemed a bit weak, he still got out of bed. Here's the bill for this treatment. At this moment, Tsunade tossed him a bill. Shirou glanced at it, and his pupils shrank in shock as he exclaimed. TW, 20,000. Shirou's eyes widened. He knew the cellular stabilizer wasn't cheap, but he didn't expect it to be this expensive. Tsunade, however, let out a laugh. 20,000 is expensive. The best medical nin of the entire Shinobi world has to specially concoct the medication for your condition. The dosage has to be precise, and we have to constantly monitor your body's changes. Do you have any idea how much it cost just to examine your body earlier? Faced with Tsunade's laugh, Shirou was left speechless. 20,000. A B-rank mission in the Shinobi World only pays between 80,000 and 200,000, not counting the portion taken by the village, the cost of ninja tools, and post-mission medical expenses. According to official mission payout data in the Naruto world, D-rank mission, 5,000 to 50,000, C-rank, 30,000 to 100,000, B-rank, 80,000 to 200,000, A-rank, 150,000 to 1 million, S-rank, over 1 million. Seeing Shirou's stunned expression, a hint of amusement flickered in Tsunade's eyes. It seemed she had successfully scared Shirou. In recognition of your service to the village, I'll help you concoct the medication regularly. Before Tsunade even finished speaking, Shirou nodded solemnly and replied in a serious tone. Captain Tsunade, I will repay you. The determination in Shirou's eyes made Tsunade pause for a moment. But upon reflection, it made sense. A stubborn mindset, proud nature, and an unwillingness to owe anyone, this was exactly what being a Uchiha was all about. Thinking about it, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Any Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan never seemed to be normal. They all had issues in their heads. In the silent medical room, Shirou stood up and respectfully bowed. I'm sorry, Captain Tsunade. That apology seemed to come from Shirou's deep sense of guilt. As Shirou turned to leave, Tsunade calmly tossed him a scroll and then crossed her arms, blocking her view. This is the research report on your new Kekkei Genkai. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. After respectfully bowing again, Shirou left the room. With a creak, the door closed, and after Shirou's footsteps faded away, Tsunade finally let down her guard. In the quiet room, Tsunade gently crossed her long, graceful legs, revealing her black high heels and the delicate, jade-like toes painted with red nail polish. She absent-mindedly swung her foot back and forth, her face no longer marked by the sorrow of Nawaki's death, but instead by exhaustion. That Uchiha brat, and the one lurking in the shadows. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her gaze drifting out the window toward the Hokage rock, a look of irritation crossing her face. Is the Senju clan really something you all fear so much? At that moment, Tsunade, staring at the Hokage rock, was filled with a deep sense of dread. The Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan compound. Shirou, you've awakened your Sharingan. After returning to the clan's territory, the first person Shirou told about his awakening was Mikoto. As expected, upon hearing the news, Mikoto was first shocked, then broke into a joyful smile. Shirou, I knew it. It was only a matter of time before your talent would lead to the awakening of your Sharingan. Seeing Mikoto's excited smile, Shirou felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, the people who were truly happy for him awakening his Sharingan were probably only from the Uchiha clan. Sister Mikoto, don't get too excited. Here's Captain Tsunade's report. This time, Shirou didn't hide anything as he explained the entire process of his Sharingan awakening to Mikoto, including the fact that he had awakened 2 Kekkei Genkai. With the Uchiha name, he could not rely on anyone else, he could only depend on the clan. After all, why would he forsake a prestigious clan like the Uchiha to align himself with the third Hokage? He wasn't stupid. The Uchiha clan could provide him with things the Hokage never would. Not to mention, the third Hokage would only see him as a double agent. Within the Uchiha clan, as long as you displayed your talent and strength, you could have everything. That's why, from the start, Shirou never considered hiding his dual Kekkei Genkai. He was eager to progress. Only by progressing could he gain more resources. Dual Kekkei Genkai. After listening to Shirou's story and reading Tsunade's report on the Kekkei Genkai, Mikoto's initial shock turned into a crescent moon-shaped smile. Shirou. Holding the report, Mikoto's expression turned serious after her initial excitement. Do you want me to give this Kekkei Genkai report to the elders, or should I deliver it to the clan leader? The clan leader or the elders? This was a choice between two paths. The current clan leader was part of the more peaceful faction, while Elder Setsuna, who had once dared to stage a rebellion, was undoubtedly part of the Hawks. Shirou understood Mikoto's intentions and smiled as he nodded. Sister Mikoto, haven't you always been waiting for me to awaken my Sharingan? The two exchanged a look, and Mikoto smiled sincerely. Mikoto was the only blood relative of Elder Setsuna and the sole heir to his power. In a noble clan like the Uchiha, bloodline inheritance was crucial, but one also needed sufficient strength to claim it. Though Mikoto was a woman, her current strength, marked by her 2 Tomo Sharingan, made her an undeniable talent. Shirou was the ally Mikoto needed. Shirou wasn't foolish. Although the current clan leader held significant power, Elder Setsuna's faction was in hiding. It was obvious that supporting him now would be more advantageous than later. As for the Hawks, with the Uchiha name, Shirou had no other choice. Besides, how many Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan weren't extremists? Although the clan leader had more overall power, most of the elite Uchiha with awakened Sharingan were aligned with the Hawks. And with Mikoto by his side, Shirou was more eager than ever to grow stronger. Chapter 12, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 12. Uchiha Naka Shrine. In the dimly lit chamber, Elder Setsuna, who had lived here since his release, sat quietly. Cough, cough. So, you're the kid Mikoto spoke of. Not bad, the elder's voice echoed as Shirou, seated respectfully in front of him, nodded and responded. Uchiha Shirou greets Elder Setsuna. After awakening his Sharingan, Shirou knew he had to take the next step by going through Mikoto to meet Elder Setsuna. This elder, who had inherited Madara's will and dared to plot rebellion, was confined to the clan's territory, but his prestige remained untarnished. After all, this was the Uchiha clan. The sallow-skinned elder, with a weathered face, glanced over the intelligence scroll sent by his granddaughter and nodded approvingly. Not bad. So, you possess 2 Keki Igenkai. However, while 2 bloodlines can make one powerful, they also limit you. A person's energy is finite, and your bloodline has significant flaws. Although dual Keki Igenkai was rare, for someone like him, who had seen countless geniuses in the Shinobi World, few survived to his age. Elder. Shirou nodded respectfully while discreetly observing the elder. As he suspected, Elder Setsuna's sallow and frail appearance suggested he had only a few years left. No wonder he was so eager to nurture Mikoto, clearly preparing for the end. Cough, cough. Elder Setsuna glanced calmly toward the door. To Shirou's surprise, 3 figures appeared, Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, and Mikoto. Elder. Fugaku and Mikoto bowed respectfully to the elder, and Mikoto took a seat beside Shirou. Seeing this, Shirou narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Could the elder have longer to live than he thought, or was he just in a hurry to finalize things? While Shirou speculated, the clan leader scanned him, then nodded slightly. Elder, this Uchiha genius is indeed qualified to carry out this mission. Elder Setsuna smiled approvingly, startling Shirou. The clan leader and elder might appear to have differing opinions publicly, but it was clear they were in sync. Both were crafty veterans. Fugaku, the Uchiha clan's future rests heavily on your shoulders. And Mikoto, Elder Setsuna's gaze lingered on Fugaku before turning to his granddaughter. You both know our clan's standing in the village. The 3 of you will shoulder the clan's burdens in the days to come. Shirou thought to himself that while this was a noble sentiment, it seemed redundant. Fugaku was the clan leader's son, the most talented of the younger generation, and a natural heir. Mikoto, as the elder's granddaughter, was also set in her role. The Uchiha clan's united front could keep many in the village awake at night. But where did that leave him? Just then, the clan leader and Elder Setsuna exchanged glances and handed Shirou a scroll. Fugaku, nearby, seemed to know its contents and looked down awkwardly, while Mikoto gave him an encouraging smile. Shirou took the scroll, his eyes widening in shock at what he read. Seeing Shirou's expression, Elder Setsuna coughed and spoke in a solemn tone. Shirou-kun, while our clan is strong, we are not trusted. This mission is challenging and a great opportunity. It's all for the sake of the clan. As he read the scroll, a serious look crossed Shirou's face, and his gaze instinctively moved toward Fugaku, which everyone noticed. Clan leader, elder, in terms of talent and strength, Captain Fugaku has already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He's a Jonin, and only a few years older than us. Fugaku's face turned even more embarrassed, while Elder Setsuna sighed and said. Shirou, your talent is unique. Fugaku's strength lies in training, but you're different. What did he mean by just talented in training? Though embarrassed, Fugaku nodded, not wanting to seem uncooperative. Shirou, however, felt conflicted and cast a glance at Mikoto. This mission was daunting, and he wasn't naive. He enjoyed the benefits of Mikoto's support, and with the elder nearing the end, he could soon rise in the clan. But this mission was enormous. Shirou-kun. Seeing his hesitation, Mikoto gave him a gentle, understanding smile, her expression silently supportive. Elder Setsuna sighed, and Fugaku kept his head down, unwilling to be pulled into this challenging matter. After all, few in the proud Uchiha clan would willingly take on such a burden. This mission is critical. Seeing the clan leader remain silent, Elder Setsuna realized the responsibility rested on him. Shirou-kun, you've heard of Uzumaki Kushina, right? If nothing unexpected happens, she will likely become the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She already resides with the Senju clan. Considering the Uchiha's precarious position in the village, building trust with the higher-ups through the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the best option. A rare glimmer of cunning crossed Elder Setsuna's face. The first Hokage's wife was the original Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Shirou-kun, isn't it your dream to become Hokage and restore the Uchiha clan's glory? If you succeed, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's backing and Mikoto's support within the clan, your path to Hokage is possible. This was quite a vision. Shirou was stunned, the elder dared to dream big. marrying the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to become Hokage. It did make some sense. The first and fourth Hokage had similar arrangements, and the seventh Hokage was a Jinchuriki himself. But could the Uchiha clan involve itself with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki without arousing suspicion? Seeing the clan leader nod gravely, Shirou realized these two were bold. Thoughts raced through Shirou's mind. The 5 great shinobi villages always had Jinchuriki and chose suitable candidates. When the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, the villages captured Uzumaki members to sustain their bloodlines. The Uzumaki weren't the only option for Jinchuriki, it was simply that, in Konoha, the first Hokage's wife was Uzumaki Mito. Konoha wouldn't fully trust an outsider like Kushina, but the Senju clan could. While the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was tied to the Senju now, things could shift politically. The Senju had lost power since the Second Shinobi War, Tsunade's departure further diminished their influence. The clan couldn't foresee that Kushina, once a Jinchuriki, would be seen as merely a weapon by the third Hokage. Shirou. Uchiha Mikoto's gentle smile and gaze were filled with unspoken support. She knew about this mission. With a deep breath, Shirou made his decision. For the clan's sake, he was ready to carry the Uchiha banner. Chapter 13, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 13. For the glory of the Uchiha clan. Shirou's resolute voice echoed within the Naka shrine. Fugaku felt a mix of awkwardness and secret relief. Though this mission was for the clan's benefit, it still clashed with his pride as a Uchiha. Fugaku, look at Shirou. In the future, the clan will rely on people like him, said the clan head, glancing at his son. Fugaku, who was usually a source of great pride, saw a rare hint of disappointment in his father's gaze. Fugaku steeled himself, speaking in a deep, serious tone, the clan will never forget Shirou's contributions. As Fugaku looked at Shirou, he couldn't help feeling a trace of embarrassment, but also relief. For once, he was grateful for his own more mature appearance. It wasn't that Fugaku hadn't put in effort, he simply didn't have Shirou's natural advantages in this regard. Shirou wore a pure white kimono with black pants, his chest slightly exposed to reveal muscular contours. Dark arm guards covered his forearms and extended to his hands, with a black belt at his waist and a ninja sword slung across his back. His chiseled, handsome face and tall, straight posture gave him a heroic air, bearing a striking resemblance to Sasuke during his time with Orochimaru. This entire outfit had been chosen by Mikoto, including the new clothes he wore to meet the elders. Even Mikoto felt she might have unwittingly made a mistake. Seeing Shirou's determined expression and his striking appearance, Elder Setsuna couldn't help but nod in admiration. Shirou, this is the best opportunity for the clan. The third Hokage's actions over the past 2 decades have stirred dissatisfaction among the major clans. Otherwise, why would the Senju clan have ensured the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be one of their own? Elder Setsuna said coldly. Even White Fang's rise has begun to overshadow the third Hokage. Part of it is due to his strength, but the major clans have also been stirring discontent. Even the Senju clan disapproves of the Hokage's policies. As Shirou listened, he frowned. Whether Elder Setsuna's words were entirely accurate, he couldn't be sure, but it was no surprise that a Hokage would limit a clan's influence if it grew too strong, even the Senju. The sequence of events was telling, first Nawaki's death in the Second Shinobi War, then Tsunade's lover, followed by the absorption of Kushina Uzumaki, a Senju Jinchuriki, into the Hokage's faction. Even White Fang's eventual suicide and the Senju's decline after the Third Shinobi War pointed to a Hokage-led weakening of the clan's influence. Elder Setsuna continued, White Fang isn't from a prominent clan, which has allowed the Uchiha to cooperate well with the other major families. Reflecting on Elder Setsuna's analysis, Shirou glanced at Mikoto. With both the benefits of the mission and clan support in mind, his motivation surged, and he nodded resolutely. Clan head, Elder, rest assured, I will do my utmost to approach the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. As he said this, Shirou cast a discreet glance at Mikoto, considering all he knew from the storyline. No wonder Mikoto and Kushina had such a strong friendship, the Uchiha had multiple plans in place. How had Uchiha managed to get so close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki without facing suspicion? Then it dawned on him, the Senju clan must have approved it, considering Kushina's role as a reserve Jinchuriki. With the other clan's dissatisfaction united against the third Hokage, it was no wonder he would later take such harsh action against them, including the Uchiha, Senju, and even the Hyuga. Mikoto finally broke her silence. With a serious expression, she said, Clan head, Elder, although Shirokuen serves under Captain Tsunade, contact with Kushina Uzumaki is limited, and even with my help, it may raise suspicion. However, since Shirokuen recently awakened his dual bloodline limit, Captain Tsunade's healing skills are essential to stabilize it. This could give Shirou further opportunities to interact with Kushina, though the medicine needed to stabilize his cells is highly valuable. Elder Setsuna looked momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, knowing that Shirou and his granddaughter's relationship lent some truth to Mikoto's words. Shirou met Mikoto's gaze with a look of gratitude, her support was invaluable. The clan head and elder Setsuna exchanged a silent nod. This mission required Shirou's talent, appearance, and legitimate reason for contact. The clan will support any Uchiha who brings it honor, Elder Setsuna declared. Uchiha Shirou, we will provide you with monthly funding and the medicine needed to stabilize your bloodline. Don't disappoint us. After leaving Naka Shrine, Fugaku seemed a bit awkward. Shirokuin, here is the clan's Sharingan scroll, intended for those who have awakened their bloodline. Holding the scroll containing Sharingan techniques and training methods, Shirou smiled and nodded. Thank you, Captain Fugaku. Fugaku, though, seemed slightly embarrassed. He knew Shirou had sacrificed a lot for the clan this time and offered a solemn nod. The clan will not forget your contributions. At this point, Mikoto interjected with a warm smile, Captain Fugaku, Shirokuin's strength was already commendable, and now, with the Sharingan awakened, his chakra and abilities will advance further. I also heard the clan recently acquired some chakra metal. Though she didn't say it outright, her meaning was clear. Appreciating her subtle nudge, Shirou gave her a mental thumbs up, then raised a hand to stop her, wearing a serious expression. Sister Mikoto, we're all doing this for the clan. Fugaku's awkwardness deepened. He gave a nod, and though he didn't say anything, Shirou knew that a chakra metal weapon was likely coming his way. Chapter 14, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 14. Beneath the setting sun, inside the house, Shirou and Mikoto stood facing each other. Sister Mikoto. As Shirou spoke, Mikoto gave him a gentle, understanding smile. Shirou, this is the quickest way for you to join the higher circles of the clan. Looking at her, Shirou felt a warmth rise in his heart. Mikoto's concern for him was palpable. Kekkai Genkai sickness. Those 3 words were a nightmare for any bloodline clan. For someone like Shirou, just a budding genius who had recently awakened his Sharingan, the clan wouldn't readily invest resources. Each dose of the cellular stabilizing serum cost between 100,000 and 200,000 ryo, sometimes even more, depending on physical condition and frequency of use. Dual Kekkai Genkai. In the proud Uchiha clan, the Sharingan reigned supreme. Anything else was seen as weak. Because of this, Shirou's unique heritage had little impact on the clan. Suppressing his frustrations, Shirou sighed inwardly, only to be distracted by confusion flashing across his face. Sister Mikoto, what about Kushina? At the mention of Uzumaki Kushina, Mikoto's smile turned wry. Shirou, while I approached her deliberately for the clan's sake, Kushina is a pitiful person too. She knows I had ulterior motives, but we still became close friends. Despite being older than Kushina, Mikoto's fond smile softened her expression as she recalled their moments together. You don't need to worry too much about this mission. It's mostly for show. I've already spoken with Kushina and made arrangements. Shirou quickly realized how much effort Mikoto had put in for his sake. The Kekkai Genkai sickness wasn't something Mikoto wanted to risk with him, so she had taken control of the situation, carefully orchestrating every detail. Shirou, I'm not doing all this just for you. I have my reasons too, she admitted, her voice taking on a rare teasing tone. When the old man is gone, I won't be able to hold things down by myself. I'll need your help. Mikoto was confident that within the next 5 or 6 years, she could consolidate Elder Setsuna's power and lead a united Uchiha clan. Shirou couldn't help but chuckle as he responded in kind. Sister Mikoto, then the future of the clan will rest on the 2 of us. The 2 shared a laugh, the tension momentarily dissolving into camaraderie. As she prepared to leave, Mikoto's Sharingan flared, her eyes gleaming crimson. Shirou, train hard. I'm preparing to become a special jonin. Her words left Shirou speechless. Watching her figure retreat into the distance, Shirou stood alone in the quiet house. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured. Uchiha. He rubbed his temples, a wry smile curling his lips. This extreme family, with all its complexities, was exactly what he wanted, ancient yet vibrant, ruthless yet resilient. In a world ruled by power, the Uchiha belief in strength over tradition felt far more compelling than the rigid hierarchy of the Hyuga. When you lack the power to change everything, learn to blend in. A confident grin spread across his face. He truly loved it here. Later that night, Shirou found himself standing before Tsunade, who eyed him with her usual no-nonsense demeanor. Coming to see me this late at night, what do you want to report? Though Tsunade often appeared cold since the loss of her brother, Shirou bowed respectfully and began. Captain Tsunade, the clan has learned about my Sharingan awakening and my dual Kekkai Genkai. Afterward, the clan head and elders met with me at Naka Shrine. From what I observed, the supposed divisions between them are little more than a facade. Tsunade scoffed. The Senju had long been aware of the Uchiha's tactics. Their internal factions were a calculated act to maintain balance. Without the moderating influence of the 2 elder leaders, the Uchiha's infamous nature would have led them to self-destruct. But this guy, sent as a spy in the morning and already reporting back at night. Captain Tsunade, they also ordered me to make secret contact with Uzumaki Kushina. They claimed she could act as a bridge between the clan and the village, a potential stepping stone for me into higher ranks. At this, Tsunade's expression grew sharper. They want you to contact Kushina secretly. She felt her anger flare but quickly reined it in. This was Uchiha's way, always scheming for leverage within Konoha's inner circle. Sister Mikoto reached out to me as well. She assured me this mission is only for appearances and has already informed Kushina. It's all been arranged. Shirou revealed everything, omitting nothing. Partly because he did not need to fabricate details, but also because he needed Tsunade's trust. Doesn't it hurt to betray your clan like this? Tsunade finally asked, her sharp eyes boring into his. Shirou's face grew solemn. Captain Tsunade, I am not betraying my clan. The Hidden Leaf Village was founded by the Uchiha and Senju together. Everything I do is for the good of the clan, and for the village. His voice grew impassioned as his Sharingan slowly activated, the tomo spinning in his pupils. We live in a world of war. Poverty and hardship ravage the lives of shinobi. Have you seen how this endless conflict has scarred the village? The Uchiha clan has always sought to end this cycle. We have shed our blood to protect the village and fight for peace. Tsunade blinked, stunned by his fervor. Our real enemies, Shirou continued, his eyes blazing, are those who seek to divide and destabilize the village. For a moment, silence filled the room. Tsunade's expression softened, her usual stern demeanor replaced with quiet seriousness. I understand, she finally said. I apologize for what I said earlier. Shirou was momentarily stunned. Tsunade, apologizing. But her character made sense of it. The future fifth Hokage was nothing if not principled, owning up to her words and actions. Tsunade's brown eyes sparkled with determination as she addressed him again. Go on. What's next? Taking a deep breath, Shirou withdrew a scroll from his pouch. It was time to take the next step, and bring Tsunade fully to his side. Chapter 15, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 15. What is this? Looking at the intelligence scroll Shirou had handed over, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. This seemed eerily familiar, the last time she had seen a scroll like this, it had nearly cost Nawaki his life. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she opened the scroll. Shirou's demeanor was equally serious. After handing over the scroll, he spoke in a low voice. Captain Tsunade, after I returned from the Naka Shrine, Elder Setsuna secretly gave me this intelligence scroll. As soon as Tsunade scanned the contents, fury flashed across her face. She slammed her fist onto the table in front of her. Crack! The table shattered. Damn it! Her bright brown eyes burned with anger. Someone had plotted against her. The information in the scroll was straightforward yet chilling. It contained intelligence supposedly from the future, written by Uchiha Shirou, of course. In summary, it predicted that after Nawaki's death, Tsunade would be emotionally devastated, leaving her vulnerable. This would create an opportunity to exploit her. Coincidentally, Tsunade had been preparing a medical proposal to present at the upcoming Jonin meeting, and Nawaki's death would likely strengthen her resolve to push that agenda. The analysis was tailored to her personality, an unsettling sign that whoever was behind it knew her intimately. The detail that truly troubled Tsunade was that very few people were even aware of the medical report she was preparing. Her anger surged. Shirou noticed her reaction and bowed his head, speaking in a serious tone. Captain Tsunade, Elder Setsuna's health isn't good. Based on my observations, he likely only has 2 or 3 years left. He paused, measuring her expression. I know this intelligence seems malicious, but the incident with Nawaki already proved its credibility. The reminder hit Tsunade hard, though she remained silent. So, what about this intelligence? Shirou continued. Feigning earnestness, he added, Captain Tsunade, even if this was uncovered by Elder Setsuna, it could still be the work of enemy villages. Given the ongoing war, we must remain vigilant. At this, Shirou's expression turned resolute, as though he truly believed his own words. Captain Tsunade, I believe this is a ploy by enemy spies, to drive a wedge between the Senju clan and the village. Tsunade stared at him coldly, a sharp smirk forming on her lips. You brat. No wonder the Uchiha clan let you approach Kushina. I suppose that, too, was influenced by this intelligence, wasn't it? Without waiting for a response, she tossed the scroll back at him. Shirou hurriedly caught it, his eyes widening in mock surprise as he scanned the document again. His voice trembled with feigned shock. This. The scroll's contents mirrored his previous mission, to approach a specific target. This time, however, the target wasn't Uzumaki Kushina, it was Tsunade herself, the Senju princess. The parallel was unnerving. What's wrong, brat? Tsunade smirked, watching him flounder. Shirou lowered his head, a flush creeping over his face. Internally, Tsunade scoffed. Where did all that righteous fervor go? This guy had even dared to make her apologize once. Now, he was like a cow sitting on an explosive tag, ready to blow at any moment. But then, she paused, considering her options. With her experience and standing, she could see the situation far more clearly than Shirou. It was highly likely that this intelligence network was a powerful tool, deeply embedded within the Uchiha clan's infrastructure. Moreover, Elder Setsuna had once dared to challenge the village's authority. It stood to reason he would have hidden assets. And with the elder nearing the end of his life, Tsunade realized Shirou was precisely the kind of talent she could use. Hot-headed. Fiercely loyal to his clan and Konoha. Willing to shed blood if necessary. He even awakened his Sharingan out of guilt. A calculating smile crept across Tsunade's face. If this intelligence network fell into Shirou's hands, it wouldn't be much different from being under her control. "You're too naive," she said coolly, masking her thoughts with a scolding tone. Shirou flinched. "Captain Tsunade, I..." "Enough," she cut him off, her sharp gaze pinning him in place. "Your Uchiha clan's goodwill has been received by the Senju clan. I don't care about Kushina, but remember this, don't try to play any tricks on me." Her words carried an unmistakable warning. Shirou nodded hurriedly. "Captain Tsunade, you have my word." "I swear on the honor of the Uchiha." Despite his solemn vow, Shirou's mind raced. If he truly followed through with the mission to approach Uzumaki Kushina, it would paint a target on his back, especially from the third Hokage's faction. He had no intention of becoming another Nawaki, killed in the shadows during a routine mission. This mission was one he planned to go through the motions with, nothing more. "Good," Tsunade said finally. "This matter ends here. Keep your clan's business clean, or I won't be so forgiving next time." Shirou nodded again, his expression serious. "Understood, Captain Tsunade. I will uphold the Uchiha clan's integrity. And as for the scroll, I'll ensure its contents remain confidential." He was telling the truth. The Uchiha had their methods to prevent leaks, mental seals to block enemy genjutsu from extracting information. Tsunade knew this too, which was why she had never attempted to probe Shirou with genjutsu after he'd collapsed from awakening his Sharingan. The intelligence scroll wasn't merely a warning. It was a gesture of goodwill, a subtle but deliberate attempt by the Uchiha to bridge the gap with Konoha and earn trust. Tsunade saw through it all, but she played along. She knew when to bide her time. As for Shirou, he heaved a sigh of relief as he carefully tucked the scroll away. For now, Elder Setsuna's burden was his to bear, but he would carry it, if only for the sake of his clan. Chapter 16, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 16. Leaves rustled. Ding, ding. Kunai, shuriken, and ninja swords clashed repeatedly as two figures separated in the training field. "Shirokuin, you've been improving quite nicely lately." Mikoto smiled with satisfaction as she slowly sheathed her sword. Panting heavily, Shirou sat down, somewhat disheveled, on the soft grass. Looking at Mikoto, who was just 3 years older than him, he smiled. "Sister Mikoto, congratulations on becoming a special jonin." At 15 years old, Mikoto, a special jonin skilled in genjutsu, fire release, and swordsmanship, was already a standout talent within the Uchiha clan, wielding a two-tomo Sharingan. Faced with Shirou's congratulations, Mikoto's face softened into a gentle smile. "Shirokuin, you've also become quite adept at using your Sharingan." The two sat on the grass, enjoying the breeze, while Mikoto continued to guide Shirou with her gentle smile, pointing out his shortcomings. In the ninja world, almost every Kekkei Genkai brings a brief period of explosive growth after awakening. Whether it's in chakra or physical strength varies depending on the bloodline's focus. For us Uchiha, once the Sharingan is awakened, we focus on chakra. With the Sharingan's assistance, learning ninjutsu and genjutsu becomes significantly easier. As Shirou panted and listened to Mikoto's detailed explanation of the Sharingan's power, he couldn't help but feel a rush of emotion. The Sharingan is like a cheat code, just awakening it makes one a genius. From the original series, you could gather some information. Haku gained immense power as soon as he awakened his bloodline limit. Similarly, Uchiha Sasuke's strength skyrocketed after unlocking the Sharingan, especially after training with Kakashi for just a month. A ninja's physical abilities and chakra generally accumulate over time, but for those with bloodline powers, awakening or evolving them feels like a glitch in the system. Take Sasuke, for instance. Every time his Sharingan evolved, his strength increased dramatically in a very short period. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is indeed powerful, but that power is also why many in the clan lose their way. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, trying to master all of them often turns geniuses into mediocrities. You've already awakened your Sharingan, but when it comes to ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, it's best to focus on one path of development. Shirou nodded with a smile, but inside, he couldn't help but sigh. Kekkei Genkai ninjas are truly the elite of this world. The system of this world is broken. Unlocking and evolving a Kekkei Genkai is akin to a ninja undergoing a natural evolution in talent. Sister Mikoto, I understand what you mean. Every strong ninja has a unique style of ninjutsu, while those who try to master everything often end up mediocre, squandering their talent. The two of them sat there, catching their breath on the peaceful training grounds. Shirou wiped the sweat from his brow and pulled out a purple headband from his ninja pouch. Congratulations, Special Jonin Uchiha Mikoto. Seeing the gift, Mikoto giggled and gave a charming smile. Thank you, Shirokuen. There's a saying, if she's inexperienced, show her the wonders of the world. If she's already jaded, take her on a carousel ride. Given Mikoto's status, she lacked nothing in terms of ninja tools or techniques, so Shirou knew better than to offer something she didn't need. At that moment, Mikoto took out a pair of black wrist guards with a chuckle, saying, Congratulations to you too, Chunin Uchiha Shirou. Shirou was stunned. Chunin. Seeing his expression, Mikoto chuckled again. Of course. The promotion letter has already been sent to the clan. You'll probably see it when you get home. As expected from the Uchiha clan, everything, even Hokage promotions, had to go through the family first. Thank you, Sister Mikoto. Accepting the black wrist guards, Shirou smiled, but just as he was about to put them on, his eyes suddenly widened. Sister Mikoto, isn't this a little too valuable? Before he could say any more, Mikoto's gentle laughter interrupted him. Valuable. For me, Shirokuen is more valuable than any item. Beneath her warm smile, there was a hint of the characteristic obsession found within the Uchiha clan. After a moment of surprise, Shiroya smiled and chose to accept the gift. The wrist guards featured a hidden sword symbol. These were sealing wrist guards, designed to conceal ninja tools, and they were incredibly rare. Shirou remembered that in the original series, Sasuke used something similar in his battle against Itachi. Mikoto. At the sound of the voice, Mikoto turned to see someone approaching, and she smiled. Shirou also smiled. Kushina. A head of vibrant red hair swayed in the sunlight as Uzumaki Kushina, wearing long black socks and a genuine smile, waved and hurried toward them. Shirokuen. It was clear Kushina still felt a bit distant from Shirou. After all, in the original series, while Kushina eventually became very affectionate, she initially struggled to feel a sense of belonging in Konoha. Kushina. Seeing her, Mikoto greeted her with a smile. Congratulations, Mikoto, on becoming a special jonin. As soon as they met, Kushina laughed heartily and gave Mikoto a big hug, showing just how close they were. Shirou, on the other hand, could tell Kushina still harbored some resentment toward him, or rather, at this point, she remained emotionally distant from most people except a select few. Without saying much, Shirou moved to a corner of the training grounds to familiarize himself with the sealing wrist guards Mikoto had given him. At the side of the training field, Shirou examined the wrist guards, sighing to himself. Being born into the right family is a skill. The Uchiha clan's skill with shuriken jutsu was famous throughout the ninja world, and with the added power of the Sharingan, it became even more formidable. Mikoto's gift was not only well hidden but also something that could prove invaluable in critical moments. As Shirou was lost in thought, the bushes nearby rustled, and a stiff voice sounded. Mikoto sure is biased, giving you something so valuable. Seeing the figure that appeared, Shirou squinted his eyes. Kushina, or rather, your shadow clone. The Uzumaki name is well deserved. Shirou smiled as he spoke, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the real Kushina chatting with Mikoto in the distance. The shadow clone technique, a B-rank skill, required a significant amount of chakra, enough to stump most people. Kushina glared at him unhappily, as if he had taken something precious from her, her eyes filled with hostility. Kushina, you seem to have a lot of animosity toward me, don't you? Shirou smiled, but Kushina's eyes narrowed threateningly. Shirokuen, Mikoto has already told me everything. I might go along with it, but you'd better stay away from her. In Konoha, aside from Lady Mito and Tsunade, Mikoto was one of Kushina's few friends of the same age. Because of this, Kushina cherished their friendship deeply. Shirou, seeing Kushina's threatening gaze, narrowed his eyes in response. A yandere. No. It was more like a child guarding a treasured toy, unwilling to share it. Or rather, the former princess of the Uzumaki clan, who finally had a friend, wasn't ready to let anyone else close. After all, this ninja world is deeply twisted. But this twisted world. I absolutely love it. P.S. If Shirou were to somehow die, would Mikoto awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Chapter 17, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 17. Corner of the training field. Stay away from Mikoto. Shirou looked at Kushina with a smirk. In reality, Kushina, you're the one who should stay rational. After all, you're the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Shirou's blunt declaration made Kushina's pupils contract. The one thing she least wanted to confront had been laid bare before her. Seeing the flicker of loneliness in Kushina's eyes as his words struck home, Shirou's smile turned calm. Don't worry. The Uchiha possess the strongest power. We don't need to rely on someone like you. His gaze carried a touch of arrogance, quintessentially Uchiha. Yet, inwardly, Shirou was muttering to himself. He was acting this way to further his plans. After all, getting close to someone as guarded as Kushina was no easy feat. Not everyone had the same opportunity as Namikaze Minato, who had the entirety of Konoha crafting a stage for his grand play. In the original story, just a few shinobi from the Hidden Cloud had managed to infiltrate Konoha, evading the police force, the ANBU, route, and the intelligence department. They even infiltrated the Senju compound and successfully captured a hostage. Ridiculous. Even more absurdly, these cloud ninjas strolled out of the village undetected, completely ignoring the hairs scattered along their path. And, of course, they were ultimately defeated by Namikaze Minato, a chunin at the time, who hadn't yet mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. You. Kushina's eyes turned red as she glared at Shirou, her fiery temper flaring, a shield against her inner vulnerabilities. Shirou, however, remained unruffled. Kushina, your role may be important, but Sister Mikoto can convey the goodwill of the Uchiha clan through you. There's no need for you to overthink things. Instead, you should be more cautious. As the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, you'll attract many who covet your power or seek to manipulate it. Don't let yourself be used, or worse, let Mikoto get hurt because of it. Shirou subtly turned the tables on Kushina, encouraging her to remain vigilant. If I can't have it, why should you? Besides, he was confident that his efforts would make even someone like Tsunade, already wary, more cautious about Kushina's potential manipulation. Humph. I don't need you to tell me that. Kushina snorted, forming a quick hand seal. Her shadow clone dispersed, and simultaneously, the real Kushina, chatting with Mikoto in the distance, froze momentarily. Kushina. What's wrong? Mikoto's concern brought Kushina back to her senses. She smiled brightly. It's nothing. Their laughter echoed across the training field as Shirou, observing from afar, wisely decided to retreat. A month later. Time flew by. Over a month had passed since Shirou returned from the Omegakuren's front lines. Night fell over Konoha, but the Hokage's office remained brightly lit. In the meeting room, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat at the head of the table, flanked by Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Utatane. Their authoritative gazes set the tone for the Jonin Council meeting. The situation on the Omegakure battlefield is growing increasingly dire, Hiruzen began. While this appears to be a war between the Omegakure, Sunagakure, and us, in reality, all 5 great shinobi villages are involved. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure are covertly supporting the Omegakure, sending elite squads. And now, Sunagakure has formally declared war on US. The third Hokage's commanding tone filled the room as his sharp eyes scanned the attending Jonin. The Jonin wore grim expressions. Though Sunagakure was the only village to declare open war, they all knew the truth, the Shinobi World War had begun. A month had passed since the tragedy involving Nawaki. Tsunade seemed to have come to terms with the loss. Standing during the council meeting, she cast a glance at Jiraiya before addressing the room. Regarding missions that require foreman squads operating behind enemy lines for extended periods, survival rates and mission success would increase significantly if one of the 4 were a medical nin. Tsunade's voice was firm as she outlined her proposal. Many Jonin nodded in agreement. Having a medical nin in each squad was a game-changer. Her strategy was not new, she had long advocated for it. But this was the first time she presented a fully developed system to the council, encompassing medical institutions and training programs for medical nin. As her vision unfolded, the Jonin murmured their approval. Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Utatane exchanged glances before looking at Hiruzen, who sighed deeply and addressed Tsunade. You're right, Tsunade, but we are in the midst of a war. Establishing a medical system requires time and resources we simply don't have. Though rejected, Tsunade remained calm, surprising even Jiraiya. Orochimaru, too, raised a brow at her unusual composure. Internally, however, Tsunade grew suspicious. The village isn't lacking in funds, so why won't they support this? Is it because the Senju cannot be allowed to rise again? I support Tsunade's proposal. A calm, firm voice broke the tension. It was Kato Dan, his light blue hair catching the light as he stood resolutely. I don't want the sacrifices of the ninjas up until now to be in vain. We should learn from these losses. Dan's determined tone reverberated through the room, leaving Jiraiya astonished. What surprised him even more was the dangerous smile that appeared on Tsunade's face after receiving his support. Tsunade, the old man isn't outright opposed, it's just due to the current battlefield situation, Jiraiya said, thinking her anger was directed at the third Hokage. However, Tsunade knew better. As Dan voiced his support, her anger surged. Good, so this is the plan. First Nawaki, and now this blatantly staged support from a jonin. Layer after layer of traps aimed at me and the Senju clan. She had been unable to find any issues with Nawaki's death, which could be dismissed as an accident. But now, with Dan. Shut up, she snapped at Jiraiya, who shrank back with nervous laughter, knowing better than to provoke her further. Suppressing her fury, Tsunade felt a shred of relief. At least Jiraiya and Orochimaru weren't part of this scheme. Jonin Kato, what you said is very reasonable. However, the village. The third Hokage rarely showed such appreciation as he praised Dan's passion for the village. Yet, he also explained the challenges the village faced, making his position clear. To Tsunade, this was further confirmation of Dan's true role. At that moment, as she looked at the three seated at the head, her grandfather's former students, she found their righteous appearances deeply ironic. Summoning technique. Jiraiya, sensing her movements, looked on with suspicion. Why would Tsunade use a summoning technique now? If it were anyone else, the action would warrant investigation, but as a member of the founding Senju clan, Tsunade's loyalty to Konoha was beyond question. Chapter 18, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 18. The Hokage building of Konoha. This Jonin meeting had lasted for more than 2 hours before it finally adjourned. Tsunade. Jiraiya opened his mouth to ask something, but at that moment, Tsunade lazily yawned, a faint, serene smile appearing on her face. It seemed that, at this moment, she had finally let go of the matter regarding Nawaki. Now, in her prime, Tsunade's charm was at its peak. That smile caused quite a few of the Jonin present to feel their hearts skip a beat. It wasn't just her beauty, her strength, her prestigious lineage, every aspect of Tsunadeheim marked her as one of the pinnacles of Konoha. Tsunadeheim, the genuine princess. Tsunade's light brown eyes swept over the expressions of those present, and she couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Trying to scheme against me, huh? No matter how many hungry wolves lurk among you, I'll make you regret it soon enough. Orochimaru, how about grabbing a drink together? At this moment, Jiraiya burst into laughter and slung an arm around Orochimaru, who was just about to leave. He turned his gaze toward Tsunade. Idiot. Faced with Jiraiya's actions, Orochimaru coldly spat out the word. Though his words were disdainful, his actions showed no rejection. Instead, he glanced at Tsunade. It was evident that, despite his cold demeanor, Orochimaru was concerned for her. After all, as teammates, they naturally wanted to look out for her now that she was recovering. However, this time, faced with the invitation from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Tsunade lazily waved her hand and replied with a smile, drinks. Sure, but another day. With a casual wave, she walked toward the door, her face feigning a look of anticipation. Watching Tsunade leave, Jiraiya stared wide-eyed, momentarily stunned. He had never seen this side of Tsunade before. Orochimaru, let's go have a drink. Jiraiya's voice was filled with excitement, but Orochimaru only responded with a disdainful glance. Idiot Jiraiya. Hey, Orochimaru, what's that supposed to mean? Are you going or not? Inside the conference room, Jiraiya's loud complaints echoed as Orochimaru headed toward the exit. Outside the Hokage building. You called me here in the middle of the night? Under the dim light of a lamppost, Shirou yawned, with a slug perched on his shoulder. It's a message from Lady Tsunade, so it must be correct. She also asked you to wear your best outfit, the slug's gentle voice echoed, bringing a refreshing feeling, though it was, unfortunately, still a slug. Shirou frowned as he looked at the Hokage office. What's Tsunade up to in the middle of the night? Could it be something urgent on the front lines? But why would she ask me to wear my best clothes? In the dead of night, Shirou wore a pure white kimono paired with black pants. His slightly open chest revealed a glimpse of well-toned muscles. Black arm guards extended from his forearms to his hands, while a black belt secured a straight ninja blade at his waist. At that moment, a stream of jonin wearing their vests walked out of the Hokage building. Shirou quickly put on a respectful demeanor. At all times, it was essential to show sufficient respect to the strong. Among the exiting figures, Dan Kato wore a gentle smile. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, his lips curled into a faint smile, and he felt a surge of excitement. Finally. My efforts have finally drawn Tsunadeheim's attention. Shirou. Dan took a deep breath, preparing for what was to come, but Tsunade, draped in a blue cloak that night, brushed past him, running toward someone else with a doting expression. What? Dan stared in disbelief, and the other jonin exiting the building also widened their eyes in shock. Under the lamplight, Tsunade, wearing a fond smile, ran up to Shirou and suddenly embraced him. Reflexively, Shirou caught her. The next moment, a threatening whisper reached his ears. Hold me and spin. What the heck? Shirou's youthful face froze in astonishment, his mind failing to catch up. Meanwhile, Tsunade covertly used her medical ninjutsu to manipulate his nerves. In the next moment, under the dim light of the lamppost, Shirou, who was a head shorter than Tsunade, held her by the waist and spun her around. At that moment, Tsunade beamed a radiant smile, like a true princess. Shirou's eyes widened in disbelief. There's a move like this? Shirou, you've been waiting for me, haven't you? At such close proximity, the unique fragrance around her lingered. Under Tsunade's fond laughter, not only did Shirou's mind go blank, but even Jiraiya, observing from afar, was utterly stunned. This is Tsunade. Jiraiya blurted out in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. When had Tsunade ever shown this kind of expression? Doting. Toward a male ninja. And not just any ninja, but a member of the Uchiha clan. What's more, he's just a kid. You brat, just stay quiet now, whispered Tsunade threateningly into Shirou's ear. Then, her expression softened again, and she smiled with satisfaction at the finely dressed Shirou. Damn it. Shirou's eyes widened, realizing the truth. Seeing so many jonin around, he understood, he was being used as a shield. Tsunade, you. Jiraiya, what are you trying to do? In an instant, Tsunade's face turned angry. Instinctively, Jiraiya, still in shock, blurted out, Tsunade, you're robbing the cradle. You're dead, Jiraiya. Tsunade's furious fist came crashing down. Startled, Jiraiya barely dodged. With a loud boom, the ground shattered into a crater. Tsunade, are you trying to kill me? Jiraiya, drenched in cold sweat, glanced at the snakes coiled around his waist. If not for them pulling him back, he might have taken that punch. Behind him, Orochimaru retracted the snakes, muttering, idiot Jiraiya. Although usually cold, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes briefly flicked toward Shirou. Then, in a hoarse voice, he said, Tsunade, isn't this young man the one who graduated from the academy last year? Last year, Nawaki joined Orochimaru's team, Minato joined Jiraiya's team, and Shirou joined Tsunade's team. A rookie from last year. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he looked again at the boy beside Tsunade, who was much younger. Tsunade, have you lost your mind? Before he could finish his sentence, Tsunade's cold gaze silenced him instantly. The memory of her iron fists froze him in place, swallowing the rest of his words. Haha, everything's fine, Tsunade. Everything's fine, Jiraiya muttered nervously. Meanwhile, Shirou forced a stiff smile. What kind of situation is this? With Tsunade in front of me, I do look like I'm leeching off her. Lady Tsunade. At the same time, by the gate, Denkato forced a rigid smile as he watched the scene unfold. P.S. Green Hat. Chapter 19, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 19. Under the dim streetlights outside the Hokage Tower, many jonin exchanged glances, astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Could it be that Princess Tsunade of the Land of Fire has taken up with the Uchiha? This joke has gone way too far. Son. Lady Tsunade. Denkato approached with a bright smile, not sparing a glance at Shirou, but respectfully greeting Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Do you need something? Tsunade, her expression indifferent, spoke calmly to the unfamiliar jonin, Denkato. Her tone carried an unmistakable air of arrogance. Dan, however, maintained his sincere smile as he faced her. Lady Tsunade, I believe the medical system reform you proposed earlier is correct. Tsunade nodded coolly at this flattering remark, but Dan, gritting his teeth, pressed on. Missing this opportunity would make it harder for him to gain her favor. During the night raid a year ago, I lost my younger sister in the war. For that reason, I fully support the medical system discussed in today's meeting. Might I have a chance to discuss this further with you? Dan's smile was heartfelt, as though he genuinely resonated with her pain. After all, as a ninja who had also lost a family member, he believed they shared common ground. He had lost his sister, and Tsunade had lost her brother. Shirou, hearing this, was speechless. It was apparent that being proactive in revealing one's past and doing so passively were entirely different approaches. Denkato's methods were exactly as they appeared in the original story. What a pity. Tsunade's expression turned cold as she realized someone was trying to manipulate her yet again. However, she suppressed her anger and lazily waved her hand with a smile, saying, Enough. I've said all I need to. The third Hokage's judgment is correct. For now, the village's priority is to win this war. She gave Den no further opportunity. Instead, she turned to Shirou with a smile. Shirou, we can check on your condition tonight. Chuckling softly, Shirou awkwardly put his arm around her slender waist, disappearing with her into the dim streetlights. The jonin exiting the Hokage Tower stared wide-eyed at the sight. It seemed Princess Tsunade had indeed chosen a Uchiha. This was explosive news. As Tsunade left, Jiraiya's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open. After a long moment, he exclaimed in a comical tone. No wonder Tsunade hasn't been interested in anyone all these years. Turns out she likes younger guys. Though Jiraiya joked, Orochimaru exchanged a glance with him, both of them recognizing something off about the situation. Their gazes briefly shifted to Dan Kato. They knew Tsunade well and saw through his overeager performance. Dan Kato's overly familiar behavior and his mention of his deceased sister were a calculated attempt to approach Tsunade. Awkwardly, Dan forced a couple of dry laughs before leaving. Inside the Hokage's office at the Hokage Tower, under the dark sky. Third Hokage, the Jonin meeting has concluded. Regarding Lady Tsunade. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Koharu Uchiha frowned in disapproval. Hiruzen, what is Tsunade doing? What is she planning? Doesn't she understand how dangerous the Uchiha are? Her sharp questioning was echoed by Hamura Mitokato, who adjusted his glasses with a displeased expression. Compared to Koharu, however, he was more composed. Hiruzen, has Tsunade discovered something? Their observations as seasoned ninjas had not missed Tsunade's unusual behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing deeply on his pipe, looked at them with a calm expression. It's likely that Dan Kato's actions earlier caused her displeasure. Tsunade summoned a summoning beast during the meeting, leading to what happened outside. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Sarutobi shook his head. This is Tsunade's way of pushing back the Senju and the Uchiha. That's her counterattack. Sarutobi's measured tone, however, only deepened Koharu's dissatisfaction and apprehension. Hiruzen, the peace we've achieved in the village didn't come easily. Tsunade is going too far this time. Her status is far too sensitive. This was just Dan Kato's behavior. Allowing the Senju and Uchiha, or Tsunade and any ninja from a major clan, to form an alliance will only destabilize the village. Koharu's sharp words reflected her concern over Tsunade's influential status. They didn't object to Tsunade being with a minor, powerless jonin, but were firmly against her associating with prominent clans. Dan Kato's investigation into Tsunade hadn't escaped their notice. It was tacitly approved, leading to his prepared stance during the jonin meeting. After all, Tsunade's medical system reform proposal had long been reported to the Hokage. The jonin meeting merely brought it into the open. Faced with their worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to dismiss them, his tone firm. Tsunade may have overstepped, but the war in the Land of Rain takes precedence. Mentioning the war shifted their focus to the grim situation. Hiruzen, the White Fang's influence is growing. It's time for Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade to take on more responsibility. Sarutobi looked at his two old friends, exhaling smoke as resolve hardened in his eyes. You're right. With the Great War looming and all nations eyeing the Land of Fire, I won't allow any internal instability. I plan to have Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya lead a ninja army to the Land of Grass. They'll coordinate with the White Fang's forces to counter the Hidden Rain village. If the conflict escalates, they'll be ready to enter the battlefield. As Sarutobi discussed troop movements with Koharu and Hamura, the office door suddenly slammed open. Danzo Shimura stormed in, visibly angry. Hiruzen, the Senju and Uchiha uniting is no small matter. How can you just sit by and do nothing? Danzo's outburst elicited a sharp reprimand from Sarutobi. Danzo. I am the Hokage. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo's glare was filled with resentment as he stormed out. Koharu and Hamura exchanged helpless glances, sighing. Danzo, the war in the Land of Rain is critical. Tsunade's situation is for Hiruzen to decide. Danzo dismissed their attempts to calm him, slamming the door and growling. Hiruzen, leave that wicked Uchiha brat to me. Danzo, you. Hamura tried to stop him, but Sarutobi raised a hand to intervene, his tone hoarse. Let him be. The war in the Land of Rain is the priority. As the Hokage's office focused on war strategies, the night was anything but peaceful. Tsunade had chosen an Uchiha. Chapter 20, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 20. Reminder, make sure to subscribe to Naruto Verse tier to get bonus chapter for this book. The Uchiha clan. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Shirou found himself abruptly abandoned by Tsunade. Frustrated, he had barely made it back home when he ran into a flustered Fugaku. Shirou. Is it true? Are you involved with Lady Tsunade? The moment they met at the door, Fugaku's shocked gaze fixed on him. Having received the news late at night, Fugaku was utterly dumbfounded, then completely astonished. The clan's mission was simple, approach the future Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. But in such a short time, you've skipped past Kushina entirely and ended up with Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan. This wasn't just completing the mission, it was exceeding all expectations. Between Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade, anyone in the village would know which connection carried more weight. Captain Fugaku, let me explain. Watching Fugaku's stunned expression, Shirou felt as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of dirt. Waving his hand in exasperation, he tried to explain. But Fugaku shook his head. Shirou, there's no need to explain. I understand. The clan sees your sacrifice and dedication. Fugaku's gaze lingered on Shirou's handsome face, and he couldn't help but murmur internally. No wonder the clan elders and his father insisted Shirou take on this mission. When it comes to charm, he truly surpasses everyone else. Shirou, the clan leader and elders have called for an emergency meeting. Hearing this, Shirou felt utterly helpless. Damn it. He had just returned, and the news had already spread. By tomorrow, the entire Leaf Village would know. Of course, he appreciated Tsunade's qualities. But the problem was that his current strength wasn't enough to handle such a powerful woman. There were too many risks involved. After all, in the original timeline, Kato Dan didn't survive, and her brother Nawaki met a tragic end as well. The hidden dangers surrounding Tsunade were just too numerous to ignore. Without absolute strength, he had no intention of standing out, he only wanted to blend into the larger group. But things had spiraled completely out of his control. The clan leader's chamber. Under dim candlelight, the Uchiha clan leader and elders, woken in the middle of the night, sat solemnly in their chairs. They remained silent, still processing the news. The young man before them had been tasked with forming ties with the future Jinchuriki. Yet somehow, he had surpassed expectations, connecting with Tsunade, something they hadn't even considered. Clan leader, elders. Facing the two senior figures, Shirou reluctantly began explaining. He described how Tsunade had used him as a shield in public, emphasizing that their relationship was not real. The elder Uchiha figures softened their stern expressions and exchanged thoughtful glances. Representing the Senju clan, Tsunade's public actions carry meaning, one elder mused, his tone contemplative. The clan leader nodded solemnly. Indeed. Could it be related to White Fang's position? They seemed to reach an understanding. Several prominent clans, including the Senju, supported White Fang, creating tension with the current Hokage's administration. Could this act by Tsunade be an olive branch to the Uchiha? If this is a gesture of goodwill from the Senju, our clan must acknowledge it. Joining forces with other families could secure the village's trust in us. Their intense gaze is shifted toward Shirou, whose attempts to protest died in his throat. After a moment of consideration, he realized there might be an opportunity in this. Shirou, the clan needs you. Should the situation demand it, we hope you'll make sacrifices for the sake of the Uchiha and the village. It was clear what they were implying. With a deep breath, Shirou adopted a resolute expression. For the honor of the Uchiha, I am willing to act as a bridge between our clan and the village, he declared solemnly. In the shadows, Uchiha Fugaku stood silently, suppressing the complicated feelings in his heart. How could the proud Uchiha clan stoop to such levels? And yet, looking at Shirou's unwavering determination, Fugaku couldn't help but feel admiration. I am not as selfless as you, Shirou, he thought. As Shirou's plans unfolded, the clan prepared for what they hoped would be an advantageous alliance. With Tsunade's quirks detailed in their intelligence reports, the elders reassured him that the clan would provide all the necessary resources to win her trust. All the while, Fugaku felt a deep unease. This wasn't just a mission, it was a transformation of what it meant to be a proud Uchiha. Chapter 21, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 21. The Senju clan. In the brightly lit study, Tsunade, who carried a bold and carefree persona outside, transformed into a quiet and obedient girl once she returned home, sitting properly to one side. Tsunade, you were far too impulsive this time. Uzumaki Mito, though aged and aware of the Senju clan's decline, was not blind to her granddaughter's actions. The Senju may have weakened, but they were far from extinct. When Tsunade returned home, Mito's expression had turned grave as she fixed her gaze on her granddaughter. However, Tsunade lifted her head with rare defiance and said, Grandma Mito, those old fools have gone too far, first Nawaki, and now me. Facing Tsunade's outburst, Mito sighed softly and shook her head. What's done is done. But have you considered the consequences of dragging the Uchiha clan into this? What kind of people were the Uchiha? Mito knew all too well. While they might seem agreeable most of the time, their extremist tendencies could easily lead to trouble if pushed too far. Tsunade, however, disagreed with Mito's caution. Her voice grew firm and resolute. Grandma Mito, those Uchiha elders have already provided critical intelligence on 2 occasions. It's clear as day, they want to return to the center of power after years of isolation. And tonight, my actions were a warning to everyone in Konoha, the Senju are still here. If pushed too far, we'll ally with the Uchiha. Tsunade's declaration was fierce. In her youth and pride, she could not tolerate repeated schemes against her. This was her retaliation. Grandma, this is also what the Uchiha want. Tsunade looked deeply at her grandmother and continued in a measured tone, this wasn't a rash decision. I thought it through carefully. As for Uchiha Shirou, let's not discuss him for now. During the war, I observed the young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, in secret. He's loyal to the village. While I don't know much about the current Uchiha elders, I do know Fugaku is nearing his 20s, with a maturity of mind and character to match. Her gaze bore into Mito's, her seriousness unmistakable. Moreover, involving the Uchiha will ease much of the pressure on the Senju. It was clear what Tsunade intended, to use the Uchiha to share the burden of the scrutiny and hostility directed at the Senju. Mito, astute as ever, immediately grasped the implications. While she had her reservations about the Uchiha's past, she recognized Tsunade's faith in Fugaku's loyalty to the village. And what about that boy, Shirou? Mito asked with a wry smile, realizing Tsunade had made up her mind. Oh, Shirou. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile as she teased, isn't he perfect? His actions will kill off any disloyal thoughts in the village. Besides, he has a personality that wouldn't betray Konoha. We need the Uchiha's voice to be heard anyway. Tsunade understood Shirou's staunch commitment to the will of fire and his usefulness in keeping her informed of the Uchiha's plans. Seeing her granddaughter's resolve, Mito frowned. Though she felt Tsunade's approach was impulsive, a part of her, still simmering with suppressed anger and resentment over what had happened to her grandchildren, couldn't disagree. First Nawaki, then Tsunade. Who could tolerate such affronts? If not for her advanced age, she would have unleashed the power of the Nine Tails long ago to deter these schemers. So be it, Mito finally said. The battlefield in the Land of Rain is treacherous, but the Uchiha clan's fire techniques, while somewhat limited, remain formidable. When you go to the front lines, you can rest assured that the Uchiha ninja will cooperate. Mito was certain the Uchiha clan would follow orders to ensure their reintegration into Konoha's trust. The next day, the news that Princess Tsunade had taken a liking to a young Uchiha spread like wildfire through Konoha. It became the talk of the town. The flower of Konoha, the pride of the Land of Fire, even the Shinobi World's most prominent beauty, had been plucked. Bang. The laboratory doors burst open as a flushed and furious Uzumaki Kushina stormed in. Glaring at Tsunade, she shouted, "Sister Tsunade, did Uchiha Shirou seduce you?" Seeing Kushina's protective outrage, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Era. Is my Kushina-chan jealous? She teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Kushina, however, gritted her teeth and snapped, "I knew it. Those evil Uchiha. Pretending to approach me when their real target was you all along." Fuming, Kushina felt utterly deceived. The evil Uchiha, even Sister Tsunade, had been duped. Tsunade put down her tools, hands on her hips as she laughed heartily. "Kushina, this isn't very ninja-like of you. Shinobi must always remain calm." Sitting down, she looked at Kushina with a hint of worry. First Nawaki. Then herself. Would Kushina be next? If Shirou had heard Tsunade's thoughts, he would have chuckled, exactly right. That's the order. Kushina, Nawaki's incident is in the past, but during the Jonin Council last night, someone. Seeing the innocence in Kushina's eyes, Tsunade rarely showed such a serious expression as she recounted the events of the previous night. Though Kushina didn't yet understand, Tsunade subtly mentioned Nawaki's fate, planting seeds of caution. What? Kushina's eyes widened in shock, disbelief written all over her face. Sister Tsunade, how could Shinobi in the village stoop so low as to scheme against you? Kato Dan's words from the previous night seemed too coincidental to Tsunade, who couldn't shake her suspicions. Coincidence after coincidence, with no tangible evidence, it was too perfect. And that was the problem. Kushina, you must be careful. Not everyone in this village is trustworthy, Tsunade said solemnly, looking at her with deep concern. P.S. Poor Minato. You know what my position represents. Despite that, there are still those who dare to act against me. Your situation is no different. If even the Uchiha are involved, who knows what others might do? Kushina's alarm grew, and she nodded fervently. Don't worry, Sister Tsunade. I'll be careful from now on. As a foreigner from the land of whirlpools, Kushina had always felt somewhat out of place. Tsunade's warning only heightened her awareness. Meanwhile, Shirou's strategic leaks had achieved their desired effect. Tsunade and the Senju clan were now on guard against Konoha itself. When it came to exploiting others for personal gain, Shirou was a master. Don't call me Shirou. I am Aizen. Chapter 22, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 22. The Senju clan, Tsunade's medical laboratory. At noon, Shirou, familiar with the routine, arrived at the laboratory once again. Shirou, tell me, how does it feel to exceed the mission's requirements? Tsunade, lounging lazily in her office chair, wore a teasing smile as she gazed at him. Shirou glanced at the 4-line recently inserted into his arm. A flicker of defiance crossed his face, but he quickly fell silent. He bore the weight of his mission and the burden of humiliation as if carrying the world on his shoulders, his frustration plain for all to see. Captain Tsunade, the Uchiha may have made mistakes in the past, but now we only wish to protect the village alongside everyone else, not to remain isolated. His raspy voice conveyed the plight of his clan once again, pleading their case. In Tsunade's eyes, Shirou standing before her, though serving as her spy, was also a passionate defender of his clan. All right. That's ancient history. Let it go already. Tsunade's breezy nature showed as she waved dismissively, chuckling. The enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans had long faded into history. After all, how many Senju remained in Konoha now? Shirou, aren't you going to explain about the intel you've delivered twice? Under her meaningful gaze, Shirou's expression turned resolute. Captain Tsunade, the situation on the Omega-Kure battlefield is critical. Based on the previous intel, it's hard to definitively claim that the village's upper echelons are behind all of this. I apologize for the matter with Nawaki, but investigations concluded it was an accident. And as for last night, Captain Tsunade, you of all people should understand the weight of your status. In essence, I, a Uchiha who believes in the will of fire, refuse to believe the village could be so corrupt. There must be bad apples in the mix. Yet, as Shirou spoke, his tone faltered, as if even he didn't fully believe his own words. Despite this, he forced himself to continue with feigned conviction. Captain Tsunade, your influence is significant. Even in private, there's talk in the village and within the Uchiha clan. They say whoever marries you has a good chance of becoming Hokage. As for Jonin Kato Dan, perhaps his actions were personal rather than conspiratorial. His flawed reasoning screamed of someone clinging desperately to faith in the village, masking the truth with an unyielding belief in the will of fire. Personal. Accidental. Tsunade smirked faintly and elegantly crossed her long, slender legs. Her composed demeanor exuded a serene beauty. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her golden hair. For a moment, she seemed tranquil and still. In the ninja world, chakra was a blend of spiritual and physical energy. Nearly all strong ninjas possessed steadfast beliefs. When those beliefs were shattered, their strength often faltered. As the saying goes, a darkened heart grows tenfold stronger, but redemption weakens by threefold. Shirou had no intention of breaking anyone's beliefs. Instead, he preferred to sow seeds of doubt. Once cracks formed in someone's conviction, he could subtly shift their beliefs without them realizing it. Captain Tsunade, I believe in the will of fire, and I trust the village. Sensing Tsunade's wavering resolve, Shirou reaffirmed his own beliefs with determination. The implication was clear, if someone's faltering, it's you, not me. Even without manipulative tactics, simply providing foresight of future events was enough to nudge things in his favor. Planting seeds of doubt today would eventually grow into towering trees. Knowing the future and not using it for personal gain. That would be absurd. TCH, stubborn Uchiha brat. Watching Shirou continue his persuasion, Tsunade chuckled disdainfully. And your clan? Didn't you just say you were ready to sacrifice yourself for them in critical moments? Abruptly shifting her tone, Tsunade's sharp, amber-brown eyes pierced into him. Shirou took a deep breath. This was a test. Surely, Tsunade hadn't become the fifth Hokage by sheer luck. Her sharp mind constantly probed for weaknesses. But when acting, act flawlessly. Captain Tsunade, I. Shirou's face flushed as he struggled internally, torn between his clan and the village. To Tsunade, Shirou, her younger brother's peer, was bearing far more than he should for his age, burdened with loyalty to both clan and village. For a moment, Tsunade smirked sarcastically. The prideful Uchiha were setting aside their pride to integrate with Konoha, while certain people in high positions had forgotten who helped elevate them there in the first place. Satisfied with her test of Shirou's character, Tsunade's tone softened. Shirou, you'd better behave in the future. After all, the whole village, and even your Uchiha clan, are watching you. Her teasing yet affectionate tone sent a chill down Shirou's spine as Tsunade's sisterly gaze landed on him. Big sister beam. So bright, so big. But no time for distractions. Captain Tsunade, I was just trying to help out. Shirou muttered weakly, realizing the precariousness of his position. Last night was just a misunderstanding. Besides, I've already reported to my clan. They've approved funding for your research on Kekkei diseases, and they'll provide additional intel. He paused before adding, Captain Tsunade, about your reputation. The rumors about you loving sake and gambling too much. My clan can provide financial support if needed. Tsunade's face darkened with anger. What's that supposed to mean? Does this guy think I'm cheap? And what's this about gambling and sake? Are you trying to bribe me? Do I look like that kind of person? Captain Tsunade. That's not what I meant. Shirou stammered, overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the moment. With Tsunade observing closely, he felt like he was dancing on an explosive tag, caught in the tension between the Senju, Uchiha, and Konoha's politics. Tsunade, sipping tea with a mischievous smirk, remarked. Shirou, this is your chance to become the bridge between your clan and the village. Even though the Senju are weak now, our voice in the village still carries weight. The Senju were no longer the powerhouse they once were. But with the Uchiha's help, the events surrounding Nawaki and the Jonin Council had accelerated Tsunade's maturity. She was now facing Konoha's darkness head-on, understanding that threats didn't just come from enemies but sometimes from allies, or even from one's people. The village had nearly forgotten the Senju in just 2 decades. Now, Tsunade intended to remind them. Chapter 23, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 23. Konoha. News of Tsunadeheim from the Land of Fire seemingly taking in a men from the Uchiha clan spread through the village like wildfire. For a while, it became the hottest topic of gossip. More importantly, it marked the Uchiha clan stepping back into the spotlight. Although Shirou's actions were seen as disgraceful by some within his clan, they couldn't deny the benefits it brought, a signal of change. Tsunade's status was no small matter. By aligning with her, the Uchiha sent a clear message to all of Konoha: the once strained relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans might be thawing. This prompted other clans within the village to cautiously reach out to the Uchiha. The Uchiha had been isolated, not just because of their pride, but also due to their history. They were burdened with the blame for the first Hokage's death and, during the second Hokage's reign, had even attempted a rebellion. No one wanted to risk being burned by the volatile Uchiha. However, things had now changed. Even if Tsunade truly wanted to keep a Uchiha as her men, why make it so public? No clan leader was foolish enough to overlook the deliberate intent behind this move. Clans that had previously been on good terms with the Senju naturally picked up on the subtext and began building bridges with the Uchiha. At the Uchiha compound. Shirokuin, the sacrifices you've made for the clan will not be forgotten. Fugaku's expression was brimming with approval as he addressed Shirou, even smiling warmly. Did you know? The clan has already initiated contact with the Aburame clan. We've even allocated a forest on the outskirts of the village for their use. Hearing Fugaku's words, Shirou's eye twitched slightly, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. It almost sounded like he had sold his body for the clan's sake. Captain Fugaku, it's all for the restoration of the Uchiha's honor. Though he was inwardly scoffing, Shirou outwardly adopted a solemn and steadfast demeanor, declaring his loyalty with fervor. Fugaku, taken aback by Shirou's sincerity, awkwardly coughed to mask his discomfort. Indeed, this was a significant step for the clan, a positive beginning, at least. But for Shirou, this wasn't exactly great news. Shirou. Fugaku hesitated, as though trying to offer words of encouragement, but seemed at a loss for how to proceed. Eventually, he shifted topics to avoid the awkwardness. Shirokuin, the situation on the front lines is looking grim. There are signs of activity from Iwagakiru's forces. The village has decided to send a ninja corps to fortify the Kusagakure, grass country. The Kusagakure, located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, also bordered the Omega-kure. Strategically, any movements by Iwagakure warranted caution. If war broke out, the Kusagakure would inevitably become a battlefield. This was the harsh reality of ninja wars. Small countries were often the first to suffer. Is war about to begin? Hearing this, Shirou's expression turned grim. This was the real ninja world, not the simplified version from the Naruto series. His knowledge of the 3 great ninja wars was limited and fragmented. While Shirou pondered, Fugaku misinterpreted his concern as worry over the looming conflict. The true battlefield will be in the Omega-kure. In the Kusagakure, any confrontations will likely be covert. Still, this time, the ninja corps includes some exceptional leaders. Noticing Shirou's curious glance, Fugaku continued, his tone serious. The commanders this time are Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Among the ninja corps are representatives from the Hyuga, Nara. As Fugaku listed the prominent participants, Shirou quickly pieced things together. Ah, this was a guilding mission. The younger generation of Konoha's clans needed battlefield experience to grow, and the Kusagakure, given its current conditions, was a relatively safer stage for that. I see, Shirou nodded. But something felt off. The Kusagakure was on Iwagakiru's front. A thought struck Shirou, his brows furrowing. Captain Fugaku, while I understand using the Kusagakure as a buffer, are you saying Iwagakiru's forces near the border only number around 500? That's correct. According to our intelligence, the ninja corps stationed at the border is relatively small. By comparison, the Omega-kure warrants much more attention. Shirou exhaled sharply. In wars between great nations, smaller countries were often drawn in as pawns. If they resisted, they were swiftly crushed. I'll personally lead the clan's forces this time. Fugaku's words revealed the significance of the operation. The mission was not only to defend the Kusagakure but also to provide Konoha's younger generation with vital combat experience. And Shirou. His involvement was another step in solidifying the clan's reputation. Understood. When do we depart? 3 days from now. Assemble outside the village gates. The clan will ensure you're equipped with adequate supplies. After Fugaku left, Shirou stood outside his home, gazing at the monumental Hokage rock in the distance. This uncertainty, this lack of control over my fate, it's intolerable. But passively enduring isn't my style. His gaze shifted toward a particular part of the Uchiha compound, a smirk forming on his lips. Since I'm the bridge between the clan and the village, they'd better protect me well. In a world where power dictated survival, Shirou knew one thing: when you couldn't push the world forward, you had to become part of its current, using every available resource to rise. Chapter 24, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 24. Naka Shrine. In the dim stone chamber, the Uchiha clan leader and elder Setsuna sat side by side. Shirou, the sacrifices you've made for the clan will never be forgotten. Uchiha Shirou feigned an expression of intense emotion. He solemnly nodded and shouted. For the Uchiha. They were feeding him empty platitudes, but Shirou wouldn't fall behind in playing along. As always, when you don't have the power to change things, learn to blend in. Shirou, you should know that the clan won't let your efforts go to waste after this mission on the front lines. Elder Setsuna's face lit up with a gratified smile, as if to say, rest assured, you're now a key figure in our development plans. See. You've even been chosen for this prestigious mission. Just do your best. While placating him, the elder subtly offered an open invitation for any requests Shirou might have. However, in response to the expectant gazes of the clan leader and elder, Shirou hesitated briefly. Then, as if making a difficult decision, he gritted his teeth and said in a serious tone. Clan leader, elder, this mission is of utmost importance. At these words, his face took on a grave expression. The two elders exchanged worried frowns, lowering their voices as they assured him. Don't worry. There's a barrier here. Taking a deep breath, Shirou prepared to launch into his performance. The Senju clan had leveraged his Uchiha ties, using him as a pawn, but Shirou knew the only reliable force he could truly count on was the Uchiha clan. If he could prove that they couldn't do without him, his value would become undeniable. After all, in the original timeline, Denkato's death was barely a footnote. By contrast, the Uchiha name carried far more influence. This mission is tied to critical intelligence. Based on what I've learned from Captain Tsunade, the death of Hashirama's bloodline, Nawaki, was so meticulously orchestrated that no trace of foul play could be detected. This has led the Senju clan to grow suspicious. Furthermore, during the previous Jonin meeting, Kato Den was implicated, but this could very well have been a premeditated act. As Shirou spun his tale, the expressions on the clan leader and elder Setsuna grew darker and darker. Are you saying someone in the village is secretly targeting the Senju clan? Elder Setsuna, once a rebel leader, quickly caught on, while the clan leader looked equally shocked. Observing their reactions, Shirou lowered his gaze slightly and said in a somber voice. From the information I gleaned from Captain Tsunade, it seems someone leaked certain details to the Senju, fueling their suspicions. Both elders' eyes widened in shock. This was an explosive revelation. Shirou's gaze lingered momentarily on Elder Setsuna before lowering again. He thought to himself, you don't have long to live, old man. Once you're gone, so are the loose ends. Besides, everything I'm doing is for the clan's sake. Ha! I knew it. Elder Setsuna's initial shock turned into maniacal laughter. Slapping his knee, he began to rant passionately. I knew it. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, they're nothing but conniving rats. They hide behind the banner of, for the village, but look at their clans. Take Sarutobi, for instance, just count how many of his family have become ninjas since he became Hokage. This tirade seemed cathartic for the elder, who relished railing against the injustices he perceived. The clan leader, meanwhile, looked somewhat embarrassed, though the revelation left him uneasy. As the two elders calmed down, their gazes returned to Shirou, now filled with a mixture of admiration and pity. Shirou, you've gone above and beyond for the clan. If they had previously thought he was merely being used as a pawn by the Senju, his current revelations painted a different picture. Uchiha Shirou had made a heavy sacrifice to earn Tsunade's trust and extract such critical intelligence. The elders exchanged glances before the clan leader solemnly declared. The clan has decided to provide you with elite resources with a 3-tomo Sharingan ninja. This declaration carried weight. For the Uchiha clan, strength was paramount, and 3-tomo Sharingan elites were treated as high-ranking individuals, second only to the clan leader and elders. Shirou, concealing his inner elation, outwardly displayed fervent gratitude, shouting with resolve. For the glory of the Uchiha. With these resources, he would gain access to most of the clan's ninjutsu and the elite training resources allocated to high-ranking jonin. As Shirou left, his goals achieved, the elders returned to their discussion, their expressions turning solemn once more. Someone dared to strike at Hashirama's bloodline. Sarutobi Hiruzen may be opaque, but Danzo Shimura has the gall for such underhanded schemes. Elder Setsuna's face twisted with fury, while the clan head looked concerned. If someone dares target the Senju, what's stopping them from targeting Shirou? They shared a heavy silence before coming to a decision. This time, I'll instruct Fugaku to prioritize Shirou's safety above all else. Agreed. Elder Setsuna's expression softened. With little time left in his life, he held on to the hope of seeing the Uchiha reclaim their rightful place in Konoha's political core before his death. After all, if this opportunity to align with White Fang was missed, who knew how long they'd have to wait for another chance. Chapter 25, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 25. 3 days later. A force of over 500 ninjas gathered in the forest just outside the village. When Shirou appeared, he drew quite a few stares. Some recognized him, while others didn't. The gazes carried a mixture of curiosity and disdain, an effect of the rumors swirling around these past few days. Shirou. From the crowd, Uzumaki Kushina smiled and waved at him. Shirou ignored the stares of the others and responded with a wave and a cheerful smile. Kushina, you're here too. His sunny smile lit up his handsome face, while Kushina, with her usual prideful demeanor, responded in a way that seemed playfully mocking to onlookers. Shirokuen, you're something else. Who knew you were aiming for Tsunade, she teased, though she knew the rumor wasn't true. Even so, she couldn't resist poking fun, knowing how Uchiha pride rarely allowed such accusations to pass unchallenged. Especially since Mikoto had told her it was all for show, so what was Shirou really up to? It almost seemed like he was using Kushina to mask his supposed interest in Tsunade, which only fueled the gossip. Shirou squinted his eyes with a sly smile. Kushina, you can't just say whatever comes to mind. Meanwhile, whispers rippled through the ninja around them. Many muttered that the Uchiha clan was despicable, resorting to seduction to curry favor with Tsunade and gain advantages. Even among the elite Uchiha, some looked visibly awkward, clearly understanding the implications of the surrounding gazes. Many were silently relieved it wasn't their reputation on the line. Fugaku, watching from a distance, sighed inwardly. Shirou's sacrifices are too great. The clan owes him too much. As the young clan leader in training, Fugaku was privy to certain secrets. If Shirou had acquired such inside knowledge, it surely came at a cost. Selling his emotions, or even his body, for the sake of the clan and their mission. Shirou was like a candle burning itself to illuminate the way forward for the Uchiha. For the family, Shirou was nothing short of admirable. Shirokuen, it seems the Uchiha clan's reputation isn't faring too well, Kushina teased, baring her small tiger-like teeth. Her gaze flicked toward the surrounding ninjas who were laughing and mocking them. Shirou shrugged, smiling indifferently. Can't be helped. It's all for the clan and the village. After all, without such tactics, who knew how long it would take him to grow strong? Ninja development depended not only on talent but also on countless resources. Shirou knew his circumstances better than anyone. While he had access to certain forbidden techniques, relying solely on steady progress could take years, time he didn't have. Leveraging the Uchiha name had already brought him resources and opportunities. Others didn't even have such chances. And knowing the future as he did, Shirou would seize every opportunity to grow stronger. As for changing the future or avoiding its path, why would he bother? Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of his knowledge. The thought of the Uchiha's bleak future and the village's decline ignited a flicker of anger in Shirou. The village was built by the Senju and Uchiha clans. Without the Uchiha, what village would there be? All his actions were for the clan. For the village. All right, prepare to move out. At that moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade appeared. Their arrival silenced the forest as countless ninjas emerged from the shadows of trees and bushes, their faces respectful. Since they were heading to the battlefield, everyone was outfitted in silver-gray armor with reinforced chest plates and arm guards for added protection. In large-scale battles, such armor was invaluable. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade wore such gear. Haha. Looks like everyone's morale is high. Jiraiya joked, his humor easing the tension. Tsunade, on the other hand, remained composed, casting a subtle glance in Kushina's direction. Check your equipment and prepare to depart. Yes. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, yet to earn their title as the legendary Sannin, were already renowned elite jonin. At Tsunade's command, the gathered ninjas shouted in unison and made their final equipment checks. This force, clad in uniform armor, comprised only Chunin and Jonin, proof of the seriousness of their mission. Moments later, at Tsunade's sharp command, the dense forest came alive with countless black shadows darting through the trees, heading swiftly toward the Kyuzugakyur. From a distance, the swarming movement resembled an army of fleas. Whoosh! 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 Silhouettes flickered in the forest. Shirokuen. A blonde figure kept pace beside him, their movements synchronized. Seeing the sunny smile on the newcomer's face, Shirou returned it with one of his own. Minato. It was none other than his classmate, Namikaze Minato. Around them, ninjas naturally formed groups with those they knew, maintaining formations that allowed for quick, coordinated responses in emergencies. Shirokuin, it's been a while. I didn't expect so many of our old classmates to be here. Indeed, it's rare for us to fight together. Familiar voices joined the conversation, and Shirou greeted them with warm smiles and nods. Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and Abirame Shibi, they were all from the same generation. Though separated by a year or two in some cases, they had all been acquainted during their time at the academy. Kushina-san, Minato said, nodding to Shirou before greeting her with a cheerful smile. Kushina, however, still considered Minato to be a bit timid, recalling how he once stood by when she was bullied. She acknowledged him with a calm nod, though only because of the crowd, otherwise, she might have simply snorted in disdain. This mission to the Kusagakure border should be less intense, but we must also prepare to support the battlefront in the Omegakure. We're all comrades fighting together, Minato said sincerely, his words helping to build camaraderie. Minato's warm and genuine demeanor, paired with his natural charisma, made him easy to like. His role as Jiraiya's student further elevated his reputation among the group. Of course, Shirou replied with a faint smile, meeting Minato's gaze before addressing the group with equal poise. Shikaku is our battlefield strategist. As we form squads, I'm sure we'll be together. With Hayashi and Hizashi's Byakugan, we'll have a strategic advantage. Though the Uchiha were proud, not all of them were arrogant. Shirou, for one, had gotten along decently with his classmates back at the academy. Hearing Shirou's remark, Shikaku gave a small smile, complaining about the drag but still appreciating the recognition. Hey, Shirou. Just because we have Byakugan doesn't mean you can overlook the Inuzuka clan, protested Inuzuka Tsum, her face marked with red streaks of wild energy. Shirou chuckled. I'd never forget the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs or the Abirame clan's insects. But strategy isn't my strength. Recognizing his limitations, Shirou avoided trying to take charge in unfamiliar areas. He understood that in ninja warfare, missteps in command could cost lives. Professional tasks were best left to the experts. Chapter 26, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 26. A few days later, the border of the Land of Fire saw the arrival of a ninja army, swiftly infiltrating the Land of Grass. And the reaction of the Kusagakure. During peacetime, they might show some deference. But in war, who are they to talk to? In this world, power speaks louder. The Land of Grass stood no chance of resisting the 5 great nations. In the vast forests of the ninja world, ninjas seemed as small as ants, yet they wielded jutsu capable of catastrophic destruction. 6 squads ahead. The strongest chakra levels are mid-level chunin. Perched on a tree trunk, Hayashi and Hizashi, scouting for the unit, activated their Byakugan and calmly reported the intel ahead. Nearby, the impulsive Tsum grinned with a bloodthirsty expression. Already being targeted as soon as we entered the Land of Grass. Perfect, we'll get to test the quality of their ninjas. On another tree, however, Shikaku's expression was solemn as he cautioned the group. Everyone, stay sharp. Lord Orochimaru led an elite team ahead to clear a path. Any enemy ninja reaching us now must either be from the Kusagakure or hired scouts. Do not underestimate them. Stay alert and fight carefully. The ninjas perched on the trees grew serious. On the battlefield, no one cared about anyone else's identity. Shirou, you've been through war in the Land of Rain. You're the most experienced here, Shikaku said, turning to Shirou. Though Shikaku was skilled at devising battle strategies, most of their post-graduation missions were within the Land of Fire, primarily small 3-person team tasks. This was a full-scale war, a completely different situation. Meeting the others' inquiring gazes, Shirou calmly stated. Fighting against squads of over 10 ninjas is different. The enemy has 6 squads. Don't let them encircle us, or it'll put us at a disadvantage. Their team had no experience in large-scale skirmishes, and without coordinated jutsu training, teamwork could falter, weakening their combat power. On the other hand, if the enemy was used to working together, even a dozen ninjas could be devastating. Alright, we'll go with Plan B, Shikaku decided. The group took a deep breath, their expressions growing even more serious as they prepared for battle. Shirou glanced around, his expression calm but with a hint of concern. The situation in the ninja world was deteriorating, or the village wouldn't be so eager to push this group of second-generation ninjas into the field. Under normal circumstances, they would have gradually advanced to chunin over time. However, many of them had already been hastily promoted to chunin for this war. Shirou. Kushina's expression was also serious as she stood beside Shirou. The group quickly formed 3 temporary squads. Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka, the classic Inoshikacho trio. Inuzuka Tsum and Abirame Shibi as a pair. Hayashi Hyuga and Hizashi Hyuga as the sensory team. Uchiha Shirou, Uzumaki Kushina, and Minato Namikaze as another team. Most Chunin no longer had fixed teams like the Genin squads, except for special cases like the Inoshikacho trio. Kushina-san, be careful. Minato Namikaze warned, glancing at Kushina with concern. Kushina snorted, uncharacteristically dismissive. Don't drag me down. Though Minato had impressive grades upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, as a commoner with no Kekkei or secret techniques, he wasn't particularly outstanding compared to the others from prestigious clans or Kekkei families. Still, he displayed remarkable talent in wind release techniques, though his combat style largely relied on swift kunai strikes. The enemy is coming. Follow the plan. At a sharp command, the ninjas melted into the shadows of the forest. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, watching the approaching enemy. Did they let these scouting squads through on purpose, to accelerate our growth? Indeed, this deployment wasn't just to move the battlefield to the land of grass, but also to train their forces while weakening the smaller villages. In the eerie silence of the forest, the faint twang of a snapping steel wire echoed, raising the enemy's alertness. Not good. A loud shout was immediately followed by a chain of explosive tags detonating, filling the area with fire and smoke. An ambush. The trap took out one enemy ninja and severely injured two others, leaving one squad incapacitated. Ha! The Toad Sage of Mount Miyaboku has arrived. A bold and comical laugh rang out as a white-haired ninja appeared on a high tree trunk. The sight stunned the enemy ninjas. Konoha's elite jonin, Jiraiya. Though not yet renowned as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya's reputation as an elite jonin of the Land of Fire had already spread widely. Facing such a figure, the enemy squad panicked and began to retreat, only to find their escape cut off by three figures. Fire release, dragon fire technique. At the forefront, Shirou formed hand seals and exhaled a torrent of flames. Wind release, great breakthrough. Flanking him, Minato and Kushina unleashed powerful gusts of wind, intensifying the flames into a massive fiery dragon that engulfed the enemy. Ah! Screams echoed as the fire consumed several ninjas. The fire jutsu hit shuriken. From within the flames, a hail of shuriken rained down, followed by even more chaos as one ninja suddenly turned on his ally. He's been controlled. No, it's shadow manipulation. It's the Nara clan. The supposed Jiraiya dissolved into smoke, revealing Aburame Shibi instead. As the enemy's formation crumbled, Konoha's ninjas pressed the attack, exploiting their Kekkei, secret techniques, and teamwork to devastating effect. By comparison, Minato's contributions, though impressive for a commoner, paled against the sheer power of his comrades. Chapter 27, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 27. In the forest. Amidst the trees, over a dozen lifeless bodies lay scattered, their pupils dull and unfocused, their warmth fading away. The corpses were in various tragic states, some hanging from tree trunks, others sprawled in the grass. There were traces of ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken, along with the distinctive marks left by dogs, insects, and the effects of gentle fist techniques. It's finally over. A voice broke the silence as a group of Konoha shinobi emerged from the canopy above. Though breathing heavily, they remained vigilant. Nara Shikaku, panting heavily, cast a glance at the group before his gaze settled on Shirou. Inwardly, he was startled. As expected of someone seasoned in battlefield combat. Even though this mission had gone smoothly thanks to Shikaku's strategy, Shirou stood out as the one who had conserved the most chakra and stamina after the battle. It wasn't that Shirou hadn't put in effort, rather, his combat style prioritized swift movements and precise use of shuriken and other techniques, conserving energy wherever possible. In contrast, many others had relied on overwhelming displays of large-scale ninjutsu during the high-intensity battle. While effective, it would leave them at a disadvantage if a second confrontation arose. Kushina, though panting, wore a victorious smile. Not as tough as I thought. All right, let's clean up the battlefield and gather any useful intel, Shikaku ordered. The group quickly got to work, adeptly searching the area. As Chunin, they were experienced enough to handle such tasks efficiently. Hisashi, Hayashi, stay on guard. Everyone else, hurry up, Shirou said calmly as he sheathed his blade. His gaze briefly swept over the group before settling back into composure. He nodded to himself. No wonder these people would become the village's elite jonin in the future. While their backgrounds helped, their skills were undeniably honed through tough experiences. Is everyone unharmed? With a bright smile, Minato exuded his characteristic warmth and charm, checking on the team. However, his subtle glance toward Kushina did not escape Shirou's notice. Shirokuin even learned medical ninjutsu under Sister Tsunade, Kushina teased, her tone playful, yet with a hint of amusement from an earlier incident. Shirou smiled and nodded. I know a bit of basic medical ninjutsu. The battlefield had a way of forging bonds, and after this fight, the group shared an unspoken trust that hadn't existed before. Let's move. With a flash of movement, the group dispersed, swiftly leaping through the forest. As they traveled, Shirou leaned closer to Kushina and spoke teasingly in a low voice. Looks like someone cares about you. Kushina glared at him, clearly knowing who he meant. I don't like sissies. Minato's occasional glances didn't escape anyone's notice, least of all Kushina's. However, at this point, she felt no affection for Minato. Shirou smirked faintly at the scene. Really? Too bad your identity means people will always have something to gain from being around you. His blunt words made Kushina glare again, her small tiger-like fangs bared in irritation. And you? Aren't you here because of my identity too? Don't misunderstand. You've already said it yourself, I'm only here to connect with Captain Tsunade, Shirou replied, shrugging with a teasing grin. Despite the banter, Kushina found herself subconsciously growing wary of Minato, the seeds of doubt sown. Back in Konoha, at the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is crucial. My route division has identified 5 suitable vessels for the seal. We can proceed immediately, Danzo Shimura said grimly. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi remained composed, smoking his pipe as he listened, his expression calm. Danzo's frustration grew. Hiruzen. Are you listening? The village cannot have divided voices. An uncontrolled Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a perpetual threat. This must not be allowed. Hiruzen finally spoke, his tone steady but firm. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo's face reddened with suppressed anger at being rebuffed. You'll regret this, Hiruzen, he spat before storming out. Left alone, Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and retrieved a scroll from under his desk. It contained information on Minato Namikaze. Danzo, you're too impatient. If the village were left in your hands, things would only get worse. Gazing out at the village bathed in the sunset, Hiruzen's expression hardened. As long as nothing unexpected happens, everything will proceed as planned. But if Kushina cannot align with the village? For the sake of Konoha, Hiruzen resolved never to let the village's strongest weapon fall into the hands of an outsider. Chapter 28, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 28. The Land of Grass. The base of the Hidden Leaf Ninjas. Ha ha ha, Minato, it seems you've experienced the battlefield and realized how different ninja wars are compared to regular missions. Sitting on a large rock, Jiraiya held a copy of his book Tale of a Gutsy Ninja and looked teasingly at Minato. With a grin, he added. Here, Minato, this is the latest edition of this sage's masterpiece. Faced with his eccentric mentor, Minato let out a wry smile. His usual confident and sunny expression now carried a hint of helplessness. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Seeing Minato accept the book, Jiraiya's expression turned serious for once. With a tone both casual and heavy, he said. Use this book to help adjust your mindset. After all, you're working alongside a group of ninjas from noble clans or Kekkei families this time. You must be feeling the pressure. Minato froze under Jiraiya's meaningful gaze. After a moment, he chuckled bitterly and nodded, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. After all, he wasn't yet the 4th Hokage and the mentality of a ninja is forged through countless trials. Jiraiya-sensei, I used to think that as long as I worked hard, I could catch up to anyone. But this mission showed me something different. The Nara, Akimichi, they casually use the powerful secret techniques of their clans. And the Kekkei families like the Hyuga and Uchiha are on another level. Even the Aburame and Inuzuka clans. During the journey here, Jiraiya and Tsunade had been training them, helping them grow rapidly and adapt to the realities of ninja warfare. However, Minato couldn't ignore the fact that, among all these people, he was the only one without a noble lineage. No matter how much effort he put in, there seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between him and those with inherent talent and privilege. Seeing Minato's self-doubt, Jiraiya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Minato, you're right. Compared to these noble clans with Kekkei and secret techniques, you might have some disadvantages. But that doesn't mean you can't surpass them. Back when Orochimaru and I faced Tsunade. Speaking of his past, Jiraiya's face revealed a nostalgic expression. He then smiled and shook his head, a rare confident grin appearing. But now, the gap between Orochimaru, me, and Tsunade is growing smaller. In terms of strength, we each have our specialties. And neither Orochimaru nor I have Kekkei or secret techniques. With Jiraiya's encouragement, Minato quickly regained his composure. A bright smile returned to his face. Jiraiya-sensei, I understand now. With a sunny grin, determination flashed in Minato's eyes. Though this mission involved facing opponents with Kekkei and secret techniques, leaving him initially at a loss, he knew he could adjust, even without Jiraiya's guidance. Seeing Minato's resolute demeanor, Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, Minato, I believe in you. Your natural talent makes you a true genius. Oh, right, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato took a deep breath and looked at Jiraiya with a serious expression. Before we came, the third Hokage summoned me. He told me many things, including some of the village's secrets. As Minato began to reveal these matters, the carefree smile on Jiraiya's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression in his clear eyes. That old man trusts you, to the point of telling you even this. Jiraiya wasn't foolish. The third Hokage asking Minato to relay this information was an attempt to leverage Jiraiya's relationship with Tsunade. After all, in this twisted ninja world, bonds among comrades carried significant weight. So, Minato, tell me, what do you feel for Uzumaki Kushina? Is it out of personal interest, duty, or something else? Jiraiya's gaze turned solemn as he looked at Minato. He needed an answer now. Minato froze at the question, hesitation flashing in his eyes. Finally, he lowered his head, embarrassed, and said, Jiraiya-sensei, when Kushina-san first came to the Ninja Academy, she was very beautiful. But her personality, along with the dynamics in our class, made me. It was clear that, as a civilian-born ninja, Minato had chosen to blend in with the majority rather than stand out. He had buried his feelings for the often bullied Kushina deep in his heart. Later, Kushina-san grew more beautiful, and I. With this mission assigned by the third Hokage, my feelings are genuine, not for personal gain or duty. Minato's determined expression revealed the secret he had kept hidden. In the original story, although Minato cared about Kushina, he never became her friend during their years in the academy. This detail reflected his shy, unspoken crush. Hearing this, Jiraiya's serious expression broke into laughter, and he mischievously wiggled his eyebrows. Hee, let me tell you, kid, every man starts with physical attraction when choosing a partner. Recognizing your feelings is already a great strength. Because honestly, who doesn't value beauty? Minato, as long as you're sincere and responsible, go ahead without worry. Leave the rest to me. Jiraiya patted his chest confidently. He wasn't blind, he could see the third Hokage's intentions. The whole situation with the White Fang, the Hokage seat, and the Senju clan had already created tensions between the Senju and the current Hokage faction. The third Hokage was sending a goodwill gesture. For the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Senju might have a say, but they couldn't prevent Minato from being involved. It was akin to a political marriage. This was why Jiraiya needed to involve Tsunade. After Minato respectfully departed, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and looked at a nearby tree trunk, muttering. So, what do you think of my disciple? From the shadows, Tsunade appeared with Shirou standing behind her, her expression unreadable. Hey, Tsunade, you're not seriously bringing this guy along, are you? One sharp glare from Tsunade was enough to silence Jiraiya, who scratched his head awkwardly. Observing the dynamics between Tsunade and Shirou, Jiraiya could see it clearly. Even the third Hokage had likely noticed it. Tsunade wasn't just looking for some young lover, she was making a calculated move, using the Uchiha clan as leverage. Tsunade, Minato is a good kid. I see it clearly. Tsunade, familiar with the third Hokage's signals, understood the political undertones perfectly. Politics had always been an art of compromise. Hey, Shirou, what do you think? Instead of answering Jiraiya directly, Tsunade turned to Shirou with a raised brow. Caught off guard, Shirou grinned earnestly under their scrutinizing gazes and replied. Shameless. Puffed. Tsunade burst into laughter, while Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, if my disciple is shameless, then what does that make you? Shrugging nonchalantly, Shirou chuckled. Of course, I'm shameless too. Kushina's fiery red hair is beautiful, 90 points. Her identity as a Jinchuriki adds 10 points. But if her looks only scored 10, then if you'd asked me just now, Jiraiya-sensei, I'd have said it was for the village. With a righteous tone, Shirou brazenly voiced his shameless thoughts, unashamed and completely candid. Why didn't Minato approach Kushina at the academy if he liked her so much? It wasn't a matter of days but years. For better or worse, we're all driven by incentives, and beauty is a big one. Jiraiya, momentarily speechless, could only nod in exasperation. Men truly were like this. And Tsunade, laughing so hard she nearly cried, teased. Shirou, by your logic, you're all shameless. P.S. Being a commoner ninja is tough in the Naruto world. Sakura was fortunate, if she hadn't become Tsunade's apprentice, she likely would have ended up as just another average ninja, equipped only with the basic jutsu provided by the village. Tenten was the most outstanding among them, having created her own unique ninja combat style. Chapter 29, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 29. In the forest, Kushina slowly lowered her hands as the surrounding barrier dissipated. Stepping forward, she exhaled softly. It seems quite a few people have their eyes on you, Kushina, Tsunade teased with a smirk. Sister Tsunade. Kushina, usually bold and outgoing, found herself uncharacteristically shy. This situation felt uncomfortably like a matchmaking meeting, and even someone as spirited as her couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Tsunade crossed her arms confidently. Don't worry, Kushina. The choice is entirely yours. But let's be honest, after what we've just seen, that blonde kid might have a crush on you, sure. But that Uchiha Shirou. He's infatuated with your beauty. Kushina felt warmth spread through her chest at Tsunade's protective stance. Smiling gratefully, she replied, Thank you, Sister Tsunade. But about those two. Her mind wandered to Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Shirou, leaving her momentarily lost in thought. Tugging at her crimson hair, she murmured, Minato seemed sincere, but his feelings seemed tied to his duty to the village. As for Uchiha Shirou. Feeling guilty, Kushina revealed the promise she had made with Mikoto concerning the situation. So, you're saying that brat was just going through the motions? Tsunade chuckled knowingly. She'd already suspected as much but couldn't resist teasing Kushina, whose face turned an even deeper shade of red. Between the two, Shirou seemed to hold a slight edge. One was drawn by duty, while the other acted out of genuine admiration for Kushina's beauty. The difference was unmistakable. That Shirou, Tsunade remarked, for all his arrogance, might feel more deeply than he lets on. Not wanting Kushina to misunderstand Shirou, Tsunade smiled and added, Jiraiya gave Minato a book, so I'll give you one too. You might not believe it, but this one was written by Shirou himself. It's full of naive musings about the future, but it might help you understand the Uchiha personality. Tsunade pulled a red-covered book from her ninja pouch, a discovery from her investigation into Shirou's background. Shirou wrote a book. Kushina blinked in surprise. She had never heard of it before. The bold title, My Struggle, on the red cover caught her eye, and she hesitated before accepting it. Yes. On the battlefield, your chakra attributes might complement his. While Uchiha pride can be off-putting, this might give you insight into their character. Tsunade laughed softly. This childish novel, doesn't it perfectly mirror the immaturity of Uchiha pride? Overhead, a bird soared through the forest as Shirou, traveling with Jiraiya, curled his lips into a faint smile. Although not a sensory ninja, Shirou possessed a unique ability to communicate with animals, an extension of his sage body abilities. Earlier, a bird had informed him of a hidden presence. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade had sensed Kushina during their brief encounter in the forest. But to Minato and Shirou, her presence remained concealed. Lord Jiraiya, Shirou began, his voice calm but confident, I've always admired your tales of a gutsy ninja. The main character's tenacity resonates with me. Here's a book I wrote, I'd love to hear your opinion. Pulling out a red-covered book from his pouch, Shirou offered it to Jiraiya, a sly smile playing on his lips. Jiraiya's face froze in shock. This book, you wrote it. The bold title, My Struggle, stood out on the cover. The book had gained surprising popularity, even rivaling Jiraiya's works. Jiraiya had read it himself and was impressed. You came up with such a brilliant concept. Jiraiya exclaimed. Shirou chuckled modestly. Not really. It's mostly based on my own experiences, though I added some imaginative elements. Of course, I adapted certain missions for privacy reasons since ninja tasks are often classified. His modest explanation revealed his cleverness. My Struggle had only 3 published chapters so far, My Family, Life at Ninja Academy, and What I Saw on the Battlefield. Beneath Shirou's bashful demeanor lay an ambitious vision. He understood the ninja world's flaws better than most, it needed bonds and camaraderie, not superficial love stories. Jiraiya studied Shirou, sensing the depth of his motives. Kid, you're something else. Shirou responded with a polite smile. Lord Jiraiya, Minato doesn't just need resilience. He needs to understand the value of comrades. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. Shirou's insight into Minato's character was spot on. You're a sly one, Jiraiya said, though admiration was evident in his tone. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Kushina held My Struggle against her chest and smiled. The proud Uchiha who claimed to act out of admiration for beauty might have been hiding deeper feelings all along. Is red hair really that beautiful, she muttered, glancing at her crimson locks before looking at the red cover of the book. A warm smile spread across her face. If Shirou had known her thoughts, he would have chuckled and nodded. Exactly as you think. Chapter 30, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 30. 3 months after the Konoha ninjas stationed themselves near the border of the Land of Grass, inside a tent, Shirou's hands emitted a faint green chakra glow, brimming with life energy. A lifeless fish lying on a scroll suddenly sprang back to life, flopping energetically in his hands. Palm Sage Jutsu, finally mastered. Shirou smiled, a glimmer of pride showing. Indeed, Kekkei Genkai abilities were the key. After awakening his Kekkei Genkai, his learning ability, training speed, and talent had all improved significantly. Mastering medical ninjutsu, particularly the Palm Sage Jutsu, marked his first success with an A-rank technique. At that moment, the tent flap lifted, and a figure with golden hair entered, holding a red book and wearing a humble smile. "Shirou-kun, thank you for lending me this book," Namikaze Minato said sincerely as he approached. Unlike most Uchiha, Shirou wasn't cold and arrogant on the surface, though his pride was deeply ingrained. In response to Minato's gratitude, Shirou chuckled and teased, "I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you, I earned quite a bit in royalties." Amid their light-hearted banter, Shirou casually killed the revived fish on the scroll, wiped his hands, and sheathed the ninja blade at his waist. "Let's go. Seeing you here tells me there's a mission waiting." At the front lines, Shirou frequently teamed up with Minato and Uzumaki Kushina for elite missions, as their chakra affinities worked well together. As they stepped out of the tent, Minato tucked the book into his ninja pouch and said, "Shirou-kun, this time, Jiraiya-sensei will be leading us." Hearing that, Shirou's calm demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a rare hint of surprise. "Lord Jiraiya. This must be an important mission, then." Minato laughed and explained, "Actually, it's just a simple supply delivery to Lord Orochimaru's command post at the front." Though he left the details unsaid, the undertone was clear to both of them, as it was to everyone in Konoha. Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, had died in a trap during a mission under Orochimaru's leadership. While Tsunade hadn't openly blamed Orochimaru, it was evident that he carried guilt. Among the Sannin, Jiraiya often acted as the mediator in such situations. "I see. So we're heading to Orochimaru's command post," Shirou remarked. The Konoha forces stationed in the land of grass weren't concentrated in one spot. Orochimaru commanded the front lines, while Shirou's unit was positioned further back. Supply missions like this one were routine. As they walked, Minato asked with rare excitement, "Shirou-kun, when's the next volume coming out?" Amused by Minato's enthusiasm, Shirou replied, "Next volume. If you've read the latest chapters, you'll know it's my story. The third installment ends with me becoming a chunin. Perhaps the next will come when I reach Tokubetsu Jonin, or after some major event." Despite Minato's praise, Shirou's smile remained enigmatic. "My Struggles," the book he authored, was still in its early stages. In this ninja world, where even 10-year-olds went to war, hearts often felt empty. Bonds between comrades became a vital emotional anchor, something cherished deeply by ninjas. In his previous life, he had been a best-selling author exporting books to various regions. Now, he aimed to subtly guide this distorted ninja world onto a better path through his writing. "Minato, I believe that while missions are a ninja's duty, in this world, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are even worse than trash." Standing in the sunlight, Shirou's determined expression momentarily stunned Minato, who then nodded firmly in agreement. "You're right. That's the true will of fire." Their conversation drew the attention of other ninjas as they arrived outside the command tent. Inside, Jiraiya heard their words and smiled in approval. "As expected of my disciple." In contrast, Tsunade scoffed, "They're just a couple of overconfident brats." Meanwhile, as Shirou lowered his head upon entering the tent, a sly smirk played at the corners of his lips. His plan was working. His words and writings, spreading among the heirs of prominent clans, would eventually plant seeds of doubt about the purity of the third Hokage's will of fire. "No one understands the ninja world better than me. The greatest power in this world wasn't any divine Kekkei or special technique, it was the ability to reshape ideologies." Through his writings, Shirou aimed to instill his vision of the will of fire and leave an indelible mark on the ninja world. "All right, now that everyone is here, I'll explain the mission in detail," Jiraiya said, his tone serious. The assembled group included 4 jonin, over a dozen chunin, and Jiraiya himself as the elite squad leader, an impressive force. Tsunade outlined the mission, her usual casual demeanor replaced by a commanding presence as she pointed to the map. "The task is to transport supplies to Orochimaru's position, several hundred miles away. Although it seems simple, we can't afford to be careless. We'll be crossing dense forests and ravines, where rogue ninjas, mercenaries, and samurai are lurking due to the destabilization of the land of grass." After assigning roles, Tsunade gave the final command. "Jiraiya will lead this mission. 10 minutes to prepare, dismissed." The ninjas dispersed quickly to gather their gear, leaving only Uzumaki Kushina behind. Tsunade looked at her with a mix of emotions before speaking softly. Chapter 31, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 31. Inside the tent. Sister Tsunade. Usually loud and even a bit brash, Uzumaki Kushina now wore a strained smile. Tsunade, noticing her expression, responded with a gentle, comforting smile as she stepped forward to lightly ruffle the red-haired girl's hair. "Kushina, I believe you will become as strong as Grandma Mito." Encouraged by Tsunade's words, Kushina, though visibly downcast, forced a smile and nodded. "Sister Tsunade, don't worry. I'm determined to become a kunoichi worthy of the Hokage title." However, the proclamation carried a hint of forced optimism, as if she was trying to convince herself. After Kushina left, Jiraiya appeared, his expression turning solemn. Tsunade, could it be that Kushina has already been sealed? Hearing this, Tsunade sighed and nodded helplessly. On her last mission back to the village to deliver supplies, Kushina had part of the Ninetales chakra sealed within her. This is her fate, after all. Sooner or later, she must adapt to it. The most reliable way to seal a tailed beast was to first introduce a portion of its chakra into the host's body, allowing them to acclimate gradually. This method also provided a safeguard in case something went wrong. But Jiraiya frowned. Tsunade, she's just a kid. Wasn't the plan to wait until she was an adult? Jiraiya felt uneasy about the apparent rush. Even if she needed to adapt, the process should be gradual and cautious. Tsunade, however, let out a barely audible sigh, her gaze tinged with sadness. Jiraiya, Grandma Mito hopes to see Kushina fully embrace her role as a Jinchuriki before she passes away. This statement left Jiraiya silent. Jinchuriki. That word was synonymous with being a living weapon in the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, a Jinchuriki was still a person. Tsunade, let's treat this mission as an opportunity for Kushina to clear her mind. Understood. As Jiraiya departed, Tsunade's sorrowful lips curled into a faint smirk, the grief in her eyes dissipating. It had to be said, a ninja's essence is deception. A female ninja. Even more so, deception incarnate. Even Jiraiya thinks it's too soon. What about the stubborn elders back in the village? Left alone, Tsunade glanced in Konoha's direction, her lips curving into a smile. After everything, Nawaki and other tragedies, she and the Senju clan had developed a defensive mindset. The Ninetales Jinchuriki must be Uzumaki Kushina. In Konoha's current weakened state, the Senju couldn't afford the loss of the Ninetales Jinchuriki. If they let this opportunity slip, who would protect them from being trampled? In the forest outside the camp, the Konoha ninja squad was ready for action. When Jiraiya arrived and raised his arm, the group dispersed instantly, their figures vanishing into the woods. Among them, Shirou, clad in sturdy, silver-gray armor, leaped swiftly from tree to tree. Half of the group carried heavy sealing scrolls, while the rest formed a defensive formation to protect them. Sealing scrolls were invaluable, used sparingly even for delivering supplies to Orochimaru's front line of fewer than 100 elite ninjas. Large-scale ninja armies, numbering over 1,000, could never afford such extravagance due to the prohibitive cost of the scrolls. Losing or destroying one could cripple even the 5 great ninja villages, let alone smaller ones. Some smaller villages had never even seen a sealing scroll in their entire existence. Kushina, are you okay? Amid the trees, Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Kushina with concern. Since the start of the mission, her behavior had been unusually subdued. The typically fiery Kushina surprised even her comrades with her calm, firm reply. Stay alert. Narashikaku, observing from the group, furrowed his brows. The clever strategist seemed to sense something and cautiously whispered to his teammate. Choza, stay vigilant. While subtly increasing his distance from Kushina, Shikaku's wary demeanor made it clear he had figured something out. He was genuinely concerned, an unstable Jinchuriki was a dangerous prospect. Nearby, Shirou, who was running alongside Hyuga Hisashi, noticed Shikaku's actions with a smirk. Seriously? Acting like we're on the same page, then pulling this move behind my back. Kushina's partial Ninetales chakra sealing was something Tsunade had already informed him about, with instructions for Jiraiya to keep it secret. But, of course, Jiraiya and Tsunade had their strategies. Jiraiya had told his student Minato, knowing that it wasn't a breach of secrecy, it was common knowledge that Kushina was the Ninetales Jinchuriki candidate. At the center of the formation, Jiraiya muttered to himself as he observed. Did Tsunade not tell Uchiha Shirou this time? How uncharacteristically honest of her. The thought left Jiraiya baffled. He had assumed Tsunade, unpredictable as ever, would break the rules. Yet it seemed she hadn't. Back at the camp. Standing on a tree and gazing in Kushina's direction, Tsunade's expression was grim. A masked ANBU operative appeared in the shadows behind her. Lady Tsunade, the rogue ninjas from the Land of Lightning have received the intel and are within range. Hearing the report, Tsunade nodded gravely. Good. Proceed as planned and relay orders to Uchiha Fugaku, the camp is temporarily under his command. Understood. Once the ANBU disappeared, Tsunade took a deep breath, her face hardening with a cold smile of killing intent. The Uzushio Uzumaki village, incident, time to settle the score. The rogue ninja group operating under the guise of mercenaries in the Land of Lightning was an open secret. Known as Wave Ninja, they were effectively a shadow army of the Hidden Cloud village, tasked with looting and pillaging. They had gained significantly during the fall of the Uzumaki clan, obtaining sealing techniques that later solidified the Hidden Cloud's mastery over tailed beast seals. Grow stronger quickly, Kushina, Tsunade whispered in her heart. The accelerated timeline was not what she wanted, but the constant targeting of the Senju clan left her no choice. This mission was both a trial for Kushina and a step toward resolving the burdens weighing on her shoulders. Chapter 32, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 32. Within the land of grass. In the damp, shadowy forest, countless ninja silhouettes darted and leaped swiftly. Finally, a blinding ray of sunlight appeared ahead. The heaven and earth bridge is just up ahead. Emerging from the moist forest, a group of Konoha ninjas saw a wide, reinforced concrete bridge. Bold letters spelling Heaven and Earth Bridge were written on the vermilion bridge pillar. Below the bridge, a massive gorge over 100 meters deep roared with turbulent waters, creating a whistling sound as the wind swept through. Stay alert. At Jiraiya's grave tone, the 30 Konoha ninjas behind him instantly raised their guard. This terrain was perfect for an ambush. Byakugan, activate. Without hesitation, a member of the Hyuga clan in the team formed a hand sign, activating the Byakugan. Veins bulged around the sides of their face as they scanned the surroundings intently. Suddenly, Hyuga Hizashi spotted something and urgently shouted, "Everyone, be careful. There are explosive tag traps on the bridge. And there's a large number of chakra signatures in the forest ahead." Immediately, the Hyuga ninja in the group raised their voice. In an instant, the team members drew kunai and ninja swords, preparing for battle. At the same time, Jiraiya, standing at the forefront with his white hair gleaming, broke the serious atmosphere by bursting into hearty laughter. With a series of hand signs, he summoned a creature using the summoning jutsu. As the smoke dispersed, a giant crimson toad with black striped markings appeared. Standing on the toad's back, Jiraiya spread his arms and bellowed with a grin. "Haha. The Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku has already found you." This bizarre and comical display left everyone speechless. Shirou, along with other ninjas, exchanged glances of understanding before sternly shouting, "Location." Hyuga Hizashi immediately pointed in a direction in the forest and shouted, "At 10 o'clock. The largest number of people. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique." In an instant, Shirou formed hand seals and spat out several massive fireballs, sending them flying toward the forest in all directions. At the same time, the surrounding Konoha ninjas roared as well, either unleashing fire release techniques or throwing kunai armed with explosive tags. "Not good. We've been discovered. Damn it, it's the Byakugan from the Konoha." Under the sudden barrage of ninjutsu and explosive tags, the ninjas hidden in the forest cursed and scrambled to dodge or defend. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out as flames engulfed the forest. As some enemy ninjas leaped out of hiding, Jiraiya's previously jovial eyes turned cold. His hands, already forming seals, executed his next move. "Watch out. It's Jiraiya, the elite jonin of the Konoha." One of the enemy ninjas spotted Jiraiya among the Konoha team and cried out in alarm. But Jiraiya's pre-prepared jutsu was already unleashed. Fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The toad beneath him spewed oil as Jiraiya expelled flames. The combination created a devastating fire that engulfed the area. The flames adhered to surfaces, burning hotter than usual fire techniques. From the beginning, their bait-and-switch strategy had been to prepare this devastating ninjutsu with Jiraiya's summoned toad. The direction the enemy fled became the perfect target zone for his technique. Agonized screams erupted from the forest. Meanwhile, counterattacks were already underway. Boom. 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 Explosions from the exchanged explosive tags sent up clouds of smoke on both sides of the bridge. As the smoke cleared, the ninjas on the other side of the bridge came into view, causing the Konoha ninjas to collectively gasp. "Jiraiya-sama, these are the infamous mercenary ninjas of the Land of Lightning." A jonin identified the mostly dark-skinned, muscular enemy ninjas. Their headbands bore the symbol plunder, instantly recognizable. Moreover, there were over 80 of them. Jiraiya, noticing the heavy atmosphere among his team, burst into laughter and said, "Ah, the notorious mercenary bandits of the Land of Lightning. But why did you bring so much deadweight this time?" Among the 80 enemy ninjas, only about 30 wore headbands signifying allegiance, while the rest appeared to be rogue or hired ninjas. "Kushina." From the formation, Namikaze Minato suddenly shouted. Uzumaki Kushina's pupils dilated, her eyes filled with bloodshot rage as she locked onto figures in the distance. "I know them. They're the ones who invaded my homeland and killed my family." At the sight of the enemy, Kushina's face contorted with unprecedented fury, memories of the destruction of the Uzumaki clan flooding her mind. "Everyone, be cautious. I've already requested reinforcements." Jiraiya's shout seemed to bolster the Konoha ninjas' morale. However, the enemy mercenaries sneered and mocked them. "Reinforcements? Even if they're coming, we'll have time to kill you all before they arrive. Attack. Kill the Konoha ninjas and claim the bounties. This lot is full of big fish, descendants of Konoha's elite clans. Kill them." In an instant, over 80 enemy ninjas charged, sparking a chaotic battle. "Kushina. If they're your enemies, then slaughter every last one of them. Shirou drew his ninja sword, his Sharingan awakening with a single tomo, allowing him to track every kunai and shuriken trajectory with precision. Kill. Boom. 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 Ninjutsu clashed as the heaven and earth bridge became a battlefield. In this chaotic melee of over 100 ninjas, where coordination and survival instinct reigned supreme, danger lurked at every corner. Give me back my family. Kushina's hoarse voice roared as her eyes gleamed with a malevolent red glow. Not good. This is. Everyone immediately sensed a terrifying, ominous chakra. Even those without sensory abilities felt the suffocating presence of the Nine-Tails chakra. In the distance, animals fled in panic, birds took flight, and fish scattered beneath the river. Already leaking this much chakra. While fending off two enemy ninjas, Jiraiya's pupils contracted as he glanced back at Kushina, now enveloped in the crimson glow of the Nine-Tails chakra. My family. My home. Surrounded by tangible red chakra, Kushina's eyes turned into bestial slits, and her canine teeth sharpened into fangs. With a murderous gaze fixed on the dark-skinned enemy ninjas, she roared. Give me back my family. Her thunderous cry reverberated through the forest, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Witnessing this, Shirou's face filled with awe. This is the power of a Jinchuriki. Chapter 33, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 33. Bridge of Heaven and Earth. Give me back my family. With a heart-wrenching roar, Kushina Uzumaki unleashed a surge of red chakra that swiftly took the form of a fox. The ominous Nine-Tails chakra surged wildly above the forest, saturating the air with a foreboding and forbidden aura. A suffocating pressure radiated outward from Kushina, whose crimson, fox-shaped chakra began to manifest a single tail. The tailed beast cloak is terrifying. Shirou was deeply shocked. Experiencing the oppressive chakra firsthand was far more overwhelming than he had imagined. His hair stood on end, a visceral reaction to the primal fear surging through his body. What is this? Why has Kushina turned into a monster? The oppressive chakra left many Konoha shinobi in stunned disbelief, their horrified whispers inadvertently reaching Kushina's ears. Haha. So, it's Konoha's Jinchuriki. On the opposite side, rogue ninjas from the Land of Lightning, initially frozen in terror at the chakra's sheer power, erupted into gleeful excitement. Abandon all other objectives. Target the Jinchuriki. At all costs, capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha. With exhilarated shouts, countless rogue ninjas changed their tactics, charging directly at Kushina Uzumaki. Shirou's pupils contracted sharply. No. This isn't right. Uzumaki Mito is still alive. Tsunade hasn't shown any signs of grief. If Kushina truly had the Nine-Tails sealed inside her, that would have happened during her last mission to return to the village. Would Konoha recklessly let a freshly sealed Jinchuriki out into the field? Kill them. Though Shirou couldn't fully grasp the situation, he knew something was off. Hearing the frantic cries of animals nearby, he deduced that a large number of shinobi were converging on their location. While everyone, including Minato Namikaze, froze in shock at Kushina's transformation, Shirou quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fireball toward the enemy ninjas charging at Kushina. Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki couldn't fall into enemy hands. And beyond that. Watching Kushina in her beast-like state, with elongated canines and an aura of feral rage, Shirou's expression grew resolute. This was his chance, to gain the trust of the Senju clan and prove himself in front of so many Konoha shinobi. This was his moment to embody his ninja way, the true will of fire. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball burst forth, its power amplified by Shirou's mastery of the C-rank jutsu. Yet in the next instant, a fiery red figure darted forward, moving with such ferocity that it ripped through the air with a deafening roar. Boom. Give me back my family. Driven by anguish and fury, Kushina Uzumaki, clad in the tailed beast cloak, charged forward. With one punch, she shattered a shinobi's spine, with another, she obliterated a fire-style jutsu. Kushina, it's dangerous. Minato snapped back to his senses. With a sharp command, he began unleashing precision shuriken techniques. At the same time, Konoha's Jonin shouted. Protect the Jinchuriki. Don't let the enemy capture her. Haha, Jiraiya, you Konoha shinobi are truly audacious. This Jinchuriki will be ours. A Jonin from the Land of Lightning laughed maniacally. Capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be a monumental achievement, even if it cost them dearly. Konoha would have to pay heavily to reclaim her, far more than mere blood, it would require a pound of flesh. Even if it costs us everything today, we must capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Block the other Konoha ninjas. Target the Jinchuriki. These rogue ninjas, secretly elites from the Hidden Cloud Village, carried the reputation of mercenaries but were willing to sacrifice their lives to achieve their mission. As chaos erupted, explosions reverberated from both sides of the battlefield. You Hidden Cloud bastards. None of you will leave here alive today. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently as it cracked and split apart. A booming voice echoed as a golden figure descended from the sky. Tsunade. It's Konoha's elite jonin, Tsunade. Aren't you supposed to be at the rear command? The rogue ninjas from the Land of Lightning were stunned. Behind Tsunade stood a dozen ANBU operatives wearing masks. Ah. Snakes. It's snakes. Terrified screams rang out from the rear as countless venomous snakes slithered out from the woods on the far side of the bridge. Kukuku, it seems I've arrived just in time. Orochimaru's hoarse voice resonated as over 30 Konoha shinobi with headbands emerged behind him, their expressions brimming with bloodlust. Haha. Reinforcements have arrived. While Konoha's ninjas cheered, the rogue mercenaries descended into chaos. Several jonins at the forefront turned pale. We've been tricked. This was a Konoha trap. Retreat. Breakthrough immediately. The situation became clear, it had been a setup from the start. Konoha had used spies to feed false information to the Land of Lightning, luring these hidden cloud elite mercenaries to the bridge of heaven and earth. The Jiraiya-led squad was merely bait. The real goal was for Tsunade and Orochimaru's forces to form a pincer attack, wiping out the infamous mercenary brigade in one fell swoop. Roar. Suddenly, an earth-shaking roar erupted, followed by an overwhelming sense of dread. All the shinobi present froze, struck with terror. Instinctively, they turned toward the figure radiating intense red chakra in the distance. Oh no. Kushina has lost control. Deep within the forest, Kushina Uzumaki, consumed by hatred for the enemies who had annihilated her clan, snapped upon seeing them attempting to flee. Her anger pushed her into a complete rampage. 3 crimson chakra tails flailed wildly as a 4th began to emerge rapidly. Shirou's eyes widened in shock. He whispered, 4 tails. Kushina, consumed by the flames of vengeance, had gone berserk, her power spiraling out of control. A monster. The sinister and oppressive chakra triggered a primal fear in many shinobi. Their sharpened senses drove them to tremble and instinctively distance themselves from Kushina. This fear of an unknown and apocalyptic force was a deeply ingrained human response. Haha. Konoha's Jinchuriki has gone berserk. Let's break through. For the mercenary brigade, this was a blessing in disguise, a stroke of fortune from the heavens. However, Tsunade's expression darkened. Despite all her careful planning, she hadn't accounted for Kushina's berserk state. Orochimaru. Understanding Tsunade's unspoken command, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade exchanged a glance and acted decisively. All units, retreat to a safe distance. As Tsunade issued the command to abandon the plan, Kushina, her 4th tail halfway formed, let out a furious roar and vanished in a flash of blinding speed. No. Kushina is heading straight for the hidden cloud shinobi. Even in her uncontrollable rage, the primal instinct to eliminate her clan's killers remained strong. Chapter 34, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 34. Boom. In a burst of terrifying speed, Kushina appeared directly in front of the cloud ninja, blocking their escape route. The sight left the mercenary ninja troop in sheer terror. Don't mind this monster. We've got so many people, there's no way she can take us all down at once. Breakthrough. It was like an ordinary human encountering a wild beast. You don't have to outrun the beast, just your companions. The elite members of the mercenary ninja troop, hailing from the Land of Lightning, wasted no time abandoning the weaker recruits they'd gathered from across the ninja world. But far off, as Kushina roared in fury, a 4th tail began to emerge from her back. Her skin showed signs of burns inflicted by the dark red chakra enveloping her. Under the monstrous chakra of the 9 tails, her skin and blood turned to black ash, forming a visible black sphere around her body. Run. The mercenary ninjas, now overwhelmed by primal fear, had no idea what was happening, but their instincts screamed danger. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade shouted instructions. Everyone, keep your distance. Jonin, prepare to assist with the sealing technique. Boom. At that moment, the black sphere cracked open, revealing a horrifying figure resembling a miniature 9 tails. In the next instant, it swung its arm with immense force, shaking the earth violently. The ground shattered. A vast swath of forest exploded in an instant, with broken trees flying everywhere. The devastating attack even generated a powerful hurricane, clearing the area entirely. Defend yourselves. Faced with the terrifying shockwave, branches and debris hurled toward them by the wind, the ninjas cried out and began casting defensive jutsu en masse. Earth-style, earth-flow wall. Shirou hastily performed an earth-style jutsu for defense, while others followed suit, hiding behind their barriers. What kind of monster is this? Hiding behind his earthen wall, Shikaku stared in horror at the scene ahead. Though from a prominent Konoha family, they had only heard of Jinchuriki, never witnessed such destructive power firsthand. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, Mito Uzumaki, had always been a deterrent force and never appeared on the battlefield. This is a Jinchuriki. Minato, witnessing such a terrifying scene for the first time, was stunned. This level of destruction went beyond their understanding. Even Shirou, who knew ninja powers could rival gods, couldn't suppress his shock when faced with it directly. Knowing and experiencing were two entirely different things. Not good. It's a tailed beast bomb. Tsunade's alarmed cry rang out. In the distance, the miniature Nine-Tails, now fully manifested, opened its mouth, and a black, condensed mass of chakra began forming. In an instant, the tailed beast bomb shrank and compressed under its sheer energy, causing the ground around it to collapse. Then came the roar. With a ferocious howl, the tailed beast bomb was swallowed, only for the miniature Nine-Tails to unleash it toward the fleeing mercenaries. The next moment, under countless wide-eyed, horrified gazes, a blinding white light erupted, drowning out the colors of the world. Boom. The deafening roar of annihilation followed the flash, and a catastrophic shockwave swept through, toppling trees and uprooting nearby forests like a hurricane. Is this really a battle we're meant to participate in? A monster. Kushina is a monster. The destruction caused by the tailed beast bomb was swift and absolute. As the smoke cleared, the aftermath came into view, a massive swath of forest erased, the ground scarred with trenches several meters deep. The once proud mercenary ninjas who had been so bold moments ago were silenced. The smoldering remains in the distance left not a single sound, not even the chirp of an insect. This is the ultimate weapon, a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru, witnessing the devastating power of the tailed beast for the first time, had a glint of greed in his golden eyes despite his shock. "You 5 squads, check for survivors," he commanded. In the wake of the tailed beast bomb, some ninjas on the outskirts or those who managed to escape using jutsu might have survived. Ninja techniques were varied and unpredictable, and survival often came down to luck. After the explosion, Kushina Uzumaki's figure emerged. The 4th tail had vanished, and her chakra levels were depleted, reverting her to a 3-tailed state. This is bad. If Kushina depletes all her chakra, her life will be in danger. Tsunade shouted urgently, her eyes filled with worry. Damn it. How did it come to this? She had hoped this mission would help Kushina grow and overcome her inner struggles, but instead, Kushina had lost control entirely. Once the tailed beast's chakra within her was fully consumed, it would be akin to forcibly extracting the beast, a scenario that only had one outcome, death. In her weakened 3-tailed form, Kushina's human-like features began to return, but her body was covered in burns from the Nine-Tails chakra. Her face, in particular, was scarlet and blistered. Yet she still hadn't regained her senses. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. Hidden shadow snake hands. Jiraiya and Orochimaru worked together, using Earth-style jutsu to restrict Kushina's movements and snake summons to bind her. Watch out, Tsunade. Get back. As the snakes coiled around Kushina, Orochimaru suddenly sensed danger and barked a warning. The snakes began to evaporate visibly, burned away by the overwhelming heat of the chakra. Captain Tsunade. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. A tree branch flew toward Tsunade, allowing her to pivot off it and retreat to safety. Shirou, this isn't a fight you can handle. Get back. Tsunade yelled at Shirou, who had thrown the branch. Despite her scolding, his expression was resolute. In a world where power ruled supreme, this was his chance to prove himself. I, Uchiha Shirou, will never abandon my comrades. Suddenly, Tsunade shouted a warning, look out. Before he could react, a crimson figure lunged toward him at incredible speed. The berserk Kushina, cloaked in the tailed beast's chakra, was upon him in an instant. Chapter 35, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 35. Hidden shadow snake hands. Suddenly, a massive python coiled tightly around Shirou's waist and yanked him backward with violent force, instantaneously. The blood-red Sharingan with a single tomo caught only a fleeting glimpse of a crimson figure brushing past him, the gust of wind whipping painfully against his cheek. He swore he had never felt such a strange mix of fear and familiarity, even from a venomous snake. Kushina. At that moment, Tsunade roared, smashing a massive boulder with her fist and sending it hurtling toward Kushina. Boom. It was only then that Shirou's brain and body snapped into action. He turned, glaring at the distant figure of Uzumaki Kushina with a surge of fury. That wind, it had nearly scraped his face. He had almost been obliterated. The terrifying, powerless sensation of brushing shoulders with death stirred an unfamiliar ferocity deep within him. The tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, and then, a second tomo emerged. Kushina. Gritting his teeth, Shirou called out her name, each word deliberate and seething with anger. He was furious. That fox girl had nearly crushed him with her bare hands. Though he had faced death before as a ninja, the sheer helplessness he felt against such overwhelming power was a terror he had only known in his past life. But in this life, He vowed to seize absolute power. Boom. 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 The fourth tail of the nine tails Jinchuriki clashed head-on with one of the Sannin in their prime. Even now, in her third tail state, she surpassed most ordinary Jonin by a wide margin. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were not yet at the pinnacle of their strength. Damn it. On the battlefield, Jiraiya cursed under his breath. Though terrifying, a Jinchuriki had many weaknesses. Most relied purely on instinct. But Uzumaki Kushina was no ordinary Jinchuriki. She forced them into a bind. If they fought her seriously, the three of them wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Tsunade, hurry up with the sealing. The violent aftermath of the battle had leveled the forest. The Konoha ninjas, watching from a safe distance, braced themselves to assist if needed. This level of battle was far beyond what they could handle. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sudden earthen wall rose before Tsunade, blocking an incoming attack. Turning back, she saw the jutsu had been cast by none other than Shirou. Her face contorted with anger. Shirou. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Captain Tsunade, focus on the sealing jutsu. Shirou stepped forward, emanating an aura of terrifying chakra. At the same time, sinister markings began to spread visibly across his face. He had released the restraints of his cursed seal, letting its power engulf him. The markings, once confined to half his face, now spread across his entire visage, and a surge of unprecedented strength coursed through his body. For the first time, Shirou ignored Tsunade's scolding. Instead, he gave her a solemn smile. 3 minutes. Captain Tsunade, you said my limit is 3 minutes. Under the sunlight, his cursed, marked face seemed almost monstrous. Yet, seeing him like this, Tsunade froze for a moment. Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru-sama, 3 minutes. I'll take Captain Tsunade's place for 3 minutes. With a firm shout, Shirou fully unleashed his inner power. His chakra skyrocketed. The three stood strategically, keeping Kushina confined as they awaited the sealing. This guy. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. He was only a chunin, how could his chakra be this immense? On the other side, Orochimaru, panting heavily as he kept Kushina in check, glanced at Shirou with his golden, snake-like eyes. His expression was filled with curious intrigue. What was this mysterious power? Don't you dare die. Behind him, Tsunade took a deep breath, clutching the sealing scroll tightly as she began forming hand seals. Lightning release, false darkness. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot toward Kushina. Watching, Jiraiya couldn't help but shout, is this guy a monster too? The power resembled the infamous Sound 4's curse mark states. While typically at the level of an elite chunin, in their first stage curse mark, they rivaled Tokubetsu Jonin. In their second stage, they temporarily matched full-fledged Jonin. As Shirou released his restraints, the black markings spread, darkening his skin. His muscles bulged, his physique grew larger, and even his hair lengthened. Cursed Seal, Stage 2. His nails sharpened, his ash-gray skin toughened, and his Sharingan, now sporting 2 tomo, turned entirely black within his sockets. Kushina. Snap out of it. Fully immersed in the power of the Cursed Seal and Sage Body, Shirou felt an unparalleled surge of strength. However, it also stirred a savage desire within him. Letting out a primal roar, he launched himself at her with astonishing speed. Seeing this, the drained Jiraiya and Orochimaru wordlessly coordinated, supporting him in the battle. 3 minutes. They had heard Shirou's declaration. This form had a strict time limit. During this time, Shirou's strength soared, making him temporarily equal to a Jonin in combat. Boom. 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 The clash intensified. To Shirou's dismay, however, he was quickly overwhelmed. His 2 tomo Sharingan spun in confusion. Kushina's third tail was fading, her power diminishing, so how was she still this overwhelmingly strong? Be careful. From afar, Jiraiya winced as Shirou was sent flying by a single punch. This guy was crazy enough to engage a Jinchuriki in hand-to-hand combat. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Jiraiya's supporting attack momentarily forced Kushina back. Taking advantage of the opening, Shirou roared and switched to swift strikes and ninjutsu instead of close combat. Boom. 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 Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Shirou confined the rampaging Jinchuriki to a limited area, while Konoha's other ninjas retreated to safety. From afar, countless eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer scale of the battle. What kind of monster is that? Can we even fight something like that? So that's a Jinchuriki. Among the onlookers was Minato Namikaze, a civilian-born ninja witnessing such power for the first time. His eyes were filled with awe and fear. Staring at Kushina, Minato thought, terrifying. This kind of power. Seeing the forest erased by a tailed beast bomb, as though wiped off a map, he understood. Such devastating strength needed to be controlled by the village. Minato's shock slowly transformed into resolve. Kushina. At that moment, Minato's expression hardened. He finally understood the third Hokage's teachings. This wasn't just about power, it was about the village. Such overwhelming strength had to be in the hands of the Hokage, anything else would spell disaster. The will of fire burned brighter than ever in Minato's heart. Chapter 36, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 36. Boom. With only 2.5 tails of chakra remaining, Uzumaki Kushina's combat strength had drastically decreased. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were gradually gaining control of the situation. At that moment, several kunai streaked through the air. Seeing this, Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, Minato, you. Rushing into the battlefield, Namikaze Minato, with a determined look, shouted resolutely, Jiraiya-sensei, I'll provide support. Although Minato's strength wasn't exceptional yet, his reaction speed and agility were extraordinary, a true testament to his innate talent. His swift movements and precise kunai and shuriken throws drew the beast's attention as he darted around the battlefield like lightning. Boom. The Crimson Nine-Tails chakra, shaped like claws, wreaked havoc, tearing through everything in its path. Something's wrong. From a distance, Tsunade frowned as she observed Kushina's beast-like rampage, her expression hardening into anger. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Kushina is being consumed by hatred. Her consciousness is trapped. Use Genjutsu to wake her up. Otherwise, if her chakra runs out, she'll die. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tsunade urgently shouted a warning to the two. Her words struck a chord with them. So that's why. Even as the tailed beast's chakra dwindled, Uzumaki Kushina showed no signs of regaining consciousness. It was as if her mind was submerged in a spiritual abyss, completely relinquishing her body to the beast's control. Orochimaru, use Genjutsu. Jiraiya shouted. He was adept at dispelling Genjutsu but not casting it. Fire release, Dragon Flame Bomb. Under Jiraiya's fearsome attack, Kushina, still in her 2.5-tailed form, roared in fury. Orochimaru, cautious as ever, refrained from taking unnecessary risks. This wasn't his later, nearly invincible self. At this stage, even an explosive tag could seriously injure him. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Several snakes sprang forth and tightly coiled around Kushina. At that moment, Orochimaru formed a seal, and Kushina let out an earth-shaking roar of pain. Roar. Uzumaki Kushina clutched her head in agony, thrashing violently. It was clear that Orochimaru had unleashed a Genjutsu. Out of the way. Tsunade's stern voice echoed as she charged toward Kushina, a sealing talisman glowing faintly with green chakra in her hand. Watch out, Tsunade. Jiraiya shouted, alarmed. Kushina, under the effects of the Genjutsu, let out a furious roar. Her chakra surged again, forming a monstrous claw that lashed out at Tsunade. Kushina. Tsunade bellowed, smashing aside the fox-like claw with a mighty punch. The ground cracked beneath her as more chakra hands emerged from the earth, barring her path. Just then, streaks of light flashed through the air, shuriken spinning with incredible speed bypassed Tsunade to strike at Kushina. Orochimaru's sharp eyes noticed the faint glint of wires in the air and barked an order. Jiraiya, hold the Jinchuriki down. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Wild Lion's Mane Technique. Orochimaru and Jiraiya launched a coordinated attack to restrain Kushina, tangling with her chakra arms. At the same time, Namikaze Minato's thrown kunai and precise maneuvers provided vital support. You're using steel wire. Jiraiya exclaimed with a laugh upon noticing the intricate setup. Sharingan Windmill Triple Blade. Now, Kushina. Shirou shouted, biting down on a wire and pulling it taut. The wire snapped together, tangling Kushina and her tailed beast cloak. The tension emitted a piercing sound as it resisted the fox's chakra. Captain Tsunade. Shirou shouted. Tsunade responded with a mighty leap, her heavenly foot of pain smashing down and shattering the chakra claws protruding from the ground. Wake up. Tsunade roared, surging toward Kushina. Her mighty fist shattered the tailed beast cloak with precise force and delivered a sealing talisman onto Kushina's chest. Poof. The talisman released a soothing green light filled with life energy, enveloping Kushina and Shirou, who had been aiding her. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. So this is the chakra of the first Hokage used for sealing the Nine Tails, Orochimaru muttered, intrigued. Tsunade confirmed, yes. It's a sealing talisman my grandmother entrusted to me. With the seal successfully suppressing the Nine Tails, Kushina's tailed beast cloak faded away, and her eyes began to clear. However, she lay on the ground, trembling and gasping for air. Am I, a monster? She whispered, her voice filled with despair. In her spiritual space, she sensed the fear and disgust in the faces of those around her as they called her a monster. Now, her body bore the visible scars of the tailed beast chakra's corruption. Lying nearby, Shirou groaned weakly. Well, isn't it fitting? One monster saving another, he joked, forcing a pained smile. His self-deprecating humor caught Kushina off guard, and a small ripple of emotion stirred in her otherwise numb heart. She turned her gaze to Shirou, who gestured to himself mockingly. Look, even an evil Uchiha like me can transform. If that's not monstrous, what is? Kushina's pupils widened. She noticed the similar wary glances from others, directed at both Shirou and herself. Maybe. I'm not alone, she thought, a glimmer of solace breaking through her despair. Two troublesome brats. Tsunade muttered, kneeling beside them to administer healing jutsu. Around them, Konoha ninjas warily approached the battlefield, shaken by the destruction they witnessed. Despite their victory, fear lingered in their eyes as they looked at Kushina. Though the battle was over, the scars, both physical and emotional, remained. Chapter 37, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 37. The Land of Grass, Konoha Camp. You've got some nerve, Shirou. You unleashed the full power of the curse mark, Tsunade said as she casually replaced an 4-bag in the medical tent, her tone sharp but tinged with curiosity. On the hospital bed, Shirou forced a strained smile despite the pain etched on his face. Captain Tsunade, every cell in my body hurts. It's like I'm burning up, he groaned truthfully. Opening the second stage of the curse mark at full power for the first time had indeed taken a severe toll on his body. Even so, the power surge he'd felt at the time had been incredible. Looking back, Shirou couldn't help but feel a mix of amazement and fear at his actions. In his current state, he bore an eerie resemblance to Sasuke during his defection to the Valley of the End, same curse mark, same Uchiha lineage, but with subtle differences. Shirou's Sharingan had only 2 tomo compared to Sasuke's 3, but Shirou had the advantage of clan resources and extensive training in jutsu and kenjutsu. By contrast, Sasuke's lack of preparation following the Uchiha massacre left them at roughly equal strength during this period. You're reckless, Tsunade remarked, glancing up from his medical report. She sat in a chair nearby, her light brown eyes betraying a glimmer of professional intrigue. Your cells are being corroded by this power, but perhaps because it stems from your Kekkei Genkai, your body is adapting to it, she continued, her words betraying her fascination as a medical expert. To her, Shirou seemed less like a patient and more like a rare experimental subject. You got lucky this time, Tsunade added. You absorbed a significant amount of special chakra from being near Kushina during the incident. It helped integrate this power into your system. Shirou blinked, startled at the revelation. Was it truly her chakra? He'd felt its overwhelming presence during the battle, but to think it had aided him in such a way. Even Tsunade seemed taken aback by the discovery. That chakra, the remnant of her grandfather, the first Hokage, could be absorbed by Shirou. She was acutely aware of its unique properties, which had been utilized during Kushina's sealing process in Sage mode. Could Shirou's Kekkei Genkai, or perhaps this curse mark, be related to Sage Chakra, she speculated, her professional insight drawing connections few could make. Lucky me, Shirou replied with a feigned look of innocence, though his mind was racing. That power, it must have been the first Hokage's chakra, he realized. What a force of nature. Just absorbing a trace of it through his curse-marked skin had accelerated his Kekkei Genkai fusion. The first Hokage was truly legendary, a universal bomb, whether in cells or chakra. Once this 4-drip is done, rest for 2 to 3 days, and you'll recover completely, Tsunade instructed. And don't overuse that power. Her tone turned stern as she continued, you know what happens to those who push their Kekkei Genkai limits too far. Not even I can help you if that happens. Shirou nodded respectfully. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. But what about Kushina? She's fine, Tsunade said, her expression briefly complex before returning to calm indifference. She's back in the village. It's not suitable for her to remain on the front lines after such an incident. Shirou nodded in agreement. Kushina had unleashed the Nine Tails, news of her Jinchuriki status must have spread by now. Staying on the battlefield wouldn't be wise. The 2 Kekkei Genkai are a burden on your body, but they're also a source of strength, Tsunade explained. Your integration of the curse-marked Kekkei Genkai has sped up, likely reducing the time needed for full compatibility by 1 or 2 years. Thanks to that special chakra, the process is now down to 3 or 4 years instead of 6 or 7. Tsunade continued to analyze his condition meticulously. Your evolution into a 2-tomo Sharingan, combined with the fusion of your Kekkei Genkai, has elevated your chakra levels far above typical Kekkei Genkai users. Over the next 2 or 3 months, your body will likely enter another growth phase. 2-tomo Sharingan. Was it triggered by a companion's danger? Tsunade wondered, her thoughts lingering on his unique potential and the rarity of his dual Kekkei Genkai. Meanwhile, Shirou could only grimace internally. If anyone else envied him, it would be understandable, but Tsunade. He knew all too well how terrifyingly massive her chakra reserves were. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she had inherited the Senju clan's immense chakra capacity. Among Konoha's ninjas, apart from Jinchuriki, even the third Hokage in his prime couldn't rival her reserves. Shirou, has that old elder has been feeding you intel again? Tsunade asked nonchalantly, her words making Shirou tense. Her casual remark carried a sharp undertone, clearly probing him. Well, on the battlefield, you've been throwing yourself into danger like a true Uchiha, she quipped, easing his nerves slightly. She had mistaken his recklessness for a self-sacrificial tactic to bury secrets. Taking a deep breath, Shirou decided to steer the conversation. Captain Tsunade, my current status allows me to access clan records and even research involving the second Hokage's experiments. I've been reflecting on the relationship between the Uchiha and the Senju, he began, adopting a more philosophical tone. After much thought, I've come to realize a fundamental problem: identity. Identity. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, unsure where this was going but willing to listen. She crossed her legs, her demeanor calm yet curious. Uchiha and Senju animosity, the marginalization of the Uchiha after Konoha's founding, it all stems from identity and clan politics, Shirou explained. Think about it. If the Hokage wasn't tied to a clan, if they were just a ninja, wouldn't that solve everything? His words carried a fervor that made Tsunade blink in surprise. Captain Tsunade, now I understand why so many supported White Fang's candidacy for the fourth Hokage. He had no clan baggage, no alliances to divide him. With him as Hokage, the clans and civilians would naturally maintain balance. Tsunade was stunned, momentarily speechless. Was that the logic behind it? It seemed noble when he put it that way, but in truth, everyone had simply seen it as a way to advance their interests. Still, she couldn't deny the reasoning. A Hokage without clan ties would indeed avoid certain complications. Chapter 38, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 38. Wait. You're trying to change the subject. Tsunade's eyes narrowed sharply. Shirou dared to deflect her questioning. She had asked him what he had discovered, or rather, what that old ghost Uchiha Setsuna had passed on to him, that made him willing to die on the battlefield. A meaningless death was uncharacteristic of the Uchiha. But to die in battle? That was very Uchiha. Fully aware of the Uchiha clan's tendency toward mental instability as their Sharingan awakened further, Tsunade furrowed her brows in frustration. What a headache. At that moment, she finally understood what her grandfather had said about the Uchiha, stubborn and single-minded to the extreme. Captain Tsunade, seeking death. I think you're mistaken. Shirou suddenly broke into the quintessential Uchiha smirk, his eyes growing increasingly fervent as he spoke with excitement. I merely want to test the limits of my capacity. The maddeningly obsessive smile on his face only made Tsunade angrier. But as her sharp eyes caught a fleeting flicker of hesitation deep in Shirou's gaze, she began to piece things together. Seeking death. This guy brainwashed by the will of fire, had no reason to actively seek death under such circumstances, unless there was one reason. If he didn't die, it would disrupt and damage the current political balance. On a personal level, the Uchiha clan finally had an opportunity after so many years. From a public perspective, Shirou's will of fire had become deeply ingrained to the point of obsession. Recalling recent events, Tsunade's amber eyes gleamed with sudden understanding. She barked sharply. Is this about to become another Nawaki incident? Shirou's pupils contracted sharply before he masked his surprise with a forced smile. Captain Tsunade, are you suggesting someone might target Captain Fugaku? But his attempt to divert the topic only earned a cold snort from Tsunade. His reaction earlier had already confirmed her suspicion. She wasn't wrong. Annoying brat. Tsunade gritted her teeth. If another Nawaki incident were to happen, the target might not even be Uchiha Fugaku. Instead, it could very well be Shirou standing in front of her. Unbeknownst to him, Shirou had already undergone a significant transformation, becoming a bridge between the Uchiha and Senju clans. If something were to happen to Shirou, much like Nawaki under Orochimaru's command, the fallout would be devastating. If he were to die under her watch, the unhinged Uchiha clan would surely assume the worst. And with some external provocation. Would it look like the Senju had simply abandoned their ally after playing with it? Or worse, that they never trusted the Uchiha to begin with? The implications of Shirou's death would ripple through the village like wildfire. Damn it. The thought made Tsunade shiver, her anger growing. Knowing how obsessive the Uchiha clan was, this could easily spark irreparable conflict. You're just a brat. You shouldn't have to bear all of this. Though initially fuming and ready to scold him, Tsunade's tone softened as she met Shirou's determined yet youthful gaze. What had she been doing at his age? What about Nawaki? Being a ninja was already cruel enough, but Shirou was carrying the unbearable weight of his clan's burdens. Captain Tsunade, I. Perhaps feeling exposed, Shirou's feigned madness faltered, replaced by a trace of panic as he avoided her gaze. This only reinforced Tsunade's anger toward the village's dirty politics. I need all the information. Suppressing her fury, Tsunade's voice was firm and commanding. Under her piercing gaze, Shirou hesitated, then lowered his head and reluctantly began to speak. Elder Setsuna passed on intel. The specifics are unclear, time and location, but it involves finding an opportunity, ideally during the upcoming Omega-Kure battlefield operations. The goal is to create another incident to reignite tension between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Shirou stammered out the information. He wasn't lying. If anything, he was adding another layer of insurance for himself. If nothing happened, all the better. But if something did, he wanted to ensure those pulling the strings would pay dearly. Bastards. Tsunade's rage boiled over. The village elders, claiming to act for the sake of the village and the will of fire, were forcing Shirou into such a desperate position. The same people who feared the Uchiha's so-called evil were now making Shirou willing to die for his clan and village. If he were to fall honorably on the battlefield, it would prevent any immediate fallout between the Uchiha and Senju. Captain Tsunade. Silence. Tsunade roared, her patience snapping. Shirou. If you ever hide information like this again, I'll break every bone in your body. Her chakra flared with a terrifying intensity, freezing Shirou in place. It was a stark reminder of her Senju heritage and unparalleled chakra reserves. After her anger subsided, she looked at Shirou's silent figure, and a pang of guilt struck her heart. Shirou, shrouded in darkness, longed for the light and sought to protect it. Don't overuse your curse seal, she admonished, her tone softer. I've told you before, stage 1 is manageable for your body. Just don't push beyond that. Her stern gaze made Shirou hastily nod. Yes. But Tsunade could tell he would likely go back to his obsessive ways. You brat. Sign this summoning contract. Summoning a massive scroll, she shoved it in front of Shirou, startling him. Big reward. Sure looked like it. Why are you staring? Hurry up. Under Tsunade's sharp gaze, Shirou cut his finger and signed the scroll with his name and a blood seal. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. His soft words echoed in the tent, and Tsunade's heart twinged. But her face remained stern as she rolled up the scroll. Rest up. Once you're healed, you're handling the inventory. Fuming, Tsunade glanced toward the direction of the Omega-Kure. Third Hokage. This is the Uchiha you all fear and ostracize. What role are you playing this time, ignorance, indifference, or apathy toward this small matter? Looking back at the silent Shirou on the bed, her expression softened. You're the light, even though you don't realize it. Tsunade's voice was low as she whispered, marveling at how Shirou, shrouded in darkness, radiated a light that surpassed the village's corrupt elders. P.S. Shirou, I am Ninja Jesus. Chapter 39, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 39. Land of Grass, Konoha Camp. It had been over 3 months since the last Kushina incident. Amid the sweltering summer heat, the front line enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Many shinobi lazed about in the camp during their shift breaks, finding ways to kill time. In the hills behind the camp, near a small waterfall, 3 shadow clones of Uchiha Shirou sat cross-legged on the water's surface, each holding 2 black senbon. Sparks of lightning occasionally flickered between the senbon. The real Uchiha Shirou stood before the waterfall, his right arm extended and his expression solemn. In his palm, visible and tangible chakra steadily gathered. 3 months. My arm is sore and swollen, but I'm still just a little short. His face was tense with determination as he gritted his teeth, his trembling hand persisting through the strain. The Raiznan, an A-rank jutsu. Even with a clear understanding of its training process, mastering it was no easy feat. It lived up to its reputation as an advanced technique. Jutsu ranks weren't just based on power, they reflected a combination of training difficulty and combat effectiveness. Naruto mastered this jutsu after the Chunin exams. Back then, his chakra control and jutsu knowledge were inferior to mine. His biggest advantage was his immense chakra reserves. After all, this jutsu was derived from the tailed beast bomb. Shirou's mind replayed everything he had studied about the Raiznan. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and a look of excitement spread across his face. If that's the case, then the greatest challenge of this jutsu lies in the amount of chakra, compressing and rotating an immense quantity while maintaining stable output. Dense chakra swirled in his palm, scorching his skin, but Shirou paid it no mind. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. Poof. Poof. To test his new idea, Shirou released his shadow clones. With all his focus, a vivid blue sphere of chakra appeared in his palm in an instant. I did it. Seeing the chakra sphere in his hand, Shirou's face lit up with excitement. With a triumphant grin, he pressed the Raiznan against a rock in front of the waterfall. In an instant. Boom. The fearsome blue chakra sphere left a deep, circular crater in the rock. This brat, he did it. Tsunade, who had just arrived, was stunned by the sight of Shirou, who had been obsessively training for 3 months. 3 months. He developed an A-rank jutsu on his own. I did it. Shiro's laughter echoed by the waterfall, though his joy was soon overtaken by pain as he clutched his aching arm. Hey, Shirou. Didn't I tell you not to overdo it? Tsunade's sharp reprimand snapped Shirou back to reality. When he saw Tsunade, Shirou offered a sheepish smile, rubbing his trembling hand. Captain Tsunade, I already placed today's supply report on your desk. I'm not talking about that. Tsunade scowled and stepped onto the water, her red-painted toenails glinting as she approached him. How many times do I have to tell you about the dangers of using shadow clones for training? Faced with her scolding, Shirou obediently bowed his head and nodded. Captain Tsunade, you mentioned that my curse mark Kekii Genka contains a unique chakra that enhances physical and mental recovery. As long as I manage the balance carefully, shadow clone training isn't dangerous. I've always used it to train chakra nature transformation, which primarily requires mental focus. The chakra, stamina, and mental energy consumption are minimal. Shirou's compliant tone only deepened Tsunade's headache. Shirou was infuriatingly obedient when it came to administrative tasks, excelling in logistics and paperwork. But when it came to his obsessive training, no amount of warning seemed to matter. He'd smile and nod, then proceed as he pleased. Show me your arm. With Tsunade's firm tone, Shirou obediently extended his arm. It wasn't the first time the scene had played out in the camp. Several Konoha shinobi who witnessed the moment exchanged knowing glances. Rumors swirled among them. Tsunade had found herself a loyal little lover, and a Uchiha at that. The cool sensation of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu eased the pain in Shirou's arm. His face relaxed into a satisfied smile as he looked up at her. Thank you, Captain Tsunade. Shadow clone training was a method many shinobi knew of, but it wasn't widely practiced due to the heavy mental toll it took. Overtraining could even result in death, making it impractical for most. Only a handful of individuals, or jinchuriki, could use this method effectively. That jutsu you just used is incredibly dangerous. Its destructive power and difficulty make it a clear A-rank jutsu, Tsunade remarked, her gaze lingering on the crater left by the Raiznon. Shirou nodded with a smile. This jutsu is powerful, but it demands a vast amount of chakra. Ordinary Chunin might only be able to use it once, making it nearly impossible for them to train with it. He explained further, chakra levels determine training efficiency. Someone with high reserves can train advanced jutsu multiple times a day, while someone with low reserves might only manage once, drastically slowing progress. I'm fortunate to have awakened 2 Kekii Genka, and my chakra reserves far exceed those of most Uchiha. Shirou's proud smile drew a scoff from Tsunade. Lucky, huh? How about mentioning how Kekii Genka tends to shorten lifespans? Her comment left Shirou speechless, though inwardly, he thought, with you as my healer, I'll recover completely in 3 years. Outwardly, however, he simply laughed awkwardly, earning him a smug, victorious look from Tsunade. Shirou, it's great that you're driven, but why haven't you practiced the summoning jutsu I taught you? Shirou hesitated, scratching his head. I've been too busy. Tsunade raised an eyebrow knowingly. Or are you worried about what people will say about you? Before Shirou could answer, the rustling of leaves and chatter of 2 approaching shinobi interrupted them, drawing Tsunade's ire. Chapter 40, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 40. In the forest, 2 Chunin wearing Konoha forehead protectors walked one after the other, sharing gossip. TSK, do you know why that Uchiha Shirou is rarely seen? Why's that? Brother Ikeda, is there some embarrassing secret about the proud Uchiha clan? Hey, Saburo, since you're new here, let me tell you. The rumors are all true. Impossible. The younger Chunin, barely 16 or 17 years old, looked shocked as he stared at the more experienced Chunin beside him. The Uchiha clan's pride is well known. Pride, my foot, scoffed the rugged-looking Chunin with a cold laugh. The so-called proud Uchiha. Lady Tsunade tamed that wolf into a little lapdog. Everyone whispers about it behind their backs. Our commander, Lady Tsunade, turned the Uchiha's little wolf into a tame puppy. You should see how obedient he is, always serving her, front and back. Officially, he's compiling resource reports, but everyone knows what that means. Damn it. As he spoke, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Look at the rest of the Uchiha in the camp, they're all avoiding people because they think it's humiliating. The younger Chunin, wide-eyed, eagerly absorbed this juicy gossip from the front lines. However, not far away, Tsunade, standing near the waterfall, overheard everything. Her face darkened with fury, and she was about to lash out when a hand suddenly covered her mouth. An arm wrapped around her waist, and Shirou swiftly whisked her into the forest without hesitation. Shirou. Tsunade didn't resist. If she wanted to, there was no way he could have taken her away. Once in the forest, Shirou's expression remained calm. He shook his head and smiled faintly. Just rumors, Captain Tsunade. Surely you're not planning to take out your anger on some random Chunin over something so trivial. His amused smile made Tsunade flinch, not out of gratitude, but guilt. She realized she had never considered what her actions might mean for Shirou. With Uchiha's pride etched into his bones, the burden of family expectations, and now these rumors, must have been crushing. Initially, she had only thought about using the Uchiha to send a signal to the village. It worked. The Uchiha stepped forward. The clan got the opportunity they wanted, a chance to ease tensions with the other Konoha families. It seemed like a win-win. But Shirou had become a pawn, bearing the weight of it all. Shirou, I. Just as Tsunade hesitated, preparing to apologize, Shirou smiled and stopped her. Captain Tsunade, I've gained everything I could have dreamed of. The clan gives me full access to training resources, 3 Tomo Sharingan resources while I'm still at 1 Tomo. They even cover all my medical expenses for my genetic condition. I have access to every clan technique and every secret, and I've earned status. The more he spoke, the more Tsunade felt a pang in her heart. So, Captain Tsunade, there's no need to overthink this. Besides, let me tell you a little secret. Shirou leaned in with a mischievous yet sincere smile, teasing, I volunteered for all of this. After all, Captain Tsunade isn't just Konoha's princess, she's the princess of the Land of Fire. His playful comment made Tsunade pause. Then her expression shifted, her eyebrows raising in a teasing arch. Really? So it was all voluntary, huh, you brat? Did she believe him? Shirou didn't respond, only smiling enigmatically. People always believe what they see or deduce themselves, even if you tell them the truth. More importantly, words left unsaid often weigh heavier than those spoken. If her guilt lingered in her heart, growing over time until it eventually erupted, that would be when he truly reaped the rewards. No one understood the world of ninja politics better than he did. Suddenly, the sound of rustling came from deeper in the forest as the 2 gossiping Chunin approached. Why is there clothing by the waterfall? The younger Chunin gawked, pointing to the Uchiha crest-marked outfit draped over a ninja blade. Let's go. The older Chunin, clearly more experienced, grabbed his companion and hastily dragged him away. Why? What's wrong? Shut up. Think about it, clothes by the waterfall, and you heard someone say Captain Tsunade went toward the back hills. Use your pig brain. Obviously, someone's underwater doing nasty things. Rustling noises faded as the 2 hurriedly retreated. Tsunade's face darkened again in rage. Idiots. The anger she had managed to suppress flared up anew. What did they mean, coming to the back hills for Uchiha? And underwater, no less. What nonsense. Shirou was equally dumbfounded. He had deliberately left the blade and clothes as a warning that someone was training here. But these fools had let their imaginations run wild. Shirou. Tsunade looked ready to explode, but when her eyes fell on Shirou's young face, she swallowed her anger. Shirou bore the heaviest burden of all. Back to camp. I need to check your health and your progress with summoning and medical ninjutsu. Tsunade glared at him, frustrated. You're the first to master an A-rank jutsu, and it's not even medical ninjutsu. Shirou simply shook his head, then raised his left hand. To Tsunade's surprise, pale green medical chakra glowed in his palm. My first A-rank jutsu was mystical palm technique, which you taught me, Captain Tsunade. His youthful face lit up with an earnest smile, and for a moment, Tsunade's pupils contracted. She remembered the first time Shirou came to her, insisting on learning medical ninjutsu to fulfill his childish dream of saving the ninja world. At that moment, she realized he hadn't changed. He had always stayed true to himself. TCH. The Uchiha clan all have screws loose, Tsunade muttered with feigned annoyance. But even she didn't notice how her tone softened. The boy she once mocked for his naive dream had grown into someone silently enduring the dark burdens of his clan and village, yet he still held on to that dream. P.S. Shirou, I, Uchiha Shirou, have a dream. Chapter 41, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 41. Konoha Camp. When Shirou and Tsunade returned to the camp from the back mountain, many ninjas who saw them began whispering among themselves. Wow, I heard it was at the waterfall in the back mountain. Humph. And they say the Uchiha are supposed to be prideful. Sounds like someone's jealous. With her exceptional strength, Tsunade's senses were naturally sharp. Especially after what had just happened, she deliberately heightened her awareness to eavesdrop. Given Tsunade's current abilities, it was nearly impossible for any ninja in the camp to have a private conversation without her noticing. Sure enough. Hearing the gossip, Tsunade couldn't help but feel irritated. While her straightforward personality made her dismiss such rumors as mere idle talk, she couldn't help but glance at Shirou, who was walking alongside her. Shirou, however, maintained a calm demeanor and a gentle smile, as if the rumors didn't affect him at all. But in Tsunade's mind, could that be true? For an ordinary ninja, perhaps. But this was a Uchiha pride and stubbornness were practically etched into their bones. Inside the tent, as Tsunade carefully examined Shirou's injuries, she spoke in her usual commanding tone. Hey, considering you've already mastered the mystical palm technique, that's commendable. But what about your summoning jutsu? It was as if she were saying, my slug summon is one of the great beasts of the three sage lands. Don't you dare slack off. Faced with Tsunade's stern reprimands, Shirou, seemingly accustomed to her teacherly, sisterly, or commanding officer-like demeanor, responded with a soft smile. Captain Tsunade, are you referring to Lady Katsuyu? With a light laugh, Shirou clapped his palm on the bedside. Instantly, a puff of white smoke appeared, about the size of a watermelon. As the smoke cleared, a squishy, pale blue and white slug appeared. It was none other than Katsuyu. Lady Tsunade. The slug's soft, gentle voice resonated, bringing a smile to Shirou's face. Bowing slightly, he greeted. Lady Katsuyu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Tsunade, however, twitched at the sight, scoffing in annoyance. Shirou, you've been recklessly overusing shadow clones these past 3 months. As Tsunade reprimanded him, Katsuyu noticed the injuries on Shirou's palm. Gently squirming forward, she began tending to his wounds. The icy, soft sensation against his arm and palm, like being enveloped in jelly, brought a look of comfort to Shirou's face. Thank you, Lady Katsuyu. Shirou smiled sincerely. He knew the gentle temperament of this sage summon, who had lived for untold years and was considered the most humble of sages, even in Tsunade's presence. Watching this scene, Tsunade let out a tch and plopped onto a nearby chair, crossing her arms as she scolded. You're reckless. Using high-density chakra techniques like this is extremely dangerous, especially with high-speed rotation and friction. It causes severe damage to your palms. And after 3 months of continuous high-intensity chakra release, your right arm's meridians are severely fatigued. Keep this up, and you'll ruin your arm. Tsunade seemed to relish lecturing Shirou, her tone like that of a superior officer or a veteran instructing a rookie. Shirou, adopting a calm and sincere demeanor, listened attentively, only speaking once she finished. Thank you for your concern, Captain Tsunade. But this technique has already been mastered. Concern. Those words caught Tsunade off guard, and she let out a scoff. Shirou, meanwhile, maintained his obedient demeanor, appearing ready for further reprimands. He intended for Tsunade to get used to, or rather, acknowledge, her concern for him, instead of brushing it off as instinctive. From a psychological perspective, Tsunade's concern had been unconscious and habitual, stemming from her nature. But when verbalized by Shirou, combined with the earlier gossip, it created a different perception. This planted a subtle notion in Tsunade's mind: was she truly starting to care for Shirou? Instinctual and unintentional actions, once recognized, often evolve into something deeper. Tch. Self-centered brat. Realizing her unusual level of concern, Tsunade huffed, masking her thoughts by shifting the topic. Shirou, how did you even come up with this jutsu? Inventing original jutsu wasn't unheard of in the ninja world, as all existing techniques were created by someone. But an A-rank jutsu? That was nearly an ultimate-level technique for most jonin, a trump card for any ninja. The value of an A-rank jutsu couldn't be overstated. Shirou, noticing Tsunade's curiosity, gladly took the opportunity to explain. Captain Tsunade, the inspiration for this jutsu came from Kushina. Kushina. This piqued Tsunade's interest, and Shirou nodded. Yes. 3 months ago, when Kushina lost control, the destructive power of a tailed beast bomb left a deep impression on me. My jutsu is nowhere near that level, but the tailed beast bomb's formation and release are essentially pure chakra compression without complex hand signs. So, I thought, could a ninja achieve such a pure chakra technique? After some experimentation, I concluded there are 3 keys: rotation, compression, and stabilization. If a ninja can maintain a stable and continuous chakra output, it results in the seal-less A-rank jutsu. Hearing this, Tsunade finally understood, nodding in realization. Imitating a tailed beast bomb, huh? But you said it involves pure chakra with no hand seals. As a skilled ninja, Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. Techniques related to tailed beasts and chakra manipulation were rare and fascinating. Exactly. It's purely about chakra form, without nature transformation or hand seals. Pleased by her interest, Shirou demonstrated. Holding out his hand, a bright blue orb of compressed chakra formed, spinning rapidly. Seal-less jutsu. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. A seal-less A-rank jutsu was almost unheard of. Given her extensive knowledge, she immediately grasped its potential. In close combat, such a technique would be devastating. With no hand seals needed, it could be unleashed instantly, catching opponents off guard. At that moment, a faint hissing sound echoed, causing Tsunade's expression to darken. Orochimaru. Since when did you become like Jiraiya? A moment later, Orochimaru's raspy, magnetic chuckle echoed through the tent. Chapter 42, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 42. Inside the tent. Hehe, Tsunade, I'm merely curious about the second type of Kekkei Genkai the Uchiha have awakened. With a raspy laugh, Orochimaru's cold and sinister figure slowly stepped inside. Upon seeing Shirou, his eyes gleamed with an appreciative gaze. What a perfect creation, a dual Kekkei Genkai ninja from the Uchiha clan. Truly enviable. TCH. Tsunade scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. It was reminiscent of the way she often mocked Jiraiya, but this time, it carried a deeper edge, a bitterness tied to the past. The events surrounding Nawaki still haunted her, acting, a grim reminder of a ninja's tragic fate. Orochimaru's casual, raspy laughter betrayed his curiosity about Shirou's secondary Kekkei Genkai. At the same time, it subtly reminded Tsunade that Nawaki's death weighed on her alone. Orochimaru seemed utterly unaffected. This twisted way of expressing emotions left Shirou speechless. As expected, the ninja world was truly distorted. And yet, in this warped world, Shirou found ample opportunities to thrive. Orochimaru's face broke into a smile, his crimson tongue flicking across his lips as he spoke hoarsely. It seems Shirokuen has developed a completely new jutsu, a seal-less technique. His golden snake-like eyes sparkled with unhealthy excitement as he stared at the vibrant blue chakra orb slowly dissipating in Shirou's palm. Hehe, Shirokuen, you truly are a genius, a dual Kekkei Genkai holder with the talent to create new jutsu. Shirou felt increasingly awkward under Orochimaru's exaggerated praise. Could he admit this jutsu was copied? Born in this era, and as a Uchiha, no less, how could he let Minato Namikaze claim all the glory? Inventing a jutsu. Whoever uses it first gets the credit. Orochimaru. Tsunade's sharp voice cut through the tension. Since Nawaki's death, Orochimaru had grown more enigmatic, his every action cloaked in mystery. Her frown deepened. Although she had secretly protected Nawaki, the hidden enemy that had forced her hand also made it impossible for her to trust Orochimaru completely. After all, they were all disciples of the third Hokage. Here's all the data on Shirou's Kekkei Genkai. But Orochimaru, let me warn you, don't try anything reckless. Tsunade handed over the research on Shirou's Kekkei Genkai, her tone firm and her gaze unyielding as she locked eyes with Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows in mild surprise at her warning. She was warning him. Glancing at the young Uchiha beside her, a sudden realization flickered in Orochimaru's mind, accompanied by a faint trace of deeply hidden sorrow. With a raspy laugh, he remarked. Hehe, Tsunade, it seems you've made this young man a replacement. Orochimaru misunderstood, assuming that Tsunade saw Shirou as a substitute for Nawaki. This was so typical of Orochimaru. Tsunade, long accustomed to his warped logic, didn't explode in anger as others might have. Instead, she snorted angrily. Shut up. Hearing the word replacement, Tsunade instinctively glanced at Shirou. Shirou wore a respectful smile, showing no sign of displeasure. Relieved, Tsunade let out a quiet breath. It wasn't overthinking, Shirou already bore too many burdens. She didn't want him to misunderstand and carry even more pressure, especially because of Nawaki. Meanwhile, Shirou smirked inwardly. A useful piece of intel had just fallen into his lap. Replacement. Perhaps this misunderstanding could be turned to his advantage. Shirokuen, you truly are an enviable genius, Orochimaru rasped, flipping through Tsunade's Kekkei Genkai report while pulling out his notes. Tsunade, do you know what Shirokuen's Kekkei Genkai represents? Based on my 3 months of experimentation, I found that it closely resembles the legendary sage powers of Ryuchi Cave, or perhaps even those of the other great sanctuaries. At this time, Orochimaru was still unaware of the first Hokage's sage mode but had already begun exploring the sage powers of Ryuchi Cave. Tsunade sighed inwardly. Orochimaru's genius was undeniable, in just 3 months, he had uncovered so much. Her progress in understanding Shirou's Kekkei Genkai had only been possible because of her grandfather. But her frown deepened. The power Shirou possessed was eerily similar to her grandfather's sage body. How could a Uchiha have such a thing? Was it genetic? A hidden trait from both ancestral lines? Such anomalies weren't unheard of in the ninja world. Orochimaru, you should know how dangerous this power is. Even though Shirou is the host, he nearly succumbed to its backlash. If we hadn't discovered it early, the mutation could have been fatal, beyond even the ninja world's ability to cure. To Tsunade, Shirou's early discovery of his Kekkei Genkai had averted catastrophe. Without intervention, its mutation would have spiraled out of control. Shirokuen. Orochimaru's greedy, burning gaze locked onto Shirou as if he were some priceless treasure. Anyone else might have shuddered under such a gaze, but Shirou had grown used to it over the past 3 months. He nodded respectfully. Orochimaru-sama. Shirokuen, this Kekkei Genkai is an extraordinary power. Ignoring Tsunade's warning, Orochimaru casually grabbed her medical tools and began re-examining Shirou's body. Orochimaru-sama, my Kekkei Genkai illness has been under Captain Tsunade's care. If Orochimaru wanted to study the cursed seal sage body, Shirou was happy to oblige. After all, he was intrigued by the idea of bestowing cursed seals himself. For that, he needed Orochimaru's expertise. Orochimaru. Tsunade watched their seemingly rehearsed routine of experimentation and sighed in frustration. Her irritation was tinged with resignation as she sat down with a huff, picking up Orochimaru's research report. Though Tsunade was the best medical ninja in Konoha, and perhaps the entire ninja world, Orochimaru's brilliance in research was unparalleled. Meanwhile, Shirou relished being the subject of study by two of the future Sannin. Cursed seals were powerful tools. They could dramatically enhance a ninja's strength and solidify Shirou's influence within the Uchiha clan. Dangers? The Uchiha didn't care. If he could master the art of implanting cursed seals, he could win the approval of even the most power-hungry members of his clan. This is fascinating. I never imagined such a rare constitution could exist, Orochimaru muttered, growing increasingly excited as his research progressed. His golden serpent eyes glinted with boundless greed. Sage powers. The legendary powers of the sages from the three great sanctuaries. Could a ninja truly be born with such potential? Shirou-kun, you won't regret your decision today, Orochimaru said, smiling with excitement as he completed his examination. I look forward to Orochimaru-sama's findings, Shirou replied with a polite smile. If Orochimaru studied his Kekkei-genkai, it was only fair to share the results, wasn't it? Orochimaru chuckled, licking his lips. Shirou-kun, you're truly unique. From reading My Struggle, I could tell you're no ordinary Konoha ninja. Good grief. Hearing this, Shirou's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly masked it with an earnest smile. Orochimaru-sama, it was just a childish idea. Studying medicine to save the ninja world. As the two spoke, Tsunade couldn't help but recall that phrase. Meanwhile, Shirou marveled inwardly. Orochimaru, the master manipulator, had seen through the hidden ideals in his writing. Truly impressive. Chapter 43, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 43. My struggles. At first glance, this book seems simple, divided into three parts, my family, at the Ninja Academy, and on the battlefield. However, it is interwoven with vivid descriptions of various countries' customs and traditions, as well as intriguing anecdotes. At first, it appears to be an honest and emotionally gripping novel. But in truth, it is merely the foundation, a prologue. As the protagonist's power grows, subsequent chapters gradually unveil his hidden ambitions. The ninjas who have read this book are already deeply captivated by its narrative. To summarize it in one sentence, at first, one doesn't grasp the meaning of the book, but upon rereading, one feels fully immersed in its world. Hey, Shirou, is this the book you wrote? Tsunade, standing nearby with an expression of boredom, casually held a red-covered book in her hand. She had already skimmed through it while investigating Shirou's background. It's only slightly better than Jiraiya's perverted nonsense. Different readers draw different insights from the book. For instance, Jiraiya viewed the novel as a tale centered on the value of precious comrades, bonds, a story written by someone embodying the will of fire. Tsunade, on the other hand, dismissed it as childish, even though it lacked the occasional explicit segments Jiraiya might have added. Her disdain didn't stem from the book's quality but rather from her disillusionment with the village and her clan's fractured ties with the Senju. To her, Shirou's work seemed like the naive ramblings of someone unaware of the village's darker side. Orochimaru, however, had a different perspective. He saw a vision, an ambition not confined to Konoha but encompassing the entire ninja world. But when Orochimaru observed Shirou's innocent smile, he chuckled hoarsely. Such youthful purity lacks awareness of darkness. Perhaps you'll think differently in the future. Shirou-kun, I appreciate your generosity. I believe this scroll will be of use to you. After examining the contents, Orochimaru's throat convulsed. With a retching sound, a dark green scroll emerged from his mouth. Unbothered by the mucus-covered scroll, Shirou curiously opened it. Upon seeing the contents, his face lit up with joy. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Though he had the support of his clan and access to numerous jutsu, what Orochimaru provided were techniques on how to utilize them effectively, how to conserve chakra and manipulate it in specific situations. If fully understood, this scroll could improve the efficiency of a jutsu by 10 to 20% while enhancing its power by the same margin. Hehe, Shirou-kun, I'm curious to see how your wind will turn the windmill of the ninja world and what changes it will bring. With a raspy laugh, Orochimaru left the tent. Shirou, unperturbed by Orochimaru's meaningful glance, smiled confidently as he watched him depart. His book merely contained a hint of his agenda. As long as he refrained from revealing certain truths, who could uncover his intentions? Outside the tent, Orochimaru walked away with an intrigued expression, muttering to himself. Shirou-kun, some talents are innate. Perhaps you haven't realized it yet, but once you confront the darkness of this world, you may understand, we are the same kind of people. Orochimaru's hoarse laughter echoed as he left, convinced that Shirou's exceptional vision far surpassed his peers. More importantly, he shared Orochimaru's insatiable curiosity in pursuit of the ninja world's truths. In the tent. After Orochimaru left, Tsunade huffed impatiently. Always so cryptic. Shirou, don't say I didn't warn you, Orochimaru is closely tied to the root. Shirou nodded with a smile, but as he looked down at the scroll, a flicker of ambition flashed in his eyes. The sparks of change had already been scattered across the ninja world. At the right moment, he would embody these sparks, igniting a crimson flame to engulf the entire ninja world. Don't worry, Captain Tsunade. I just want to master this power quickly so I won't burden the clan or you. His soft-spoken words faded as he bowed his head, leaving Tsunade with a mix of exasperation and concern. Nawaki, you've caused your sister a lot of trouble. Watching Shirou, Tsunade felt a pang of guilt. His transformation had begun with the Nawaki incident, leaving him burdened with guilt and casting aside his pride. Tsunade's gaze fell on the thin red book in her hand. Annoyed, she decided to pass it to Nawaki to remind him of the comrade who still blamed himself for past events. If Shirou learned that Tsunade had shared his book with Nawaki, he would have laughed. His influence had already infiltrated the Senju. Hokage's office. Hiruzen. What's Tsunade doing treating a Uchiha for their Kekkei disease? Shimura Danzo fumed, slamming the table in anger as he berated the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, calm and composed, took a slow puff from his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Danzo. I'm talking to you, what's with this attitude? Take a good look, Danzo. This Uchiha boy encountered the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and, after witnessing the rampage, developed an A-rank jutsu without seals. Tsunade can't just allow such a dangerous Uchiha to roam freely. Danzo's fury grew as he outlined every detail that violated his sensibilities, treating a Uchiha's Kekkei disease, interacting with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and independently creating an A-rank jutsu. Hiruzen finally set down his pipe and looked up calmly. The treatment costs are fully covered by the Uchiha themselves. So what? And what about interacting with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. Danzo, Kushina isn't a Jinchuriki yet, and the interaction you're referring to was the Uchiha preventing her from rampaging. Furious at being countered twice, Danzo slammed the desk. Hiruzen. This boy is too dangerous. He's only 13 and already created an A-rank jutsu. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Frustrated, Danzo stormed out, leaving with a final, ominous remark. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. A classic. Hiruzen sighed, turning to the Hokage monument. Teacher, perhaps I now understand why you didn't choose Danzo. Winning this war is the priority. He opened a dossier on Uchiha Shirou, meticulously documenting every detail of his life, including trivial disputes at the academy. Because of Nawaki's incident. Fueled by the grief of losing a comrade. He stopped at a section analyzing Shirou's novel, My Struggles. Another Kagami, perhaps. The Intelligence Division had noted the book's enthusiastic embrace of the will of fire, albeit with a question mark. Hiruzen smiled wryly, understanding the skepticism stemmed from the name Uchiha. Chapter 44, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 44. Uchiha Clan Grounds. Mikoto, do you have any objections to the notice of Uchiha Shirou's appointment as a jonin? In the wooden house, Elder Uchiha Setsuna coughed heavily, barely able to support himself as he spoke in a low voice. Sitting below him, Uchiha Mikoto glanced at the appointment notice. Her expression remained calm as she nodded. With the activation of the curse mark Kekkei, Shirou possesses the ability to contend with jonin-level opponents. Coupled with his talent for developing A-rank ninjutsu without hand seals and his dual Tomo Sharingan, I have no objections to Shirou's promotion to jonin. Hearing his granddaughter's words, Elder Setsuna let out a suppressed, mocking laugh amidst his coughs. Fool. You're worse than this brat. How can I trust you to inherit this branch in the future? His tone was sharp with frustration as he scolded her before continuing. 13 years old, self-developed A-rank ninjutsu, the youngest genius jonin in Konoha's history, do you even realize what this means? Let me tell you. From the moment this appointment notice is issued, all of this brat's information will appear in the offices of the 5 great shinobi villages. Then it will filter down to the smaller villages, followed by high-value bounty notices. As he spoke, Elder Setsuna's face darkened with anger, and he slammed his leg hard against the floor. Moreover, as a jonin, the missions he takes on will be significantly more dangerous. His fame as a genius will guarantee that enemy villages thoroughly analyze his weaknesses and ninjutsu affinities. Do you think being a famous jonin is a good thing? That third Hokage is plotting against our Uchiha genius. Elder Setsuna's anger was palpable. Having once rebelled himself, he understood the intricacies of conspiracies better than anyone. For experienced shinobi, fame brought challenges they were prepared to face. However, Shirou was only 13, barely capable of battling Jonin with his Kekkei, and far from defeating them outright. An undeveloped genius faced immense danger if their enemies had access to their information. In Shirou's case, the curse-marked Kekkei had a time limit. Any prolonged battle could lead to his defeat. Additionally, his chakra natures, fire, lightning, and earth, along with his commonly used techniques, would soon be disseminated to enemy villages. Yet, upon hearing these dangers, Uchiha Mikoto remained unfazed. Instead, her expression grew resolute as she responded coldly. Elder, Shirou is the clan's genius. I trust he will grow stronger in the face of conflict. The proud Uchiha clan had never been one to fear danger. Elder Setsuna's face flushed with anger at his granddaughter's stubbornness. His hand trembled as he pointed at her. Mikoto. You. Elder. Mikoto interrupted sharply, her tone formal and distant. It was clear their relationship was strained, perhaps irreparably so. Mikoto, when you chose this brat, it was because he was easy to control and a genius, wasn't it? Hearing this, Mikoto's pupils contracted. Her expression darkened as she snorted coldly. Indeed. At the time, I thought Shirou would be easy to control. And now? Faced with Elder Setsuna's questioning, Mikoto fell silent. Initially, her choice had been a form of rebellion against the family. She knew her grandfather's failing health wouldn't allow him to hold power long enough to dictate her future. Rejecting the suitors tied to the clan leader's faction, she sought an easily controlled genius instead. Shirou, a renowned talent at the academy and someone she had grown up with, seemed like the perfect candidate. However, as time passed, trust and warmth grew between them. Mikoto unknowingly opened her heart to him. Seeing his granddaughter's silence, Elder Setsuna sighed heavily, his frustration evident. Mikoto, this brat's growth proves your judgment wasn't wrong. When I was your age, I too believed in the pride of the Uchiha. But as I've aged, I've learned that pride alone isn't enough, Uchiha needs strength to back it up. He sighed again, his voice softening slightly. Don't let empty pride lead to your downfall. Do you want this brat to die carrying the so-called glory of the Uchiha genius? Despite his wisdom, gained through rebellion and hardship, Setsuna found it impossible to make the younger generation understand his perspective. If Shirou dies in battle, I will avenge him and then join him as a widow. Good heavens. Elder Setsuna nearly spat blood. Staring at his bull-headed granddaughter, he exclaimed. Mikoto, you're too extreme. But Mikoto remained calm. Slowly, she retrieved a scroll from her ninja pouch. Her actions made Setsuna raise an eyebrow in confusion. Her gaze softened slightly as she handed it to him. This is Shirou's self-developed A-rank ninjutsu. Elder Setsuna fell silent. What a dedicated brat. Sharing his self-developed jutsu with her. Typically, a ninja's self-developed techniques were reserved for their heirs or disciples. Even spouses weren't privy to them unless they were exceptionally trusted. This practice held even among noble clans. Sharing such a technique with Mikoto was an act of complete trust. You're doing this for that brat. Elder Setsuna looked up, his gaze calm as he studied his determined granddaughter. For the first time, he realized he had never truly understood her. Mikoto nodded softly, her expression unwavering. Shirou's dream is immense. I can feel that he wants to change the clan, not with words, but through actions. She paused, then added, Grandfather, your health gives us little time. Her subtle use of grandfather instead of elder revealed a rare moment of familial connection. Pride, risk-taking, and loyalty ran deep within the Uchiha bloodline, traits Mikoto embodied fully. You. Elder Setsuna felt utterly defeated. It was as if his granddaughter and her partner were already planning to take over while he was still alive. Fine. I will protect this Uchiha genius. This wasn't about Uchiha's pride anymore, it was about pushing Setsuna to use his authority to fully support Shirou. Chapter 45, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 45. The Land of Grass. Behind the Konoha camp, in the shadow of the mountains, the roar of the waterfall echoed, blending with the sharp sound of air being torn apart. Beneath the rushing waterfall, arcs of electricity flashed continuously, splitting the air with sharp, crackling sounds. A figure darted rapidly through the area, moving so quickly that an ordinary eye could not follow its motion. Under the high-speed movements of Uchiha Shirou, his form became a blur, leaving behind faint afterimages whenever he paused briefly to pivot. In terms of speed alone, he had already reached the level of a jonin. Kunai embedded themselves sharply into the surrounding rocks near the waterfall. Preset needle-firing mechanisms, triggered by severed steel wires, unleashed a barrage of needles from every direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! The air filled with the whistling of countless needles, pouring down like a torrential storm. Under the dual Tomo Sharingan, Shirou fixed his gaze firmly on the incoming barrage. Clang! 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 A rapid series of sharp metallic clashes filled the air as Shirou, wielding his ninja blade enveloped in crackling electric arcs, deftly deflected the incoming storm of needles. The onslaught could not touch him. Splash! 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 Metallic needles shattered and fell into the water, creating a series of ripples as they sank. As the chaos subsided, only Shirou's labored breaths filled the air. He stood, drenched in sweat, his body trembling from the exertion. Kihihi. As expected of Shirokuen, a true genius. Orochimaru's voice echoed with appreciation as he stepped forward, his gaze filled with admiration. Using lightning nature chakra to stimulate the body and achieve temporary bursts of extreme speed, combined with the Uchiha clan's unique Sharingan to compensate for the drawbacks of high-speed movement, fascinating. Orochimaru mused aloud, his tone almost reverent. However, mastering this technique requires exceptional chakra control. Orochimaru's gaze on the training Shirou was akin to that of an artist admiring a masterpiece. Standing on the water, still catching his breath, Shirou frowned and shook his head at the praise. Lord Orochimaru, this technique has its drawbacks, it cannot be maintained for long. Resources were no longer a concern for Shirou, especially with the clan's full support. Wasting a few needles during training. That was nothing worth fretting over. Orochimaru, seeing Shirou's unsatisfied expression, chuckled hoarsely. Shirokuen, we are alike in some ways. Ambition, Orochimaru thought, was not a flaw, it was a driving force. I've heard that Kimogakure's lightning-style body techniques are enhanced by special drugs, allowing their users to adapt to their lightning chakra and use the technique for extended periods. Ever the researcher, Orochimaru willingly shared his findings. Since beginning his study of the Cursed Seal, he often took time each month to guide Shirou in ninjutsu. Kimogakure. Shirou muttered, understanding the implications. Despite being classified as a B-rank jutsu, the technique required specific secret drugs to be viable. Otherwise, such a jutsu would have been thoroughly analyzed by other villages long ago. No wonder it had become a signature move of Kimogakure's Reikage lineage. Konoha's youngest self-taught creator of an A-rank ninjutsu at 13 years old, Shirokuen. In just 3 months, your progress is astonishing. Truly, the power of a Kekkei Genkai is enviable. Orochimaru's lips curled into a serpentine smile, his voice laced with subtle envy. Genius was often unfair. Kekkei Genkai users like Shirou could accomplish in months what ordinary shinobi struggled for years to achieve. A genius. Shirou murmured, shaking his head internally. He knew his record wouldn't last long. Soon, Hatake Kakashi would surpass him by becoming a jonin at the age of 12. Besides, Namikaze Minato has also grown significantly under Jiraiya's tutelage recently. Shirou recognized that his dual Kekkei Genkai played a significant role in his abilities. Yet, Minato was a true prodigy, working tirelessly to match the pressure imposed by clan-born elites like Shirou. After creating his A-rank jutsu and earning the title of Konoha's youngest jonin, the label of a genius quickly spread. With it came not only pressure but also privileges, resources from the clan and growing influence within the family. As Shirou mentioned Minato, his gaze shifted reluctantly toward the waterfall, where a white-haired figure was faintly visible. Orochimaru also glanced over, muttering under his breath. Fool. Above the waterfall. Haha. Minato, keep pushing. Maybe next year you'll be a jonin too. Jiraiya's boisterous laughter echoed as he glanced down at Orochimaru mentoring Shirou. Not to be outdone, he turned his attention back to his student, Minato. In the forest nearby, flashes of yellow zipped through the trees, accompanied by kunai and shuriken. The afterimages weren't from the flying Raijin jutsu, they were from Shunshin no jutsu. Minato, your talent for Shunshin is unmatched. Even your kunai and shuriken techniques rival those of the Uchiha, Jiraiya remarked proudly as Minato paused to catch his breath. Minato nodded humbly. While Shirou had gained fame for his A-rank jutsu, Minato's natural affinity for Shunshin techniques, combined with his sharp weapon handling, placed him among the most promising shinobi. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said with a soft smile as his teacher ruffled his golden hair affectionately. Minato, geniuses aren't always logical. But you're young, back then, even Tsunade and Orochimaru were labeled geniuses, while I was the dead last. Yet look at us now. Minato chuckled softly but couldn't hide a tinge of frustration. Sensei, I understand, but sometimes it's hard not to feel bitter. When I saw the tailed beast bomb, I had a spark of inspiration for my jutsu, but while I was still brainstorming, Shirokuen had already developed one, and it's seal-less, no less. Jiraiya burst into laughter. Minato, that's where you're wrong. Take Orochimaru, he's a genius at inventing ninjutsu, but I'm a genius at learning them. Geniuses come in all kinds. Turning with a grin, Jiraiya called out toward a tree. Hey, Orochimaru. What do you think of my student? Another genius, right? From the shadows of the tree, Orochimaru emerged, rare approval glinting in his eyes. Indeed, a genius. But, Orochimaru continued, this child has chakra affinities for fire, wind, and lightning, correct? Jiraiya's eyes widened, glaring at Orochimaru. Hey! Don't steal my disciple. Even if I don't have lightning chakra, I can ask the old man for help. Orochimaru smirked. Fool. Orochimaru. Amid Jiraiya's exasperated outburst, Orochimaru's rare smile surfaced briefly. Focus, Jiraiya. We have a mission. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fleeting moment of lightheartedness gave way to a more serious tone, heralding the challenges to come. Chapter 46, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 46. The Land of Grass. Konoha Camp Command Post. Tsunade stood in the center of the tent, flanked by Jiraiya on her left and Orochimaru on her right. The three wore grave expressions as they addressed the gathered jonin. Nearly all available jonin not assigned to frontline missions had been summoned, more than 20 in total, including the newly promoted genius jonin, Uchiha Shirou. Shirou's arrival naturally drew attention. After all, a 13-year-old jonin was a rarity, not just in Konoha but across the entire ninja world. Everyone. Once all the camp's jonin were present, the expressions on the faces of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru grew even more serious. Tsunade pointed to a map as she began explaining the mission details. We've received intel from the village. A squad of elite Iwa Nin has disguised themselves as Konoha shinobi and plans to attack the Kusagakure to frame us, igniting a conflict between Kusagakure and Konoha. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and I will covertly handle this matter. Meanwhile, the camp will rely on all of you to maintain operations. At this point, Tsunade scanned the room, her gaze sharp and commanding, before continuing. We have already established contact with the Kusagakure. All that remains is a secret exchange of information. Your mission is to maintain order in the camp while we're gone. Tsunade's tone briefly lightened as her gaze landed on Shirou. Smirking slightly, she quipped. To the outside world, Uchiha Shirou will use the transformation jutsu to impersonate me. As for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, that's manageable. She paused momentarily, glancing at the gathered shinobi before adding. If necessary, Uchiha Shirou can summon Katsuyu for healing and to maintain the disguise. The mission itself wasn't shocking, but the revelation that Shirou could summon Tsunade's summoning beast, Katsuyu, left the gathered jonin stunned. Shirokuin. Even the normally stoic Uchiha Fugaku widened his eyes in surprise. Seeing Shirou's slender figure, Fugaku felt a pang of sorrow. For the clan. Shirokuin has taken on too much. LOL. The other jonin were equally astonished. Could the rumors be true? What many had dismissed as idle gossip now seemed plausible. The use of a personal summoning beast, normally reserved for family or trusted disciples, was no trivial matter. Seriously. Before the murmurs could grow louder, Shirou stepped forward, his expression solemn. He bowed slightly and declared. Captain Tsunade, rest assured. I will complete the mission. Jiraiya's eyes darted between Tsunade and Shirou, his curiosity visibly piqued. What's going on? What happened recently? Since when is summoning shared so freely? Seeing the skeptical glances around the room, Tsunade's smirk widened. She then sternly ordered. What are you all standing around for? Carry out the mission. Yes. Tsunade's authoritative tone snapped the jonin to attention, and they immediately responded. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and scoffed. Idiot. Outside the Konoha camp. What? Orochimaru, are you saying Tsunade sees that guy as a replacement for Nawaki? Jiraiya gaped. Orochimaru, unimpressed, retorted. Idiot. What did you say? Jiraiya bristled, but he couldn't shake the heavy weight settling in his chest. Nawaki's death was still an unresolved wound. Despite countless investigations, even overturning the earth itself, they had found nothing. The absence of clues was the most troubling part, and it was a subject neither Konoha's leaders nor the three of them openly discussed. That Shirou. Jiraiya recalled the intelligence on Uchiha Shirou. Pulling out his book, My Struggles, he sighed and muttered. Now that you mention it, that guy is a lot like Nawaki, always so optimistic. Both had idealistic dreams. One wanted to become Hokage like the first, while the other wanted to learn medical ninjutsu to save the ninja world. As Jiraiya pondered, Tsunade emerged from the tent. Jiraiya, stop dawdling. Let's finish this mission quickly. Tsunade's commanding presence, shaped by her upbringing and natural leadership, outshone even her companions. Unlike Jiraiya and Orochimaru, whose growth had been gradual, Tsunade's authority was innate. Haha, on my way. Jiraiya masked his unease with a hearty laugh, while Orochimaru merely scoffed. Only when the three were together did such banter emerge. With a flicker of movement, the three disappeared into the forest, leaving the camp none the wiser. Meanwhile, inside the camp. Tsunade's presence was seamlessly maintained as Katsuyu healed the injured. Yet, it was Shirou under the transformation jutsu who mimicked Tsunade's habits, even down to her leg-crossing posture as she reviewed reports with a frown of irritation. The ninja's essence is deception, and the ninja world has not yet reached its later stages. Konoha, Hokage's office. Hiruzen, the Tsuchika Jinoki is truly cunning, using this opportunity to covertly contact the leader of the Kyuzugakure. Mitokado Hamura's words deepened Hiruzen Sarutobi's frown as he surveyed the increasingly volatile situation. The storm of the Second Ninja War loomed large, and events seemed to be spiraling out of control. See. I told you we should have sent Orochimaru and Jiraiya earlier to assassinate the Kyuzugakure leader and blame Iwagakure. Whether it succeeded or not, it would have plunged the land of grass into chaos, forcing Iwagakure to act defensively, Danzo Shimura barked in frustration. Danzo. Hiruzen's stern tone silenced him. Have you considered the consequences? If our actions were exposed, Kyuzugakure and Iwagakure would unite against us, potentially dragging the war into the land of fire itself. Furthermore, Konoha is already a target of envy among the villages. If we're seen as aggressors against smaller nations, the other major villages might seize the opportunity to unite against us again. Danzo's face flushed with frustration, but he held his tongue under Hiruzen's unyielding gaze. Memories of the First Ninja War, when Konoha faced a united front of 4 villages, lingered heavily. Suddenly, an ANBU operative appeared. Lord Hokage, urgent intel. A large IWA force is massing on the border and moving toward the land of waterfall. What? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he read the report, his pupils narrowing in alarm. This is bad. Chapter 47, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 47. The Konoha office. Land of waterfalls. Anoki. After reading the intelligence report, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed drastically, a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. This is a trap. Sending Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to contact the Kyuzugakure was a trap. The next moment. Send an immediate order to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya to retreat at once. Also, instruct the front lines, all stationed within the land of grass must retreat to the border immediately. Deploy an elite unit from the border to cover their withdrawal. Understood. Hiruzen decisively issued a series of orders. Seeing Hiruzen in such a state, the others realized that something major had happened. Mitokado Hamura and Koharu Yutane looked especially grim as they asked, Hiruzen, what has occurred in the land of grass? Hiruzen, his face darkened, handed them the intelligence report. In a deep voice, he said, we underestimated the situation. While focusing on the movements of the 4 great ninja villages, we neglected the small nations along the borders. Iwagakure has secretly mobilized their elites and assembled them near the border of the land of waterfalls. Their intention is clear, they plan to use the land of waterfalls as a pathway to cut off our retreat. As Hiruzen spoke, the two read the intelligence report. Hamura, upon finishing, was furious. Iwagakure's target isn't the Kyuzugakure at all. They're using the land of waterfalls to sever our ninja forces in the land of grass, then drag the war directly into the land of fire. Between the lands of earth and fire lie 3 buffer nations, the lands of rain, grass, and waterfalls. These 3 are aligned in a row, separating the 2 larger nations. The immediate priority was to withdraw and foil the enemy's plans, then counterattack, ensuring the battlefield remained in the land of grass. However, Danzo Shimura slammed the table in anger, vehemently opposing Hiruzen's plan. If Iwagakure intercepts us, we should turn our forces into a wedge, pin them down in the land of grass. With our front lines attacking from both sides, we could annihilate their elite forces right there. Hiruzen. You're too disappointing. Danzo's argument wasn't without merit. After all, shinobi are tools of war. Even if there was a risk of being encircled and slaughtered, that was their destiny. But Hiruzen, unyielding, slapped the table and sternly ordered the Umbu outside the door. Send another directive to the land of grass front lines. All Konoha ninjas in the land of grass must abandon their supplies and break through the encirclement before it closes. Border units will provide support. Understood. Hiruzen's firm dismissal left Danzo fuming. He turned angrily to Hamura and Koharu, exclaiming, "This is your Hokage." Danzo. I am the Hokage. This time, Hiruzen gave Danzo no leeway, outright rebuking him in front of everyone. Koharu frowned and addressed Danzo. Danzo, the land of grass ninja forces you're criticizing, do you realize the stakes? It's not about Hiruzen being indecisive. If something happens to this unit, even Konoha could be shaken to its core. Hamura nodded in agreement, adding gravely. Exactly. The young heirs of many prominent clans are stationed there. Even Tsunade is among them. Any losses would be catastrophic. Realizing the frontline forces included many second-generation heirs being tempered for war, Danzo's face turned red with frustration. Damn it. Useless. All of them useless. If something happened to these heirs, the prominent clan's dissatisfaction with Hiruzen would reach its peak. Danzo finally grasped the situation. Despite his ideological differences with Hiruzen, they were on the same political ship. A fallout with the prominent clans could end their reign. This understanding was why, in the years to come, Konoha's leadership, and other ninja villages, often worked to curb the power of the noble ninja clans. While powerful, these clans were a double-edged sword. The only exceptions were leaders like Hashirama Senju. Iwagakure. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice heavy amidst the curling smoke. The fiercest battles are about to begin. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. In the stone office of the Tsuchikage, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, not yet gray-haired, exuded an aura of authority as he read the frontline intelligence with a faint smile. Tsuchikage-sama, our elite forces have successfully bypassed the land of waterfalls. They're about to enter the land of grass and complete the encirclement mission. Don't be careless. The target is Konoha, after all. Regarding Konoha, Anoki maintained utmost caution, his expression somber. However, the Kusagakure might be useful to us. Anoki's sly grin revealed his mistrust of the fickle Kusagakure. Land of Grass, Konoha Camp. Inside the command tent, Uchiha Shirou, disguised as Tsunade using a transformation jutsu, lounged casually, yawning while reviewing reports. With the Second Great Ninja War in full swing and battles in the Land of Rain escalating, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru are the third Hokage's trump cards. After all, White Fang's prestige is overwhelming. Tsunade furrowed her brow, pondering deeply. Ninja warfare revolved around intelligence, not just in battles, but in the larger strategy. According to the limited information from the Third Ninja War in the original timeline, part of the Sanin's fame came from harvesting the fruits of war. If the chaos in the Land of Rain is intensifying, it's only a matter of time before we face a crisis of encirclement. At that moment, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced the sky above the Konoha camp. Shirou's expression changed as two Jonin burst into the tent, exclaiming, "Urgent orders. The third Hokage commands all Konoha forces in the Land of Grass to abandon supplies and retreat to the border immediately." Seeing the intelligence report, Shirou, still in disguise, muttered in shock. Iwagakure bypassed us through the Land of Waterfalls. In an instant, realization dawned on him. The imminent danger Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru faced became clear, it was all part of the unfolding chaos. Chapter 48, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 48. Deep within the Kusagakure. On a large bridge, Jiraiya and Orochimaru hid in the trees on either side, keeping a vigilant watch for any unexpected developments. Standing on the bridge, Tsunade crossed her arms, exuding a commanding and heroic aura. Her expression calm, she spoke. "So, you must be the leader of Kusagakure. We've received intelligence that Iwagakure has disguised a squad of elite ninjas as Konoha shinobi, planning to attack Kusagakure and frame us." Facing a masked ninja across the bridge, Tsunade continued evenly, holding a brown-green scroll of information in her hand. The Kusagakure leader, masked and silent, finally replied in a hoarse voice. "You major nations are always full of talk about justice and morality, yet behind the scenes, it's nothing but arson, plunder, and slaughter. You Konoha and Iwagakure have brought your wars into the Land of Grass, and now you claim to act in our best interests." Orochimaru's cold gaze betrayed no emotion at the accusation, but Jiraiya fell silent. Tsunade, however, snorted derisively. "Is this your first day living in the ninja world? The entire ninja world is like this. Sure, the great nations bully the Land of Grass, but doesn't the Land of Grass also bully smaller, weaker nations? We're all just ninjas. Even for a great nation, ensuring our peace is already a monumental task." Having grown up in the legacy of the Hokage family, Tsunade saw the broader picture. The history of the Senju clan alone was a thick chronicle of war and strife. She wasn't a saint. She could only do what was within her power to secure the peace and stability of her nation. The ninja across from her chuckled self-deprecatingly, his voice hoarse. "As Princess Tsunade says, the world always belongs to the strong. So, I wonder, can this intelligence gain the favor of Lady Tsunade?" Both parties simultaneously tossed their scrolls to exchange information. However, as Tsunade opened her scroll, her pupils contracted sharply. The next moment, the scroll ignited spontaneously, turning to ash in the wind. The Kusagakure leader sighed inwardly. His village didn't want to be caught between two powers, but they had no choice. Iwagakure sought to use them, but incurring Konoha's wrath was a risk he couldn't bear. Thus, he had to play both sides, hoping only to buy Kusagakure some breathing room. "I understand." Feigning nonchalance, Tsunade gave a hearty laugh while discreetly signaling Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "Danger. It's a trap." As the three prepared to leave, a group of Iwagakure ninjas, identifiable by their signature red armbands, suddenly emerged in the distance. "Haha. Thank you, Kusagakure leader. We Iwagakure have surrounded the area. Let's kill these Konoha ninjas together. At the sight of the ambush, Tsunade's eyes widened momentarily, while the Kusagakure leader looked terrified. This wasn't supposed to happen for another 3 days. In that instant, he realized he had been completely manipulated by Iwagakure. From the start, they had never trusted him and were only using him. Retreat. Reacting swiftly, Tsunade slammed her fist into the bridge with immense force. Monster strength punch. Boom. The bridge began to collapse under her terrifying strength. Tsunade shouted. Iwagakure has us surrounded. Break through immediately. At that moment, a distinct hawk cry echoed through the skies. Konoha's messenger hawk had arrived with intelligence. As the scroll landed in Tsunade's hands, she cursed under her breath. Damn it. Now the intel comes. Burning the scroll immediately, she bolted into the forest without looking back. Jiraiya and Orochimaru quickly assumed a three-man combat formation and began their retreat. There are traps in the forest, but they'll only delay the enemy briefly. We must break through now. Orochimaru's calm voice cut through the chaos. Iwagakure's encirclement was complete, and their only chance was to escape as fast as possible. Fighting head-on. The Iwagakure forces numbered over 1,000, an impossible battle. Ha! The Toad Sage hasn't made his mark on the ninja world yet. There's no way I'm dying here. Jiraiya laughed boldly, his eyes resolute as he yelled. Let the Toad Sage lead you to break through and become heroes of the new era. Despite Jiraiya's antics, there was no time for Orochimaru to retort. The three synchronized seamlessly. Orochimaru swiftly completed hand signs, while Jiraiya leaped high, forming the perfect angle for their combined attack. Fire style, Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The two unleashed their jutsu simultaneously, creating a massive inferno resembling a raging dragon. Fueled by the wind, its power grew exponentially, engulfing the forest ahead in a sea of flames. Screams of agony and the clash of jutsu filled the air. Amid the inferno, Tsunade pinpointed enemies by sound, swiftly hurling kunai fitted with explosive tags. Whoosh! Whoosh! Kunai rained down like a storm, tearing through the air with lethal precision. Explosions rippled across the battlefield, tearing apart Iwagakure's earth-style defenses. The roaring flames surged through the breaches, consuming the enemy ninjas in an instant. The trio's formidable strength and flawless coordination devastated their opponents, forcing the Iwagakure forces to retreat momentarily. This is a trap. Even Jiraiya, usually carefree, was now deadly serious, unleashing jutsu after jutsu. Don't hold back on chakra. Orochimaru barked. We need to break through now. Holding back would be fatal. If they were encircled, even twice their chakra reserves wouldn't save them. Summoning jutsu. Tsunade summoned 3 Katsuyu slugs, 2 of which immediately melded into Jiraiya's and Orochimaru's armor. As they pressed forward with relentless force, Tsunade's strategic support made their escape possible. Chapter 49, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 49. The border of the land of grass. Quick. We're only 3 hours away from reaching the border of the land of fire. Boom. 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 The forest reverberated with explosions as detonating tags ignited rapidly, their echoes mingling with agonized screams. Everywhere, Konoha shinobi battled fiercely against a relentless wave of enemy forces. These hired rogue ninjas are insane. Damn it. The Iwa are trying to stall us. Don't get bogged down, retreat. Grim-faced, the Konoha shinobi moved swiftly through the forest. Despite their superior tactics and discipline, every skirmish delayed them further. The rogue ninjas, mercenaries bought with high bounties, served as sacrificial obstacles for the Iwa's larger strategy. Lady Tsunade. At the front of the group, Tsunade's expression was uncharacteristically serious. As she led the charge, some shinobi began noticing something peculiar. The legendary Tsunadeheim, renowned for her unyielding resolve, seemed oddly restrained. Shut up. Everyone, break through quickly. If we escape this forest, the Iwa's encirclement plan will fail. Several jonin barked orders, urging their comrades forward with icy determination. But the truth was concealed beneath the urgency. Tsunade was an imposter. Disguised as Tsunade, Uchiha Shirou maintained his composure, knowing the group's fragile morale hung by a thread. If his identity were exposed before they reached safety, chaos would ensue. Squad 3, cover the left flank. Everyone else, keep pushing forward. The shinobi pressed on, leaving behind fallen comrades who held off the enemy at the cost of their lives. Over 100 Konoha shinobi had already made their final stand. On the opposing side, a dense formation of Iwa in red, single-sleeved uniforms advanced with alarming speed. Their leader, a jonin with a livid expression, barked orders. Damn it. Konoha got wind of our plan. Move faster. We must cut them off before they leave the forest. In the world of shinobi, battles often hinged on intelligence. Once the element of surprise was lost, victory became uncertain. Shirou, this time the intel was timely. We might just pull this off, Uchiha Fugaku said, his tone uncharacteristically somber. Shirou, still disguised as Tsunade, responded in a low voice. Captain Fugaku, Lady Tsunade, and the others are still behind us. From the beginning, this was a trap. Fugaku fell silent, the weight of those words sinking in. After a moment, he sighed. This is the fate of a shinobi. But Shirou's mind worked furiously. He analyzed the situation, recalling a pivotal event from the Second Great Ninja War, the Sanin's near defeat after being surrounded by Iwa Nin. Based on their location, he concluded they were nearing that infamous battlefield. Fortune favors the bold, Shirou thought. A calculated risk now could turn the tide. 3 hours later. Look. The grasslands. We've reached the border of the Land of Fire. Cheers erupted as the remaining Konoha forces, reduced by nearly half, broke free from the forest. Relief was palpable as they crossed into safer territory. Poof. A cloud of white smoke engulfed Tsunade, revealing Uchiha Shirou. What? As expected, murmured a few shinobi, their earlier suspicions confirmed. Shirou. Fugaku called out, alarmed. Shirou turned to face the group, a faint smile on his lips. Captain Fugaku, my mission is complete. Fugaku's unease deepened. What are you planning, Shirou? The Iwa Nin's plan is only half-foiled, Shirou said calmly. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya are still trapped. They need help. We'll regroup with reinforcements at the border. Fugaku urged. But Shirou's resolute smile spoke volumes. That's your mission. Mine was to maintain morale by posing as Captain Tsunade. Fugaku's heart sank. Don't do this, Shirou. Everything you've done has been for the clan. There's no shame in retreating. Shirou's smile softened. Captain Fugaku, when did you get such a wrong impression? He continued, his voice steady. Lady Tsunade is still trapped, and as a proud Uchiha, I cannot let anyone mock me as someone who clings to others for survival. I will not run away. For the honor of the Uchiha. Fugaku froze, the weight of Shirou's words striking him like a thunderclap. Uchiha Shirou. An Inuzuka shinobi moved to intervene, but a Hyuga jonin stopped him. This is the pride of the Uchiha, the Hyuga murmured, his gaze filled with respect. Chapter 50, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 50. Shirou, these are all the explosive tags from the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga jonin gathered the explosive tags from his fellow Hyuga ninjas and solemnly handed them to Shirou. Meanwhile, Fugaku remained silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh. Raising his hand, he signaled the Uchiha clan ninjas to hand over their explosive tags as well. As he received each tag, Shirou observed the heavy expressions on the crowd's faces. Yet, for once, he wore a rare, relaxed smile. Don't all look so grim. I'm a Uchiha, and this time, there's a chance to survive. Fugaku chose to respect Shirou's decision. Handing over his tags, he spoke in a low voice. Shirou, Lady Tsunade is surrounded within the borders of the Land of Grass, but she'll surely attempt to break through. The best direction for her escape is through this rocky terrain. Get there ahead of time and establish contact. You can use these explosive tags to set traps. This area is also closest to the Land of Fire's border, where reinforcements can arrive the fastest. Reinforcements. Though Fugaku spoke of the possibility, his words felt heavy and grim to the seasoned ears of the group. They were all experienced jonin and understood that this so-called rescue mission was little more than a near-suicidal endeavor. Understood. As the group moved swiftly across the grasslands, Shirou nodded at them, still smiling. For the first time, the other jonin showed expressions of respect. Perhaps they had once viewed Shirou's promotion to jonin as undeserved and looked down on him. But now, each of them radiated newfound admiration. Shirou. A voice called from behind. Namikaze Minato, running alongside them, seemed to have guessed something. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a serious tone. Shirou, Jiraiya-sensei is also there. Before Minato could finish, a nearby jonin frowned and interrupted sharply. You're just a chunin, don't cause trouble. Shirou's plan is risky, but it improves the chances of success. Besides, he's faster and has greater stamina than anyone else here. The jonin's blunt remark left Minato momentarily speechless. Shirou, however, simply smiled and nodded at him. Minato, this isn't just about Lady Tsunade and the others. We've left many comrades behind. Among the jonin here, I may not be the strongest, but I am the most suitable. The others have their missions, and my mission is already complete. Most importantly, I can communicate with animals. In this forest, many flying beasts can help me navigate the encirclement. This ability to communicate with animals had developed as his sage body gradually fused. Shirou had deliberately revealed this skill to Tsunade, knowing that any falsehoods in a tight-knit team would eventually come to light. Thus, he never lied outright. If he had to fake something, he made it real. His risks were genuine, and his information was truthful. Who would doubt him then? Additionally, out of the nearly 10 jonin present, their orders were to escort the younger generation back to the Land of Fire. Shirou's mission, however, was different. He had been tasked with disguising himself as Tsunade to stabilize morale. According to protocol, only he had the authority to make such a decision now. Shirou's smile was resolute, his eyes filled with determination. Use messenger hawks to relay orders to the Konoha ninjas behind us. Tell them to retreat and regroup at this location. Understood. The Hyuga Jonin added gravely, order all Konoha ninjas behind us to hand over half of their explosive tags to Uchiha Shirou. Yes. As the orders were dispatched, the group watched Shirou's pace begin to slow, his figure gradually falling behind the others. Konoha ninjas solemnly handed him their explosive tags as he parted ways. An Uchiha, huh? Even those who typically disliked the clan's arrogance seemed to gain a newfound understanding. Shirou, come back alive. Minato's gaze was resolute. Shikaku, usually calm, uncharacteristically spoke with gravity. Shirou, if the Iwanin's encirclement is complete, retreat immediately. Shikaku, sharp-minded as ever, had deduced Shirou's plan instantly. But he also knew this was a gamble, a bet that the Iwanin hadn't fully sealed their trap. His words were as much consolation as they were advice. I'll ensure Lady Tsunade and the others make it back alive. Shirou's voice was firm, his smile unwavering. He said nothing of his fate, which only heightened the group's respect for his selflessness. The group fell silent. Shirou's proud embodiment of the will of fire stirred their hearts. At that moment, who could call it fake? From above, one could see the Konoha ninjas racing across the grasslands, a single black figure breaking away from the formation. As Shirou disappeared from view, the remaining Konoha ninjas' expressions grew heavy. Damn it. I'm a Konoha ninja too. A Chunin cried out in frustration, tears of humiliation brimming in his eyes. In this cruel world, ninjas were tools, but they also valued the bonds of camaraderie. The group felt stifled, not because they feared death, but because this time, they had to abandon a comrade. That's not true. Our survival has even greater significance. Shikaku's voice cut through the tension as he calmly analyzed the situation. Our presence impacts too many clans in the village. From a strategic perspective, staying wouldn't help. If anything, it would rob Lady Tsunade of her chance to break through. By retreating now, we increase her chances of success. She's closer to the Land of Fire's border, where reinforcements can reach her. Shikaku's reasoning left the group nodding silently. For now, their only choice was to focus on their missions. Meanwhile, Shirou, sprinting deeper into the land of grass, felt the weight of the task ahead. Overhead, birds flew alongside him. Though I can communicate with animals, most lack the intelligence for complex tasks, he thought, his expression serious. This mission carried two major risks. First, avoid detection and elimination by the Iwanin before finding Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Second, relying on reinforcements arriving as they had in the original timeline. Time to gamble. All or nothing. Chapter 51, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 51. The Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Lord Tsuchikage, the Konoha ninja broke through before we could completely encircle them. We were only moments away. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, listened intently to his subordinate's report. His expression was grave, yet he showed no anger at the news of the mission's failure. After the report concluded, Inoki gazed at the map in front of him and let out a cold chuckle. Those Konoha ninjas sure know how to run. With that, he tapped heavily on a point on the map of the Land of Grass. Letting a few small fish escape doesn't matter. After all, if we tried to swallow so many at once, the big fish in Konoha would surely rally together in retaliation. A targeted counterattack on the battlefield could be far worse. This mission's failure might not be a bad thing after all. However, 3 big fish are still within the encirclement. Relay my orders to the frontline ninjas, monitor the movements of the Konoha shinobi at the borders of the Land of Grass. Until those 3 big fish are caught, no Konoha ninja is to escape. Understood. The subordinate responded promptly and left to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, a smile crept onto Inoki's face. Tsunadeheim, the princess of the Senju clan, capturing this big fish would be more valuable than anything. Then there's Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the rising stars of Konoha and disciples of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. These 3 aren't just big fish, they're whales. Even if they're dead fish, their loss would deal a heavy blow to Sarutobi's prestige. With Konoha losing its strongest trio, and the White Fang still around, Sarutobi would be crippled. From the beginning, Inoki had targeted these three individuals. It was the reason behind his calculated strategy to lure them out. If Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya fell, not only would it eliminate three of Konoha's most promising talents, but it would also weaken Hiruzen's support significantly. Konoha would then descend into chaos. Konoha, inside the Hokage's office. Lord Third Hokage, we've received intelligence from the border. Nearly half of our forces in the Land of Grass have successfully withdrawn. Here's the list. However, there's still no news of Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru. Hearing the first half of the report, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in relief. But the second half made his heart clench. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Muttering their names, Hiruzen furrowed his brows deeply. Then, with a resolute tone, he ordered. Send a message to the border. Spare no expense, rescue Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya at all costs. Yes, sir. Tsunade was the princess of the Senju clan. If something happened to her, the Senju clan's wrath alone would be overwhelming. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were his trusted right-hand men. Losing these elite jonin would leave him vulnerable in the political struggles to come. Both the White Fang and Danzo were already eyeing his Hokage position. White Fang. Danzo. The thought of these two made Hiruzen's headache worsen. His troubles were unending. No matter what, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya could not be lost. While the three were elite jonin, they were only a step away from Kage-level strength. Together, they were formidable enough to challenge even him at full power. In this generation, only 4 individuals held Kage-level potential or strength. Among them, only the White Fang was an outsider. Tsunade was considered a partial outsider. The root headquarters. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have been cornered. When Shimura Danzo received the news, he was initially startled but quickly replaced it with an expression of anger. Hiruzen, your indecision has led to this. Despite his frustration, Danzo coolly analyzed the information in front of him, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he spoke in a hoarse voice. Order the root operatives in the Land of Grass to rescue those 3 at all costs, even if it means exposing themselves. He paused briefly before adding. Prioritize saving Tsunade. The others can be abandoned if necessary. Understood. Once alone in the dark chamber, Danzo's expression turned dangerous. With all 3 trapped, he naturally chose to save the one with the greatest value. Among the 3, Tsunade held the highest worth, especially with her status as a Senju clan member. If Jiraiya and Orochimaru truly fell, the one who would suffer most would be Hiruzen Sarutobi. If Danzo could earn the favor of the Senju clan, it might even pave the way for him to overthrow Hiruzen. He'd finally have a chance to claim the Hokage seat for himself. Danzo had never stopped coveting that position, and even Hiruzen knew this well. Inside the Land of Grass. A sharp hawk's cry echoed as a broad-winged eagle soared through the sky. On its back lay Uchiha Shirou, observing the vast forest below as the large bird carried him forward. The wildlife and trees in this world are massive, but ordinary animals are powerless against shinobi. Only chakra-trained summoning beasts can truly fight. As the hawk tired and began to descend, Shirou shook his head. In the forest of death, there were tigers bigger than bulls and boars the size of houses, as Sasuke once showed. This world truly is strange. Flying jutsu is rare, but someday, I'll need a proper flying summoning beast. Flight can mean life or death in this world. As the hawk descended into the trees, Shirou leaped off its back. Unburdened, the hawk let out a joyful cry and took off without hesitation. Watching it leave, Shirou's eye twitched. Even animals don't want to be overworked. It's a good thing I have the Sharingan. Using the Sharingan to hypnotize animals into following simple commands had its limits. Animals lack true loyalty, and chakra traces left on them could expose him to enemy ninjas. This should be past the encirclement. I'm almost there. As he confirmed his location, a sudden explosion in the distance made his face change. Without looking back, he began to flee. Boom. A fiery explosion consumed the eagle, reducing it to ashes. Quick. A sensory ninja detected chakra traces on that bird. There's a Konoha ninja nearby. Damn it. Relay the message to all units, keep an eye on ordinary animals, especially anything flying. Don't let a single Konoha ninja escape. Amid the dense forest, dozens of IWA shinobi rushed forward. A sensory ninja suddenly opened his eyes and pointed in Shirou's direction. 10 o'clock. He's about to leave my sensory range. Whoosh. Whoosh. The IWA shinobi leaped between the trees, their crimson uniforms cutting through the forest as they pursued. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shirou grimaced as he ran. Sensory ninjas are such a pain. Boom. 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 Explosions from explosive tags echoed in the forest as swarms of rats, some rigged with explosive tags, scurried toward the enemy. Be careful. This Konoha ninja excels at controlling animals, shouted the enraged sensory ninja. Chapter 52, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 52. Land of Grass. On this battlefield, the shinobi from Konohagakure and Iwagakure clashed in a fierce contest between two great ninja villages. Jiraiya. Tsunade's startled cry echoed as she turned to see Jiraiya pale-faced, blood seeping continuously from his abdomen. He forced a strained smile onto his face. Ha! I'm fine. Splurt. Orochimaru dropped the corpse of an enemy and gasped for breath. Now, all three of them were in disarray. Even Tsunade, usually resilient, was drained to the point where her chakra was nearly depleted. Quickly, move. Iwanin pursuers are right behind us, Orochimaru said coldly. Supporting Jiraiya, who had sustained a severe abdominal injury, Tsunade prepared to flee. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke appeared, a summoning beast materialized. Tsunade-sama, a small slug, no bigger than the palm of her hand, emerged and perched on her shoulder, spitting out a scroll as it did. What's going on? Tsunade frowned as she unfurled the scroll. The slug spoke softly. Tsunade-sama, Shiro-sama has set a series of explosive traps across the rocky terrain about 80 miles ahead. This is the layout of the traps. Hearing the report, Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged shocked glances. Reinforcements. At a time like this? No, just one person. Is he looking to die? Move. Orochimaru didn't hesitate for even a second. Trap or not, they had no choice. The Iwanin forces were closing in. Damn it, that brat is insane. Tsunade cursed under her breath. She couldn't stop to question the situation further, focusing on helping Jiraiya move forward. Boom. The sound of explosions filled the air behind them. How many explosive traps were laid? As the trio navigated through the rocky terrain, the sounds of exploding seals triggered by the Iwanin pursuit echoed relentlessly behind them. Damn it. These Konoha shinobi are carrying this many explosive tags. As the firelight from the blasts faded, one injured Iwanin, clutching his bleeding arm, shouted angrily to the others. Use earth release. Don't hold back your chakra, carve a path forward. Sensory Nin, lock onto the Konoha shinobi. Do not let them escape. Understood. In this rocky landscape, a haven for Iwanin, Earth-style ninjutsu unleashed a barrage of flying stones and debris, triggering more traps below. Boom. Though the extensive traps delayed them, it was clear that they couldn't fully halt the advancing Iwanin forces. Tsunade-sama, there's a cave ahead, the slug guided them. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya made their way into the barren rocky mountainside to hide. Inside, the solid rock concealed a labyrinth of winding caves. Captain Tsunade. A familiar voice called out in the dim cavern. Tsunade turned her head, only to see someone that instantly brought anger to her face. Shiro. Are all Uchiha this crazy? Tsunade's furious outburst echoed in the cave. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, still on guard, noticed that Shiro was alone. His gaze turned skeptical as he commented. Shirokuin, you truly are full of surprises. Captain Tsunade, Orochimaru-sama, please recover your chakra. I'll handle treating Jiraiya-sama, Shiro said. Despite his disheveled appearance, it was evident he had encountered significant danger himself. However, unlike the trio who faced an army, Shiro had only dealt with scattered Iwanin. Jiraiya, now unconscious, struggled to breathe. His wound, combined with excessive blood loss, chakra depletion, and physical exhaustion, left him unable to fight. Here are military ration pills, Shiro said gravely, extending his hands and beginning to use healing ninjutsu on Jiraiya. Orochimaru and Tsunade accepted the pills and consumed them, feeling a spark of energy return to their depleted bodies. Shiro, where's the rest of the reinforcements? Why are you the only one here? Tsunade demanded, her tone complicated. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. It seems Shirokuin came alone to save us. Tsunade's glare sharpened. This is suicide. Shiro, however, remained calm. Smiling, he explained. Captain Tsunade, your mission was to retreat to the land of fire's borders. But my mission was different, disguised as you, I stabilized morale. The frontline forces have now successfully retreated. As per orders, I'm here to report the mission's completion. Mission complete. The weight of those simple words hung in the air. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Orochimaru let out a laugh. Another burden to bear. Enough. Tsunade snapped, her gaze piercing Shiro. Memories of his unwavering determination, youthful enthusiasm, and the change after Nawaki's death flooded her mind. Shiro. You're a Uchiha. Do you know this mission is suicidal? You're just a liability here. Under Tsunade's angry rebuke, she couldn't shake the thought that Shirou had been acting increasingly off ever since he awakened his Sharingan after the Nawaki incident. Coming here was driven by some kind of guilt and self-reproach. Chapter 53, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 53. Inside the cave, Tsunade's angry rebuke echoed loudly. However, Uchiha Shirou, who was treating Jiraiya, lowered his head under her scolding, his emotions unreadable. Captain Tsunade, I. Before he could finish, a rumbling sound of the mountain shaking interrupted him. Not good. The Iwa are here. Orochimaru's expression changed instantly, and he moved toward the cave entrance. Outside, the figures of nearly 100 Iwa appeared, densely packed. The target is in the cave, and there's also an additional chakra signature, reported one of the Iwa sensory ninjas, locating Tsunade and the others while also detecting Uchiha Shirou's chakra. Forget the others. Everyone, use jutsu to bombard the mountain and bury the Konoha ninja. The leading Iwa Jonin shouted coldly, commanding the group to attack. Earth release, rock gun technique. One by one, the Iwa formed hand seals. With loud cries, they began spitting small stones from their mouths. These stones grew larger in midair, transforming into massive boulders of various sizes depending on the chakra output. Some boulders were the size of millstones, while others were as large as small houses, crashing down thunderously in waves of attacks. This C-rank jutsu, though simple, became devastating under the combined assault of the Iwa, like a torrential rain of cannon fire. Inside the cave, the shaking grew more intense, the walls on the verge of collapse. The Iwa's earth release will eventually destroy this mountain. If we want to escape, we must act now without hesitation. Orochimaru said coldly upon returning after scouting the situation outside. If we move now, before the main force of the Iwa arrives, there's still a chance to break through. Tsunade, who was restoring her chakra, frowned deeply at Orochimaru's tone and shouted, "What about Jiraiya?" Her words made Orochimaru's expression harden, but his eyes soon gleamed coldly as he rasped, "It's impossible to escape while carrying Jiraiya. But maybe Shiroku-in here can break through with us." The dim cave highlighted the stark contrast, Orochimaru, prepared to abandon Jiraiya to ensure their survival, and Uchiha Shirou, risking everything to save them. Yet for a ninja, such decisions are rarely about right or wrong. During wartime, Tsunade, we cannot let personal feelings jeopardize our survival probability. Orochimaru argued, his voice cold but betraying his inner struggle. Tsunade's face twisted in anger. Probability? What probability? Our probability of survival. Orochimaru declared, glancing at Shirou, who was focused on healing Jiraiya. With just the two of us, plus Shiroku-in, we might manage to break through. But if we carry Jiraiya, we'll all be annihilated. The harsh truth echoed in the cave, making Tsunade's pupils contract. Ninjas, by nature, faced cruel choices. Orochimaru raised a kunai, his voice unwavering. If there's no objection, I'll send Jiraiya on his way. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock as Orochimaru moved. If you take one more step, I'll kill you. Tsunade's determined gaze stopped Orochimaru. Yet in the next instant, a cold kunai was pressed against her neck, stunning both her and Orochimaru. But at that moment, Shirou's calm voice rang out. Captain Tsunade, as a leader, you must understand the meaning of sacrifice. In this regard, I believe Orochimaru-sama surpasses you, Shirou said, his voice calm as his actions contradicted everyone's expectations. Interesting. Shiroku-in seems more composed than you, Tsunade, Orochimaru chuckled darkly, though the pain in his voice was evident. A ninja had to make sacrifices. You little. Tsunade glared at Shirou in disbelief, anger boiling within her. But Shirou interrupted his next words, freezing Orochimaru mid-action. However, the one who must be sacrificed may not necessarily be Jiraiya-sama. His composed tone caught both Tsunade and Orochimaru off guard. Even the weakened Jiraiya, leaning against the rocks, barely opened his eyes to see his companions seemingly debating his fate. In his current state, Jiraiya-sama's injuries have been temporarily stabilized. Before coming here, I hypnotically controlled several hawks 100 kilometers away in the forest. These hawks can carry a person across the border, avoiding detection by sensory ninjas since they aren't summoning beasts. Shirou's reasoning offered a glimmer of hope. Tsunade's anger faded into thoughtfulness, while Orochimaru's sharp gaze flickered with understanding. Good. If Jiraiya is worth saving, then we still face one problem: who will hold off the Iwa? Orochimaru asked, his golden eyes locking onto Shirou. Shirou smiled faintly and slowly opened his robe, revealing rows of explosive tags underneath. I can summon Katsuyu to impersonate Captain Tsunade. The Iwa would naturally target her first. In his calm voice lay a decision to sacrifice himself for their escape. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, a hint of regret in his tone. As the cave trembled again, Tsunade's pupils contracted at the sight of Shirou's explosive tags. Shirou. So, this was his idea of sacrifice, staying behind to hold off the enemy, granting them a chance to escape. Don't move, Captain Tsunade, Shirou warned, his kunai steady. Tsunade's disbelief turned to complex emotions, anger warring with sorrow. Ninjas must remain calm, Captain, Shirou said, his voice steady. Orochimaru watched the scene unfold, eventually lowering his kunai with a resigned shake of his head. What a pity, Shirokuen. It seems your flame ends here. For Orochimaru, practicality outweighed sentiment. Jiraiya, his close companion, was the priority. If Shirokuen can hold off the Iwa Nin for 1 minute, we have a chance to escape with Jiraiya, Orochimaru concluded coldly. Sacrifices were a ninja's reality. In the choice between Jiraiya and Shirou, Orochimaru and Tsunade faced their inner battles. Chapter 54, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 54. Credits, Aiden Goodwin. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a towering mountain, no matter how hard the Uchiha tries, they cannot be moved. Captain Tsunade, do you understand? In the cave, this light remark caused Tsunade's pupils to contract. The quiet stillness made it so even Orochimaru and the severely injured Jiraiya could hear it. With sorrowful eyes, Shirou revealed a wistful smile as he looked at Tsunade. I wish you could always be like you were just now. At this moment, Shirou seemed at a loss for words. He gestured with his hands before finally pointing at Jiraiya's unconscious figure. His eyes shone with a hopeful and envious light, which quickly dimmed. Boom. The cave trembled suddenly. Orochimaru's expression hardened as he said in a low, urgent voice. The Iwa Nin are about to collapse the cave entrance. Without hesitation, Orochimaru hoisted Jiraiya onto his back, casting one calm glance behind him before turning toward the cave's exit. Those words, Shirou's quiet confession, had revealed his inner feelings and placed Tsunade in a dilemma of immense emotional weight. Who was more important at this moment, Shirou or Jiraiya? From the perspective of the village's combat strength, Jiraiya was the obvious choice. From an emotional perspective, Jiraiya had grown up alongside her, while Shirou was merely a boy she had known for 2 short years. At best, he had elicited her guilt, a lingering wound from the incident with Nawaki. Shirou had always been acutely aware of his position, which was why he had chosen to take this desperate gamble. Captain Tsunade. Watching Orochimaru, already poised to defend the collapsing cave entrance with Jiraiya on his back, Shirou displayed a calm smile in the dim cavern. This is what it means to be a ninja. Shut up. At that moment, Tsunade's light brown pupils were bloodshot with anger, not directed at him, but at herself. When facing danger with Jiraiya, she had been able to act decisively, even against Orochimaru. But with Shirou in front of her, her momentary hesitation spoke volumes. Captain Tsunade, acting on emotion will only harm you in the future. And you don't need to blame yourself, because this is my debt to you. Shirou's tone was calm at first, but as he finished, a carefree smile appeared on his face. My debt to you. In that instant, Tsunade realized something. Shirou lowered his kunai and leaned closer, whispering apologetically in her ear. I'm sorry, Captain Tsunade. You shouldn't blame yourself. If I hadn't withheld this information, you wouldn't have been in danger. Perhaps we could have avoided this entirely. He then revealed the intelligence passed to him by an elder. The core reason for this ambush was that someone in the village was secretly targeting Tsunade. The specifics were unclear, but the threat was undeniable. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's pupils trembled. She suddenly understood why Shirou had kept the information hidden, because he feared causing internal strife within the village. Captain Tsunade, with the war looming, once Lord White Fang becomes Hokage, such issues will cease to exist. Even in his final moments, Shirou was still trying to justify things for the village. This deepened Tsunade's guilt and ignited her anger. Uchiha Shirou. What else are you hiding? Tsunade's tear-filled eyes burned with fury. She couldn't describe her feelings. Shirou had done everything for the village, even offering his life to atone. But was any of this his fault? And now she had to leave Shirou behind. This plunged her into deep regret and self-reproach. After saying everything, Shirou seemed relieved. His face lit up with a brilliant, genuine smile. I'm sorry. This is the last time. He gently tapped Tsunade's forehead with 2 fingers, smiling warmly. Sorry Itachi, I coined it first. Shirou. If we give it our all, we still have a chance to escape. No. Shirou shook his head, smiling sincerely at Tsunade as he slowly backed away. Captain Tsunade, I've said it before, to be a commander, even a Hokage, you must understand sacrifice. Right now, we all know in our hearts, this is the best outcome. Lord Jiraiya and Orochimaru are crucial to the village's strength. And if something happens to you here, it would be a loss for both Senju and Uchiha. Shirou clutched a paper bomb near his chest. His warm smile seemed to warn Tsunade not to act rashly. Captain Tsunade, I now understand the meaning of standing here. As Shirou continued to back away, Tsunade shouted in anger. What do you understand? You're just a fool with no sense. Watching him retreat further, Tsunade's mind buzzed with echoes of her guilt. It felt as if everything was her fault, from Nawaki's fake death to her manipulation of Shirou, and now to this moment. She had always exploited his love for the village and the guilt she carried. Uchiha Shirou. Her roar of anguish reached him, but Shirou's smiling face and final words pierced her heart. And no, I'm not a replacement for Nawaki. Replacement. The word echoed in the cave, making Tsunade's pupils widen. Memories from the past clicked together in her mind. From Nawaki's death and guilt-driven Sharingan awakening, to her use of Shirou for Uchiha's benefit, it all made Shirou misunderstand that he was merely Nawaki's substitute. He should have been as innocent as her younger brother. Yet in just half a year, he had borne the weight of his clan and her guilt, leaving him yearning for sunlight but standing in shadows, isolated and envious. Dwelling in darkness, burdened by endless pressure, he seemed to teeter alone on the edge of a cliff, ready to leap into oblivion for liberation. From the moment he came to rescue her, he had accepted his death. Tsunade, Shirokuin truly is a fitting substitute, Orochimaru's raspy voice taunted from behind her, twisting the metaphorical knife. No. He's not a substitute. Stop it. Stop it. Her protests echoed into the distance. Yet Shirou, standing far away, felt urgency in his heart. Damn it. Where is the backup? Could something have gone wrong? If so, he felt stifled. Everything had progressed this far, he had gambled his life to set the stage. Was it all going to end here? His personality had always been all or nothing. Once he decided to act, there was no turning back. Captain Tsunade, the Hawks of Uchiha have their dignity. The Uchiha clan's love for the village has never been less than anyone else's. I hope this time, both you and the Senju will see Uchiha's love for the village. Under Tsunade and Orochimaru's watchful gazes, Shirou's face began to take on the cursed seal's black markings. Tsunade, go. Orochimaru remained calm. But Tsunade's eyes brimmed with remorse, her regret eating away at her. Even now, Shirou thought Nawaki's death was his fault. She had always held herself high above others. Even when facing Shirou, her attitude had been one of condescension, as if granting the Uchiha clan a favor. Now, she realized with painful clarity that Shirou was only 13 years old. It was she who had shattered his pride. Underneath his warm smile, his soul was already riddled with wounds. Chapter 55, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 55. Inside the rumbling cavern. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's hoarse voice echoed through the cavern as if he intended to say something. However, Orochimaru and Tsunade were already positioned at one side of the cave entrance, poised to break through at any moment. On the opposite side stood Uchiha Shirou, separated by no more than a few dozen meters, a slim boundary between life and death. Shirou's body, corrupted by the curse mark, was grotesque. His skin had turned a dark gray, his muscles bulged, and his stature had grown unnaturally tall. His wild, overgrown hair, combined with his menacing aura, made him look like a complete monster. Curse mark, Stage 2. His sharp claws emanated a terrifying, beast-like energy. The whites of his eyes had turned black, and the two black tomo in his pupils spun rapidly. Shirokuin. Orochimaru's cold voice echoed across the cavern, causing Shirou to take a deep, ragged breath. Damn it. Life or death. Riches or ruin. He had no choice but to gamble on whether reinforcements would arrive within 3 minutes. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Shirou's maniacal laughter reverberated through the cavern. Those who break the rules of the ninja world, we call them trash, but those who don't value their comrades are even worse than trash. A crazed grin spread across his face. I've finally understood the meaning of life, just like the second Hokage, who chose to stay in the land of lightning. Amid the swirling, terrifying chakra, Shirou's laughter intensified. The tomo in his eyes spun faster and faster until they morphed into 3. In the face of life and death, the combined negative effects of the curse mark and the evolution of the Sharingan drove him to the brink of insanity. At that moment, he finally understood why the Uchiha were often branded as lunatics. The evolution of the Sharingan came at the cost of an emotional surge, a tidal wave of rage, loss, and despair. Combined with the curse mark, the result was an explosive synergy. Normally, Shirou suppressed it. But now, he unleashed it without restraint. I'm going in. Discarding his sturdy armor and plastering his body with paper bombs, Shirou formed hand signs, transforming into Tsunade. Boom. The cave shook violently, and blinding light poured in as the entrance collapsed. In that instant, Shirou's three-tomo Sharingan gleamed with madness. He charged toward the exit, hand seals forming in rapid succession. A shadow flashed. Hey! Lord Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. Reinforcements are here. Under the dazzling light, a group of Konoha ninjas clad in armor shouted into the cavern. One of them exclaimed, Lady Tsunade is over there. The sight that greeted them, however, left them momentarily stunned. Two Lady Tsunades. One Tsunade bore a bloodthirsty, crazed smile, while her counterpart stared back with bright brown eyes full of resolve, glowing under the holy light. The contrast was striking, one pure and angelic, the other sinister and demonic. An angel and a devil. As their eyes met, the scene resembled a classic painting. In the end, Tsunade held firm to her true self. Shirou, it seems you no longer need to search for the meaning of your life. Her calm voice echoed, and to Shirou, it sounded divine. It wasn't sentimentality, it was relief. Relief that he didn't have to die. The crazed, evil eyes in front of him softened to a blank stare. Tsunade's serene face melted into a warm smile. Before Shirou could respond, he felt something warm on his forehead. Her soft lips brushed gently against his brow. Under the warm sunlight, the angelic Tsunade redeemed her demonic counterpart. You are Uchiha Shirou, you were never a replacement. As the transformation jutsu smoke dissipated, Uchiha Shirou's monstrous form emerged. With the crisis averted, the power of the curse mark visibly receded. The arriving Konoha reinforcements stared in shock at his body, plastered with enough paper bombs to obliterate the entire cavern. Looks like we're saved, someone muttered. On the other side, Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, who had stopped Shirou from sacrificing himself at the final moment. For once, his cold, serpent-like eyes revealed a flicker of surprise, and something more complex. Orochimaru, despite his usual apathy, was not devoid of emotion. He was just far more calculating. We're saved. Jiraiya, half-conscious, finally collapsed upon seeing the reinforcements. Orochimaru caught him, but neither of them noticed the kiss shared at the cave's entrance. The kiss of an angel and a demon. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Damn it. Konoha's white fang. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, slammed his fist down in fury, shattering the stone desk in front of him. Konoha. Why does Konoha have so many geniuses? As his anger subsided, Inoki sat back in his chair, his body trembling with frustration and jealousy. Why didn't Iwagakure have anyone capable of standing out as a true Kaga-level force? Tsuchikage-sama, orders have been sent to the front lines in the Land of Grass. Our forces are retreating to the border. A respectful IWA Nin reported. Inoki took a deep breath, waved dismissively, and muttered, a step behind. Konoha's white fang truly has guts. Inoki's eyes narrowed at the map in front of him. Reports indicated that Konoha's white fang had led 2,000 shinobi, seemingly prepared to slice through the Land of Grass and strike the Land of Earth. Worse yet, if Konoha could ally with the Kyuzugakure ninja, they might do the same with the Omegakure ninja, turning the battlefield toward the borders of the Land of Earth, a scenario Inoki was determined to avoid at all costs. This isn't over, Konoha. Though defeated for now, Inoki's resolve reignited as he gazed at the ninja world map with ambitious determination. Send orders to our forces at the Omegakure border. Infiltrate and create chaos, target Konoha shinobi. Frame them if necessary, assassinate them if possible. I want Konoha to suffer in the Omegakure. Yes. Inoki wasn't one to take a loss lightly. After preparing for so long, he refused to let it end without exacting revenge. As the war raged on, the Land of Rain became the main battlefield for the five great nations. Although Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri had not openly joined the fray, their covert actions continued unabated. For now, Omegakure has declared war on both Konoha and Tsunagakure. Yet, after brief skirmishes, Omegakure and Tsunagakure seemed to reach a tacit understanding, leaving Konoha to face battles on multiple fronts. Konoha's strategy of pinning the war on the Omegakure was meant to protect its homeland from the flames of war. Any sign of weakness would invite Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri to join the fray openly. The delicate balance of the Second Shinobi War persisted. Chapter 56, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 56. Konoha, Hokage's office building. Hiruzen, what White Fang did this time was far too reckless. If this provokes the Iwagakure into declaring a full-scale war against the Konoha, who will take responsibility for it? Koharu Udatane frowned deeply, her anger evident. She was furious over White Fang's unauthorized actions, mobilizing troops and threatening the Iwagakure. This was a move that, if mishandled, could escalate into a major conflict with devastating consequences. On the other side of the room, Hamura Mito adjusted his glasses with a furrowed brow, his tone grave. Hiruzen, you're the Hokage. Such arbitrary troop deployments set a terrible precedent. Both Koharu and Hamura wore expressions of great concern. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated at his desk with smoke curling from his pipe, frowned deeply, his face heavy with thought. White Fang may have overstepped this time, Hiruzen admitted, but fortunately, the Iwagakure hasn't retaliated directly. For now, the main focus remains on the Amagekyure's battlefield. White Fang must not act rashly. Hiruzen. Koharu and Hamura's expressions darkened as Hiruzen spoke. The weight of the war loomed over all of them. The third Hokage finally broke the silence, his voice steady and serious. This second ninja world war cannot drag on any longer. We must bring the Amagekyure's battlefield to a swift conclusion. If this conflict drags on, the Iwagakure, already restless, could be emboldened. And what of the Kumogakure and Kirigakure? He took a deep breath and continued, outlining his plan. I plan to have White Fang lead the main forces against the Sunagakure, while Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade handle the Amagekyure's battles. Hiruzen's strategy was simple, swiftly end the two major battlefronts and decisively push the Amegakure and Sunagakure out of the war. By then, any other ninja villages considering joining the conflict would have to think twice. Though Hiruzen was dissatisfied with White Fang's actions, he understood the need for focus. Hiruzen. White Fang's unilateral decision to act against a major nation without the Hokage's authorization, what does he think he's doing? Is he dissatisfied with you, or is he being influenced by certain people? At that moment, the door burst open. Danzo Shimura stormed in, his face livid, his voice sharp and filled with anger. Hiruzen. This recklessness from White Fang is unacceptable. Danzo's fury was palpable. His resentment toward Hiruzen had long been simmering beneath the surface. In his eyes, Hiruzen's ascension to Hokage had robbed him of what should have been his rightful position. To Danzo, White Fang was nothing but a nuisance, an obstacle in his path. Danzo. Hiruzen's gaze softened for a moment, a rare warmth in his eyes. Despite their differences, Danzo's anger reminded him of their shared past, a time when they had been comrades. At this moment of crisis, Danzo's outburst was, in its way, a defense of Hiruzen's authority as Hokage. In their eyes, White Fang's intervention in the Land of Grass was an attempt to curry favor with the major clans and pave his way to higher ranks. This was precisely why they were so opposed to him. Who was White Fang? A ninja of humble origins, a ninja who had risen to prominence through sheer talent and determination. Yet, because of his unblemished reputation, he had quietly garnered the support of the Senju and other major clans. To the major clans, White Fang was an ideal candidate for leadership, a stark contrast to Hiruzen, who often prioritized the interests of the upper echelons, or Danzo, whose methods were too ruthless. Danzo, I understand how you feel, Hiruzen said evenly, his tone firm. But right now, the priority is the Land of Rain's battlefield. I need your root division to fully support this effort and help end the Land of Rain's battles as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we risk repeating the first great ninja war, with all four major nations stepping in once again. Hiruzen's solemn expression conveyed trust and urgency, momentarily stilling Danzo's anger. Danzo processed Hiruzen's words and let out a cold snort. To him, this was an acknowledgement of his value, not White Fang's. Still, his temper eased slightly. Hiruzen, I understand. The Root Division will fully commit to ending the Land of Rain's battles, Danzo said after a tense pause, his raspy voice firm as he sat down. His words brought a look of relief to Koharu and Hamura, who exchanged satisfied glances. They were comrades who had endured countless trials together. At the critical moment, it was still their own people they could rely on. Hiruzen, go for it. Indeed. The four key figures of the Konoha exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting the resolve of their younger days. With the support of his old friends, Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. For a moment, the vigor of his youth seemed to return to him. This time, the winner of the Ninja World War will once again be the Konoha. Uchiha grounds. Hey, Shirou, what's going on here? In her home, Tsunade smirked coldly, twirling a brown-green scroll in her hand. Her sharp eyes gleamed with both amusement and irritation. Uchiha Shirou stood awkwardly before her, his face flushed with embarrassment as Tsunade slowly unrolled the scroll, her smirk deepening. Well, our little genius is truly remarkable. Not only did he prepare to throw his life away, but he even left detailed instructions for his aftermath. And look at this, a gift of an A-rank original ninjutsu. Such charm, Shirou. Under Tsunade's teasing tone, Shirou lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. He stammered. Captain Tsu. Tsunade, I. Before he could finish, Tsunade cut him off with an impatient huff. A birthday gift for August 2nd. An original A-rank jutsu from the Uchiha clan's little prodigy to the Senju princess. My, the Konohagakure will surely have a field day gossiping about this. Despite her playful words, her eyes betrayed a complex emotion. Shirou. He had prepared this scroll when he decided to venture into the depths of the land of grass to save her, ready for the worst-case scenario. A birthday gift. Or a farewell letter. When Tsunade had received the scroll via Katsuyu's summoning, her first reaction was fury. Shirou, is this your way of apologizing? And what's this about warning the Senju clan and White Fang after the war? What's really going on? The scroll was essentially a will, a contingency plan Shirou had prepared before infiltrating the land of grass. He had braced himself for the worst. This was the source of Tsunade's anger. How much was Shirou hiding from her? Damn it. How old was Shirou, anyway? In such a short time, he'd already started keeping secrets from her. What would the future hold? Faced with Tsunade's sharp questioning, Shirou hung his head in guilt, which only fueled her anger and evoked a twinge of heartache. I'm sorry. Hearing his apology again stirred something inexplicable within Tsunade, a mix of fury, frustration, and something else she couldn't quite place. In the cave at Land of Grass, he had apologized, while holding her at kunai point. In her entire life, no one had dared to hold a kunai to her neck. And now, the one to do so was Shirou. Unbelievable. Chapter 57, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 57. Inside the room. Tsunade sat cross-legged on a wooden chair, her slender hands, adorned with red nail polish, idly toying with a scroll. Locking eyes with Shirou, she let out a cold smirk. So, this is what you've been hiding. Are you sure there's nothing else you're concealing? Facing Tsunade's sharp gaze, Shirou nodded frantically, his fear evident. Captain Tsunade, I swear, I'm not hiding anything else. The information the elders passed along, it's about spies within the village planning to assassinate you. They also intend to provoke discord between the Senju clan and the village. But under Tsunade's calm, light brown eyes, Shirou's voice faltered, trailing off into a whisper. In the end, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her unyielding stare. Seeing this, Tsunade's temper flared. Her anger surged, almost visibly simmering beneath her calm exterior. Shirou withholds such information. Do you think dying would put an end to all of this? Spill everything. Now. Her words were sharp, icy, and final as she stood, towering over him like a queen. Her light brown eyes burned with fury. Don't push me, Shirou. Under her threatening gaze, Shirou's expression darkened as if he'd finally realized he could no longer keep his secret. Seeing his reluctant demeanor, Tsunade's stern expression gradually softened. Stepping forward, she gently ruffled the black hair of Shirou who had, unknowingly, grown almost as tall as her now. You've never been alone. Just like in that cave, I didn't abandon you then, and I won't now. Under her soothing words, Shirou lowered his head. In a hoarse voice, he began to reveal what he had been hiding. According to the elders' intel, the Senju clan has become increasingly feared. After the war, some within the village planned to use experiments on the first Hokage's cells as a pretext to secretly purge part of the Senju clan. As for the White Fang incident, the specifics are unclear, but something's being planned after the war ends. Shirou carefully laid out these two matters, his voice steady but heavy. He wasn't exaggerating, these were deductions drawn from limited intel. As a Naruto fan skilled in analysis, and a former top sales performer in his previous life, he understood the critical importance of information. In the original story, the third Hokage had mentioned Konoha's secret research into the first Hokage's cells, sacrificing countless lives to revive would-release techniques. This likely didn't happen during the First Shinobi World War, when Konoha had been up against 4 other major villages and the Senju clan was still a dominant force. For Konoha's leadership to undertake such experiments, the Senju clan must have tacitly agreed, indicating that the clan had already begun to decline. His inference aligned with history. Such experiments likely occurred between the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, during the Senju clan's waning years. The death of White Fang and the failure of the wood-release research had only further weakened the already fragile Senju clan, leaving the Hokage faction as the sole beneficiaries. Damn it. Tsunade erupted, slamming her fist into the nearby wall. Her anger was raw, unrestrained. This was a long-conceived scheme. Shirou, you hide this from me. She glared furiously at Shirou, but as she glanced at the scroll in her hand, realization dawned. Shirou had been prepared to disappear with the truth, yet he had also chosen to warn her and the Senju clan. The Senju and the village hadn't changed, the truth had remained buried, with only one life sacrificed to keep it hidden. Shirou. Her anger surged again, not because of his secrecy, but because she realized how much Shirou had endured for her sake. Well, you've certainly grown bold. Tsunade said, her anger giving way to an ironic laugh. Shirou lowered his head in guilt, his hoarse voice trembling as he muttered, I'm sorry. Everything I did was for the village. His words carried no falsehood. The village would undoubtedly conduct experiments with the first Hokage's cells, and the Senju clan would inevitably retaliate if they found out. He had simply chosen to reveal the truth earlier, hoping to prevent further tragedy. Before he could apologize further, Tsunade stepped forward and pulled him into a warm embrace. Her eyes reflected a mix of complex emotions, guilt, sorrow, and pride. You've done nothing wrong. In her eyes, Shirou had borne everything, for the village, for the clan, even at the cost of his innocence. And it had all started with her. From the moment of Nawaki's death, Shirou, consumed by guilt, had awakened his Sharingan. Since then, he had become a double agent for both the Uchiha and Senju clans, spiraling deeper into darkness with every secret he uncovered. He longed for the light but had never taken a step toward it, choosing instead to bury the darkness within himself. Tsunade felt it was her fault. A once carefree boy had become a solemn, restrained young man. For someone as strong-willed as her, being protected by Shirou stirred emotions she couldn't ignore. Suddenly, she noticed Shirou's flushed face and his awkward attempts to push her away. Lowering her gaze, she realized the cause, and smirked mischievously. Looks like you've grown up, brat. She released him, and Shirou stepped back, gasping awkwardly. Her teasing tone lightened the mood, diffusing the tension. Captain Tsunade. Before he could continue, Tsunade grasped his chin. Her playful expression gave way to sincerity. Shirou, you were never a replacement. The matter of Nawaki remained unspoken, but at that moment, Tsunade's emotions were genuine. No longer driven by ulterior motives, she felt only guilt, self-reproach, and heartfelt concern for Shirou. Feeling something warm touch his forehead, Shirou froze, his eyes widening in shock. Shirou, thank you for the birthday gift. For once, Tsunade, so often commanding and authoritative, smiled warmly, like a kind-hearted elder sister. She lifted the scroll in her hand, showing her gratitude. Who could reject a boy who had sacrificed everything for the village, even preparing a thoughtful birthday gift for her? The scroll contained an original A-rank jutsu he had created. Though it carried some ulterior motives, reminding her of the Uchiha clan's contributions, it also reflected his sincerity. Captain Tsunade. Noticing her teasing but tender gaze, Shirou softened his tone, correcting himself. Sister Tsunade, happy birthday. It was August 2nd, Tsunade's birthday, and the day they returned to Konoha after narrowly escaping death in the Land of Grass. Chapter 58, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 58. Upon hearing Shirou address her more affectionately, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. Shirou, I suppose you wouldn't mind passing this jutsu on to Kushina as well, right? Shirou froze for a moment, then quickly shook his head and replied earnestly, of course not. How could I mind? Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Was an A-rank jutsu without hand seals precious? Of course, it was invaluable, a treasure for most jonin. But something even more critical loomed over the moment, solidifying the bond between the Uchiha and Senju clans. After all, this A-rank jutsu, developed by Shirou himself, carried great symbolic weight. If Tsunade were to publicly use this jutsu, it would signify something far beyond its technical value. No one would ever assume that the proud Senju clan, once the strongest family, would covet an A-rank jutsu from the Uchiha. To them, it was merely a trinket compared to their vast trove of S-rank forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage. By teaching it to Tsunade and then passing it on to Kushina, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the implications were profound. Shirou wouldn't just gain Tsunade's favor, he would also establish goodwill with the future Ninetales host. The Uchiha clan had struggled for years to prove themselves worthy of entering Konoha's inner circle. And now, with just one individual and one jutsu, Shirou had accomplished it. If the elders of the Uchiha clan found out, even Elder Setsuna might be moved to kneel in gratitude. Thank you, Sister Tsunade, Shirou said solemnly, his eyes filled with gratitude as if he had finally proven the Uchiha's worth. Tsunade, in turn, flashed a radiant smile. I appreciate the birthday gift this year, Shirou. But before I came here, I heard that one of your clan elders, Setsuna, is in critical condition. Spending time celebrating my birthday instead of attending to him, does that seem appropriate? Shirou froze, his face filled with awkwardness. After a moment, he scratched his head and replied, Sister Tsunade, I was planning to visit Elder Setsuna, but then you arrived unexpectedly. He had indeed intended to visit the elder as soon as he returned, especially since Setsuna's health was reportedly failing. Hearing this, Tsunade narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile. That loathsome old man who had rebelled against the Senju during the second Hokage's rule was finally on his last legs. Shirou let out a sigh of relief, adopting a serious demeanor as he said, It's all right. I believe that Elder Setsuna, knowing I'm here celebrating your birthday, would understand and be pleased with what I'm doing. Goodness. What a reversal of the heavens. Elder Setsuna had devoted his entire life to the clan, even sacrificing his granddaughter. And now, as he lay dying, here was Shirou celebrating someone else's birthday. It felt absurd. But Tsunade, knowing the nature of the Uchiha, actually nodded in approval. That does make sense. After all, that old man was locked up for a while in the past. Standing up, she looked at Shirou and gave him a dazzling smile. Today's birthday celebration has been wonderful. Knowing that an annoying elder is about to pass on makes it doubly joyous. I won't keep you from reporting back any longer. The thought of it being both her birthday and the day an old enemy would finally die genuinely delighted her. Add to that a stubborn yet protective Shirou willing to do anything for her in the village, and Tsunade felt sincerely happy. As Shirou watched Tsunade leave, he turned toward Elder Setsuna's residence. The August summer breeze, hot and oppressive, brushed past his face. Though it was a stifling season, Shirou squinted at the sun with a content expression. Finally. His gamble had paid off. The bridge was built. His position within the Uchiha clan was unshakable unless they no longer desired power in Konoha. And with Elder Setsuna nearing the end of his life, everything, just as Tsunade thought, would fade away with him. The truth of it all didn't even matter. Even if someone uncovered the lies, it would be too late. Today truly is a good day, Shirou murmured, enjoying the sunlight as it warmed him. From a distance, Tsunade turned back to glance at him as she left the Uchiha compound. In her view, Shirou's solitary figure reached cautiously for the sunlight as if yearning for something distant and unattainable. Her eyes grew resolute, though her face softened into a gentle smile. "You are the light, not the darkness," she whispered. To Tsunade, Shirou had never truly recognized himself. He saw himself as consumed by shadows, while she saw him as a warmth that could brighten everything. Inside Elder Setsuna's residence, the atmosphere was somber. The clan's elite jonin had gathered, their expressions grave and solemn. The air carried a faint sense of sorrow. "Shirou-sama." As Shirou approached, dressed in black, the elite greeted him with respect, nodding in acknowledgement. Once, some among them had scoffed at him. But after hearing the reports from the Land of Grass battlefield, their opinions had changed. Prideful and courageous, Shirou had won their admiration. Even now, as the sliding door to the elder's room creaked open, the solemn mood was palpable. Elder Setsuna lay on a tatami mat, his complexion pallid and yellowed, deathly signs of an imminent end. To one side knelt Uchiha Mikoto, her expression heavy with grief. Though her relationship with her grandfather had been fraught with conflict due to her rigorous upbringing, the bonds of family had softened her heart in his final moments. Shirou. Seeing him enter, Mikoto glanced up, her sorrowful gaze meeting his. Meanwhile, the clan leader and Captain Fugaku stood quietly to the side. As the elder's labored breathing echoed softly in the room, Shirou approached. Despite the weight of the moment, his expression remained steadfast, a mix of sorrow and resolve. Chapter 59, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 59. Uchiha Clan Grounds. On this day, nearly all the elite members of the Uchiha clan gathered at the residence of their elders. Inside the house, the arrival of Uchiha Shirou was met with approving gazes from both the clan leader and Fugaku. Shirokuin. Upon entering, Shirou's eyes fell on Elder Setsuna, who lay weakly on his sickbed. Though his expression remained calm, there was a subtle trace of sorrow in his gaze. Elder Setsuna. After Shirou spoke, Elder Setsuna, lying on the tatami mat, forced himself to speak through his frail and hoarse voice. Uchiha Shirou, everything you've done, the clan has taken note. In the future, Mikoto will still need your support. I've already discussed this with the clan leader. The elder's weak, rasping words echoed as the clan leader solemnly nodded. Shirou, however, understood the underlying meaning of those words. To put it plainly, the old man was leaving the authority to Mikoto. After all, she was the true bloodline heir, and more importantly, her talents were undeniable. For the sake of the clan, Shirou. You must understand, this matter with Tsunade of the Senju clan. Mikoto shares the same intentions for the good of the clan. Hearing the elder's final wishes, Shirou was left speechless. What kind of message was this? Essentially, it was a declaration that Mikoto would inherit his authority. At the same time, he shouldn't worry about their relationship being questioned. For the sake of the clan, Mikoto would understand and ensure their relationship wouldn't interfere with Shirou and Tsunade. Harem approval. Mikoto, standing nearby, nodded earnestly. She looked at Shirou and said in a firm voice, Shirou, don't worry. This will always be your home. Mikoto's words left Elder Setsuna feeling a mix of helplessness and frustration. Could these two not wait until he was gone before dividing the power? As for Shirou's supposed claim that there was nothing between him and Tsunade, who would believe that? If nothing was going on, why would Tsunade teach him the slug summoning technique or risk his life to save her in solo missions filled with danger and explosive tags? Shirou, the clan will never forget your contributions. Both the clan leader and Fugaku nodded solemnly. Though the sacrifices were significant, they were all for the clan's benefit. Shirou took a deep breath and then spoke in a serious tone. Clan leader, elder, I have already taught the sealless A-rank jutsu I developed to Captain Tsunade. Additionally, she has agreed to pass it on to Kushina. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how could Shirou not highlight actions beneficial to the clan? After all, it's often the crying child who gets the milk. This was his merit. Upon hearing Shirou's words, Elder Setsuna, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly flushed with excitement, as if invigorated by a final burst of energy. Is this true? It is true. Shirou affirmed seriously. Hearing this, Elder Setsuna let out a hoarse laugh. The clan leader, too, couldn't hide his excitement. Good. Good. Excellent. Elder Setsuna laughed heartily, his face glowing with vigor. The clan leader nodded repeatedly, brimming with emotion. Shirokuin, your contributions to the clan will not be forgotten. The value of an A-rank seal-less jutsu was indisputable. Yet its significance extended far beyond its technical merits. This wasn't merely about the jutsu anymore. Even Mikoto, upon hearing this, showed not a hint of jealousy. Instead, she wore a proud expression, as if to say, this is the person I chose. Though external rumors and prejudices still isolated the Uchiha, this time it would be different. With Tsunade and Kushina's influence, who would dare claim that the Uchiha were ostracized? The alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans marked a historic shift. The subconscious bias of the major clans would inevitably begin to change. The clan's long-cherished wish. Elder Setsuna, his face still glowing with vitality, looked at Shirou with a gratified and elated smile. He had chosen correctly. What the clan had struggled for over decades, Shirou had achieved single-handedly. If the Uchiha could truly step into Konoha's political center, they would one day regain their ability to vie for the Hokage position. Inside the house, Elder Setsuna, once bold enough to rebel during the second Hokage's reign, closed his eyes for the last time. Yet he passed away with a smile, having witnessed the realization of the Uchiha's long-held dream. Outside the house, the elite of the Uchiha clan stood solemnly, paying their respects as they bid farewell to their elder. Senju clan grounds. As one of the two founding clans of Konoha, the Senju occupied the most prosperous district in the village's center. The somber atmosphere from the Uchiha compound did not escape the perceptive eyes of nearby shinobi. So, that old geezer finally passed away. From her window, Tsunade glanced toward the Uchiha grounds with a smirk, her tone dripping with disinterest. Yet, in stark contrast to the mood, her table was laden with dishes and a birthday cake. It just so happened that the elder's death coincided with her birthday, a truly ironic twist of fate. Sister Tsunade, you seem quite happy, remarked Kushina, who was grinning as she helped celebrate Tsunade's birthday. Sipping lightly from her cup, Tsunade's expression was one of pure satisfaction. Kushina, you wouldn't understand yet. When someone you dislike dies on your birthday, isn't that the best kind of celebration? Tsunade's warped reasoning drew a laugh and a scolding from Mito Uzumaki, who was just coming downstairs. Tsunade, you should still show proper respect for the Uchiha in public. Smiling, Tsunade nodded. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. Mito shook her head with a helpless smile. At her age, she couldn't concern herself too much. Tsunade, her granddaughter, had matured quite a bit recently. Though Mito had been worried before, believing Tsunade's understanding of political schemes was limited, it seemed she was learning fast. Happy birthday. With a broad smile, Kushina pulled out a gift from her ninja pouch, handing it to Tsunade. The latter accepted it graciously. Thank you, Kushina. But then Tsunade grinned mischievously, pulling out a scroll and handing it to Kushina. Kushina, I have a gift for you too. Kushina took the scroll eagerly, assuming it was a new jutsu, and thanked Tsunade with delight. However, Tsunade shook her head with a teasing smile. You owe thanks to someone else. This jutsu is a seal-less A-rank creation by Konoha's youngest genius Jonin. Kushina froze, stunned. Why was it this jutsu? Mito, however, raised her head upon hearing this. She looked at Tsunade with a solemn expression. Tsunade, are you sure about this? Tsunade nodded seriously, dropping her playful tone. Grandmother, the Senju need an ally now. This also gives Kushina an option. As Kushina stared at the scroll in confusion, Tsunade and Mito discussed matters she couldn't yet understand. Chapter 60, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 60. In the living room. Sister Tsunade, what exactly is this jutsu about? Uzumaki Kushina, though she didn't understand everything, could tell it had something to do with her. It's about what you think it is. Tsunade's teasing response turned Kushina's face bright red as she awkwardly glanced between Tsunade and Mito. Uzumaki Mito watched this heartwarming scene with a gentle smile, but her expression soon grew somber as her thoughts wandered. The recent events weighed heavily on her mind, especially how her granddaughter Tsunade had nearly lost her life on the front lines. Kushina, I had hoped to give you a carefree childhood, Mito began, her voice tinged with sadness. But with everything happening, there are things you need to understand. Her gentle demeanor carried the weight of the harsh realities of the ninja world. Seeing this, Tsunade paused mid-sip of her drink, then downed it entirely before speaking in a low tone. Grandmother, let me explain it to her. Kushina, confused and unsure, listened intently as Tsunade, despite her usual nonchalance, began recounting the events of the past year. Her tone was calm, though tinged with annoyance. First, grandmother and I received intel that someone in the village was targeting Nawaki. After his incident, our investigations yielded no clear leads. Then came the Jonin Council meeting, followed by certain intel we gathered. Tsunade detailed the events with precision, carefully omitting key details, such as Nawaki's condition and Uchiha Shirou's involvement. She also refrained from mentioning the specifics of what transpired in the Land of Grass, wanting to spare her grandmother any additional worry. Kushina listened in shock. You're saying Nawaki's incident was orchestrated by someone in the village? Her voice faltered, and she clapped a hand over her mouth in disbelief. The revelation was terrifying. To Kushina, Konoha had always been a place of light, a village she hoped to call her home. The idea of such darkness shattered that illusion. Impossible. Just the despicable schemes of a few old men, Tsunade said dismissively. From Nawaki's downfall to their attempts to manipulate her, Tsunade had pieced together enough to realize that Kushina would likely be the next target. Kushina, you were once the princess of Uchiha. Surely you understand that without absolute power, one cannot control their destiny. Grandmother and I are doing our best to give you a chance to make your own choices. Tsunade gestured toward the scroll Kushina held. Take this jutsu as an opportunity. What you do with it is up to you. Her words hung heavily in the air, shedding light on the village's darker underbelly. Mito, seated nearby, sighed softly, her gaze distant. If only Hashirama were still here. She murmured wistfully, longing for the simpler days. Kushina, she continued, the village plans to send Tsunade to the Land of Rain soon. Officially, it's to ease tensions, but given everything that's happened, we must stay vigilant. Mito's grave expression revealed her deep concern. If her grandchildren could be manipulated, Kushina, an outsider to the Senju, was certainly at risk. Do you mean I'm next? Kushina's voice wavered with fear. Tsunade let out a bitter laugh. If they can target the grandchildren of the first Hokage, why wouldn't they go after you? Given what we know, the village won't give up their pursuit. That's why the Senju clan cannot afford to lose the power of the Nine Tails. Mito, brushing Kushina's red hair, smiled kindly, though sadness lingered in her eyes. Kushina, forgive this old woman for being selfish, she said softly. The Senju clan had come to see the Nine Tails as a necessary deterrent, ensuring the village remained cautious of them. Kushina now realized her role. She and Tsunade were part of a larger plan to maintain the balance of power in Konoha and pull the Uchiha clan into an uneasy alliance. I understand now, she whispered. At the Uchiha clan grounds. Shirokuin, before grandfather passed, he left a final request, Mikoto began, her voice gentle yet filled with grief. After his cremation, he wanted his ashes scattered in the ancestral land of our clan. He also entrusted you with something. Mikoto handed Shiro a scroll, her eyes glistening with tears. This contains a forbidden clan genjutsu. Upon seeing the scroll's contents, Shiro's eyes widened in shock. Izanagi. One of the ultimate genjutsu techniques of the Uchiha clan. I can't believe it's this technique. Shiro now understood the significance of the scroll. This jutsu, kept as a forbidden secret, had been hidden even from most of the clan's elite. Grandfather entrusted me with his eyes, Mikoto continued, but he wanted you to have them. He feared for your safety on the battlefield. These eyes. Shiro began, but Mikoto interrupted with a gentle smile. Shirokuin, you have the ambition and ability to reshape the Uchiha clan. I will support you in any way I can. Mikoto's traditional values were clear, she believed a man should lead the charge while the woman provided unwavering support. Her love and faith in Shiro were absolute. Shirokuin, she said softly, her eyes shimmering with admiration, you are the man I've chosen. Chapter 61, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 61. Inside the house of Elder Uchiha Setsuna. Chimera Jutsu. At this moment, a unique rhombus-shaped curse mark appeared on Uchiha Shirou's palm. He pressed it against Elder Setsuna's eyes, which were gradually losing warmth. Immediately, a cold yet smooth power flowed through his arm and into his body, finally reaching his eyes. As the sensation of cold yet comfortable energy spread to his temples, he couldn't help but smile. Just as I suspected. Even though we are not direct relatives, the shared Uchiha bloodline minimizes the rejection of this power. And there's also the Uchiha clan's unique genjutsu power. Feeling the refreshing coolness emanating from his eyes, Shiro squinted slightly, his expression intoxicated. The ocular power of the Sharingan varies even among those at the same three-tomo stage, with some possessing innate differences. It was mentioned in the original records that eyes had the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, further highlighting the disparity in genjutsu even at the same level. Strengthening ocular power might not directly lead to evolution, but it could make this the strongest three-tomo Sharingan, possessing the potential for Mangekyo awakening. Moreover, greater ocular power could reduce the difficulty of awakening it. The surge of energy came quickly and faded just as fast. When Shirou withdrew his hand, the rhombus mark on his palm had disappeared, leaving his sclera bloodshot. He even felt a faint sense of swelling and tears in his eyes, prompting him to cover them with his hand. As expected, some rejection force still exists, though minimal. But in 3 to 5 months at most, this power will fully integrate. Shirou lowered his gaze to Elder Setsuna's now lifeless body and sighed wistfully. Elder Setsuna, if you knew, I believe you would smile even in the afterlife. After all, this is all for the Uchiha. By now, Elder Setsuna's corpse had lost the ocular power of the Sharingan. Shirou no longer feared detection, knowing the body would soon be cremated. Creak. The sliding door opened to reveal Uchiha Mikoto, alongside the clan head and Fugaku, both wearing solemn expressions. The farewell is complete. Elder Setsuna may have made mistakes in life, but his contributions to the clan were undeniable. Let him become an eternal flame. At this, Shirou sighed deeply, his tone laden with emotion. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire burns eternal. When the Senju and Uchiha founded the village, the Uchiha named it Konoha to honor the Senju. Likewise, the Senju named the village leader Hokage, signifying the Uchiha. Elder Setsuna will now become that eternal flame, always illuminating Konoha. Shirou's murmurs caused a ripple of shock and realization among the elite Uchiha present in the courtyard. Ninjas, often regarded as mere tools, seldom delved deeply into history. Many of the Uchiha 3 Tomo elites had only a cursory understanding of this part of the past. For the Uchiha, this history was far from glorious. Yet, with Shirou revisiting it now, and linking it to the shared founding of Konoha by the Uchiha and Senju, it struck a chord in their hearts. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku felt an inexplicable tremor. He looked at the young Uchiha Shirou, carrying the weight of their clan, with newfound astonishment. So Konoha was named by the Uchiha, and the Hokage symbolized the Uchiha. For the Uchiha, a clan of special eyes and heightened spiritual sensitivity, Shirou's simple lament seemed to resonate deeply with their souls. Once marginalized, they now realized that the village was their creation too. Shirou-kun. Beside him, Mikoto wiped away her tears, while the clan head sighed inwardly. Shirou, with his wistful expression, observed everyone's reactions and understood. Even Fugaku, along with the entire Uchiha clan, saw Konoha as their home. In the original story, when pushed to the brink, their choice was a coup, not rebellion. Thus, Shirou sought to instill a belief in the clan, a true will of fire. Shirou-kun, you. At that moment, Fugaku's expression changed as he noticed Elder Setsuna's intact eyes. Mikoto, too, looked surprised. Shirou-kun, the elder entrusted his Sharingan to you. The calm clan head sighed, seemingly realizing something. Elder Setsuna's eyes remained untouched. Hearing this, Shirou smiled, a smile filled with the Uchiha's unique pride and defiance. My eyes are already on the path to invincibility. Why would I need another's? His solitary voice echoed, shocking the Uchiha elites who knew of the clan's forbidden techniques. Even Fugaku looked stunned, realizing the young boy who once sought his guidance had surpassed him. At this moment, Shirou embodied the Uchiha's pride, leaving the elite ninjas in awe. This is the Uchiha. Their eyes, already invincible, needed no borrowing. Shirou-kun. Mikoto, both proud and worried, trusted Shirou but knew even geniuses needed time to grow. However, Shirou's declaration before everyone solidified his resolve. Under the watchful eyes of the clan's elites, Elder Setsuna's body was respectfully carried to the Uchiha Naka shrine. In the end, the elder's remains were consumed in flames, leaving no trace in this world. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire burns eternal. Bathed in the firelight, an elite murmured, soon joined by others silently reciting the true will of fire. As the fire reflected on his face, Shirou gazed at the flames and sighed. Elder, rest in peace. As long as the Uchiha remain, the clan and village will face no unrest. Seizing this moment of unity, Shirou subtly conveyed a deeper sense of identity. He crafted a clearer spiritual foundation for the clan, a true will of fire. Unconsciously, the Uchiha connected Konoha, the village, and the clan. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju. Its name signified the Senju, while the Hokage signified the Uchiha. Konoha is equated to Uchiha and Senju. The Senju carried the wood, the Uchiha lit the fire. As long as the wood endured, the fire would never die. The village belonged to both the Uchiha and Senju. Chapter 62, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 62. Elder Setsuna had passed away, leaving no ripple in Konoha. Those aligned with the third Hokage could only act dismissively at the news. Training ground. Mikoto, I still want to ask for your guidance on this jutsu, said Uzumaki Kushina, wiping the sweat off her brow with a bright smile as she looked at Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto, always perceptive and considerate, knew her good friend was here to console her. She responded with a warm smile. Mikoto looked at her palm and teased, Kushina, this jutsu might be difficult for others, but for someone like you, it should be much easier. With your expertise in sealing techniques, your chakra control is already precise. And when it comes to chakra reserves, you have nothing to worry about. The A-rank, hand seal-less jutsu that Shirou had created was challenging, but its compatibility varied. For Uzumaki Kushina, it was almost tailor-made. As Mikoto spoke, she extended her right hand. In an instant, a glowing blue sphere of chakra appeared in her palm. Kushina, this is the seal-less jutsu created by Shirou, Mikoto said, her expression brimming with pride. Kushina's eyes sparkled as she saw the jutsu. What a beautiful technique, she exclaimed. Even as a ninja, her first reaction as a woman was to appreciate its aesthetic. The radiance of the blue sphere cast a soft glow on her face. Her curiosity got the better of her. What's it called? Name. Mikoto paused, then smiled, her gaze playful as she teased, Shirou hasn't named it yet. Why don't you name it for him, Kushina? Me. Kushina blinked, flustered. She quickly waved her hands. How could I name his jutsu? Mikoto laughed, lifting the glowing sphere slightly. Shirou once said this jutsu's inspiration came from you, Kushina. From me. Kushina was taken aback, memories flashing in her mind. Mikoto explained, yes, Shirou said the idea struck him when he saw the power of your tailed beast transformation. Hearing this, Kushina's expression softened. Unlike others, Mikoto showed no hint of unease or prejudice when speaking about the tailed beasts or Jinchuriki. This was one of the reasons Kushina cherished her friendship with Mikoto. Among the Uchiha, she felt less like an outcast. The clan's pride in their Sharingan made them regard even tailed beast powers as inferior, a fascinating perspective to Kushina. So it was inspired by me. Kushina murmured, a bittersweet smile playing on her lips as she recalled those moments of chaos during her rampage. Exactly, Mikoto encouraged. That's why you should name it. Shirou would be happy. Playfully, Kushina teased, Mikoto, you're so cheeky. Aren't you afraid I'll steal Shirou away from you? Their laughter rang out as Mikoto waved her hand, the blue sphere in her palm spinning into a tiny whirlwind. Strands of their hair floated gently in the breeze before the chakra dissipated. Spinning, huh? Kushina mused aloud, looking thoughtful. Why not call it Reiznan, spiraling sphere? Reiznan. Mikoto repeated, her gaze softening as she glanced at the whirlpool insignia on Kushina's clothing. She smiled knowingly. When Shirou created this technique, I think he was thinking about how to protect you on the battlefield, Kushina. Mikoto's gentle tone, paired with her heartfelt observation, made Kushina blush furiously. Mikoto, you're terrible, she shouted playfully, lunging at her friend. After their laughter subsided, the two lay on the soft grass, looking up at the sky. You're such a perfect partner, Mikoto, Kushina said with a hint of envy in her voice. Mikoto smiled gently, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Don't worry. No matter where Shirou goes, he'll always come back home to me. Her serene confidence left Kushina momentarily speechless. Sitting upright, she stared at Mikoto, blurting out, wow, Mikoto. You really are from a prestigious family. Both women understood each other well, but Mikoto's composure still amazed Kushina. With a soft laugh, Mikoto explained, for years, Grandpa lived modestly. I didn't understand it back then, but Shirou once said something about Grandpa that I only now truly comprehend. What did he say? Kushina asked curiously. Mikoto's voice carried a tinge of nostalgia. He said, those who can't turn a blind eye or a deaf ear aren't fit to lead. At the time, it was Shirou's critique of Grandpa. Now I think it applies to me too. Hearing this, Kushina couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration mixed with jealousy. Mikoto, Shirou is so lucky to have you, she said softly. But Mikoto shook her head, her smile serene. No, I'm the lucky one to have Shirou. And, Kushina, you're incredible too. Mikoto. Kushina huffed, her cheeks reddening as she tackled her friend once more. Amid their laughter, the two shared a rare moment of camaraderie, bearing their deepest thoughts to each other. Chapter 63, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 63. Uchiha clan's territory. Shirou, let's call this technique Reiznan, shall we? Returning drenched in sweat, Mikoto's face lit up with a smile. Shirou was momentarily dazed before responding with a cheerful laugh. Of course. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto smiled but teased him in a playful tone. But, you know, this name was chosen by Kushina. I hope you don't mind, Shirou-kun. It was only after Mikoto's remark that Shirou realized something. He had yet to name the technique he had created, intending to leave the honor of naming it to Mikoto. Unexpectedly, it was Kushina who came up with the name Reiznan. Of course not. Why would I mind? Shirou chuckled as he raised the scroll containing the technique. These scrolls are privileges reserved for Elder Setsuna. Sister Mikoto, you should continue honing your skills. The external conflicts are escalating, and this Raise-non technique suits you well. Mikoto was proficient in fire release and genjutsu, and had decent mastery of swordsmanship. While skilled in many areas, she lacked a standout specialty. The Raise-non could potentially become her trump card. The instantaneous release of Raise-non, combined with the silent nature of its attack, and leveraging the dynamic vision of the Sharingan to pinpoint weaknesses for a decisive blow. Shirou explained the advantages of the Raise-non with a smile. When comparing Chidori and Raise-non, the latter seemed more suited for the Uchiha. Chidori was loud, while Raise-non was silent, quick to activate, and deadly when paired with the Sharingan's dynamic vision. It was an ultimate technique, difficult for most defenses to withstand, and its versatility allowed for chakra nature transformations in the future. While Shirou and Mikoto were immersed in strengthening themselves with Elder Setsuna's legacy, Uzumaki Kushina, on her way back to the Senju clan, found her thoughts consumed by the words Raise-non and spiral. A spiral represents the whirlpool. Kushina's expression fluctuated as she murmured to herself, not even noticing Uzumaki Mito's approach. Kushina. The gentle voice startled her, and upon seeing Mito, she blushed furiously and rose in embarrassment. Grandma Mito. Uzumaki Mito nodded kindly and teased with a smile. It seems our little Kushina has something on her mind. Blushing deeper, Kushina recounted the day's events to Mito, her growing awareness evident. She was already wary, knowing there were those in the village who sought to harm the bloodline of the first Hokage. As a future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she couldn't afford carelessness, no matter her trust in Mikoto. Hearing Kushina's recount, Mito's smile remained gentle as she stroked Kushina's red hair affectionately. Raise-non, It's a wonderful name. Kushina's face flushed again, and she pointed to a spiral tower visible in the distance, explaining hurriedly. Grandma Mito, I thought of the name because the technique rotates like that tower's spiral. And it's like a giant ball, so I combined the ideas. Seeing Kushina's anxious explanation, Mito chuckled warmly and glanced at the tower. A whirlpool is flat, while a spiral is three-dimensional. When climbing a spiral staircase, even though the path loops back, you gradually ascend, and the scenery changes as you go. Even if we find ourselves trapped in a whirlpool, by climbing, we may find love. In that sense, the whirlpool transforms into a spiral. Kushina looked puzzled, not yet grasping the full meaning of Mito's words. Love, she muttered. Mito nodded with a soft smile. Yes, love. But waiting passively won't bring love. To master the Nine-Tails power, you must understand love, though not just romantic love. Still confused, Kushina's expression made Mito shake her head with a smile. That Uchiha Shirou seems like a decent person, Mito said, dropping a subtle hint. Kushina's face turned crimson in both embarrassment and annoyance. Grandma Mito. What are you talking about? Mito only chuckled knowingly. Her cloudy eye seemed unusually clear as she continued. Kushina, the Senju clan alone is no longer strong enough to protect the Nine-Tails. Even if, adding a Uchiha could make a difference. This way, the higher-ups, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, would think twice before making a move. With the Uchiha's help, the Senju can protect you until you grow strong enough to safeguard both yourself and the clan, just as I once used the Nine-Tails power to protect the Senju after they protected me. Mito's insight came from her understanding of the current dynamics. As for Uchiha Shirou, information from Tsunade and Mito's sensory abilities confirmed that he bore no ill will toward the Senju or Kushina. Despite her strong words, Kushina's flushed cheeks betrayed her thoughts, and Mito smiled. In her view, Uchiha Shirou and Kushina shared a budding friendship, but any deeper relationship seemed unlikely, especially since Shirou already had Mikoto. Still, the bonds formed between Shirou, Mikoto, Kushina, and Tsunade would serve as a bridge to unite the Uchiha and Senju, creating a temporary alliance to deter those with ill intentions within the village. As for concerns about these relationships crossing boundaries, Mito laughed softly. She had faith in Kushina's pride as the princess of Uzumaki. She would never intrude on someone else's love. But if Uchiha Shirou were to exploit human emotions, guilt, responsibility, could things unfold differently? Mito's life experience, though vast, paled in comparison to the collective knowledge of countless predecessors upon which Shirou's cunning was built. One individual's wisdom could hardly compete with the insights of many. Chapter 64, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 64. Senju Clan Training Grounds. Raise-non. With a crisp shout, a glowing blue raise-non smashed into a wooden post, breaking it cleanly in half. I did it. Out of breath, Uzumaki Kushina smiled triumphantly, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her arm. As she gazed at the fruits of her hard work, a familiar figure came to mind. That shadowy figure, radiating an oppressive aura of dark chakra, had once stood before her amidst the roaring cries of monsters. Monster. Are we the same kind? Murmuring to herself, Kushina quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the unsettling thoughts. I can't keep thinking about this. Mikoto is my friend. How could I even think like that? But her inner conflict only deepened as her mind drifted to the comforting words of Grandma Mito and the encouragement Mikoto had given her. Grandma Mito said you can't achieve anything just by waiting. You have to take the initiative to gain it. And Mikoto also said I'm an exceptional kunoichi. No. Shirou and I are just comrades. That's all. I shouldn't let my mind wander. As Kushina wrestled with her thoughts, the rustling of grass nearby caught her attention. From the thicket emerged Uchiha Mikoto, her silhouette framed by the dappled light filtering through the leaves. Kushina, you've done it. Leaping gracefully from a tree branch, Mikoto's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the training grounds. Surprise gave way to admiration, and she couldn't help but smile warmly. Kushina, you are a genius. Startled by Mikoto's sudden appearance, Kushina's face turned crimson, as though caught red-handed. However, upon hearing Mikoto's praise, she instinctively sought to change the topic. And no way. Flustered, she stammered, it's just because I have more chakra. I can spend more time practicing this jutsu every day, so I managed to learn it quickly. Mikoto descended lightly and chuckled. Having a lot of chakra is your strength, just like my Sharingan is mine. See? That makes you a genius too, Kushina. Mikoto's gentle, sisterly demeanor never failed to put Kushina at ease. Yet today, something felt different. Standing before Mikoto, Kushina couldn't shake a sense of unease, as though she'd done something wrong. Mikoto, perceptive as always, noticed Kushina's awkwardness. Smiling curiously, she teased, Kushina, what's wrong? Your face is all red, you're so cute. Reaching out, Mikoto gently brushed away a stray strand of Kushina's sweat-dampened hair, tucking it behind her ear. And nothing. Kushina stammered, her mind racing. She hadn't done anything inappropriate, right? Thinking didn't count as wrongdoing, did it? Bolstered by the thought, Kushina puffed up her cheeks, displaying her signature stubbornness. She looked up at Mikoto with a hint of defiance and complained, Sister Mikoto, I've been waiting here forever. Why are you so late? Mikoto's smile softened with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Kushina. There's been a lot to handle lately, both on the battlefield and within the clan. That's why I'm late. War. Hearing that word, Kushina's gaze darkened. She sighed and shook her head. Even Sister Tsunade is preparing to head to the front lines. She's been so busy lately, and the entire Senju clan feels cold and empty. Seeing Kushina's gloom, Mikoto sighed gently. Kushina, right now, the battlefield isn't where you're needed. You have a more important mission. More important mission? Kushina scoffed bitterly. You mean becoming a monster? A monster. That's what it felt like to her, endlessly adapting to the oppressive chakra of the Nine Tails. Mikoto, however, chuckled lightly. Kushina, let me share a secret with you. Kushina blinked, curiosity replacing her frustration. Mikoto leaned in conspiratorially, her tone teasing. Then, to Kushina's shock, Mikoto slowly pulled down the collar of her shirt, revealing a glimpse of pale, flawless skin. Sister Mikoto, what are you doing? Kushina's face turned bright red. Her eyes darted nervously as she waved her hands, trying to stop Mikoto. Though she'd heard tales of the extravagant lives of nobles, this was beyond her comprehension. Was Mikoto doing that? Should she refuse? Would refusing hurt their bond? But if she didn't refuse? Just as Kushina was spiraling, Mikoto let out a burst of laughter and flicked Kushina's forehead. Kushina, what kind of nonsense are you imagining in that little head of yours? So mischievous. No, I wasn't. I mean. Sister Mikoto, I didn't. Still flustered, Kushina struggled to defend herself. Meanwhile, Mikoto pointed to her exposed shoulder with a sly grin. Look here. Pushing aside her hair, Mikoto revealed a small, black three-tomo seal imprinted on the back of her neck. A curse mark. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their expertise in sealing techniques, Kushina's face paled. Cursed seals were no trivial matter. They were usually used to control people or suppress dangerous powers. Shoo. Mikoto raised a finger to her lips, urging Kushina to keep quiet. Despite her panic, Kushina couldn't help but ask anxiously, Sister Mikoto, why do you have a cursed seal? Smiling reassuringly, Mikoto explained, this is our little secret, okay? Well, Tsunade-sama knows about it too. She readjusted her clothing and recounted the seal's origins. As Kushina listened, her eyes widened in disbelief. You're saying? Sister Tsunade researched Shirou's second Kekkei Genkai ability and developed this seal. Mikoto nodded. With the help of Orochimaru-sama, of course. Kushina was speechless. So even Sister Mikoto could transform into that dark, powerful form. Seeing Kushina's dazed expression, Mikoto laughed playfully. Now, I'm a little monster just like you, Kushina. Before Kushina could respond, black markings began spreading across Mikoto's neck, slowly encroaching on her face. She winced but remained calm. I'm still adjusting to this state, Mikoto explained. Pushing it further would be risky. Though it was dangerous, Mikoto's eyes gleamed with pride. The cursed seal's rejection rate is high, but my body adapted to Shirou's power within just half a month. Now the seal is fully integrated. Mikoto's confidence and joy made Kushina feel a mix of awe and envy. A kindred spirit. Chapter 65, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 65. The Senju clan. This power is truly fascinating. In the dimly lit laboratory, Uchiha Shirou lay on a hospital bed, his eyes fixed on Orochimaru, who chuckled hoarsely with an intoxicated expression. On the other side of the room, Tsunade tossed a report onto the table with a sharp snort. Orochimaru, this power is in the same category as the sage techniques of the three great sage regions and the senjutsu. You should know the consequences of its backlash, Tsunade said coldly. Since Tsunade and Orochimaru had joined forces to study Shirou's second Kekkei, their research had progressed at a breakneck pace. In no time, they had even developed a method to apply cursed seals. Orochimaru, however, seemed unfazed by Tsunade's warning. Instead, he smiled faintly, his face pale and sickly. So, the Fire Temple also possesses such power. As expected of the Senju, Orochimaru remarked. While Orochimaru's talent in research far surpassed Tsunade's, he lacked her insights. After all, Tsunade stood on the shoulders of the giants of the Senju clan. For instance, when Shirou awakened this power, Tsunade quickly deduced its connection to sage techniques with minimal research. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had to explore the nature of this power from scratch, highlighting the gap in their perspectives and understanding. Even so, his relentless thirst for knowledge allowed him to grow at an incredible pace. Lord Orochimaru, Sister Tsunade, may I get up now? Lying on the bed, Shirou glanced at the two researchers, who were engrossed in studying his Kekkei and spoke with a helpless expression. It was as if the two had forgotten about him entirely. Hearing his voice, Tsunade turned her head and shot him a sharp glare. Shirou, even you, the host of this power, haven't fully adapted to it. You should understand the dangers of the cursed seal, and yet you apply it to others. Tsunade's voice was filled with anger. She knew the cursed seal technique Orochimaru had developed, and now, to her dismay, Shirou had teamed up with him. Although they hadn't hidden anything from her, the power they were tinkering with was dangerous, capable of spiraling into uncontrollable destruction, a risk Tsunade deeply feared. Sister Tsunade. Facing her anger, Shirou shook his head resolutely. Ninjas constantly face crises. This power, though dangerous, can save lives at critical moments. Save lives. Tsunade was momentarily stunned by his response. But what he said next left her even more speechless. Besides, Sister Tsunade, the cursed seal potion you developed, though more stable, has significantly weaker power. More importantly, it's too costly and single-use. His calm tone made Orochimaru smile faintly. Kukuku, what power isn't dangerous? Even basic overuse of chakra can lead to death. In this respect, Shirokuin's perspective is the most accurate. If Orochimaru's achievement was the creation of the cursed seal technique to transmit this power, Tsunade's contribution was the development of a cursed seal potion. The potion was extraordinarily precious, requiring adjustments based on the user's cellular compatibility before it could be formulated. It granted temporary access to this power but was single-use, a luxury item. In contrast, Orochimaru's cursed seal was simpler. If the recipient survived the process, they would permanently gain the power, albeit with a high mortality rate. When Shirou applied the cursed seal to Mikoto, he had combined both methods, first adapting her body to the power and testing for potential backlash. Luckily, Mikoto's natural compatibility with the cursed seal derived from him was remarkably high, almost as if it were innate. Though Tsunade remained displeased, she understood that more power on the battlefield could mean higher survival rates. Danger. Compared to survival, staying alive was the ultimate priority. Kukuku, Shirokuin, your power is truly enviable, Orochimaru said, his gaze lingering on Shirou with greedy admiration. Such an expression would terrify most people, but Shirou, familiar with Orochimaru's eccentricities, understood it as his unique way of expressing respect. Envy, greed, it was all laid bare, without pretense. That was Orochimaru. Moreover, since Orochimaru hadn't yet developed his immortality jutsu, Shirou wasn't overly concerned about him. After all, Orochimaru himself had also gained access to the cursed seal's power. Thank you for your guidance during this time, Lord Orochimaru, Shirou said as he got out of bed and bowed respectfully. Orochimaru had not only studied his Kekkei but also taught him techniques during this period. Tsunade snorted, but her gaze turned serious. This power was formidable. Even the future three legendary Sannin struggled to master the sage techniques of the great sage regions. More importantly, they lacked the time to do so. Through their research, they had developed a weakened form of sage techniques, but it still depended heavily on the user. Hey, Orochimaru, you got quite the deal this time. Don't think you can brush it off with just a bit of guidance on training, Tsunade interjected, her protective stance evident. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely in response. Tsunade, this is between Shirou-kun and me. In a rare moment of levity, Orochimaru made a joke. But his laughter stopped abruptly as he tilted his head back. What happened next was chilling. Orochimaru's pale throat squirmed unnaturally before a dark-colored snake slowly emerged from his mouth. The snake opened its jaws and began to regurgitate something. Though Shirou had seen this before, it still amazed him every time. This time, however, his eyes widened in shock. The snake didn't regurgitate a scroll but a straight sword. Even Tsunade, rarely surprised, looked astonished. Hee, the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru rasped. Rumored to be forged from the world's hardest material, comparable to chakra metal. I noticed Shirou-kun has been practicing lightning-style chakra transformation, likely in preparation for the upcoming Land of Rain battlefield. As the sticky Kusanagi sword fell from the snake's mouth and into Orochimaru's hands, the snake slithered back into his throat. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Catching the legendary weapon, Shirou's face lit up with excitement. As for the sticky residue, that was nothing. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Shirou said, holding the blade with gratitude. Orochimaru's generosity, though rare, was always significant when someone proved valuable. Meanwhile, Tsunade twitched at the sight of the sticky sword, exasperated by Shirou's lack of concern. For now, Shirou was still far from refined. But with so many resources at his disposal, that wouldn't last long. Chapter 66, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 66. Orochimaru, you're surprisingly generous to give away the Kusanagi sword you acquired last time in the Land of Grass, Tsunade remarked, fully aware of the legendary weapon's immense value, something nearly impossible to obtain, even for someone of her status. Orochimaru, however, displayed no trace of reluctance. Instead, he let out his signature raspy chuckle and said, this Kusanagi sword doesn't suit me. Besides, compared to it, the power of the cursed seal is far more valuable to me. His blunt honesty reflected his peculiar personality, an eccentricity Tsunade was used to but which would likely alienate anyone else. You're giving it away just because you don't use it. Do you have to say it so plainly, she thought. But this was simply how Orochimaru was. This exchange was more than just a gesture, it was an unspoken transaction. The exchange of the cursed seal's power, the implicit rules of Konoha, and the obligations tied to family and alliances required both parties to tread carefully. Shirou-kun, beyond the power of the cursed seal, your creativity in ninjutsu is nothing short of genius. I would welcome closer collaboration between us in the future, Orochimaru remarked, his gaze lingering intently on Shirou. Shirou, hearing this, responded with a modest smile. Hardly. When it comes to innovation in ninjutsu, Lord Orochimaru is a true genius. I've merely had some luck. During Orochimaru's tutelage, Shirou offered valuable insights that inspired new concepts for serpent-based jutsu, ideas that Orochimaru had yet to fully develop. After all, the current Orochimaru had not yet reached the monstrous resilience and ingenuity of his later years. All right, enough of the mutual flattery. You're both geniuses, happy now. Tsunade interjected with an exasperated wave of her hand. Though she often prided herself on being a prodigy, being around the likes of Orochimaru and Shirou occasionally left her feeling inadequate. Orochimaru's serpent-based jutsu was entirely self-developed, practical, though not yet overwhelmingly powerful. As for Shirou, he had already created an A-rank, seal-less jutsu at the tender age of 13. In contrast, Tsunade found herself lamenting her lack of original contributions to ninjutsu. Shirou, you'll be deployed as part of the vanguard soon. Use this time to familiarize yourself with your new weapon. Also, make sure to thank Kushina when you have the chance, Tsunade said casually, reclining in her chair and waving him off. Yet her tone, particularly the last remark, carried a hint of deeper meaning. Thank you, Sister Tsunade, Shirou replied respectfully, bowing before leaving the research lab. As Shirou's figure disappeared, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Hey, it seems the Ninetales Jinchuriki won't necessarily be heading to the battlefield this time. Tsunade scoffed coldly, her eyes betraying a mix of disdain and irritation. Something about the situation troubled her, and her earlier comment had been a veiled warning to Shirou. Yet, it seemed Shirou had not picked up on it. Hokage's office. Lord Hokage. As the evening sun bathed the room in golden light, Namikaze Minato knelt on one knee, his blonde hair catching the glow and radiating brilliance. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns. The fire's shadow will continue to illuminate the village and help new leaves grow, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, murmured, exhaling a plume of smoke. His words carried a sense of wistful pride, followed by a heavier tone. Minato, you are not only Jiraiya's disciple but also someone I believe embodies the will of fire. You understand the importance of this mission for the village, don't you? Kneeling before him, Minato studied the green intelligence scroll in his hand. His gaze sharpened as it fell on the photo of a red-haired girl within. I trust Uzumaki Kushina will not disappoint you, Lord Hokage. Seeing Minato's resolute expression, Hiruzen allowed himself a faint smile. Good. Minato, I have faith in you and Kushina. However, for the sake of the village, we must proceed with caution. The test is set for 3 days from now. Be prepared. Understood, Lord Hokage. Minato replied firmly before vanishing from the office. As the setting sun cast its warm hues over the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his brow furrowed in thought. It was a long while before he exhaled, releasing the tension pent up in his chest. Senju Compound, nightfall. The sprawling Senju estate was eerily quiet. From the second floor of the once bustling home of the first Hokage, a dim light flickered. Grandma, the test is in 3 days, right? Tsunade's expression was conflicted. She seemed on the verge of saying something but ultimately held back. Uzumaki Mito, seated on a sofa with her usual gentle demeanor, looked tired but calm. Tsunade, you must understand that while the third may have personal motives, this decision is for the village's benefit. Konoha cannot afford any more losses right now. Under such circumstances, certain measures are necessary. Tsunade's face darkened, and she let out a mocking laugh. Necessary? Was what happened to Nawaki necessary? And that Jonin? An accidental explosive tag trap? Or the suspiciously timed death of the Jonin's sister? How many coincidences does it take before they stop being coincidences? Her tone dripped with sarcasm and bitterness. The series of events had left her highly suspicious. Even the danger she faced in the land of grass seemed suspiciously convenient. Yet, she kept some of her thoughts to herself, unwilling to burden her aging grandmother further. For the first time, Tsunade truly understood Shirou's burden. To protect those he cared about, and the village, he was willing to endure tremendous pressure and bury certain truths. She wondered how much more he was hiding. Tsunade. Mito's sharp voice interrupted her thoughts. Ninjas pursue strength, yes, but I've noticed that lately, you've been too fixated on it. Don't lose sight of yourself in your quest for power, Mito warned, her concern evident. Tsunade's recent behavior, intense training, a newfound interest in sealing techniques, and delving into clan jutsu, was uncharacteristic, signaling a change that worried her grandmother. Tsunade forced a carefree smile. Grandma, I'm just trying to protect Kushina and you. Yet, beneath her facade, Tsunade's thoughts lingered on Shirou. Only now did she understand the weight behind his seemingly easygoing demeanor. Like her, he sought strength to shoulder immense responsibility. Mito observed her granddaughter in silence. Though Tsunade was clearly hiding something, Mito felt no resentment, only a bittersweet pride. Her own time was running out, and seeing Tsunade grow stronger gave her comfort. At the same time, she regretted that her granddaughter's youthful joy had been overshadowed by the burdens of the Shinobi World. Chapter 67, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 67. However, Grandma, this seems unfair to Kushina. Inside the house, Tsunade let her guard down in front of her grandmother and voiced her dissatisfaction directly. Kushina might not have grown up in the village, but over the past few years, you must have noticed how deeply she wishes to make this place her home. It's precisely because she doesn't want to be seen as an outsider, because she wants to call this place her hometown, that she aspires to become Hokage. At this point, Tsunade said coldly. This so-called test is disgusting. When Kushina first came here, why was she ostracized at the ninja academy? Was it just because she was an outsider? Tsunade knew full well it was merely a ploy orchestrated by those in power. Tsunade. Uzumaki Mito frowned as she noticed Tsunade becoming increasingly critical. She couldn't help but realize that her granddaughter's disapproval of the third Hokage and his inner circle had grown into latent hostility. The family has investigated Nawaki's incident countless times, it was an accident. Don't bring it up again. As for Dan Kato, from the perspective of the third Hokage, it's understandable. After all, no one would want the princess of the Senju clan, already powerful, to find an even stronger partner. Although Uzumaki Mito shared some dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his administration, she had inherited the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's love for the village. She was determined not to let her granddaughter's resentment grow into hatred for it. TCH. Seeing her grandmother's worried expression, Tsunade pouted in frustration, collapsing onto the couch and waving her hand dismissively. Fine, fine, I get it, it's all for the village. Just like how Kushina was ostracized at the academy. It's like how the Inuzuka clan trains their ninja dogs. They isolate them, make them feel lonely, and then approach them later to build trust. Tsunade bluntly revealed the facade, leaving Mito shaking her head helplessly. Mito couldn't help but wonder where Tsunade had inherited her stubborn temper. But Grandma. After venting her grievances, Tsunade suddenly grew serious, locking eyes with her grandmother. During the test, what if Kushina makes the wrong choice? The pointed question rendered Uzumaki Mito silent for a moment. After a long pause, she replied hoarsely. If she truly makes the wrong choice, then Kushina is not suited to be a ninja. The Senju clan can still accept her. And besides, haven't you already prepared a fallback for Kushina? Hearing this, Mito raised her head slowly, smiling at her granddaughter. That Uchiha boy you found, he's Kushina's fallback, isn't he? Tsunade's increasingly mature demeanor comforted Mito, easing the burden on her shoulders. However, when Tsunade heard mention of Uchiha Shirou, she scoffed dismissively. Even if she can't become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina still has me. Don't worry, Grandma. By teaching Kushina the Raiznan, Tsunade intended to deepen her bond with Uchiha Shirou. Even if Kushina couldn't become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she could serve as a bridge between the Senju and Uchiha clans in the future. Tsunade was sincere in her care for Uzumaki Kushina. But I firmly believe Kushina won't betray the village. Tsunade's resolute smile reassured Mito, who responded with a gratified smile of her own. The test's most crucial point was determining whether Kushina would betray the village. If she did, the Senju clan would not allow her to become the Jinchuriki. From the start, the so-called ostracism at the academy had been a calculated move, a dual-purpose tactic. If Kushina had harbored hatred due to the ostracism, she would have been disqualified immediately, and the choice of Jinchuriki would fall into the hands of the third Hokage's inner circle. If she remained unaffected, the prolonged isolation would fuel her desire for connection, aligning with Tsunade's earlier analogy, like the Inuzuka training their ninja dogs. Mito and Tsunade had underestimated the third Hokage. As a ninja renowned as a hero, he wouldn't tolerate such a dangerous betrayer. In the worst-case scenario, he could simply appoint Namikaze Minato, who had Jiraiya's backing, while simultaneously undermining Tsunade and the Senju clan's reputation. At the Uchiha compound. Thank Kushina. Lying on his bed, Uchiha Shirou narrowed his eyes, recalling the meaningful look Tsunade had given him earlier. What was her intention behind those words? Is it because Kushina agreed to learn the Raiznan? By using the Raiznan, Kushina would be linked to him in the eyes of others, symbolizing a deep bond. This bond could also serve as a bridge between the Uchiha and Senju clans. But it's been so long, why is Tsunade telling me to thank Kushina now? A sudden realization struck Shirou, his eyes widening. No, Tsunade's reminder was intentional. In the dimly lit room, the faint rustle of summer stirred the heat, accompanied by the sound of someone enjoying an ice pop. Behind the bed, a pair of Sharingan eyes gleamed blood-red. Shirou, if you want. I wouldn't mind, gulp. Amid the sultry heat, Shirou felt beads of sweat form on his brow. A puff of smoke heralded a transformation jutsu, revealing a red-haired figure. Shirou's eyes lit up with excitement, though he couldn't help but sigh. As the night deepened and the summer heat lingered, a playful voice teased. Shirou-kun, do you really like Kushina that much? Sister Mikoto, must you always use the transformation jutsu at critical moments? Shirou muttered, exasperated. Mikoto smirked mischievously, her eyes sparkling with cunning. Do you dislike it, or do you want me to transform into someone else next time, perhaps Tsunade-sama? Caught off guard, Shirou could only sigh in frustration. However, he couldn't help but notice Mikoto's unusual behavior lately. Sister Mikito, don't worry, I'll be fine. Hearing his reassurance, Mikoto nestled against him, her expression softening. Shirou, if you want a child, I can give you one. Startled by her sincerity, Shirou couldn't help but smile. Sister Mikoto, wait for me. Chapter 68, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 68. Konoha. Under the scorching sun, sparrows chirped in the dense forest. At the training ground, Uzumaki Kushina collapsed onto the grass, panting heavily. She watched as Uchiha Mikoto gracefully sheathed her ninja sword. You're amazing, Mikoto, Kushina said, her voice laced with exhaustion. Mikoto smiled and shook her head. When I was your age, Kushina, I wasn't nearly as skilled. Come on, Sister Mikoto, you don't have to comfort me. Kushina knew herself well. While the Uzumaki clan was renowned for their strength and mastery of sealing techniques, they didn't excel in early-stage combat as much as those skilled in conventional ninjutsu. Kushina, you misunderstood, Mikoto said, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. Your chakra reserves are incredible. Even Shirou has praised them many times. With that kind of power, you should focus on mastering a single elemental ninjutsu while continuing your sealing techniques. Mikoto's admiration was sincere. Though the Uchiha clan had naturally strong chakra reserves, they still paled in comparison to those of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina's reserves had grown even more potent after she sealed the Nine-Tails chakra within herself. Master a single elemental ninjutsu first. Kushina echoed, deep in thought. Mikoto approached her, gently running her fingers through Kushina's crimson hair. With so much chakra, it would be a waste not to delve into ninjutsu. Though this gesture was familiar, it never failed to make Kushina blush. Sister Mikoto. Seeing Kushina's flustered expression, Mikoto laughed softly, exuding a sisterly warmth. Your red hair is so beautiful, Kushina. No wonder Shirou says so too. Kushina's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Despite her fiery and straightforward personality, she couldn't outmatch Mikoto's teasing. Clenching her fists, she retorted, well, Sister Mikoto, Shirou also said he judges everything based on appearances. If the face is pretty, everything else is too. Mikoto widened her eyes in mock innocence. That's true, though. True. Kushina was speechless. What kind of logic was this? Mikoto smiled mischievously. When I chose Shirou, it wasn't just because he's a genius. His looks were a major factor too. Isn't that perfectly normal? Kushina opened her mouth but couldn't find a rebuttal. Somehow, Mikoto's reasoning made sense. Seeing Kushina at a loss, Mikoto's eyes glinted playfully. She leaned closer, tucking a strand of Kushina's red hair behind her ear, and whispered teasingly, you know, Kushina, last night, Shirou and I transformed into you. Kushina's face turned beet red, matching her hair. She could barely form a coherent response, overwhelmed by Mikoto's teasing. You, Sister Mikoto. Mikoto laughed affectionately. Kushina, you're just so cute. Unable to bear the teasing any longer, Kushina launched her counterattack. Pouncing on Mikoto, she began tickling her mercilessly. Mikoto. Kushina, no. Stop. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed across the training ground, filling the air with rare, innocent joy, a fleeting treasure in lives often steeped in shadows. Inside the Hokage's office. As the golden light of the evening sun streamed through the glass windows, an ANBU operative knelt on one knee, respectfully delivering his report. Hokage-sama, these individuals have been identified as spies from the hidden cloud. Disguised as merchants, they've been operating in the village for over a year. Due to their lack of strength and limited access to information, we've kept them under surveillance without alerting them. Following your orders, we have revealed information about Uzumaki Kushina's special chakra to these individuals. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in his chair, pressed down on his Hokage hat and exhaled a puff of smoke before replying, proceed as planned. Ensure the ANBU and root units coordinate to divert the intelligence department, the police force, and other village shinobi. There's no need to worry about the Senju clan's vigilance. Understood. Before departing, the ANBU operative hesitated as Hiruzen added, make sure to guide Minato Namikaze into discovering this situation as well. Yes, Hokage-sama. Once the ANBU departed, Hiruzen gazed at the Hokage monument through his office window, his expression resolute. Sensei, to ensure Konoha's stability, we cannot afford any uncertainty regarding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The plan was unfolding smoothly. Even Namikaze Minato's involvement was part of it. If Minato hesitated or failed to act decisively, he would lose his chance to rise in Hiruzen's eyes. Danzo stormed into the office, his face dark with displeasure. Hiruzen, you're too soft. We should eliminate all uncertainties and appoint a candidate from our ranks as the Jinchuriki instead. Hiruzen, unfazed, replied calmly, Danzo, you underestimate the power of trust and human nature. Danzo scoffed. Trust is meaningless compared to the efficiency of control. The two men argued heatedly until Kohara Yuditane and Hamura Mitokato entered the room, siding with Hiruzen. If successful, this plan will bind Uzumaki Kushina to Namikaze Minato and, by extension, to Konoha, Kohara remarked. Hiruzen's methods relied on nurturing loyalty and emotional bonds, a stark contrast to Danzo's cold, calculated control. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo barked as he stormed out of the office. Hiruzen watched him leave, smiling faintly. That's why I'm the Hokage, Danzo. Victory or failure hinged on Kushina's decision, and Minato's unwavering heart. Chapter 69, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 69. Kushina Uzumaki, drenched in sweat but wearing a relaxed smile, hurried home under the evening sky. Walking through Konoha and stepping into the Senju clan's territory, she failed to notice that the surroundings were unusually quiet today. I'm home. She called cheerfully into the vast, empty mansion. This time, however, there was no response. Living in Konoha, and especially in the heart of the Senju clan, Kushina didn't sense anything unusual at first. Instead, she peered around the quiet house in confusion. I said, I'm home. Is anyone here? Is anyone around? The silence and stillness of the mansion gradually erased the smile from her face. A creeping sense of unease began to settle in. As the twilight's rays illuminated the room, three sinister figures emerged through the glass, their greedy gazes fixed on her. Target spotted. Kushina reacted swiftly. Her pupils constricted as soon as she noticed the shadows. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. Her hurried steps echoed through the mansion as she frantically yelled, "Is anyone there? Help! Someone help!" Her desperate cries were cut short by a sharp scream. The once echoing mansion returned to its eerie calmness. Outside, under the cherry blossom tree, a figure slowly emerged. It was Tsunade. "Tsunade-sama, the Hokage has issued an order." Silence. Before the ANBU could finish speaking, Tsunade's cold voice cut him off. Turning with an expressionless face, she glared at him and said icily, "Go back and tell the third Hokage that the Senju clan will not participate in this test. But if anyone dares to have any wicked ideas." Her snort, though devoid of specifics, clearly conveyed the Senju clan's stance. "Yes." With a swish, the ANBU disappeared. Tsunade's gaze lingered in the direction he had vanished. Behind her, several ninjas wearing Konoha headbands stepped forward silently. "Keep an eye on things. Even if Kushina chooses wrong, no one is allowed to harm her." Yes. These ninjas were the elite of the Senju clan. This time, Tsunade did not fully trust the Hokage's faction. After all, with the event of the Nawaki incident and in the Land of Grass, Tsunade had developed deep mistrust towards certain individuals. "Shirou, don't drop the ball on this one. This is your Uchiha clan's chance." Muttering to herself, Tsunade's brows furrowed as if recalling something. "Kawaji, subtly guide Uchiha Shirou." Her sudden command caught one of the Senju elite off guard. Seeing the others pretend not to hear, he cursed them silently for their lack of camaraderie. Yes. Left with no choice, Kawaji headed toward the Uchiha clan's grounds. The remaining Senju members sighed in relief. This wasn't a task anyone wanted. Everyone knew about the peculiar relationship between their princess and Uchiha Shirou. As they sneaked glances at Tsunade, various thoughts flickered through their minds. Their princess was trying to play matchmaker for her little lover, but what if things went south one day? Who'd take responsibility? Tsunade, feeling the weight of their stares, let out an irritated snort. "What are you all standing around for? Move. If anything happens to Kushina, I'll hold every single one of you accountable." "Yes, ma'am." Once her subordinates had disappeared, Tsunade's face grew somber. This test was inevitable, but as someone caught between the Senju clan and the Hokage's leadership, she understood the stakes were entirely different. To the Hokage, Kushina Uzumaki was the village's Jinchuriki. From their perspective, such a test was logical. To the Senju clan, however, Kushina was family. Participating in such a test would only alienate her. The third Hokage, huh? A bitter smile crossed Tsunade's lips. From the very beginning, the Senju clan had already lost half the battle. It was just like her teacher, a sharp and calculated move. "Still, the Senju clan won't lose this time," she murmured, a determined smirk replacing her earlier bitterness. At the Uchiha training grounds, Uchiha Shirou was practicing chakra nature transformation when he suddenly opened his eyes. His Sharingan's 3 tomo swirled as a senbon landed in the grass nearby with a faint thud. "Who's there?" Before he could catch sight of the intruder, the shadow had vanished. His gaze shifted to the senbon lying in the grass, and the strands of red hair tangled around it. "Kushina." His eyes narrowed as he stared at the crimson strands. It was an unmistakable message. Looking up at the setting sun, a knowing glint flashed in Shirou's eyes. "So, it's happening tonight. Looks like this is Tsunade's way of giving me a heads up." This confirmed one thing: his efforts over the past year had paid off. Tsunade no longer fully trusted the Hokage's leadership and had placed her faith in him. He knew better than to get carried away, though. Their relationship had improved, but it was far from romantic. Matchmaking, huh? Or maybe she's just testing for stronger bonds. Either way, Tsunade's cautious. Twirling the red hair between his fingers, Shirou smirked. Bonds can change over time. Better not end up losing both the prize and the game. With that, he vanished into the shadows, heading not for the village outskirts but for the police department headquarters. On the opposite end of the village, Minato Namikaze also received a similar clue from the ANBU. Clutching the strand of red hair, his gaze turned resolute. "I won't abandon a comrade. If you truly choose the wrong path, I'll break your legs and bring you back alive if I must." Despite the gravity of his mission, executing Kushina if she betrayed the village, Minato's belief in her remained steadfast. "I trust you," he muttered, his determination shining in his blue eyes as he raced toward the village gates. Chapter 70, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 70. Uchiha clan territory. Lady Uzumaki Mito. The Uchiha clan leader stood today with unusual humility, bowing respectfully. After all, the person before him was none other than Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage and the current head of the Senju clan in Konoha. How long had it been since the Senju and Uchiha had formally met like this after the passing of the first Hokage? Hee, I believe I don't need to explain the purpose of my visit today, do I? Mito smiled calmly. Both sides were clever enough to understand what was being discussed without further elaboration. Rest assured, Lady Mito. The Uchiha clan, as one of Konoha's founding clans alongside the Senju, is naturally willing to face anything together. The Uchiha clan leader's face flushed with excitement. How many years had it been? Finally, under his leadership, the Uchiha clan was once again on the verge of returning to the center of power. Mito nodded in satisfaction upon hearing his words. Rest assured, the future bond between the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the Uchiha will be like the bond of the past, like Kagami's. The Uchiha clan leader's eyes widened slightly. This was a promise. If the Uchiha drew attention and diverted the fire for now, they would secure a place in the higher ranks in the future. Taking the fall. That was nothing. After all, the entire Shinobi world knew one thing: the Uchiha were renowned for their strength. As for Mikoto, I would like to meet this young lady myself. Always cautious, Mito wanted to ensure everything was in order. However, the Uchiha leader appeared slightly embarrassed, waving his hand as he reassured her. Lady Mito, please rest assured about Mikoto. But faced with Mito's amused yet knowing gaze, the Uchiha leader felt awkward. It seemed she had already guessed his earlier plan with Elder Setsuna, to use Uchiha Shirou to woo Tsunade. Naturally, they had prepared adequately on that front. Shirou is a good child. I trust him, just as Tobirama once trusted Kagami, Mito said serenely. Though she trusted Uchiha Shirou's loyalty to the village, his solo infiltration mission had already proven that. It would be a lie to say she had no reservations about the Uchiha as a whole, given their history of coups. As for his rumored attempts to charm her granddaughter Tsunade, Mito chuckled. From what she saw, it seemed more like Tsunade had the boy wrapped around her finger. Mito trusted Shirou, who was even more devoted to the village than Kagami had been. He could serve as a check on the Uchiha's activities. However, she still wanted to meet Mikoto to ensure there were no unstable factors. I will call Mikoto here immediately, the clan leader said, suppressing his excitement. If Mito trusted them, it meant the Uchiha were truly on the path to resurgence. Just as both sides smiled, satisfied with their respective gains, a signal flare suddenly burst into the skies over Konoha. Through the window, the Uchiha clan leader froze in shock, and even the usually composed Mito showed a rare expression of surprise. Who did this? Moments later, the clan leader's face twisted in anger. That was the signal flare from the Konoha police force. Damn it. Why now, of all times? And so blatantly in the open. Clan leader. Emergency. An Uchiha clansman burst into the room, oblivious to who else was present, shouting in fury. An enemy spy bypassed our patrols and abducted a shinobi from the village. What did you say? The clan leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this operation supposed to be a covert one? How had it blown up like this? The messenger, oblivious to the context, continued indignantly. It was Shiro-sama who discovered it. He alerted the police force, and Captain Fugaku had already led 10 elite squads in pursuit. Every available member of the force is mobilized to recover our honor. What the hell? The clan leader's eyes almost popped out of his head. Even the shrewd Mito seemed momentarily stunned, struggling to process the situation. When Mito finally pieced it together, the clan leader panicked, thinking their plans were about to fall apart. But to his surprise, she waved it off with a laugh. Good, good. Tsunade wasn't wrong about him. Truly impressive. I must meet this Mikoto. Mito, wise with age, recognized it as a brilliant counter-strategy, a bold and open maneuver that left no room for subterfuge. At sunset, as the sky turned orange, countless shinobi in Konoha looked up, stunned by the relentless signal flares lighting up the sky like fireworks. What's going on? What happened with the police force? Word is a spy infiltrated the village and abducted someone important. The entire police force is out in full force to save face. Indeed, dozens of blood-eyed Uchiha surged out of the village in an unprecedented show of force, their anger palpable. The Konoha police force was responsible for maintaining order and catching spies. For an enemy spy to bypass them and kidnap someone from under their noses was a slap in the face. The Uchiha would never let that slide. In the dense forest, Uchiha Shirou, leading a squad of 30 elite Uchiha, shouted furiously. Follow the red hair. It's the trail. Among the group, Fugaku's face darkened as he pieced together the target's identity. If it was who he thought it was, this could jeopardize their newfound alliance with the Senju. All units. Don't hold back. Chase them down. And so, the hunt began. Chapter 71, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 71. Under the moonlight, several figures strolled through the forest, as if in no hurry to reach their destination. Uzumaki Kushina, her hands tied behind her back with rope, wore a face of panic as she was forced to keep moving forward. Her mind felt disoriented as she glanced at the cloud ninja leading the way. Bound and helpless, she found herself silently thankful for her long hair. Hidden beneath the flowing red strands, her fingers worked quietly, tugging at her hair. Strands of red hair fell to the ground, one by one. Will anyone come to rescue an outsider like me? The thought flashed through Kushina's mind, sending a shiver down her spine. No. Something's wrong. Feigning exhaustion, her eyes appeared lifeless, but deep in her heart, a surge of alarm rose. This is the Land of Fire's territory. How did 3 Cloud Ninjas infiltrate the Senju clan's land unnoticed? The intelligence division, the police force, the Umbu, the elite Senju members, none of them detected this. Even after leaving Konoha, these Cloud Ninjas seemed completely unhurried, as if. Her hazy mind began piecing the situation together. Terror crept into her thoughts. Even the Cloud Ninja behind me hasn't noticed the strands of red hair I've been dropping. And I've only just realized it now. Every ninja, even the lowest-ranking genin, was known for sharp observation skills. Spies from the Cloud Village couldn't be this careless. The falling strands of hair, the strange series of events, and her sluggish thoughts made Kushina feel utterly drained. She recalled Tsunade's earlier warning, always remain vigilant. The memory hit her like a lightning bolt. This is some kind of specialized interrogation drug. It's messing with my mind, causing disorientation and lowering my guard. If not for Tsunade's warning, she might have unknowingly fallen into the trap, just like these 3 Cloud Ninja spies. Move. A sharp tug on the rope jolted her arms, causing a flare of pain. Kushina grunted softly and lifted her head, just in time to notice something strange about the Cloud Ninja. Their pupils were unnaturally dilated. It was like being under a genjutsu, only those who realized it could break free. Otherwise, they would remain trapped, unable to distinguish illusion from reality. The 3 Cloud Ninjas, oblivious to their condition, seemed to have forgotten even the most basic instincts of a ninja. In the darkness of the forest, a small black insect landed silently on a leaf. From the shadows, a gloved finger extended. My insects will continuously release hallucinogenic powder, a masked Umbu ninja whispered. On either side, other Umbu agents observed the Cloud Ninja's movements, nodding in agreement. So far, the target has shown no signs of betrayal. Increase the dosage. The others are catching up. They had received direct orders from the village, the stage was about to begin. Whoosh, whoosh. A figure darted through the shadows. It was Minato Namikaze. His body was tense, his nerves on edge. But when he saw the figures ahead, his expression shifted to one of determination. In the dim forest, the 3 Cloud Ninjas moved cautiously in squad formation, completely unaware of the golden-haired figure stalking them. At that moment, their vigilance, the most basic skill of spies, seemed non-existent. Bang. With the body flicker technique, Minato instantly appeared behind the last Cloud Ninja, striking their neck with a precise elbow. Crack. The ninja's neck snapped. Not good. The remaining 2 Cloud Ninjas spun around in shock, but it was too late. Minato used the body flicker again, appearing behind them like a phantom. Boom. A roundhouse kick sent one flying, while the last one leaped backward, flipping through the air to retreat into the forest. Kushina, who had collapsed onto the ground, wore an exhausted expression. Yet her gaze remained calm as if she were merely a spectator to a performance. Whoosh, whoosh. As Minato executed a series of high-speed movements, dozens of blood-red pupils suddenly lit up in the moonlight. His hair stood on end, his instinct screaming at him to stop. All around the forest, shadows darted. When Minato looked up, he saw countless pairs of Sharingan eyes glaring at the Cloud Ninja's headbands, and at the tied-up Konoha ninja. The Uchiha clan was here, their rage palpable. Kushina. Leading the charge was Uchiha Shirou, his grin sharp and confident as he emerged with a team of Uchiha police force members. The Umbu agents hidden in the shadows widened their eyes in shock. Damn it. What's going on? Captain, we can't stop them. There are dozens of police force ninjas behind them. Shit. The Umbu were baffled. This was supposed to be a covert operation. How had so many people been drawn into the scene? Shirou. Uchiha Fugaku arrived in a hurry, his face twisted with frustration. His sharp eyes scanned the area, instantly spotting the hidden Umbu. Fugaku's mind raced. Though he didn't fully understand the situation, one thing was clear, this was bad. Under the moonlight, a man dressed in a pure white kimono, black pants, and armed guards stood atop a treetop. A kusanagi sword was slung across his back, and his chest was partially exposed, revealing defined muscles. Backlit by the moon, Uchiha Shirou lifted his head, his 3 Tomo Sharingan glowing brightly. A smirk curled across his lips. Stop. As Shirou shot down like a shadow toward Kushina, a panicked Umbu agent rushed out of hiding. Stop. Both the Umbu and Uchiha Fugaku shouted in unison. But it was too late. The surrounding Sharingan glowed ominously, locking onto the Umbu agent. For a moment, time seemed frozen. The Umbu's pupils dilated as he fell under the genjutsu. At that moment, even one of the legendary Sannin might have hesitated to face so many Sharingan at once. Whoosh! Shirou landed lightly. His gaze met Kushina's tired eyes, and he gave her a small smile. I'm here to save you. A flash of cold light. The Kusanagi sword was sheathed once more. The ropes binding Kushina's hands fell away. She stared blankly at Shirou, stunned. Before she could process what had happened, he crouched down and scooped her up in a princess carry. With a leap, he soared onto the treetops. Under the bright moonlight, he moved gracefully, silhouetted against the glowing white circle. Below, Minato Namikaze had just landed on a tree trunk. He gazed upward, his expression a mixture of shock and relief. Kushina was safe. High above, illuminated by moonlight, Kushina's wide eyes met Shirou's sharp features. Her gaze drifted to the strands of red hair between his fingers. Why is it you?" she blurted out. Shirou's grin widened, teasing. "How do you think I did? Did I play my role well?" "Ugh." Kushina's face twisted into a glare. "You were acting." Laughing, Shirou replied, "A story of rescuing a beauty under the moon, isn't it romantic? The kind of thing that tugs at the heart of a lonely girl. A perfect stage, don't you think?" Meanwhile, the Uchiha elites captured the Cloud Ninja below, leaving the hidden Umbu agents and Uchiha Fugaku dumbfounded. What now? What do we do? The air was thick with the scent of hallucinogenic powder. The stage, meticulously set up by Konoha's forces, had been hijacked. Uchiha Shirou, leading his headstrong Uchiha elites, had completely stolen the show. Chapter 72, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 72. Under the moonlight, Shirou landed steadily on the treetop, holding Uzumaki Kushina in his arms. The little tiger fangs of the Kushina in his arms were showing, giving off a cute yet fierce vibe. Uchiha Shirou. Seeing Kushina's fierce glare, Shirou shook his head with a serious yet playful smile and said, "Kushina, that's not right. You should be looking at me with admiration, your ears turning red, and your face blushing with shyness." Coincidentally, the tree where Shirou landed was the same one where Namikaze Minato had just stopped. "Kushina, are you all right?" At this moment, the two of them looked at each other, one above and one below. Seeing Kushina safe in Shirou's arms, Minato couldn't help but show a concerned expression. Looking down, Kushina met Minato's worried gaze. Her expression shifted to one of anger as she glared at both men. "Uchiha Shirou. How much longer are you going to hold me?" Under Minato's envious gaze, Shirou shrugged his shoulders and smiled nonchalantly. Mikoto wasn't lying. Kushina is soft. You. Kushina's face turned bright red in an instant, and she glared at him fiercely. Shirou, however, wore a face full of mischief. Saving the damsel in distress. Fake. Always fake. When it came to emotions, he was always serious, never playing around. Given the current situation, with so many flaws in the setup, he wouldn't be so naive as to believe it all. Uchiha. Who permitted you to be here? An enraged member of the Umbu confronted one of the Uchiha ninjas. The Uchiha elite, who had been acting so confidently, suddenly felt a bit awkward. It seemed they had barged into a place they weren't supposed to be in. It was like crashing onto a stage at a crucial moment in a play, mistakenly believing the scene was real, and stealing the lead actor's spotlight. Misunderstanding. This is all a big misunderstanding. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Some of the other Uchiha seemed to catch on, and though they felt a little guilty, they still maintained a tough front. "We just noticed someone was kidnapping one of the village's shinobi. This is part of our police force's duties." "Exactly. Why didn't you Umbu inform our police force beforehand?" Initially feeling a bit guilty, the Uchiha police force members suddenly found a reason to be indignant and puffed up their chests. Why didn't the Umbu notify the police force about such a major event? This was a sign of distrust. How could the sensitive Uchiha not be enraged by this? Yeah. You guys don't trust your comrades. Even the Senju clan trusts us Uchiha. Who do you Umbu think you are? This scene left Shirou speechless. The Uchiha know how to stand their ground. You guys. The Umbu members were fuming but left with no words to respond. Under the moonlight, on the treetop, the trio's expressions were each different. Minato looked a bit awkward. Shirou squinted, watching the show with amusement. Meanwhile, Kushina's face was full of rage as she glared at the sloppy play unfolding before her. "Minato, what do you think of this show?" Shirou suddenly teased with a playful grin. Minato was momentarily stunned but soon smiled and replied. "As long as Kushina is safe, that's all that matters." As he spoke, he stole a glance at the still fuming Kushina, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed that throughout this whole ordeal, Kushina had not betrayed the village. In that sense, she had passed the test. As for the hero saves the beauty. Minato glanced at Shirou and smiled. The curtain had been lifted, revealing the tricks behind it. This, in turn, created a fair playing field for competition. But Shirou saw the meaning behind Minato's gaze. Smiling and shaking his head, he thought to himself. Young man, you have no idea how a girl's heart works. Uchiha Shirou, are you going to put me down or not? Kushina snorted coldly, causing Shirou to reluctantly let her go. After all, her soft body and those long, slender legs, tsk. However, after being put down, Kushina looked a bit annoyed and glared at him. Damn it. I told you to put me down, but you did it. Kushina, are you? Shut up. Before Minato could finish his concern, Kushina, still seething, snapped at him. This left Minato scratching his head awkwardly, while Kushina's eyes burned with rage as she glared at both of them. One blonde, one black-haired. One wore a teasing grin, while the other had a look of genuine concern. This left Kushina feeling stifled with anger. Shirou. Although her little tiger fangs were on full display, and she seemed fierce, for some reason, when she looked at Shirou's honest and teasing eyes, her heart felt a little sweet. She had seen it all. She knew very well what had happened. Thinking of this, Kushina's face flushed as she shot another glare at Shirou. Stubborn, arrogant Uchiha. You say it's fake, but why did you rush to call for so many Uchiha police force members? Doesn't that indirectly show you care? This was something Namikaze Minato hadn't figured out, but Uchiha Shirou had. With a glance at Minato, Shirou revealed a playful grin. Namikaze Minato, you have sincerity. But I, Uchiha Shirou, have sincerity as well. Especially when it comes to beauty and potential stocks. Since ancient times, the best way to win someone's heart was with genuine sincerity. Shirou believed in both strategy and genuine emotion. Shirokuen. Uchiha Fugaku approached with a serious expression, and Shirou just smiled and shrugged. Captain Fugaku, no need to worry. I noticed a comrade being kidnapped, so I called in the police force. That's not unreasonable, right? Plus, I already had someone notify the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. His head was still in a mess, recognizing something was off but unsure of the specifics. Just then, distant flickers of black shadows jumped through the forest. Seeing this, Fugaku's mouth twitched in frustration. This had become a full-blown incident. Sure enough, a large group of Konoha ninjas rushed through the forest. The sheer number, over 100, made it look like they were launching a local war. Let's go. It's time to head back to the village. In the forest, the Umbu and Uchiha police forces stood on opposite sides, clearly divided. The Umbu blamed the Uchiha police for disrupting their mission. Meanwhile, the Uchiha police were enraged at the Umbu for not trusting them, which only deepened their resentment. Shirou squinted as he watched the scene. Unlike Fugaku, who felt uneasy, Shirou thought. It's not the Uchiha who should be worried now, it's the Hokage. During times of war, this blatant display of distrust would force the Hokage to give the Uchiha an explanation. What? Don't feel like leaving? Shirou turned to look at Kushina, who had a conflicted expression. He smiled and teased. How about I carry you back? With a sly grin, he held his arms out as if preparing for a princess carry. Kushina's eyes filled with panic, and she quickly shouted. Uchiha Shirou, just you wait. I'm going to tell Sister Mikoto about this. Her little tiger fang face was all bluff, clearly flustered. Kushina, be careful. As she ran toward the village, Minato called out to her. Under the moonlight, that flash of red didn't look back. The blonde-haired Minato scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 73, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 73. Konoha. Hiruzen, you're the Hokage. The Senju clan has gone too far. In the Hokage's office, as they received a report from the returning Umbu, Koharu Udatane hesitated briefly before hoarsely voicing her opinion. Nearby, Hamura Mitokato frowned, a rare expression from him, but he merely sighed softly, clearly troubled by the complexity of the matter. Danzo Shimura, however, scoffed coldly and said bluntly, Hiruzen. I still have 3 candidates en route. It's time to make a decision. But as the current leader of Konoha, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Looking up at Danzo, he replied in a composed tone. Danzo, transfer those 3 candidates from route to the Umbu. At this, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, then firmly added. That's an order. The warning in his eyes was unmistakable, as if saying, don't even think about playing any tricks. Hiruzen. You. Danzo's eyes widened as he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm demeanor, his heart brimming with anger. Good old Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had painstakingly trained those 3 tools, and just as they were about to mature, Hiruzen was casually plucking the fruits of his labor. Just as Danzo was about to speak further, Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances and sighed in relief. Danzo, Hiruzen is the Hokage. Exactly. Besides, wasn't root established for the village? Everything you do is for Hiruzen's sake. The two worked in perfect harmony, framing everything Danzo had done as rightful and for Sarutobi Hiruzen's benefit. Through it all, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained an indifferent expression, as if everything was under his control. Danzo, however, could only stew in frustration. All right, you sharp-eyed Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, this was your plan all along. No wonder you turned a blind eye when I secretly cultivated those 3 individuals en route. You intended to harvest the fruits if they were useful, or treat them as excess shinobi training if not. Seeing Danzo's dissatisfied expression, Hiruzen calmly adjusted his Hokage hat and said, Danzo, do you have objections? Shall we pay a visit to Lady Mito together? This simple statement rendered Danzo speechless and aggrieved. How could he face Lady Mito? For all his ruthless methods, many of his sealing techniques were learned from her. More importantly, he still hoped to gain the Senju clan's support. After all, becoming Hokage was his ultimate dream, root was merely a stepping stone. At this moment, Hamura and Koharu grew visibly serious. Uzumaki Kushina had already surpassed their expectations, and now they were forced to confront Lady Mito and the Senju clan directly. Hiruzen, consider the bigger picture. Although they would not allow the immense power of the Ninetales to remain solely under one clan's control, facing both the Senju clan and Lady Mito demanded the utmost caution. Hey, it seems some of you want to meet this old woman after all. Just then, a familiar laugh echoed from outside the Hokage's office. Inside, the high-ranking officials' faces changed drastically, even Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, his eyes growing solemn. As the office doors opened, the aged figure of Uzumaki Mito appeared. Lady Mito. Lady Mito, please. Grandma, take it slow. 2 voices called her name. The first was from the collective Konoha elders, including Hiruzen, who all stood to greet her respectfully. The second was from the Uchiha clan's leader, who, with a radiant expression, enthusiastically helped the elder enter the office. It had been so long. Since the incident with Kagami Uchiha, how long had it been since the Uchiha clan set foot in the symbolic center of Konoha's power, the Hokage's office? But today, he stepped in again, this time with his head held high. Danzo's gaze darkened at the sight of the Uchiha leader. Hamura and Koharu also looked grave. Senju and Uchiha. The scenario they least wanted to face had come to pass. Lady Mito, Hiruzen greeted her warmly, helping the elder with the utmost respect, his demeanor unchanged from their earlier interactions. Trailing behind was Tsunade, who ignored everyone as she supported her grandmother. Uzumaki Mito, however, smiled kindly at everyone, nodding in acknowledgement. Konoha thrives because of all of you. Your hard work is appreciated. Her warm words seemed to transport everyone back to a bygone era. Yet, as she was escorted by the Uchiha leader and the third Hokage, Uzumaki Mito made her way behind the Hokage's desk. And, without hesitation, she seated herself in the Hokage's chair. This act caused a fleeting hint of displeasure to cross Hiruzen's eyes. However, Uzumaki Mito, seated comfortably, sighed with nostalgia and remarked. How long has it been? This chair was just as stiff in Hashirama's and Tobarama's time. Why haven't you replaced it yet? Her tone was casual, as though reminiscing about family, but even the usually bold Danzo kept his head down, saying nothing. Lady Mito, this was our teacher's chair. As his student, I wouldn't change it, Hiruzen replied respectfully, gesturing toward the room. Everything here is as it was during our teacher's time, unchanged. Hiruzen seemed to be honoring the past, but his words subtly asserted that he was now the Hokage of this village. Mito's heart sank at his response. This seemingly benevolent monkey was, in fact, the most formidable of them all. Is that so? Feigning an air of frailty, Mito smiled kindly. Yet the presence of the Uchiha leader and Tsunade at her side made one thing clear, the Senju and Uchiha clans had joined forces again. Lady Mito, this concerns Uzumaki Kushina's test, Hiruzen said, steering the conversation toward official matters. Producing a report from the Umbu, he continued with a smile. Regarding the test, Uzumaki Kushina showed no signs of betrayal. Although the Genjutsu drug caused her to dwell in darkness briefly, it's clear that your judgment was correct. Tsunade, standing behind her grandmother, was experiencing the intricacies of high-level politics for the first time. Though amazed, she also felt a burning anger. They treat her grandmother this way. After everything Grandma Mito had done to secure their positions following her uncle's death, they owed her. Sensing her granddaughter's frustration, Mito gently patted Tsunade's hand and then turned her attention to the 4 officials. Finally, her gaze settled on Hiruzen. Is that so? I trust in that child's love, just as I trust in the love of the Uchiha. Her eyes moved to the portraits of Hashirama and Tobirama hanging on the wall. Smiling, she continued. Just as Hashirama once trusted the Uchiha, and as Tobirama once acknowledged their love for their comrades. Her words turned Danzo's face dark, while the Uchiha leader flushed with pride. Tsunade smirked inwardly. As expected, Grandma's still the best. With the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki united, who could claim that the tailed beast's power was a danger? Would anyone openly admit mistrusting the Uchiha? Or that power was only safe in the Hokage's hands? Nobody would utter such words aloud. Everyone knew the stakes, but saying it outright would be crossing a line. Chapter 74, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 74. Inside the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were heavy with thought, but when Uzumaki Mito brought up the first Hokage's trust in the Uchiha clan, he simply smiled and nodded. Naturally, Mito-sama's words are reasonable. This tactful evasion only added to Mito's fatigue. Staring at the familiar figure before her, her gaze grew distant. The young little monkey from long ago had now occupied the Hokage's seat for 20 years. He was no longer the person she once knew. After all, not everyone could match the strength and magnanimity of the first Hokage. By bouncing her words back unchanged, he essentially placed her and the Senju clan on a metaphorical hot seat. It was as if the Senju and Uzumaki Mito were the true masters of Konoha, while the Hokage was merely a puppet. Suppressing the exhaustion within her, Mito forced a kind smile and nodded. With you leading Konoha, I can rest easy. The pressure on you as Hokage must be immense with the frontline situation being so dire. Beside her, the Uchiha clan head, prepared for this moment, stepped forward with flushed excitement and exclaimed loudly. Please rest assured, Mito-sama. The elite of the Uchiha clan are ready at any time to follow Commander Tsunade to the battlefield. Puffed. The serious atmosphere was abruptly broken as Tsunade couldn't hold back her laughter. Her reaction drew all eyes to her, breaking the tension in the room. Especially noticeable was the look from her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, seemingly reproachful, yet indulgent. Feeling a little awkward, Tsunade lowered her head in embarrassment. The Uchiha clan's statement was essentially a declaration of alliance with the Senju. However, their promise to follow was more nuanced. What they truly emphasized was equality under Tsunade's leadership. You, already such a grown-up, Mito remarked, her tone seemingly chiding, though internally, she gave Tsunade a mental thumbs-up. This granddaughter of hers had made notable strides in maturity lately. Turning her gaze, Mito smiled warmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, saying with a light-hearted tone. Over the years, my body has grown frail, and even the Yin seal has become difficult to maintain. The Nine-Tails chakra is far too powerful. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Danzo Shimura, and she sighed. Little monkey, you know as well as I do that people trained in the root are filled with darkness. While I may last a few more years, such a candidate would be too dangerous. With the current state of the ninja world, the burden on you as Hokage is heavy. Too many have already sacrificed their lives in this war. Even Nawaki. The mention of Nawaki caused a visible change in everyone's expressions. Mito abruptly cut herself off, shaking her head and sighing. I'm old, truly useless now. Kushina has grown up under my watch. Since the test has shown her love for the village, I plan to seal part of the Nine-Tails chakra while I still have the strength. In case anything unforeseen happens in the future, the remaining Nine-Tails power should be manageable for you, Hiruzen. Her words turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, now the leader of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen clenched his hand tightly before slowly releasing it. With a stiff smile, he nodded. As expected of Mito-sama, your foresight is unparalleled. Those raised by the root indeed carry too much darkness. But I believe Konoha's will of fire will dispel all darkness in our hearts. Fixing Hiruzen with a deep gaze, Mito smiled and nodded. Yes, I believe in Hashirama's will of fire too, third Hokage. This remark left Hiruzen momentarily speechless. How could he claim the will of fire wasn't inherited from the first Hokage? Moreover, Mito's deliberate shift in tone from little monkey to third Hokage underscored her intentions. She was determined to leave the Senju clan a safeguard. Though Hiruzen gained part of what he wanted, he took a deep breath, understanding the weight of this concession. Grandma. Let's go. These old bones can't sit long on such hard chairs, Mito said wearily. With Tsunade and the Uchiha clan head supporting her, she smiled at the third Hokage and his group before leaving the office slowly. The moment she was out of sight, a loud bang echoed as Danzo slammed his hand on the table. Hiruzen. You're the third Hokage, and now the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is to be split in two. How can it still be considered an ultimate weapon? Why didn't you confront Mito-sama about this? Still fuming, Hiruzen turned his ire toward Danzo. Danzo. Look at the state of the people you've raised in the root. If not for them, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. And Nawaki's incident. If it was truly an accident, then convince Mito-sama of that. Stop giving the Senju a reason to hold onto this grudge. Hiruzen's fiery words left Danzo seething but speechless, his face turning an ugly shade of blue. Kohara Uchiha shook her head and sighed, trying to mediate. Danzo, enough. Hiruzen has already made the greatest effort. The earlier exchange had been a game of give and take. Mito needed a Jinchuriki to protect the weakened Senju, while the Uchiha clan's support was crucial for the ongoing war. Yes, Hiruzen did well. But Danzo. Even Hamura Mito chimed in, though his gaze turned critical toward Danzo. If the root hadn't turned its people into tools filled with darkness, Hiruzen wouldn't have lost the leverage to negotiate. You all. Danzo glared at his three companions, incredulous. So, this is what loyalty looked like. Now they blamed him for making Root too dark. Hadn't they approved of this approach before? Root was never meant to nurture love. Hiruzen, seeing the bickering, pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Nawaki's incident remains unresolved, and the Senju clan is far too weak. Mito-sama's wish to leave behind a Jinchuriki is understandable. At least, they now held half of the Nine-Tails' power. But if Mito-sama separates part of the tailed beast's power, what will happen to her body? Hamura furrowed his brow, appearing concerned, though his expression betrayed a subtle sense of relief. Hiruzen's eyes gleamed momentarily, and the room fell silent. At least one thing was certain, the looming presence of Mito would fade within a few years, granting them more freedom in the future. For now, patience would suffice. Standing by the window, Hiruzen gazed at the retreating figures on the street, his eyes filled with resolve. Chapter 75, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 75. Credits, Dams. The Senju clan. Under the moonlight, the once empty mansion now glimmered with light. With a creak, the grand door swung open. Inside, Uzumaki Kushina, her eyes red and brimming with grievance, glared fiercely at the entrance, ready to lash out. Kushina. As the door opened, Tsunade stepped in, supporting an exhausted Uzumaki Mito. At that moment, they were met with Kushina's angry gaze. Tsunade paused, her voice hoarse as she began, Kushina, Grandma Mito. But before she could finish, Mito raised a hand to stop her. Turning her tired face towards Kushina, she showed a trace of guilt. Kushina, I failed to take good care of you. It seems that even Lady Mito, the first Hokage's wife, faced difficulty intervening, a deep sigh echoed in the room. From the side of the living room, Shirou rose from the couch and respectfully bowed towards Mito. Lady Mito. His sigh startled Kushina. Only then did she notice her grandmother's worn-out expression, something she had never seen before. Instantly, tears welled up in her eyes. Gr Grandma. Like a bird returning to its nest, Kushina threw herself into Mito's arms, crying out her fears and grievances. Grandma, I was so scared. I was afraid you'd all leave me behind, that no one wanted me anymore. Someone kidnapped me, Grandma. And you weren't there, Sister Tsunade wasn't there either. Wah. At that moment, all of Kushina's anger and planned accusations dissolved into sobs. Witnessing this, Tsunade let out a heavy sigh. If Grandpa were still here, none of this would have happened. But the thought startled her. When did she begin to doubt the village that her grandfather helped build? Was it after Nawaki's death? Or the danger in the land of grass? The Konoha founded by Senju and Uchiha was meant to be a peaceful place, free of war, a place where children wouldn't have to go to the battlefield. We're all striving for that. Though peace hasn't been achieved yet, at least Kushina is safe. Shirou's voice broke her thoughts, making Tsunade look at him in surprise. His gaze lingered on Kushina, filled with envy. Shirou, isn't Kushina about the same age as you? Tsunade quipped, feigning annoyance. Yet her eyes softened with a mix of affection and guilt. Indeed, her grandfather built the village to protect children from the battlefield. But Shirou in front of her, as young as Kushina, had long been fighting in wars. Me. Shirou smiled brightly, a proud gleam in his eyes. I'm a Uchiha. The village wasn't built solely by the Senju, the Uchiha also share the responsibility to protect it. You little. Tsunade's attempt at scolding faltered when she met his determined gaze. Shirou carried the same burden as she did, the responsibility of protecting the village. But scenes from the Hokage's office flashed in her mind, Senju and Uchiha, giving their all to protect the village and shield children from war. Yet those faces in positions of power, like Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mito, Kohara Uchiha, and her teacher, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, merely sat in comfort. They enjoyed the benefits of countless ninjas and even children bleeding on the battlefield, all justified by the so-called will of fire. At that moment, Tsunade realized just how hollow that phrase truly was. During the First War, the Senju clan was nearly destroyed protecting the village. Her uncle even sacrificed himself to ensure the safety of the younger generation. The Uchiha, despite being isolated and distrusted, always took on the most dangerous missions. Whether it was in the land of rain or guarding against the hidden mist village, they fought relentlessly to prove their loyalty and protect the village, just like Shirou did in the land of grass. Sister Tsunade. Shirou's puzzled voice brought her back to reality. He waved his hand and reassured her, "Don't worry, Kushina is just emotionally fragile because of the effects of a hallucinogenic powder. She'll understand your and Lady Mito's efforts for her." But his words made Kushina sob even harder in Mito's arms. Hearing his voice, Kushina remembered the immense pressure her grandmother and Tsunade had been under, not just for themselves, but for her as well. Everyone was protecting her. Tsunade let out a playful huff, her lips curling into a faint smile. "Sister Tsunade, now that Kushina is safe, I'll take my leave. My clan still needs me to return." Seeing the family reunited, Shirou knew better than to linger. "Shirou. I asked someone to guide you, and you went ahead and mobilized the entire police force." Tsunade scolded, but there was a smile in her tone. She hadn't anticipated Shirou's decisive actions. As he stepped into the rain outside, Shirou turned back with a cheeky grin and said, "Sister Tsunade, Uchiha pride doesn't allow deception, especially in matters of the heart." With that, he vanished into the rainy night. Standing at the doorway, Tsunade's mind replayed Shirou's changing expressions, envy when he saw Kushina crying in her grandmother's arms, and sadness as he left. At that moment, Tsunade remembered that Shirou had always been alone. While Kushina could cry out her grievances to her family, Shirou bore his burden silently. His envy was for the warmth of family, and his sorrow was for returning to solitude in the rain. "You're not alone, Shirou." Tsunade smiled genuinely. But as she glanced at the Hokage rock, the admiration she once held for it faded. Not everyone possessed the strength and resolve of the first and second Hokage. Over time, Tsunade realized the truth: the 5 great shinobi villages were weakening the influence of powerful clans. Though she could understand the need for balance, the village was built by the Senju and Uchiha together. Understanding didn't mean acceptance, for everyone's perspective differed. That was human nature. Chapter 76, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 76. Uchiha Clan Grounds. That night, countless ninjas from the police force braced themselves for harsh criticism. Instead, they were met with the clan leader's high praise. Confused, they exchanged glances as they left. They had caused such a huge mess, how could there be no consequences? How could they even be praised? Inside the clan leader's house, laughter could be heard from time to time. "Shirokuin, you've finally arrived." In the room were the clan leader, Fugaku, Mikoto, and several other elite members of the Uchiha clan, those who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan and held significant positions of power. Although the group numbered fewer than 20, they represented all the influential ninja of the Uchiha clan. Clan leader. When Uchiha Shirou entered, the others looked at him not with disdain but with respect. The Uchiha revered strength, but they also admired heroes who fought valiantly for the clan's honor. Shirou's actions in the land of grass had already solidified his reputation. As Shirou entered, the clan leader, who had never shown such delight before, warmly gestured for him to sit. The flush of excitement still hadn't left his face. "Everyone, our clan's greatest contributor has arrived. Without the bridge Shirokuin built, today would not have been possible. Tonight, the Uchiha and Senju clans have formed an alliance once more, deciding to face the impending Shinobi World War together." As the clan leader, still flushed with excitement, recounted the current state of the clan, the gathered Uchiha ninja grew equally enthusiastic. The battlefield. The Uchiha weren't afraid of death. What thrilled them was the recognition of the Uchiha clan's honor. As the clan leader and others displayed their excitement, and Mikoto cast Shirou a proud look, Shirou's expression remained serious. "The revolution is not yet complete. How can we celebrate halfway?" Clan leader. Everyone. When the clan leader finished speaking, Shirou lifted his head with a grave expression and addressed the group solemnly. "While the clan has taken its first step and formed an alliance with the Senju, has the village truly lessened its vigilance toward the Uchiha?" This single question left everyone stunned. Taking advantage of the moment, Shirou continued in a firm tone. "From tonight's actions, it's evident, the ANBU, Root, Intelligence Division, and even the village's ninja cooperated seamlessly. Only the police force was kept in the dark. Not only were the patrol routes and timings of the police force fully exposed, but if not for the Senju's covert warnings, this wouldn't just be a matter of distrust, it would also highlight the police force's incompetence." As Shirou's serious words sank in, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Some members even grumbled in frustration. How infuriating. Shirokuin is right, why were we, the Uchiha, the only ones left out? Shameful. It's disgraceful for the police force to have let this happen without even knowing it. The Hokage doesn't trust us. The room filled with angry voices. The clan leader, now fully aware, calmed himself and regained his composure. Indeed, he had been too quick to rejoice. The village's distrust of the Uchiha had never truly diminished. Shirokuen, do you have any suggestions? The clan leader looked gravely at Shirou, seemingly hoping he had a solution in mind. Beside him, Fugaku also felt the weight of the clan's responsibilities. Gone was the pride of being the heir, only a heavy burden remained. Suggestions. Shirou took a deep breath, scanned the room, and finally locked eyes with the clan leader. He spoke firmly. Clan leader, the police force currently has 9 divisions, each led by a captain and 2 vice-captains. I believe the current structure of the police force is no longer sufficient. The village today is far more complex than it was back then. As Shirou calmly explained that the police force was no longer adequate for the village's needs, some Uchiha Jonin frowned and said. The police force's authority was granted to the Uchiha by the second Hokage. If we expand it further, wouldn't that provoke? Exactly. The Uchiha have already been feared for their strength for years. Expanding now might backfire. I support Shirokuin's proposal. The police force is the power of the Uchiha. Expanding it is better than restraining it. Some hesitated, believing the police force was already strong enough and that further expansion would only deepen the village's distrust. Others, valuing strength above all, supported the idea of increasing their power without regard for the consequences. Sitting at the head, Shirou's eye twitched in frustration. At least you understand why you're being feared. The Uchiha were isolated and ostracized not just because of historical grievances but also due to their overwhelming strength. The police force, established during the second Hokage's reign, had independent law enforcement authority, operating without needing to report to the Hokage. It even held the power to act first and inform later. Within the police force were divisions for interrogation, intelligence, logistics, armaments, and more, a fully fledged political system in miniature. This revealed the Uchiha clan's deep roots but also the reason for their ostracization. The era of the second Hokage is long gone. Shirou's quiet remark highlighted reality. Many were stunned into silence, and the clan leader sighed deeply. Indeed, during the first and second Hokage's rule, they could grant the Uchiha such authority because they had the strength to suppress them if necessary. The Uchiha clan's lands were next to the Senju's. What could the Uchiha do? Moreover, the police force's visible power allowed the second Hokage to monitor the Uchiha and even capture those who followed Madara's ideology. The second Hokage could play this game because he had the power to control the police force. But the third Hokage felt the police force's sword hanging over his head. In the end, it came down to the gap in strength between the second and third Hokage. Shirokuen, what's your suggestion? The clan leader seemed to have an inkling of Shirou's plan and looked at him with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Shirou replied. With the Shinobi World War escalating, the Uchiha clan will deploy many of its elite. This will naturally weaken the police force's strength. I suggest taking this opportunity to bring in the Senju and other clan ninjas. The Senju joining the police force? Many Uchiha looked shocked but quickly realized the idea had merit. The clan leader's eyes gleamed with understanding. Though the Uchiha revered strength, they weren't entirely without reason. While the police force's authority is supreme, it has also confined the Uchiha. This is why most of the village's ninjas ostracize us. But if this privilege were extended to others? As Shirou spoke, a slight smile appeared on his face. By allowing the Senju, Aburame, and other major clans' ninjas to join, as well as permitting civilian ninjas from the village to participate, we wouldn't just be recruiting elites. We'd also take this chance too. When this privilege is no longer exclusive to the Uchiha, naturally. Shirou's voice echoed in the room, leaving the Uchiha ninjas with solemn expressions. Chapter 77, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 77. Shirokuen. This time, your actions are truly bold. Following Shirou's suggestion, the elite members of the Uchiha clan gathered in the room were either stunned or furrowing their brows. The young clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, frowned deeply and said gravely. Are you saying that the reason the police force being exclusively controlled by the Uchiha is causing isolation? And now you propose turning it into a joint force with the Senju, or even opening it up to everyone? Fugaku had indeed discerned the crux of the issue, which made Shirou smile and nod in agreement. In Konoha, every department, yes, even the Umbu, at least openly allows participation from all Konoha shinobi. The police force, however, has become the private power of the Uchiha. Do you think that's fair? This unique privilege is both the Uchiha's pride and the root of our isolation, Shirou said calmly. Yet, deep down, he thought to himself, this is merely one of the reasons for our clan's isolation within the village. Of course, the core strength of the police force will remain under Uchiha control, but this change would allow our clan to redirect more of our power to missions beyond the village or within the Land of Fire, instead of dealing with petty matters within the village. As for security patrols inside the village, I believe no one here is particularly eager to fight over that responsibility, right? At his last remark, Shirou's tone turned teasing, instantly lighting the heavy atmosphere. Some even laughed bitterly and said, who would want that? The village's so-called police force is nothing more than breaking up drunken fights or chasing lost cats and dogs. Exactly. Even now, our clan members in the police force are scrambling to take on prison guard duties or patrols outside the village. None of them want to manage the village's security. The grievances among the Uchiha elite surfaced, clearly pent up for quite some time. Shirou-kun, I understand your point, Fugaku said gravely after listening to their complaints. This is indeed the best time to reform the police force. Most importantly, if an incident like last night's happens again, it won't just be the Uchiha facing distrust. The same will apply to the Senju, the Aburame, and all Konoha shinobi involved in the police force. With the ongoing war on the front lines requiring many Uchiha to be deployed, the timing was perfect. I will personally visit the Senju, Aburame, and other clans. Due to the war in the ninja world, the Uchiha have decided to deploy our elite to support the front lines, leaving the police force undermanned. Fugaku spoke with determination. He had realized the benefits of this proposal. If it succeeded, clans willing to contribute members to the police force would no longer isolate the Uchiha as they once had. This was an excellent opportunity to mend relations with the village. However, while Fugaku was visibly excited, Shirou silently shook his head. Fugaku still failed to see the bigger picture. Ordinary Konoha shinobi in some clans may indeed resent the Uchiha's privileges, which led to their isolation. But what about the village's higher-ups? To them, any power they couldn't control was seen as a threat. That's human nature. Understanding human nature and manipulation was Shirou's forte. He aimed to shatter the Uchiha's illusions step by step, forcing them to see reality. What he wanted was a unified Uchiha with a singular vision. The next day, Fugaku personally visited various clans. In the Senju residence, after Fugaku left, Uzumaki Mito smiled and said, "It seems the Uchiha have changed significantly over the years." In her mind, the Uchiha had always been stubborn and single-minded. Now, they understand the importance of sharing resources. However, Tsunade, standing nearby, scoffed and said dismissively, "Grandma, this is probably Shirou's idea." As she spoke, Tsunade held up a red-covered book titled My Struggle and raised an eyebrow. The fourth volume, in Konoha, is well written. It doesn't just focus on the Uchiha but takes a broader perspective, even critiquing the clan's flaws. The newly released fourth volume objectively described the flourishing Konoha and the stubbornness of the Uchiha from an outsider's perspective. While pointing out the Uchiha's shortcomings, it also showcased a vision far beyond clan boundaries. "Oh. It seems I am getting old," Mito said with a smile as she glanced at the book. As someone who regarded Uchiha Shirou as the next Uchiha Kagami, she had been keeping a close eye on him. She had read the book as soon as it was published and noted the ambition and vision within its pages. "Tsunade, this child already possesses the mindset of a Hokage, far surpassing you," Mito joked, eliciting a helpless reaction from Tsunade. Despite her dismissive attitude, a flicker of pride flashed in Tsunade's eyes, as if to say, "See. This is the boy I, Tsunade, picked, no, the next great Uchiha." Hokage's office. Hiruzen, the Uchiha are unexpectedly willing to give up some power, inviting the Senju, other clans, and even civilian shinobi into the police force, said Koharu Yutane gravely. Hamura Mito Kado nodded in agreement. Yes, this uncharacteristic behavior must be influenced by Lady Mito. The alliance between the Senju and Uchiha had already made the village elders uneasy. They had been planning to sow discord, but now the Uchiha had made the first move. "The war in the Land of Rain has escalated," Hiruzen Sarutobi said, handing a classified document to his advisors. The content made their expressions grow solemn. "The Uchiha's proposal for the police force is reasonable and aligns with the village's policies. We have no grounds to intervene," Hiruzen said, exhaling a puff of smoke. "However, Hiruzen, this only makes the Uchiha more dangerous, especially if they ally with the Senju." Koharu's voice carried deep apprehension. Hamura frowned, sharing the same concern. Just then, the doors burst open with a loud bang. Danzo Shimura stormed in, fuming. "Hiruzen. Leave this matter to the root. The connection between the Uchiha and Senju, all thanks to that Uchiha Shirou, must be severed." While Koharu and Hamura nodded in agreement, Hiruzen sternly rebuked Danzo. "Danzo. The battlefield in the Land of Rain is our priority. As Hokage, I forbid any reckless actions." Although Hiruzen's reprimand seemed firm, Danzo understood his old friend's tacit approval. With a cold snort, he said, "Fine, Hiruzen. But once the war ends, Konoha won't tolerate such an unstable element any longer." Hiruzen didn't respond, but his silence spoke volumes. Koharu and Hamura exchanged knowing glances, a shared understanding that plans would proceed after the war. Chapter 78, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 78. The Uchiha clan grounds. Shirokuen, I'm sorry. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out of the house, his face full of guilt, and bowed at a 90-degree angle to apologize once again. However, Shirou smiled and moved forward to help him up. Brother Fugaku, there's no need to apologize. You and I are both acting for the sake of the clan. Despite Shirou's magnanimity, Fugaku felt even more ashamed. The task of visiting the great clans had been entrusted to him by his father, but it essentially meant wielding the authority of the clan leader. It made him feel as if he had stolen credit that rightfully belonged to Shirou, filling him with a heavy sense of guilt. Shirou-kun. Before Fugaku could say more, Shirou raised the gift box in his hand with a smile and teasingly said, Brother Fugaku, I'm very satisfied with this gift. There's no need for such formalities between us. Seeing Shirou's generosity, Fugaku took a deep breath and buried his guilt deep inside. He nodded solemnly. Shirou-kun, I understand. With a look of comprehension, Fugaku respectfully bowed again before turning to leave. Yet, as he departed, he silently resolved to find a way to repay Shirou in the future. Just as Fugaku walked away, a dissatisfied voice rang out from behind. Shirou, this was your idea. How can the clan leader's son just steal credit from others so casually? Mikoto's usually gentle smile carried an undertone of displeasure. It was obvious she wasn't happy about Fugaku, the young heir, being tasked with visiting the other clans, a job that had originally been Shirou's suggestion. In her eyes, since Shirou had come up with the plan, it was only right that he should have been the one to carry it out. Looking at Mikoto, who was angry on his behalf, Shirou couldn't help but smile. Slowly, he opened the gift box, revealing a finely crafted chakra metal weapon. Our young clan leader didn't hold back at all. So much chakra metal, along with rare and special materials. Sister Mikoto, why don't you give it a try and see how it feels? Shirou tactfully avoided the topic and instead took out the chakra blade from the gift box, leaving Mikoto with no choice but to suppress her frustration. But when she saw the long, straight ninja sword, Mikoto's eyes couldn't help but flash with amazement. Shirou, this chakra metal sword, it's yours. The weapon in the box was strikingly similar to the kusanagi blade hanging at Shirou's waist. Both were straight swords, identical in size and shape. The only difference was the color. The new blade was white, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Noticing the admiration in Mikoto's gaze, Shirou smiled. This time, when we head to the land of rain, it looks like you'll be coming with me, Sister Mikoto. Didn't Brother Fugaku say he'd use the clan's chakra metal to forge me a sword? Since Lord Orochimaru recently gifted me a divine weapon, I figured I'd have Brother Fugaku forge a matching one. While it's not quite as sharp, it's still an exceptional blade. As Shirou explained, Mikoto's eyes sparkled with delight, her expression softening. A matching pair, huh? To Mikoto, the value of the chakra weapon didn't matter. What she saw was the symbolic significance of the black and white pair of swords. Indeed, men and women often view things from entirely different perspectives. Shirou, I love it. Accepting the straight blade, Mikoto's face lit up with a smile as she lovingly ran her hands over it. Two identical swords, clearly a pair, it was as if they were subtly declaring her bond with Shirou. Sister Mikoto. Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from outside the door. It was none other than Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina. Mikoto looked at the unexpected visitor with a puzzled expression. When Kushina noticed Shirou was also present, a flicker of awkwardness flashed through her eyes. However, in the next moment, she broke into her trademark hearty grin and pulled out two larger chakra blades resembling short swords from her pouch. Since you're both here, I've got great news. I'll be joining you on the battlefield this time, and these are special weapons for dealing with Hidden Sands puppeteers. Holding the short, chakra-infused blades, Shirou was momentarily stunned. Weren't these the special chakra weapons from the original story used by Konoha against the Hidden Sands puppet masters in Rorin? But seeing Kushina casually hand them over with her usual big smile, Shirou couldn't help but grin as well. She was like a rich heiress. After all, chakra metal weapons were incredibly rare and valuable. Yet Kushina was giving them away as if they were nothing. Truly, a generous little princess. Oh, and this is to thank you for teaching me the Raise-non. In front of Mikoto, Kushina feigned a tsundere attitude, but a hint of unease flickered in her eyes. She pulled out a green scroll from her ninja pouch and tossed it to Shirou. This is a sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan called the self-cursing seal. Think of it as a trade for your Raise-non. With that, Kushina quickly masked her awkwardness and joined Mikoto, chatting and laughing as if everything was normal. Meanwhile, Shirou stood at the doorway, examining the scroll and the chakra blades in his hands, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had almost forgotten, this Uzumaki Kushina wasn't just any kunoichi. She was a princess of the land of whirlpools, heir to the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. In terms of wealth and heritage, she was no less of a rich lady than Mikoto. Self-cursing seal, huh? Looking at the sealing technique scroll in his hands, Shirou's thoughts wandered to its potential uses. In the original story, Danzo used this very technique to fight Sasuke. Once activated, the victim's body would be covered with intricate curse marks, rendering them immobile and completely restrained. Kushina, why are you going too? Inside the room, Mikoto looked at Kushina in surprise and asked the question on her mind. As for Mikoto's own decision to go to the front lines, it was purely because the Uchiha had finally seized an opportunity, and she couldn't afford to miss it. Even the clan leader's son, Fugaku, was heading to the battlefield to earn merit. If she didn't go, the influence passed down to her by Elder Setsuna would diminish significantly. The Uchiha clan was a family that revered strength. If you were weak, how could anyone follow you? Well, Sister Mikoto, it's like this. Kushina began chattering away, the two friends engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Shirou remained engrossed in studying the sealing scroll. As Kushina chatted with Mikoto, her peripheral vision caught Shirou's focused expression as he examined the sealing technique she had gifted him. A faint, almost unconscious smile curved her lips. So that's how it is. Mikoto nodded in understanding. Kushina hadn't hidden anything from them, especially since the two of them were essentially part of the Uchiha's leadership now. With the Senju and Uchiha alliance still fragile, this was precisely the time to build trust. Chapter 79, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 79. Hokage Office Building. Hokage-sama. Minato Namikaze, a chunin, respectfully handed back the intelligence scroll he had just read. Seated at the desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, regarded him with a satisfied smile. Minato, I'm very pleased with your performance so far, Hiruzen said warmly. You've read through the intelligence, so I won't waste words. Starting today, you will be part of a new team. As Hiruzen spoke, he tapped the desk lightly. In response, an ANBU stationed outside opened the door, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Ku. The moment Minato saw the figure, surprise flashed across his deep blue eyes. The unmistakable red hair reminded him of Kushina Uzumaki. But as the figure fully stepped into the light, Minato realized that, while the hair was the same, the face was unfamiliar. Hokage-sama, the red-haired Kunoichi greeted, bowing respectfully. Her expression was devoid of emotion, and her movements were so precise and mechanical that they felt unnatural. Her voice was flat, cold, even devoid of any hint of feeling. What unsettled Minato the most were her eyes. They were lifeless, like those of a doll. Hiruzen Sarutobi's calm gaze lingered on her for a moment before he spoke. Minato, your teammate is also from the Uzumaki clan. However, as you may have guessed, she was raised in Root, where emotional detachment is the norm. I believe in your will of fire, Minato. Use it to warm her heart. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Minato took a deep breath, his gaze steady with resolve. Thank you for your trust, Hokage-sama, he said, bowing deeply. Seeing Minato's serious response, Hiruzen's smile widened with approval. Take some time to get to know your new teammate, Minato, Hiruzen instructed. Don't neglect your training during this period. And as a reward for your contributions in the last mission. He slid a ninjutsu scroll across the desk. Minato's eyes widened in surprise as he accepted it. Hokage-sama, I. Minato trailed off, glancing down at the scroll. It was rare for a ninja of his rank to receive such a generous reward. After all, he had only fulfilled his duties as a shinobi of the village. Minato, Hiruzen said, his eyes kind but firm, your devotion to Konoha has not gone unnoticed. I hope this gift will help you grow stronger so you can better protect the village. The Hokage leaned forward, his gaze sharp with intent. This scroll contains detailed insights into the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Minato's eyes widened with shock. The Flying Thunder God technique. He clutched the scroll as if it were a priceless treasure. Understood. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he said with a firm nod. Not one to overthink things, Minato respectfully accepted the scroll, his heart filled with gratitude and excitement. Together with his new teammate, he left the office. As the two disappeared from view, Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze lingered on them. His eyes narrowed in thought, but a subtle smile played on his lips. Under the influence of the will of fire, a new generation was already on the rise. Stop hiding and come in. The words were spoken calmly but with authority. Haha, sharp as ever, old man, came a loud, familiar voice. Caught me again, huh? With a burst of hearty laughter, Jiraiya climbed in through the window. Hiruzen didn't even glance his way, he was far too used to his students' antics. Still as reckless as ever, Hiruzen muttered with an amused sigh. But as Jiraiya gazed out the window at the two figures walking away, his carefree demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Red hair, huh? Jiraiya muttered, his eyes narrowing. Old man, is this the one you've chosen? His gaze remained fixed on the red-haired Kunoichi as she disappeared from view. Yes, Hiruzen replied calmly. Minato's will of fire will fill the void in her heart. Lady Mito once said that only those who know love can truly wield this power. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He folded his arms, his fingers tapping against his bicep. So, she's the next one, huh? Hiruzen nodded, his gaze unwavering. A heavy silence settled between them. Minato probably won't be coming with me to the front lines, then, Jiraiya said, letting out a slow breath. It was clear to both men what this meant. A ninja trained to be a tool of war, one whose emotions had been stripped away, was now expected to embrace love and wield a power of unparalleled magnitude. It wasn't something that could be rushed. Don't worry, Jiraiya, Hiruzen reassured him. Minato is one of the successors of the Will of Fire. While you're away, I'll make sure he is properly guided. Hearing this, Jiraiya's lips curled into a grin. Minato was his first disciple, the one in whom he had placed his greatest hopes. All right, old man. I'm counting on you, Jiraiya said, his usual grin returning. With a playful salute, Jiraiya prepared to leave. Jiraiya, Hiruzen called out, his voice suddenly serious. Jiraiya glanced back. This mission is critical. Orochimaru has already taken an elite force to the front lines. The playful grin on Jiraiya's face faded. He gave a solemn nod. Don't worry, old man. This war will be over soon, he declared, his eyes filled with steely resolve. Without another word, Jiraiya vaulted out the window and vanished. Watching him leave, Hiruzen's face softened into a proud smile. The most unreliable Jiraiya, quietly growing into someone we can all depend on. With a deep sigh, Hiruzen turned his gaze toward the Hokage rock outside the window. His eyes lingered on the faces of Konoha's past leaders, his face included. His smile faded, replaced by a look of unshakable determination. This war. Konoha will emerge victorious. He had no doubt. His 3 disciples were all extraordinary. Orochimaru, with his genius intellect and unmatched tactical mind, had already led an elite force to the front lines. Jiraiya, once reckless and wild, was now a pillar of strength, a man others could rely on in the heat of battle. And then there was Tsunade. Hiruzen's brows furrowed at the thought of her. Her situation was different. She had always been more distant. As a member of the prestigious Senju clan, she had never lacked resources or training. She was born with power, and that made her path different from the others. Tsunade. Hiruzen muttered to himself, his voice laced with concern. I just hope the Uchiha don't cause any trouble while you're watching over them. The front lines in the Land of Rain were already ablaze. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had gone ahead to lead Konoha's forces. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan had thrown themselves into the war effort, drawing heavily from their police force. Their absence had left the Konoha police force understaffed, forcing them to recruit new members from other clans, and even civilians. For the first time, non-Uchiha shinobi were being allowed to join the police force. The Senju clan had agreed to support the effort, further strengthening the fragile alliance between the 2 clans. These changes were all documented in a report now lying on Hiruzen's desk. Chapter 80, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 80. A few days later, beneath the bright sunlight, a formidable squad of elite ninjas gathered outside the gates of Konoha, a dense and imposing force of over 800 members. Tsunade-sama, all the ninjas heading to the front lines have assembled. At the forefront of the ninja army stood Tsunade, clad in armor with her arms crossed, exuding an aura of heroism. Upon hearing the report, she waved her hand decisively and commanded. Move out. With a single commanding shout, nearly 1,000 ninjas behind her responded with a spirited roar. One by one, they leaped into the forest, their figures swiftly fading into black dots in the distance. Amidst the crowd, Uchiha Shirou glanced back at the village, his thoughts clouded as he silently pondered. Will the current me catch the attention of that ancestor? After all, within the Uchiha clan, no one's persona aligned more perfectly with Uchiha Madara's expectations than his. This thought carried both advantages and dangers. The upside was that his life would likely be spared, though not without hardship. However, 2 looming crises haunted him. First, the outcome of the Sanin's battle with Hanzo was inevitable, a loss that would bring heavy casualties to Konoha. Would he get caught in the aftermath? Second, in the original timeline, Kato Dan's demise occurred after the Sanin's battle. This time, could it be him instead? Ever since the Second Shinobi World War began, everything seemed to revolve around the Senju clan. He didn't believe this was a coincidence. Compared to Kato Dan, his current threat level was far greater. Perhaps I can leverage Uchiha Madara's shadowy influence to navigate these 2 crises. Frowning in thought, Shirou weighed his options. It seemed the best way to break the stalemate. Yet, a heavy pressure loomed over him. Strength. He simply didn't have enough strength. If only he could summon a giant mech, then none of this trouble would exist. Hokage's office. Through the crystal ball, everything outside Konoha's gates was visible. Watching the departing ninjas, each marked with their family's emblem, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a smoke ring and murmured. So, this is the influence of the Senju clan. Even after 20 years, the Senju remained formidable. Among the 800 ninjas, nearly 100 came from the Uchiha clan alone, not to mention members from other families. Large and small clans, even minor ninja families, had rallied to the Senju's call. In Konoha, aside from the Senju, no one else could unite so many families. Hiruzen, the Senju's prestige binds these families together like a rope. Tsunade is fine for now, but what about the others? Who can guarantee that they'll always follow this path? Koharu Yudatane's grave expression betrayed her concern. However, she left one thought unspoken, a belief shared by them all. The unity of these families posed a threat to the village. Hiruzen, you are the Hokage, yet these families didn't send their elites before. But when the Senju command, even the Uchiha deploy the majority of their forces. Hamura Mito frowned, pointing out an undeniable truth. Despite all the efforts Hiruzen Sarutobi had made as Hokage, the major clans still regarded the Senju as their true leaders. Hiruzen frowned at his old friend's remarks before replying in a deep voice. The war is upon us. Let's focus on winning first. We must trust Tsunade and the Senju. The Senju name carried immense weight in Konoha. Unlike the ostracized Uchiha, the Senju commanded respect and power. After the First Shinobi World War, the Senju clan suffered heavy losses, and many believed they would decline. Yet, to the major clans, the Senju's reputation remained as influential as ever. Hiruzen, I noticed Uzumaki Kushina is among them, and she's in a squad with Uchiha members, Koharu remarked, her tone sharpening as she voiced her concern. A 3-person squad with 2 Uchiha. What is this, a bond between the Senju and Uchiha? To stabilize the Jinchuriki seal, the host must adapt to the Ninetales chakra in advance and build trust with their comrades, Hiruzen explained calmly, his tone neutral. However, Hamura, knowing him well, spoke with a deeper implication. Hiruzen, perhaps Danzo should handle this. The 3 exchanged glances. As longtime comrades, they instantly understood each other's thoughts. As long as Uzumaki Kushina hadn't fully sealed the Ninetales, she wasn't yet a true Jinchuriki. There would still be opportunities. And this mission to the battlefield. It was the perfect chance. Even Kage-level shinobi had died in the war. The death of a mere ninja would hardly raise suspicion. But after a moment of silence, Hiruzen shook his head and replied firmly. Victory on the Land of Rain battlefield must take precedence. Once the war there ends, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure won't try to intervene. The 3 great villages had been sharpening their blades, waiting for Konoha to falter. This was precisely why Hiruzen was so eager to end the Land of Rain conflict as swiftly as possible. The Land of Rain. The overcast sky wept as rain fell like tears, mourning the war-torn land. Boom. Explosions from paper bombs and the roar of ninjutsu echoed across the muddy battlefield. It's the Uchiha. Don't look into their eyes. On the sodden ground, the 3 tomo of Uchiha Shirou and Uchiha Makoto's Sharingan glimmered ominously, causing the opposing sand ninja to cry out in alarm as they avoided eye contact. Attack from behind. Clink, clink. The creaking of puppets filled the air as they unleashed a barrage of poison needles and hidden weapons. Don't underestimate me. A fierce cry broke through the chaos as a red-haired figure darted from the tree-line, gripping a chakra blade. It's Konoha's chakra blade. The sand puppet masters exclaimed in panic as the chakra strings controlling their puppets were severed. Uzumaki Kushina's face lit up with a victorious smile. At the same time, Uchiha Makoto shouted. Kushina. Got it. As if perfectly in sync, Kushina formed hand seals. But the surrounding sand ninjas scoffed. Don't underestimate us. Suddenly, 5 strange puppets emerged from the ground, encircling Kushina and unleashing a flurry of hidden weapons. Kushina. Makoto cried out in alarm as Kushina's pupils shrank in fear. Meanwhile, the hidden puppet master smirked darkly. But in that instant. Found you. Surrounded by puppets, Kushina's frightened expression vanished, replaced by a playful grin. Chapter 81, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 81. Not good. Amidst the rain, Kushina Uzumaki's figure, surrounded by puppets and struck by hidden weapons, suddenly dissolved into a puff of white smoke. Hidden within the forest, the sand ninja puppeteer's expression darkened. Just as he prepared to retreat, a surge of flames erupted behind him. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Makoto Uchiha inhaled deeply before unleashing a roaring fire dragon, the searing flames streaking toward the puppeteer's location. Simultaneously, Shirou followed with a barrage of fireballs, raining destruction on the surrounding sand ninjas. Not good. There are shurikens hidden in the fire. Amidst the Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson attack, Crimson Hot Shuriken spun with deadly precision, hurtling toward their targets. Don't underestimate us sand ninjas. The puppeteer roared furiously, summoning a puppet with a metal shield to block the flames. White smoke burst forth as the shield deflected the fiery onslaught. He exhaled in relief, but a sudden sharp whistle from his flank froze him in place. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Kushina Uzumaki's hands flew through a series of seals before unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of wind projectiles. The high-velocity bullets whistled through the rain-soaked air, carving a deadly path. Splat. 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 The sand puppeteer didn't even have time to scream as the wind bullets tore through him, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Blood sprayed out in the rain, his lifeless form crumpling to the ground. Ota. The remaining sand ninjas roared in anguish as their comrade fell, his body a motionless husk. Shing. Behind another sand ninja, a pair of glimmering Sharingan eyes appeared. Shirou's Kusanagi sword pierced through the enemy's heart with precision. Never lose focus on the battlefield, especially against the Sharingan, Shirou muttered coldly. The sand ninja's pupils dilated in shock. As strength drained from his body, he collapsed into the muddy ground, a silent victim of the legendary Sharingan's power. Damn it. Konoha. Realizing their mission had failed, the remaining sand ninjas issued a desperate retreat order. Retreat. As they fled, explosive kunai rained down behind them, erupting in deafening blasts to cover their escape. Don't chase them. Under the relentless rain, Shirou, panting heavily, stopped Kushina from pursuing the fleeing enemies. Damn it. Glaring at the escaping figures, Kushina gritted her teeth in frustration. Next time, I'll make sure they don't get away. Reluctantly, she joined Makoto in surveying the battlefield. Meanwhile, Shirou stood motionless, his face etched with a grim expression. The situation has escalated this much already. We've only just entered the land of rain, and the intensity of the fighting is this high, Shirou muttered under his breath. They had been in the land of rain for only a short time, yet this was already the 10th ambush they had faced. Let's clean up the battlefield and prepare to report back, Shirou commanded. Understood. Makoto and Kushina worked methodically to clear the battlefield. Shirou, meanwhile, gazed toward the rain-drenched horizon, his brows furrowed in thought. A moment later, the three disappeared, leaving behind only the remnants of their battle. Land of Rain Rear Base. Lady Tsunade, we've detected 13 enemy squads infiltrating the left flank. We've deployed reinforcements. Inside the command tent, Tsunade frowned deeply as she listened to the report. What kind of strategy is this? How are so many sand and rain ninjas slipping past our defenses? Where are Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Her voice was sharp with frustration. Just then, the tent flap opened, revealing the exhausted figures of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Haha, Tsunade, I could hear you complaining from 100 meters away, Jiraiya teased, though Orochimaru ignored the banter and spoke gravely. Tsunade, White Fang led a strike force against the Sand Ninja camp yesterday. This is their retaliation. The war in the Land of Rain was unrelenting. What made matters worse was the uneasy alliance between the Sand and Rain Ninja. Temporarily halting their hostilities, they had focused their attacks on Konoha. The result was significant casualties and unrelenting pressure on the Konoha forces. Meanwhile, the other great ninja villages, Cloud and Mist, were testing Konoha's defenses, forcing the Land of Fire to stretch its resources thin. This was why Hiruzen Sarutobi was so eager to conclude the Land of Rain conflict swiftly. We've secured control of this territory, but we must force the Rain's main forces into a decisive battle. Otherwise, these endless skirmishes will continue, Tsunade said, her brow furrowed as she studied the map. Orochimaru nodded. White Fang is holding back the Sand forces for now, but our focus must remain on drawing out Hanzo and the Rain's main army. The captured territory was rich in resources, which explained the constant attacks. Konoha's strategy was to exploit these resources while forcing the Rain into a full-scale confrontation. So, we're to deplete their resources and pressure them into engaging us head-on. But at this rate, it's turning into a war of attrition, Tsunade muttered. Orochimaru's voice turned cold. The Land of Fire can afford it. In the meantime, we gain valuable resources and drain theirs. Jiraiya, attempting to lighten the mood, grinned. Tsunade, White Fang sent a report earlier. He wanted to thank you for the antidote that neutralized Chiyo's poison. Tsunade snorted. If I hadn't been working on that antidote, I wouldn't have been late to the battlefield. Her tone was sharp, but her actions had been critical. Using the superior facilities of Konoha, she had developed a countermeasure for the deadly poisons of Chiyo, the Sand's infamous elder. But we can't relax, Tsunade added. Chiyo's poisons are evolving, and patterns can only help so much. The real problem is Hanzo of the Salamander. He's too unpredictable. Chapter 82, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 82. Land of Rain, Konoha Camp. Lady Tsunade, that concludes the report for this mission. Inside the camp, Uchiha Shirou, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto stood respectfully as they reported the details of their mission. Tsunade nodded solemnly, her expression grave. you've experienced the battlefield of the land of rain now. It's far more dangerous than the land of grass, there's no comparison. Even I have to be cautious here, so don't let your guard down. Tsunade's gaze swept over the three of them, her tone stern as she delivered the warning. Although the area where they had carried out their mission was relatively safer, it was still fraught with danger. Given their special status, as well as their age and talent, it was no wonder Tsunade paid extra attention to their safety. This is your next mission. After a moment of thought, Tsunade handed them a green mission scroll. Shirou accepted it as Tsunade's voice turned serious once more. The land of rain is rich in metal resources. Your mission this time is to guard a small town while conscripting local workers to continue mining. In addition to the ninjas already stationed there, I'll assign 6 more squads to assist. As he read the mission details in the scroll, Shirou quickly grasped the essence of the assignment. Wasn't this just an excuse to plunder another nation's resources? But that's the reality of war. The land of rain is rich in mineral wealth. In the original story, the metallic structures of Amagekyu's buildings were extravagant, a testament to their abundance of metal. This also underscored the land of rain's potential in war. They would never lack essential resources like ninja tools. I understand, Shirou replied as he carefully stored the mission scroll. His expression remained serious, though Tsunade broke the tension with a light laugh. There's no need to be overly nervous. The direction of this war is still dictated by Konoha, not by the sand or rain. As she spoke, a confident, resolute smile appeared on Tsunade's face. If it weren't for the other nations scheming against Konoha, would the sand and rain even stand a chance? Konoha could outlast them purely through attrition. And Uzumaki Kushina, Special Jonin, here is your new appointment. Congratulations. Turning to Kushina, Tsunade handed her an official document. Kushina's face lit up with joy as she read it. Yay. I'm finally not a chunin anymore. At barely 14 years old, Uzumaki Kushina had successfully advanced to Special Jonin of Konoha. While Kushina celebrated her promotion, Shirou's expression remained serious. There wasn't enough information about Konoha's strategy, but based on what he knew, it was clear they intended to force the Rain's main forces into a decisive battle to end the war quickly. The legendary battle between the Sannin and Hanzo of the Salamander would be a defining moment for the Sannin. But the aftermath of that battle was grim. Countless Konoha ninjas lay dead or defeated when Hanzo ultimately spared the Sannin. The dangers of the land of rain extended beyond the battlefield. According to the original story, Kato Den also perished here, and that event occurred after the Sannin's rise to fame. Was his death a mere accident, or was there more to it? This thought made Shirou even more cautious. With his current influence within the Uchiha and Senju clans, his status far exceeded that of Kato Dan. Moreover, was the scheming truly aimed at Kato Dan, or was the real target the princess of the Senju, Tsunade herself? As this thought crossed his mind, Shirou glanced subtly at Tsunade. Sensing his gaze, Tsunade looked back at him. Seeing the seriousness in his eyes, she frowned slightly. This time, the 6 squads will include Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi, as well as members of the Aburame clan, Tsunade said. She had taken Shirou's earlier warning to heart, that someone might be plotting against her. With this in mind, she had carefully assigned roles for Shirou, Kushina, and Mikoto's mission. Setting aside their special backgrounds, the trio's potential and talent warranted nurturing. It was no different from how Minato Namikaze had been recognized by the 3rd Hokage and groomed for greatness. Thank you, Sister Tsunade, Shirou said respectfully as he received the assignment. Tsunade gave him a meaningful look and added. This town lies deep within the land of rain. With the ninjas already stationed there, there will be over 50 personnel. You'll also need to select a team of Uchiha elites and a team from the Senju as reinforcements. Make sure you manage them well. Commanding over 50 ninjas, this would be Shirou's first major responsibility as a newly promoted Jonin. Noticing Tsunade's pointed gaze, Shirou seemed to understand her intentions. His expression turned resolute as he responded firmly. Sister Tsunade, don't worry. I won't let you down. A hint of pride flashed in Shirou's eyes. Commanding over 50 ninjas in battle. He might not be as skilled in strategy as the Nara clan, but leading a team to defend a mining site. That was his specialty. In his previous life, he had managed operations involving over 200 people, well, something close enough. What kind of mine warranted such caution from Tsunade? And why involve the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Aburame clans? This was no ordinary mine. All right, you're dismissed. Seeing the understanding in Shirou's eyes, Tsunade smiled. She hadn't misjudged him. Shirou was sharp and quick-witted. Outside the tent, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't contain her excitement. Mikoto, I'm a Jonin now. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and nodded. A special Jonin, Kushina. It's the same. It won't be long before I'm a full Jonin. While Mikoto congratulated Kushina on her promotion, Shirou had already entered another tent. Inside another tent. Captain Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku smiled when he saw Shirou and waved him over. Shirou-kun, you're a jonin now. You don't need to call me captain anymore. Shirou nodded with a smile. Then, Brother Fugaku, Lady Tsunade has assigned me to select a team of clan elites for the mission. Hearing this, Fugaku, as if already aware of the situation, smiled and nodded. This is a great opportunity. I'm sure, with your intelligence, you'll handle it well. He handed Shirou a scroll. These are the clan elites currently at the front lines. However, I suggest you select individuals with potential. With Elder Setsuna gone, the clan's resources will gradually dwindle over time. As he spoke, Fugaku subtly hinted at a harsh reality. The Uchiha clan valued strength above all. With Elder Setsuna's passing, Shirou and Mikoto needed to quickly establish their own power base. After all, those loyal to Elder Setsuna might not necessarily extend the same loyalty to them. Understanding this, Shirou smiled and nodded. Chapter 83, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 83. Inside the tent, Shirou examined the data on the scroll, a faint smile playing on his lips as he pointed out 3 names. The sight made Uchiha Fugaku's eye twitch slightly. Shirou's sharpness was truly remarkable. However, Fugaku nodded solemnly. Tekka and Inabi are exceptionally talented within the clan, both having already awakened their Sharingan. As for Yashiro, he's a member of the police force and specializes in analysis. His calm and composed mind makes him a rare asset. The 3 individuals Shirou had chosen, 1 elite jonin and 2 chunin, were all remarkable in their own right. In particular, Yashiro, with his steady demeanor, had originally been someone Fugaku intended to recruit for his team. Yet, feeling a sense of responsibility toward Shirou, Fugaku graciously conceded. Geniuses needed opportunities to grow, and the Uchiha clan had no shortage of talent. Well then, thank you, Brother Fugaku. Seeing Fugaku's generosity, Shirou smiled warmly. When Shirou had reviewed the profiles of the Uchiha elite stationed on the front lines, these 3 names immediately caught his eye. In the original story, they might have been minor characters, but in Shirou's mind, they stood out as noteworthy figures among the Uchiha clan. In the original timeline, after Shirsue's death, these 3 were among the few elites who confronted Uchiha Itachi, despite knowing they were no match for him. Moreover, according to the clan's records, all 3 had achieved full mastery of the 3 Tomo Sharingan in the future. This potential alone was enough to earn Shirou's attention. In the ninja world, countless prodigies shone brightly in their youth but faded into obscurity later on, often unable to advance beyond chunin or special jonin. Becoming a full jonin was a significant milestone that many ninjas never reached. For example, Mitarashi Anko was a prodigy in her youth, personally trained by Orochimaru. She graduated at 10 and became a chunin by 12, an extraordinary achievement. Yet, due to Orochimaru's defection and other circumstances, her progress stagnated, leaving her stuck at the special jonin level. In the 5 great nations, jonin represented high-tier combat strength, while in smaller nations, they were considered elite forces. Shirou-kun, please wait a moment. I've already sent someone to summon the 3 of them. Outside, the rain continued to fall, the sound of raindrops on the tent creating a rhythmic, almost oppressive atmosphere. Inside, Fugaku used the brief pause to take out a red-covered book from his ninja pouch. Smiling, he held it up teasingly. Shirou-kun, this book of yours, written from an outsider's perspective, is truly eye-opening. It offers profound insights into Konoha, the Uchiha, and even, myself. I've learned a lot from it. I'd never thought of viewing the Uchiha from an outsider's perspective before, but after reading your book. Fugaku, particularly captivated by the 4th chapter, in Konoha, couldn't help but become uncharacteristically talkative. To him, Shirou was more than just a clan member, he was a confidant. As the young clan leader, Fugaku had borne immense pressure from an early age. Over time, he had come to understand the complex and strained relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Yet, he had felt unsure about how to move forward, often lost in his thoughts. Then, Shirou appeared. Shirou had taken the first step toward change that the Uchiha had always hesitated to take. His book laid bare the so-called Uchiha pride, a pride the clan understood but that outsiders often viewed as arrogance. The book had given Fugaku clarity, igniting a desire to change the Uchiha. And Shirou seemed like the guiding light the clan desperately needed, illuminating a new path forward. Brother Fugaku, you flatter me. I only wanted to share my story. Speaking of the book, Shirou shook his head, a faint sigh escaping his lips. At the same time, I hoped it would help others understand the Uchiha, the ninja world, and the brutal reality of war. Shirou's tone grew somber, his gaze resolute. I'm just someone searching for peace amid the chaos. I may not succeed alone, but there will always be others in the ninja world who yearn for peace and pursue it. One day, we'll find the true path to peace. Fugaku felt a pang of shame as he listened. While his perspective remained confined to the clan and the village, Shirou's vision encompassed the entire ninja world. If anyone else had spoken of seeking peace, Fugaku might have dismissed it as naive. But coming from Shirou, it felt different. Somehow, as he stared at the red-covered book in his hands, he couldn't shake the feeling that Shirou might truly be the one to bring peace to the ninja world. Captain Fugaku. A voice from outside interrupted the moment of reflection between the two men. Outside the tent, the three summoned Uchiha elites waited nervously. The oldest, Uchiha Shirou, his rare brown hair standing out among the clan, smiled reassuringly at the two younger ninjas beside him. Don't worry. Your talents and potential will surely earn the clan's support. Despite the Uchiha's abundant resources, distribution within the clan wasn't entirely fair. True equality only existed among equals. Encouraged by Yashiro's words, the youngest of the three, Uchiha Tekka, asked hesitantly. Yashiro-senpai, please guide us. Uchiha Inabi also bowed respectfully. As their senior, Yashiro hesitated briefly before lowering his voice. Before coming here, I heard that Jonin Shirou is with the young clan leader. And as you know, Elder Setsuna has recently passed. Though Yashiro left his words unfinished, the younger men immediately grasped his implication. Thank you, Yashiro-senpai. Excitement flashed in their eyes. As younger members of the clan, they naturally gravitated toward the Hawk faction, a group that admired strength and decisiveness, much like Uchiha Shirou. The Hawk faction didn't necessarily advocate rebellion. Instead, they emphasized boldness and determination. Shirou, with his daring solo infiltration of Land of Grass, had earned their respect. As the three entered the tent respectfully, their demeanor was serious. Captain Fugaku, Jonin, Shirou. The youngest two addressed Fugaku as Captain and Shirou as Jonin, while Yashiro, as a Jonin himself, addressed them more casually. In wartime, rank dictated respect, with Jonin wielding authority over lower-ranked ninjas. This protocol extended even to the famed Chunin exams, where Jonin like Kakashi could assign missions to genin teams without hesitation. Chapter 84, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 84. Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inabi, and Uchiha Tekka, thank you, Captain Fugaku/senpai, and thank you, Captain Shirou. Inside the war tent, Inabi and Tekka, two young Chunin who had just awakened their Sharingan, shouted excitedly, their voices filled with enthusiasm. This time, they had already changed the way they addressed him. The title, Captain, represented their recognition and respect. Even Uchiha Yashiro was bowing respectfully, and this scene brought a smile to Shirou's face. This was merely the beginning, a starting point to take control of his destiny and fulfill his dreams. Watching Shirou nurture loyal followers, Uchiha Fugaku not only showed no dissatisfaction but even revealed a satisfied smile. He knew very well Shirou's contributions to the clan and his character. A man like him would one day become a vital ally when Fugaku ascended to the position of the clan leader, someone who could stand alongside him to face everything for the clan. Shirokuen, you must be careful on this mission. Thank you for your concern, brother Fugaku. With that, Shirou left the tent with a broad smile, leading the three others. Although it was raining heavily outside, his mood at this moment felt like a blossoming flower. Captain Shirou, does this mission require confidentiality? Walking on the muddy ground, compared to the excitement written all over Inabi and Tekka's faces, Yashiro appeared more solemn as he carefully inquired about the details of this mission. Shirou, approachable and friendly, smiled as he began explaining the mission to the three of them while walking. When Shirou finished his explanation, Inabi and Tekka exchanged glances and immediately showed serious expressions. Captain Shirou, rest assured. We will protect the mining area and complete the mission. Seeing the youthful yet determined gazes of Inabi and Tekka, Shirou and Yashiro exchanged a glance, both smiling. Shirou waved his hand, speaking to the two with a smile. This mission is not just about the surface task. More importantly, we need to strengthen trust with our teammates, who include ninjas from the Senju, Hyuga, and Aburame clans. As Yashiro continued to elaborate, the two young Chunin finally realized there was far more to this mission than they had initially thought. The three of you were carefully chosen by me, not just because of your talent and strength, but because of your strong hearts. Under Shirou's encouraging smile, the young Uchiha ninjas, as expected, brightened up with excitement. At this point, even if they were assigned a mission with no chance of survival, they would likely accept it without hesitation. For years, our Uchiha clan has not been viewed favorably within the village. You should be well aware of this. Unlike some of our more rigid clan members, I believe you can handle things properly. Moreover, the teammates participating in this mission are reliable and trustworthy. I believe in you. Motivated by Shirou's words, both Inabi and Tekka nodded fervently. Trusting teammates. They could handle that easily. Normally, they might look down on others, but this time, their teammates were from prominent families, which naturally curbed their arrogance. Captain Shirou, don't worry. We won't disgrace the honor of the Uchiha clan. Good. Go prepare now, we'll gather and set off tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Encouraged by Shirou, the two left, brimming with excitement, as if they had been injected with pure adrenaline. Meanwhile, Yashiro, who had remained calm throughout, silently observed the entire scene. He couldn't help but admire Shirou's skillful leadership. This was what it meant to be a true leader. A Uchiha who only possessed power would inevitably bring disaster upon themselves due to their arrogance. After the two left, Yashiro asked calmly, his tone serious, "Captain Shirou, is there anything else about this mission that I should be aware of?" There was something subtly unusual about this mission. With his wealth of experience, Yashiro had sensed it, but he knew the best course of action was to ask the mission captain directly. Looking at Yashiro's calm demeanor, Shirou's smile deepened with satisfaction. "Yashiro, I've heard of your accomplishments in the police force. For this mission, I hope you can manage relations between the Uchiha and the other ninjas, in addition to overseeing the mining operation." Shirou's words carried a tone of trust. They also conveyed a deeper message: your talent might not be the best, but your calm and strategic mind is what I value most. I'm willing to provide you with the resources you need from the clan. Although Yashiro's strength was decent, at his age within the Uchiha clan, being a two-tomo Sharingan user and a special jonin wasn't considered top tier. This awkward position, coupled with the clan's lack of generational change over the years, had left him without opportunities. Finally given this chance, Yashiro nodded solemnly. "I understand, Captain Shirou. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Inabi and Tekka will handle relations with our teammates, while I'll take care of the other ninjas." Yashiro clearly understood the underlying meaning of the conversation. While Inabi and Tekka would follow orders, their inherent pride made it difficult for them to build relationships with weaker or ordinary ninjas. Thus, Yashiro's point was that while the two would handle relations with the major clans, he would pay attention to the others. Having someone to share the workload was a great relief for Shirou, who smiled warmly and nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you, Yashiro. After all, in terms of mission experience, you're our senior. Captain Shirou, you're too kind." Through this brief exchange, the two gained a deeper understanding of and trust in each other. As Yashiro left, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt fortunate. The rumors about Uchiha Shirou were true. He was bright, approachable, and devoid of arrogance in his demeanor. His pride was ingrained in his bones, not worn on his face. If it had been another arrogant Uchiha acting superior, Yashiro would have been in for a headache. Watching Yashiro leave, Shirou couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Two young chunin with great talent and potential, especially having just awakened their Sharingan due to the war, and one experienced, calm special jonin. Thinking this over, Shirou squinted slightly. Inabi and Tekka could be trained into loyal enforcers, while he owed Yashiro a debt of gratitude for recognizing his worth. Without Shirou's intervention, someone like Yashiro, at his age and with his current abilities, would likely have been dismissed as having no further potential. But Shirou had given him a chance, a final hope. Now, it's time to meet the other teammates. After all, for a long-term mission, maintaining trust is essential. In the rain, Shirou smiled as he went to visit his teammates one by one, starting with those from prominent clans like the Hyuga and Senju, and finally those with civilian backgrounds but noteworthy talent. By familiarizing himself with his teammates and leaving a positive impression, he laid the groundwork for the cooperation they would need over the long term. Chapter 85, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 85. Under the night sky. In the land of rain, where it rains all year round, it is rare to see the moon at night. As Shirou returned to his tent, exhausted, he encountered Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina. "Shirou, you've worked hard," Mikoto said with a smile, stepping forward habitually to take the rain cloak Shirou had removed. Witnessing this, Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but smirk and tease. "So, how does it feel being a captain for the first time? Mikoto came to chat with me and asked you to build your loyal followers. How's the taste of wielding power?" Kushina truly dared to say anything. Growing up in such an environment, she had become accustomed to such matters. Mikoto not taking the lead and instead chatting with her was essentially Mikoto telling Shirou, "I don't have time, so you handle it yourself." It was obvious that Mikoto was pushing all the opportunities to Shirou. Kushina, being bright and competitive, wasn't foolish. How could she not see through this? Entering the tent, Shirou first exchanged a glance with Mikoto, then turned to look at Kushina, a faint smile appearing on his face. "How should I describe this feeling?" It's very different." After sitting down, Shirou took the hot tea Mikoto handed him, and sipped it lightly, and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face as if something had come to mind. The taste of wielding power is comforting and reassuring. Although the pressure is heavy, having power and some strength makes me feel like I'm no longer just an unresisting tool. Shirou did not bother to conceal his attraction to power. Instead, he smiled indulgently, even showing a hint of intoxication in front of Kushina. Before piloting a Gundam, a metaphorical reference, power itself was an essential part of strength, perhaps even a catalyst for rapid growth. After all, resources for ninja training, such as advanced ninjutsu, often required more than just money. They demanded deep connections and foundations. Kushina was momentarily stunned by Shirou's open revelation of his feelings. She had thought of many responses to the topic, but she never expected Shirou to be so straightforward. Can't you at least try to hide it? Typical Uchiha behavior, Kushina finally muttered after a long pause, feeling at a loss for words. He had spoken so plainly, so directly, what else could she even ask? Most people would try to mask their ambitions with some noble excuse, but Shirou. He just openly admitted, power is great. I love it. Sister Mikoto, Kushina finally turned to Mikoto, who simply smiled and nodded in agreement. I believe in Shirou's words, Mikoto said. A man who didn't hide his inner desires for power also had a unique allure. Watching Shirou, Mikoto's face lit up with a smile. Ambition. If Uchiha men had no ambition, could they even be called Uchiha? Feeling like she'd just been force-fed a mouthful of dog food, a term for witnessing public displays of affection, Kushina sighed in exasperation, throwing her hands up in defeat. Fine, fine. Since your Shirou is back, Sister Mikoto, I'll head back and get some rest. The next day. Under the drizzling rain, 21 shadowed figures in cloaks dashed out of the Konoha camp and disappeared into the rainy landscape. Inside the command post, Tsunade gazed at the map before her, a faint smile curling her lips. He's not shy about his greed and enjoyment of power. What an unlikable Uchiha, she mused aloud. Though her words suggested disapproval, Tsunade's face carried a playful smile. She already knew about Kushina's grumbling when she'd returned the night before. The Uchihas were notoriously proud and difficult to approach, yet, ironically, they were also the easiest to deal with. As long as your fists were strong enough, you could earn a Uchiha's respect, it was that simple. Dealing with the Uchihas was far less taxing for Tsunade compared to dealing with the scheming elders of the village. At least with the Uchihas, there was no need for pretense or hidden agendas. Uchihas would tell you what they wanted, and you'd simply need to tell them what price they had to pay in return. The Land of Rain boasted rich mineral resources. Combined with the rise of Hanzo the Salamander, the country had once been a dominant force in the ninja world, nearly becoming the sixth great ninja village. However, after the Land of Rain became a battleground for the major nations, it fell into ruin. The land was filled with displaced refugees, while rogue ninjas and mercenaries from across the ninja world flooded into the country. Ambitious individuals emerged one after another. Even with his immense strength, Hanzo the Salamander could only watch helplessly as his country sank deeper into the mire. Through the drizzling rain and muddy terrain, a squad of 21 Konoha ninjas advanced swiftly. The sound of footsteps splashing through the mud echoed as they pressed forward with determination. Crack! A bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. Captain Shirou, the destination is just ahead. Our station forces are currently under attack by a group of rogue ninjas, someone reported. In the distance, near a small town, a valley echoed with the sound of exploding tags and the clash of battle. Hayashi, Hizashi, guard the perimeter for traps. The rest of you, follow me to repel the enemy forces, Shirou ordered with a serious expression. Yes. War showed no mercy to anyone. Shirou understood this and treated every battle with utmost caution. Within the valley, the relentless explosions of exploding tags filled the air. The residents of the nearby town huddled fearfully in their homes, not daring to step outside. In the valley itself, Konoha ninjas fought fiercely in the pouring rain, trying to fend off their attackers. Damned rogue ninjas. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Fight. Protect the mine at all costs. Don't let anyone seize it. Where are the reinforcements? If they don't arrive soon, we won't last much longer. On a ridge overlooking the valley, a young man with short brown hair and a black ninja outfit watched the battle coldly. If not for the Land of Rain's miserable weather, we wouldn't have let you Konoha ninjas do as you please. The valley was a chaotic mess of ninjutsu clashes, flying kunai, and shuriken. Blood splattered everywhere in the pitched battle of over 100 ninjas. Even elite jonin had to tread carefully in such a large-scale conflict. Hey, you sand brat. My men are fighting, but what about you? When Konoha's reinforcements arrive, can you handle them? The one-eyed leader of the rogue ninjas growled in dissatisfaction at the sand ninja standing beside him, who seemed more interested in watching the chaos than participating. The brown-haired ninja turned, revealing a Sunakage forehead protector. Despite his young face, he radiated an air of steadiness and authority. Don't forget your place. Just because we sand support you doesn't mean you can bark orders at us, the sand ninja scoffed, his tone cold. A small mass of golden sand floated into view, silencing the rogue ninja leader, who lowered his gaze with a grimace. Got it, Jonin Raza. This brown-haired sand ninja, who wielded gold dust, was none other than Raza, the future fourth Kazekage. For now, he was merely a capable Jonin. Back in the valley, a Konoha ninja suddenly let out a desperate shout, pointing toward the sky. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. Raza and the rogue ninja leader both noticed the signal flare in the distance. Seeing the approaching Konoha forces, Raza's lips curled into a cruel smile. Konoha reinforcements. Perfect. We'll bury them all here. The rogue ninja leader grinned savagely as well. Good. We'll deal with the Konoha ninjas in this valley first. Chapter 86, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 86. Credits, Sai Manoj Naila Valley. Outside the valley. Captain Shirou, we've spotted 15 ninjas ahead. They're wearing Sunagakure headbands, and inside the valley, there's a group of Konoha ninjas raced through the rain, their expressions grim. One by one, they pulled out their kunai and shuriken, preparing for battle. Their leader, Uchiha Shirou, wasted no time. He barked coldly. Fire a signal flare. Let our comrades in the valley know reinforcements have arrived. Before Shirou's words had completely fallen, Yashiro, who was by his side, had already fired a brilliant signal flare into the sky. Even under the overcast, rainy sky, the flare, unique to Konoha reinforcements, was unmistakably bright. At the same time, the Konoha ninjas in the valley erupted in cheers the moment they saw the signal. Haha. Reinforcements are here. Hold these rogue ninjas off. Attack. The flare lit up the sky, igniting the fighting spirit of the Konoha ninjas. This sight made the leader of the rogue ninjas frown in disgust and mutter. As expected, I hate ninjas from the great nations the most. This is the difference between rogue ninjas and those backed by a ninja village. When rogues are surrounded, the word reinforcements never even crosses their minds. Above the valley, Raza smirked as he saw the Konoha ninjas approaching from the distance. Without hesitation, he began weaving hand signs. Magnet release, gold sand tsunami. In an instant, waves of golden sand surged down the muddy slope. Simultaneously, over a dozen sand ninjas launched attacks, mixing poisonous fog into the gold sand or casting wind release techniques. The rain might make the gold sand heavier, but in this terrain, it also amplifies its power. As Raza watched the golden sand pour down the valley like a catastrophic flood, its destructive power magnified several times over, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance. It sounded as if a heavy object had struck the ground. In an instant, a massive torrent of muddy water erupted like a waterfall, obstructing their view. Tongue-tooth sticky acid. Taking advantage of the chaos, countless streams of corrosive liquid sprayed upward through the rain, heading straight for the sand ninjas. At the same time, they finally saw what the massive object was. That enormous slug. It's Tsunadeheim's summoning beast, Katsuyu. Raza's smile froze, and the dozen sand ninjas he had brought with him stared in panic at the colossal summoning beast in the distance. Wind release, great breakthrough. In the next moment, countless Konoha ninjas unleashed wind release techniques from their mouths, amplifying and directing the acidic liquid toward the sand ninjas. Defend. Seeing this, Raza's expression turned serious as he quickly manipulated his gold sand to form a defensive wall in front of his comrades. The next moment, the corrosive acid splattered everywhere, sizzling as it landed on the gold sand and water. The appearance of Katsuyu made the sand ninjas believe Tsunade, one of Konoha's elite jonin, had arrived. Not only was she the princess of the Land of Fire, but she was also the commander of the front lines. If she was here, didn't that mean the main forces and elites had also arrived? This realization made Raza grow even more grim. Tsunadeheim's reputation on the battlefield was well known, especially to the sand ninjas. Time and time again, she had neutralized the poisons created by their elder, Chiyo. In the Land of Wind, the name, Slug Princess Tsunade, carried a weight comparable to that of Konoha's White Fang. In the rain, Shirou's summoning of Katsuyu was not just a tactical move, it was a psychological blow to the enemy. As the golden sand tsunami surged like a flood, the Konoha ninjas stood atop Katsuyu, safely avoiding the attack. Lady Katsuyu, this is the first time I've summoned you for battle, Shirou said calmly. Katsuyu's gentle voice echoed, I didn't think you'd see me as anything but a healer. The three great summoning creatures, toads, snakes, and slugs, were widely known. Most believed Katsuyu was purely a medical summoning beast, but few realized the acidic slime she sprayed was so potent that even Manda, the giant snake, avoided confronting her head-on. Boom. The raging golden sand surged like a flood, but Katsuyu's massive body clung to the mountainside, merely swaying slightly. Damn it. Don't let the Konoha ninjas get up here. At that moment, a sand ninja sensory type suddenly opened his eyes in alarm and shouted. Captain Raza, look out above us. Raza instinctively looked up and saw a hawk diving through the rainy clouds. On its back were three figures, weaving hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Wind release, Vacuum Serial Waves. Lightning release, False Darkness. Three powerful jutsu rained down on the sand ninjas from above. Raza's face twisted in fury and shock. The three figures were Uchiha Shirou, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Mikoto. Though Kushina wasn't particularly skilled in wind release, her massive chakra reserves turned quantity into quality. Razor-sharp wind blades slashed through the golden sand defense, creating openings. Mikoto followed up with fire release, spewing fireballs through the gaps in the sand. The coordinated attack left no room for recovery. Finally, Shirou unleashed his B-rank lightning release technique, a lightning spear with immense piercing power. Enhanced by the rain, it struck directly at Raza. The seamless combination of the three different elemental jutsu was a display of perfect teamwork, forcing Raza to shout. "Be careful, everyone. These enemies are..." His warning was cut short as lightning flashed. A streak of blood sprayed through the air. Raza's pupils shrank as he saw a blade, crackling with lightning chakra, pierce through his gold sand shield. If he hadn't dodged in time, the blade would have done more than just graze his shoulder. Blood dripped from his shoulder as Raza retreated, his gold sand crumbling under the relentless lightning. Standing before him was Uchiha Shirou, his blade glowing faintly with lightning chakra. "So, you're Raza of the Sand Village." Gazing at the blood on his Kusanagi sword, Ushiru's eyes flickered with disappointment. Without hesitation, he charged toward Raza. Boom. Explosions erupted as Uchiha Mikoto hurled kunai adorned with explosive tags. The sand ninjas, who had been on the offensive, were now scrambling to defend. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas used the chaos to leap up the valley, engaging the sand ninjas in close combat. The tides had turned. Attack. Wipe out the sand ninjas. The Konoha ninjas roared as they launched their assault. From the beginning, this had been their plan. When the sand ninjas used their advantageous position to attack, Shirou summoned Katsuyu to draw their attention while simultaneously summoning a flying beast. Using the smoke from Katsuyu's summoning as cover, they concealed their airborne assault. The arrival of Katsuyu shocked the sand ninjas, perfectly diverting their focus. The aerial attack from the hawk allowed Shirou to leap down unnoticed, targeting the sand ninja commander directly. With his lightning release weakening Raza's defenses and his Kusanagi enhanced by chakra, Shirou managed to wound Raza. Meanwhile, Mikoto's explosive tag barrage gave the Konoha ninjas enough time to seize the high ground. The meticulous plan worked flawlessly, turning defense into offense. The sand ninjas, having lost their positional advantage, were now in disarray. As for the flying summoning beast, Uchiha Mikoto had acquired it through her clan after an earlier mission in the Land of Grass. By chance, it turned out to be the same hawk Sasuke would later summon in the future. Though the hawk lacked offensive capabilities, its rarity as a flying summon gave the Konoha ninjas a significant advantage. Chapter 87, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 87. Credits, novel reader. Clang, clang. In the rain, sparks flew violently as Raza hastily wielded his kunai to fend off Shirou's relentless attacks. The moment he leaped down from the sky, Shirou activated his cursed seal state. His face was covered with black markings, dramatically enhancing both his strength and speed. Under these eyes, I've already seen through everything about you. The cold voice echoed in the rain, but Shirou wasn't just trying to show off, he was playing a psychological game. Amid this high-speed close-quarters combat, Raza, who was already not skilled in taijutsu and was nursing an injured shoulder, felt utterly suppressed. It seems Konoha's Uchiha underestimates me. Do you think relying on lightning release is enough to counter me? Raza roared furiously, and in an instant, the surrounding gold dust erupted violently, sweeping across the battlefield like a storm. Raza, Jonin of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, adept in magnet release, gold dust, and possessing wind, water, and earth chakra natures. Calm and trusted by the third Kazekage. With his body crackling with lightning, Shirou continuously pressured Raza into close combat. Wearing a relaxed, confident smile, he recited Raza's information aloud as if mocking him, making no attempt to hide it from the other ninjas on the battlefield. Your magnet release is indeed powerful, but Konoha's intelligence unit isn't useless. Your gold dust is naturally heavier than ordinary sand, and in this rainy weather, how fast can it even move? Besides, when your gold dust mixes with water, it becomes conductive. My lightning release counters you perfectly. When those words left his mouth, Raza's face immediately turned pale with anger. Gritting his teeth, he coldly retorted. Konoha has indeed spent a lot of effort gathering intelligence on us sand ninjas. With a sharp shout, Raza attacked with his gold dust, but Shirou dodged with incredible speed, making it impossible for the gold dust to catch up. Even when some large-scale attacks with gold dust came his way, Shirou's sharp Kusanagi sword, enhanced with the cutting properties of lightning release chakra, sliced through the gold dust with ease, destabilizing its structure and scattering it midair. Damn Uchiha. Raza was furious under Shirou's relentless pressure. At the start of the battle, the sand ninjas had the high ground advantage, using the terrain to let their heavier gold dust sweep down like an avalanche. They thought they had the upper hand, until a summoned flying ninja beast ruined their plans. Boom. 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 With the terrain advantage lost, Konoha and Sunagekure ninjas clashed head-on, their various jutsu and puppets colliding violently in the rain. Damn it, why are there so many Konoha ninjas here? The Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan. The Aburame clan too. And this monstrous strength, damn, even the Senju clan. Who leaked our intelligence? The sand ninjas, already outnumbered, were overwhelmed when the battle began. They couldn't help but feel utterly suppressed. What kind of enemies are these? It was as if half of Konoha's elite clan ninjas had arrived, leading the sand ninjas to suspect their intelligence had been leaked. Otherwise, how could Konoha be so well prepared? The gold dust tried to capture Shirou's silhouette but soaked with rainwater, its speed was visibly reduced. Although the high ground and rainwater made the gold dust heavier and theoretically stronger, the rain also restricted its mobility. The increased weight consumed significantly more chakra, prompting Raza to shout angrily. Uchiha! Don't underestimate the will of the sand ninjas. With a furious roar, the raging gold dust formed a terrifying wall in front of him. Shirou, holding his lightning-charged Kusanagi sword, immediately pierced through the wall, closing in on Raza and leaving no room for him to perform any jutsu. Raza, the future fourth Kazekage, felt as though his every move was being countered. He was not only frustrated but infuriated. Squelch! When the Kusanagi sword pierced into Raza's body, the sensation of flesh being pierced caused Shirou's expression to change instantly. Something was wrong. The next moment, the furious Raza revealed a sly smile. His body crumbled into gold dust, and from behind came the sound of an aerial assault. Flying ability, huh? It seems I'm even better at it. Boom. Terrifying gold dust transformed into giant hands, attacking relentlessly. Shirou dodged frantically, realizing only then what had happened. It turned out that during the moment when the gold dust wall blocked Shirou's vision, Raza had hidden his real body within the gold dust and used a clone to distract him. This allowed Raza to widen the distance and prepare his next jutsu. In the steady drizzle, Raza stood atop a platform of flying gold dust, blood flowing from his shoulder but continuing to manipulate his gold dust to attack. A jonin of the Uchiha clan at your age, capable of summoning slugs, looks like you're the one with close ties to Tsunade Hime. The youngest jonin in Konoha's history to create an A-rank jutsu at just 13. Raza said as he continued his relentless assault with his gold dust, turning the tide of the battle once more. On the ground, Shirou, moving at lightning speed with the help of his lightning release-enhanced body, managed to avoid the attacks for now. But it was clear he couldn't keep this up for long. Raza, a jutsu-oriented ninja, had a deep chakra reserve. Your tactics are good, but against real strength, tactics can only serve as support. With a roar, Raza sent gold dust surging from all directions. Shirou's expression turned serious. It was clear that the future fourth Kazekage, often deemed the weakest of the Kage, was not to be underestimated. After all, among so many sand ninjas, Raza had risen to the rank of Kage, making him one of the strongest in the ninja world. Even in the disadvantageous terrain of the Land of Rain, Raza's strength was enough to prove his capabilities. Lightning release, Earth Walk. Forming hand seals, Shirou released lightning release that coursed through the rain-soaked ground. The electricity spread across the puddles, traveling to the gold dust and destabilizing it by disrupting the chakra flow. Boom. 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 The surrounding gold dust collapsed like quicksand under the surge of lightning. The Land of Rain, how annoying. Standing atop his gold dust in the air, Raza frowned as he watched his jutsu being countered. The rainy terrain amplified the power of lightning release and increased his chakra consumption. It was clear that the environment gave Shirou the upper hand. A moment later, countless shuriken flew toward Raza. From up here, you can't touch me. Effortlessly dodging the attack, Raza's expression suddenly shifted as he noticed glinting wires in the air. Wires. The shuriken had been attached to steel wires, which formed an intricate web that bound Raza tightly. His eyes widened in shock. Manipulated shuriken technique. With his Sharingan's 3 tomo spinning, Shirou smiled victoriously. Holding and biting the steel wires, he yanked Raza into a tight bind and completed his hand seals before Raza could react. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Taking a deep breath, Shirou unleashed a blazing dragon-shaped fire stream along the steel wires. Even in the rain, the fire's intensity was terrifying, illuminating the sky and drawing cries of shock from the surrounding sand ninjas. Chapter 88, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 88. Captain. Amidst the startled cries of the sand ninja, Raza, who was floating in the sky, suddenly erupted into flames. However, as the flames in the sky dissipated, what was revealed was a sand clone, heated red and crystallized by the fire. Sand clone. Seeing this, Shirou below frowned, his expression turning grim. The Sharingan is terrifying. I almost failed to dodge in time. The sound of Raza's labored breathing echoed in the air. Behind the cracking, smoke-emitting sand clone, a figure appeared. It turned out that the moment Raza noticed the kunai was connected to a wire, he had used the sand clone as a shield in front of him. Capitalizing on the distraction, he had concealed himself from Shirou's sight below. As expected of the Uchiha. Still shaken, Raza ascended even higher on his flying gold sand, as if seeking safety at a greater altitude. The shuriken manipulation technique unique to the Uchiha clan was indeed a remarkable skill in the ninja world. It had almost caught Raza off guard. Even Sasuke in later years continued to use this technique, showcasing its practicality and low chakra consumption. More importantly, it was highly covert, only the Sharingan's insight could fully utilize its potential. Now, it's my turn. Before Raza could finish his sentence, his words abruptly halted. A whistling sound suddenly came from behind him, prompting him to hurriedly turn around. Two massive Fuma shurikens were hurtling toward him. The shuriken manipulation technique isn't over yet. At this moment, Shirou's face revealed a triumphant smile. Biting down on the steel wire, he gave it a hard pull. The fire-style technique he had used earlier had also served to disguise these two massive Fuma shurikens. You've managed this much. As expected of Uchiha. However, after recovering from his initial shock, Raza smiled. A circular shield of gold sand instantly formed in front of him. Two mere Fuma shurikens were hardly capable of breaking through his defense. At the same time, below, Shirou, still pulling the steel wire, smirked and said, "But can your gold sand defend against my original A-rank technique?" With a puff of smoke, one of the massive Fuma shurikens transformed into the figure of Uchiha Shirou. Simultaneously, the figure below vanished in a cloud of smoke. A transformation technique. And a shadow clone. In that instant, as their gazes locked, Raza's gold sand shield thickened rapidly. However, his pupils shrank in fear when he saw a glowing blue chakra sphere forming in Shirou's hand. A-rank, Seal-less ninjutsu, Raiznan. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the Raiznan tore through the gold sand shield, scattering it in all directions. The spinning chakra sphere obliterated the defense in an instant. As the Raiznan pierced through the shield, its blue glow illuminated Raza's face. His pupils contracted in disbelief. No. Impossible. In Raza's shocked eyes, his gold sand was shredded like paper. The Raiznan struck his abdomen in an instant. Captain Raza. The sand ninjas around cried out in panic. A deafening explosion echoed across the battlefield as Raza was hurled into the air like a cannonball, spinning from the impact. Watching this scene, Shirou smiled. Earlier, he had used a shadow clone technique under the cover of his fire-style attack, transforming his real body into a Fuma shuriken. This strategy was inspired by many classic tactics from the original Naruto series, and it didn't disappoint, it yielded a brilliant result. As expected. In the early stages of ninja combat, before anyone could fight like overpowered magicians, battles between ninjas were still determined by intelligence and strategy. Retreat. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the heavily injured Raza endured the pain and manipulated his gold sand to catch himself while issuing a retreat order. At this moment, Raza bore a spiral-shaped wound on his abdomen, with fragments of gold sand scattered around it. If not for his gold sand armor providing some protection at the last moment, the A-rank Raiznan would have likely ended his life. Retreat. Following Raza's command, the surrounding sand ninjas, though unwilling, began retreating in an orderly fashion. On Konoha's side, cheers erupted. Shirou, the young Jonin commander, had solidified his prestige with his strength and accomplishments. Do not pursue them. Hizashi takes 2 squads to maintain vigilance against any counterattacks from the sand ninjas. The rest of you, push into the valley to support our comrades. Shirou's calm and decisive orders left no room for doubt. It was clear that the sand ninjas, as elite forces, would have prepared a retreat plan beforehand, littering their path with traps. Pursuing them recklessly could lead to disaster, especially if they were ambushed by rogue ninjas from behind. Their priority was to protect the mine and its secret. Yes, sir. Ninjas respected strength. As long as you were powerful enough to lead them to victory and survival, they would follow you without question. Raza, an elite jonin of the sand village renowned in the land of wind, had been defeated, not just repelled but thoroughly beaten. And it had happened before their very eyes. Kill the rogue ninjas. Konoha's morale surged, while the rogue ninjas in the valley remained oblivious to Raza's defeat. Only the rogue ninja leader and a few others guarding the outskirts saw Raza's failure and fled in panic. Sand ninjas. Raza, you're nothing but a useless coward. The one-eyed rogue ninja roared in frustration. Years of effort spent gathering his forces had been wiped out in a single battle. A complete loss. Shirou. Hearing Uchiha Mikoto's concerned call, Uzumaki Kushina opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Shirou, however, waved it off calmly and said, "I'm fine. Stay vigilant for the battles ahead." Though he claimed to be fine, his forearm was visibly bruised, a result of the immense pressure from Raza's gold sand shield when he struck it with the Raise-Non. This victory was achieved through a deep understanding of Raza's abilities and careful planning. Raza, unfamiliar with Shirou, had fallen victim to his strategy. Additionally, the rainy terrain had weighed down Raza's gold sand, reducing its speed and increasing his chakra consumption. Otherwise, defeating a seasoned jonin like Raza wouldn't have been so easy. Rush out. Damn those sand ninjas for abandoning us. Run. The rogue ninjas, seeing the tide turning against them, had no will to fight and desperately attempted to flee. Shirou, observing their panicked retreat, calmly issued a new order. Focus on wounding them. Do not engage in deadly combat. Yes, sir. Support our allies. Medical ninjas, prepare to treat the wounded. Recon squads, stay on alert. Having experienced the battlefield, Shirou remained composed, issuing clear and effective commands. The rogue ninjas, now injured and fleeing, would not get far. Without a stable base, Rogue and Missing Nin were like stray dogs. Injuries would only lead to abandonment or infighting among their ranks. In ninja warfare, deception was always at the forefront. A single mistake could lead to a bloody lesson, and Shirou refused to take any unnecessary risks. Preserving his forces while weakening the enemy, that was the mark of a wise commander. Chapter 89, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 89. The Mountain Valley mine successfully repelled the enemies, and the nearby town had long grown accustomed to the ravages of war. As the sounds of battle from the distant valley gradually faded, the Konoha ninjas continued patrolling the town. Meanwhile, the town's residents, one by one, numbly walked out of their homes and resumed their busy lives to survive. However, in the tallest building in the town, reinforcements from the Konoha had already arrived. Captain Shirou, this group of sand and rogue ninjas is an elite squad that had infiltrated our jurisdiction. This time, Captain Shirou managed to severely wound the sand ninja elite jonin, Raza. The cold rain tapped against the glass as Shirou, seated inside the building, tiredly rubbed his temples, listening intently to the report from the station Konoha ninjas. He nodded occasionally as he absorbed the information. It was common for ninjas to infiltrate enemy territory to carry out assassinations and sow chaos. Such tactics were a standard practice among all ninja nations. This town originally had a population of over 1,000. However, due to the war, wealthy merchants and prominent figures fled, leaving the town desolate. However, the war has also caused an influx of refugees. Currently, there are 48 ninjas stationed in the town and guarding the mine. Adding the reinforcements brought by Captain Shirou, our total number of ninjas includes jonin, chunin. Inside the room, representatives from prominent clans such as the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Aburame listened intently to the situation concerning their station. As the newly appointed commander, Uchiha Shirou nodded gravely after hearing the report. Under the impact of the Land of Rain's chaos, we should continue ninja patrols to maintain order in this town. At the same time, the rogue ninja's surprise attack on the mine has caused us significant losses. Although the residents of the Land of Rain harbor resentment toward us as foreign ninjas, the ongoing war has also led to a severe food shortage here. Especially among the younger refugees, who can be recruited to continue mining. After hearing the report, Shirou didn't make significant changes but calmly began restoring order and stability to the area. Additionally, enhance reconnaissance and patrols on the outskirts. We cannot allow another incident like this to occur. Among our team, we have ninjas who excel at reconnaissance. At this point, Shirou's gaze shifted toward the Hyuga clan members with their Byakugan. Hyuga Hizashi, from the branch family, remained silent, as he had no authority to speak. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi, from the main family, solemnly nodded. The reconnaissance mission will be entrusted to the Hyuga clan. Given the Byakugan's abilities, it was natural for the Hyuga to handle reconnaissance. Seeing this, Shirou smiled and nodded. This time, many ninjas were injured and are currently recovering. Hayashi, I'll leave reconnaissance to you, along with 6 ninja squads under your command. Hearing this, a rare smile appeared on Hayashi's usually stern face. Being entrusted with such an important task, even in the presence of the Senju and Uchiha, clearly satisfied the Hyuga. Next, Shirou turned to the previous leader here, a jonin from the Senju clan. Senju Moku, continue to oversee the town. The mine will be jointly supervised by Uchiha Yashiro and the Aburame clan. The rest should prepare for combat at any time. Yes. Shirou's calm orders left the ninjas from each clan with smiles of satisfaction. At the very least, the Uchiha did not arrogantly monopolize power this time. Instead, tasks and responsibilities were distributed fairly, ensuring everyone was content. After assuming command, Shirou issued his orders with composure, without disrupting the existing arrangements. He also showed respect to the ninjas already stationed there, which caused many to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It must be said that power is alluring, and a man who wields it confidently is even more so. Uchiha Mikoto's proud smile reflected this sentiment, while Uzumaki Kushina, stealing glances at him, found her cheeks growing warm before pretending to act indifferent. In the previous battle, Shirou had proven his qualifications as a Jonin commander through his strength and tactics. Now, inside this room, he demonstrated his administrative competence. This left many present nodding in approval. It was no wonder Princess Tsunade had chosen Uchiha Shirou for the task. He didn't hoard credit or act arrogantly. Even civilian ninjas received proper arrangements. Caught between the great nations, the Land of Rain had become a battlefield, with large portions of its land falling under the control of ninja armies from the major powers. The Konoha and Sand villages, under the banner of ending the war, waged battles freely on foreign soil, greedily plundering the Land of Rain's resources. Meanwhile, the Iwa village, though not openly waging war, pretended to aid the Land of Rain. This left Hanzo of the Salamander, the so-called demigod of the rain, with no choice but to swallow his pride and accept reality. The Land of Rain was forced to exchange its precious iron resources for food, medical supplies, and other essentials from the Land of Earth. At the Konoha command post in the Land of Rain, Shirou is truly surprising. Looking at the battle report, Tsunade first showed astonishment, then smiled. Uchiha Shirou, the Konoha's youngest genius Jonin, had defeated the Sand Village's elite Jonin, Raza. News of this would undoubtedly dampen the morale of the Sand Ninjas. But Shirou sure is ambitious. Though surprised by Shirou's victory over the renowned Raza, the report also revealed Shirou's subtle and overt requests for additional personnel. Upon reading this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel exasperated. The number of ninjas assigned to just one town has already exceeded the standard, and he's still asking for more people. How greedy can he get? Though her tone carried a hint of criticism, her eyes sparkled with amusement. Shirou's unabashed display of ambition reassured her that she hadn't misjudged him. A ninja without the desire to grow stronger or rise higher would never go far. Especially among the Uchiha, what would they be without their characteristic pride and ambition? Still, the Sand Ninjas harassment squad has already penetrated this far. Setting the report aside, Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she studied the map and tapped her fingers rhythmically. That old hag Chiyo is getting bold. It seems the pressure isn't strong enough yet. At the Sand Village command post in the Land of Rain. Raza, what's the meaning of this? How could you lose to a kid? Elder Chiyo glared at Raza, who lay injured on his hospital bed, her expression filled with dissatisfaction. Elder Chiyo. Raza, though filled with frustration, maintained his composure and replied in a steady voice. My intel was leaked. The Konoha ninjas knew all about my techniques and planned their strategy accordingly. However, I won't deny it, Uchiha Shirou, the Konoha's youngest Jonin, is indeed strong. He's extremely skilled in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shurikenjutsu. Moreover, he has close ties to Tsunade and is proficient in medical ninjutsu as well as Sharingan-based genjutsu. Hearing this, Elder Chiyo scoffed. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, Sharingan genjutsu, a calm analytical mind, a talent for strategy, close ties to the Konoha's slug princess, and medical ninjutsu. So, he's a jack-of-all-trades ninja, is he? A versatile ninja. Elder Chiyo herself was just such a person. As a top-tier puppeteer with exceptional skills in taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, her strength was unmatched. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, she had even earned the title of one of the rivals of Hanzo of the Salamander. Chapter 90, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 90. Credits, your age just a game. Elder Chiyo. At this moment, Raza opened his mouth hoarsely. The pain emanating from his abdomen silenced him. He had lost this battle, and no matter how much he argued, others would only think he was making excuses. Seeing Raza in such a state, Elder Chiyo's initially grim expression softened slightly. However, her temper still flared as she scoffed coldly. Humph, the Konoha ninjas are truly despicable. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, your combat effectiveness was greatly reduced, and it just so happened that you encountered Konoha's genius ninja. Do you think this was a coincidence? Hearing Elder Chiyo's analysis, Raza suddenly seemed to realize something, and his expression immediately turned to shock. Elder Chiyo, are you saying? That's right. Elder Chiyo nodded coldly. The information leaked is likely not just about you. Perhaps from the very beginning, the moment you infiltrated, you had already fallen into the sight of that scheming, slug woman. She then formulated a detailed strategy to ensure this youngest Konoha genius could make a name for himself. At this point, Elder Chiyo seemed to connect all the dots, her anger causing her to gnash her teeth. That slug woman Tsunade truly spared no expense. To promote her little lover, she specifically orchestrated this battle for fame. Otherwise, how could an ordinary iron mine attract so many elite ninjas from Konoha? At this moment, everything in Elder Chiyo's mind finally connected, forming a complete picture. After all, she couldn't have imagined that a seemingly ordinary iron mine would contain chakra metal. Tsunade had planned everything for her young lover, and of course, to demoralize the Sand Shinobi. But this, Chiyo refused to admit, it was all for Tsunade's selfish reasons. And just before I arrived, I received an interesting piece of intel. Raza, I'll need your cooperation. Elder Chiyo pulled out a green scroll from her ninja pouch. Raza opened the scroll and, upon reading the contents, his expression turned grim. Elder Chiyo, this appears to be about an internal traitor in the Land of Fire, not a spy. Every nation and village trains spies, but there are always those who, for various reasons, betray their village. A traitor. Hearing Raza's words, Elder Chiyo let out a disdainful scoff. This traitor's rank isn't low at all. They even know about the discord between the Senju clan and the third Hokage within Konoha, as well as the alliance between the Uchiha and the Senju. They've revealed everything, down to the last detail. Don't you think this traitor's methods resemble those of certain rats scurrying in the darkness? Raza's mind suddenly clicked, and he blurted out, Elder, are you saying Konoha's root? In that instant, all the pieces of information connected. The intel revealed that after the incident with the first Hokage's grandson, Nawaki, discord arose between the Senju clan and Konoha's upper echelons. Following that, the Uchiha and Senju formed an alliance. Chiyo, well aware of the dirty political struggles within villages, immediately recognized this as Root's doing, an attempt to manipulate them to achieve their goals. Who else but that sinister Danzo Shimura would employ such tactics? Although Raza was an elite jonin, his knowledge of Konoha's internal affairs was limited. He frowned and asked, Elder Chiyo, if this is the work of Danzo, what is his intention? To inform us of Konoha's internal divisions? To cause our front lines to fail? Raza was filled with confusion. There were far too many suspicious elements in this situation. However, Elder Chiyo laughed. Raza, you know too little about Danzo Shimura. This man isn't as simple as you think. Danzo Shimura has always harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage. Over the years, he's made countless efforts towards this goal. As for leaking this information, it's only a matter of time before such things are uncovered by those paying attention. Moreover, Konoha's internal divisions, exacerbated by the war, have already found an outlet in their enemies. Even if we, their adversaries, know about these divisions, what can we do? Elder Chiyo remained cautious. Danzo Shimura truly was like a rat lurking in the sewers. To weaken the Senju Uchiha alliance? To further solidify the third Hokage Sarutobi's position? Or perhaps to deliberately hold back when facing the Senju and Uchiha? This is war, not child's play. If holding back isn't an option, then all we can do is help the slug woman bolster her fame. Danzo remains as conniving as ever. This plot left them no choice but to play along. By elevating Tsunade's status and the Uchiha's reputation, they could sow seeds of division within Konoha in the long run. Elder Chiyo, are you saying? After hearing Elder Chiyo's explanation of Danzo's ambitions, Raza seemed to grasp her intent. Elder Chiyo nodded calmly. That's why I said I need your cooperation, Raza. Since Danzo wants to use external forces, we might as well play along, and even add fuel to the fire. Spread this intel to other villages. At the same time, on the battlefield, have our ninjas spread the word about the strength of Tsunade and the Uchiha. We can even issue an order, if any of our ninjas encounter the Sharingan in one-on-one combat, they are to retreat. In two-on-one situations, they should resort to ambush tactics. As for this youngest Konoha genius ninja, we'll build him up as the most talented young shinobi in the world. Elder Chiyo grinned. After all, the Sharingan was notoriously overpowered. Many elite shinobi from other villages had foolishly fought against it head-on, resulting in heavy losses. Sand had already planned to issue an order about avoiding direct combat with the Sharingan, and now they had a perfect excuse. I understand, Elder Chiyo. I'll personally declare the strength of this young Uchiha Jonin to the outside world. Raza nodded solemnly, earning a rare look of approval from Elder Chiyo. Raza, use your prestige to pave the way for this brat. I know you're unwilling, but this is the reality of war between nations. Elder Chiyo's words were meant to console him, but Raza firmly shook his head. Elder Chiyo, I understand that everything we're doing is for the Land of Wind. And this time, I truly lost. A ninja's battles are never fair. Seeing Raza's willingness to prioritize the greater good, Elder Chiyo smiled in satisfaction. Don't worry. Publicly declaring the Uchiha's strength is a good thing. After all, Konoha's enemies on the battlefield aren't just a sand shinobi. At this point, Elder Chiyo's smile widened. She could already imagine Hanzo, the leader of the Land of Rain, becoming alarmed, along with the old warlords of the Land of Earth. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Sand Shinobi publicly declared the strength of the Uchiha's Sharingan and issued an order. If any Sand Ninja encountered the Sharingan, they were to retreat one-on-one and ambush in two-on-one scenarios. The Sharingan's reputation soared once again across the Shinobi world. At the same time, Konoha's youngest Jonin, Uchiha Shirou, made a name for himself by defeating the elite Sand Jonin, Raza. Afterward, even Raza himself publicly acknowledged the power of the Sharingan. Upon hearing this news, Shirou, stationed in the Land of Rain, couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn that old hag Chiyo, what a cunning move. This intel had, of course, been leaked by Shirou himself. The Konoha police force captured countless spies every year, and he knew exactly which channels were used to pass information to the Sand Village. He had hoped to use external forces to further solidify the Senju-Uchiha alliance. While his plan had succeeded, it had also unintentionally placed him in the spotlight. As for leaking this intel, Shirou, familiar with the root's underhanded methods, felt no guilt whatsoever. Konoha was firmly under the control of the third Hokage and his inner circle. With no room for reconciliation between the Uchiha and the higher-ups, Shirou believed that only by destabilizing the village could the Uchiha seize an opportunity. P.S. Politics hurts my head. Chapter 91, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 91. Credits, your age just a game. Konoha. Danzo, you've gone too far. This is wartime. Inside the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo's face was ashen. He was already feeling aggrieved as Mito Kato Hamura and Utatane Koharu stared at him with dissatisfaction. However, sitting at the Hokage's desk, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained silent for a long moment. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he looked at Danzo and said in a faint but stern tone. Danzo, I understand your dream of becoming Hokage, but this is wartime. The root must prioritize external threats. This is the last warning. Danzo was already feeling stifled by the distrust from Hamura and Koharu, but Hiruzen's warning made his anger boil over. Hiruzen. Do you see me, Shimura Danzo, as that kind of person? For the first time, Danzo felt so wronged. For years, he had been the one leading the root, stirring up trouble everywhere. And now, someone was pinning the blame on him. What infuriated him, even more, was Sarutobi Hiruzen's silent expression when the matter of a recent leak of intelligence came up. It conveyed, if not you, then who else? Don't I know you by now? Danzo, we are comrades. Hearing Hamura and Koharu call him a comrade almost made Danzo spit blood. This was unbearable. He was truly innocent this time. But the methods involved in the leak were so similar to his own that if he didn't know better, he might have suspected himself. The root will thoroughly investigate this matter. Danzo's voice was filled with suppressed rage. As he spoke, he suddenly froze. He realized that the three of them were united against him, without him even noticing. How could such critical information have been leaked so easily? Who had the capability, and who stood to benefit the most? Suddenly, a thought struck Danzo. Other than himself, who stood to gain the most from this incident? The rising fame of the Uchiha and Senju clans would simultaneously sow a dangerous notion among the ninjas of Konoha, that the authority of the Hokage was being undermined. If this matter were exposed publicly, it would isolate the powerful clans of Senju and Uchiha, showing the village that these clans held too much power, enough to threaten the Hokage. Realizing this, Danzo's anger surged. He shot a fierce glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen. You sly monkey! This isn't over. The Land of Rain, a country perpetually shrouded in rain, was struggling under the overwhelming power of the great nations. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, known as a demigod, found himself at a loss. Years of war had devastated the Land of Rain's economy. Its civilians were displaced, bandits and rogue ninjas were everywhere, and ambitious factions thrived in the chaos. A Megakure. Lord Hanzo, this is the latest intelligence. The Sand is preparing to seek a truce with us and join forces against Konoha. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Hanzo, wearing his trademark gas mask, let out a cold, sinister laugh. Heh. That old hag Chiyo is truly cunning. She occupies our land, pillages our resources, and now she wants an alliance. These great nations are even more shameless than us small ones. The Second Shinobi War had dragged on for so long that the once ambitious Hanzo, who had dreamed of establishing a sixth great ninja village, had lost much of his fighting spirit. Now, all he wanted was for the war to end quickly. Lord Hanzo. Faced with his trusted aide, Hanzo fell silent for a long while before speaking in a hoarse voice. Inform the Sand. The Rain is willing to ally with them to fight Konoha. Yes, sir. After his aide left, Hanzo lowered his head, staring silently at the map on his desk. His eyes were filled with boundless anger. The Sand is greedy, but Konoha is no better. They spread their wars into small nations like ours. And the Land of Earth, they're the worst, taking advantage of the chaos. This time, Hanzo saw the true faces of the so-called great nations, greedy and hypocritical. The Land of Earth, under the guise of peace, exploited the Land of Rain with cheap grain in exchange for precious resources. This war has gone on for too long. Either we join forces with the Sand to defeat Konoha, pushing the war into the Land of Fire's borders, or... Hanzo's eyes narrowed as his fingers hovered over Konoha's position on the map. We ally with Konoha to end this war quickly. The Sand and the IWA were greedy, and Konoha was no better. But there was one key difference: Konoha, like him, wanted the war to end swiftly. The longer the war dragged on, the greater the risk of Cloud or Mist joining in, a scenario Konoha wanted to avoid at all costs. Perhaps we can hold a dialogue with Konoha. At this thought, Hanzo glanced at the alliance scroll sent by the Sand and scoffed. To deal with these great nations, we must show strength. Otherwise, the Land of Rain will forever remain a minor player. The soft patter of rain on the window created a misty atmosphere. In a desolate town, scattered civilians cautiously purchased precious supplies. Captain Shirou, the wounded have all recovered, and the disabled ninjas have been sent back to the village. However, outside, the civilians of the Land of Rain were starving and cold. But inside a nearby building, a table was laden with extravagant goods. It had been over 3 months since they arrived here. At just 14 years old, Uchiha Shirou had grown tougher and more commanding. His aura of authority was palpable. What about the disabled ninjas? Hearing the report, Shirou raised his head, a look of doubt flashing across his face. The reporting ninja smiled bitterly and replied. Captain Shirou, your expectations are too high. Given the current state of the ninja world, most disabled ninjas are assigned to transport supplies in the rear. As for positions within the village. What about positions within the village? The Uchiha member shook his head with a sigh and explained. The academy instructors and Chunin team leaders are already fully staffed. Even if there are openings, how many can we accommodate? And those positions are already highly sought after by the Hokage and the higher-ups. Hearing this, Shirou remained unusually calm. He turned his head to gaze out the window. So, most of these disabled ninjas are being sent on missions as rogue or missing mean to create chaos in small and enemy countries, is that correct? Ninjas are valuable resources. How could they be wasted? Disabled or not, they would still be used. Shirou's calm tone made the reporting ninja nod silently. It was an undeniable truth. For those under my command, ensure the disabled are properly taken care of. Didn't the police force want to offload some of their tedious patrol duties? Assign the less severely disabled to those tasks. Do what we can. Let's not make our comrades bleed and cry. Shirou's calm voice carried through the room, just as the door opened, allowing nearby ninjas to overhear. They were stunned. This was the first time anyone cared so much about the disabled ninjas. Even the compassionate third Hokage only focused on the academy's future. A warm current flowed through their hearts. Perhaps this young genius, the youngest jonin of the Uchiha, wasn't as cold as rumors suggested. Though hesitant, the Uchiha member nodded. Shirou's calm gaze made it clear that his decision was final. Yes, I'll do my best to arrange it. While logic told him this was a waste of resources, his heart swelled with warmth. Serving under such a leader was reassuring, even in death. Shirou's calm exterior masked his understanding of the situation. What he was doing required effort and long-term investment, but he had no choice. If he had options, the academy and orphan ninja would have been his top priorities. But those were tightly controlled by the third Hokage. All he could do was invest in disabled ninjas, hoping their descendants would grow strong. Thankfully, time was on his side. At his age, he could afford to plant seeds and wait for them to grow. His true stage would come during the Third Shinobi War after the third Hokage stepped down. That war would be his stage, one he had long prepared for. Chapter 92, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 92. Credits, your age just a game. Inside the room. Captain Shirou, here are the latest mining statistics. After reporting on prior matters, representatives from the Senju, Aburame, Hyuga, and other clans, along with Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina, gathered in the office. Everyone, please take a look at the recent mining statistics. As the group sat down, Shirou smiled and signaled Uchiha Yashiro to distribute the statistical scrolls for everyone to review. This area, seemingly a relatively safe space for Tsunade to nurture potential ninjas from various clans, had a deeper significance. Shirou had long suspected something unusual about the mine due to its repeated mentions. As expected, during the continuous excavation of this vein, they discovered that the deepest layer of ore was rich in chakra properties. In simple terms, it contained an exceptionally high amount of chakra metal, a precious resource. Chakra metal, a highly valuable strategic material, was so rare that even among the 5 great nations, only a small number of jonin possessed chakra-infused weapons. Its value was self-evident. What pleased Shirou even more was that Tsunade, after all her experiences, had matured significantly. She now understood that monopolizing resources would only lead to isolation, while sharing them with allied clans could strengthen their bonds. As Shirou habitually tapped his fingers on the wooden desk, he patiently waited for everyone to finish reading the report. Once they were done, he smiled and said softly. After 3 months of mining and refining, we've extracted a total of 12.8 pounds of chakra metal. Hearing this, everyone became visibly serious. Even Hyuga Hayashi, a member of a prestigious clan, adopted a grave expression. It was time to divide the spoils. Everyone wondered how Shirou would handle the distribution. Looking at the group, Shirou spoke softly. This vein was discovered by the Senju. I propose that they receive 30%. What do you all think? Hyuga Hayashi and Aburame Shibi, the young clan leaders of their respective families, nodded in agreement. We support Captain Shirou's proposal. No one objected to Shirou's suggestion. Senju Moku, upon hearing this, smiled, recognizing that Shirou was fair and free from prejudice. Unlike the stereotypical arrogant and self-centered Uchiha, this one was open to others' opinions. Even Uzumaki Kushina, representing the Senju faction for the first time, smiled and nodded. Since she had decided to take over from Mito to protect the Senju clan, she now considered herself part of them. After all, the Senju had opened all their resources to nurture her. Shirou continued, smiling. As for the remaining 70%, I propose the following: Uchiha, Hyuga, and Aburame each take 20%, while the last 10% is sold to other clans. The funds raised will be used to supplement war-related compensation. After all, many civilian ninjas are still fighting alongside us. If something happens to them, the village's war pensions, as you all know, are quite limited. War compensation for fallen ninjas was notoriously meager. Unless their descendants had the potential to become ninjas, their families would receive little support. Shirou's proposal left the group momentarily stunned. Hyuga Hayashi exchanged a surprised glance with Aburame Shibi. Hayashi had expected a hierarchy where Senju would get the most, followed by Uchiha, then Hyuga, and finally Aburame. Instead, the distribution was unexpectedly even. Aburame Shibi, after recovering from his surprise, looked grateful. It was clear that Shirou valued the Aburame clan as equals. Although Hayashi frowned, wanting to say something, he refrained when he saw that Uchiha's share was the same as Hyuga's. I have no objections. Agreed. After all, those civilian ninjas are also our comrades. Once everyone agreed, Shirou smiled. The Senju receiving an extra 10% requires no further explanation. Of course, this is just the current distribution. For future shares, I believe one principle should be clear: those who contribute more will receive more, and those with greater battle achievements will be rewarded accordingly. Uchiha, Hyuga, and Aburame will each have a fixed share of 15%, while the remaining share will depend on contributions. Senju, as the discoverers, will retain a fixed 20% share. As Uchiha Shirou spoke, Senju Muko and Uzumaki Kushina exchanged a glance. Kushina took a deep breath and interrupted. The Senju are willing to give up 5% and will settle for a fixed 20% share. This unexpected statement shocked Shirou. He turned to look at the composed Senju Muko, a middle-aged jonin, and smiled. No wonder Tsunade entrusted this matter to Senju Muko. His calm and steady demeanor was evident. Kushina's phrasing was key. She said, give up rather than only take, a significant difference. Senju Muko wasn't foolish. Given the Senju clan's diminished strength, they wouldn't be able to outshine Uchiha or Hyuga in future battles. Additionally, the Senju's accumulated wealth over the years meant they didn't urgently need this resource. By generously giving up a small portion, they could gain goodwill from the other clans. With a fixed 20% share as the discoverers, they had nothing to lose. Satisfied with the chakra metals distribution, Shirou pointed to the refined iron data in the report. These are high-quality materials for crafting kunai and shuriken. We need to arrange monthly escorts to transport them back. At this point, Shirou casually drew a red line across the report in front of everyone. To their astonishment, the data seemed to change before their eyes. According to the rules established by the first Hokage, strategic resources discovered during wartime must be shared equally among all clans. After hearing this, the young Hyuga Hayashi and Aburame Shibi lowered their heads, hiding their expressions, but nodded nonetheless. This was what their clans had taught them, though it was their first time presiding over such an affair. Uzumaki Kushina, already briefed by Tsunade, blushed as she nervously voiced her agreement. The Senju support this, but this time, the distribution should be based on battle achievements. What a bold move. For the first time, Kushina had voiced such a self-serving statement, and her heart raced with excitement and tension. It was so nerve-wracking, and yet so thrilling. Beside her, Senju Muko's silent acquiescence confirmed Kushina's authority to speak for the Senju. Nowadays, with the Senju clan's declining influence, relinquishing some authority seemed to have become an inherited trait from the previous two Hokage. In the end, the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Aburame clans all smiled, satisfied with the distribution. Everyone felt they had received a fair share of the spoils. With their interests now tied together more tightly than ever, the alliance between the clans grew stronger. The bonds forged through mutual benefit would only deepen with time. Chapter 93, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 93. Wow, Kushina, you're pretty bold to be so greedy. After everyone had left, the usually gentle Mikoto Uchiha suddenly teased Kushina Uzumaki with a smile. Kushina's face instantly turned bright red, her flushed cheeks showing a mix of stubbornness and defiance. Mikoto, what did I even do? How is this called greed? Sister Tsunade has mentioned how much the Sarutobi clan has quietly pocketed over the past 20 years. Kushina Uzumaki, in her flustered state, accidentally spilled some insider information about Tsunade, revealing a few things that made the calm Uchiha Shirou, seated at the table, have a flash of understanding deep in his eyes. It seemed that Tsunade had begun to take things seriously. Her wariness of Konoha's higher-ups was more than just surface level. After all, following the incident in the Land of Grass, he had leaked some intel to her. For instance, he had informed her that certain individuals in Konoha had long been preparing plans targeting the Senju and even White Fang. Whether Tsunade believed him or not, the seeds of doubt had already been planted. Once doubt sets in, Tsunade would undoubtedly take precautions and even investigate further. And once she started investigating, could the higher-ups remain clean? Especially when it came to the development of their clans. The Sarutobi clan, in particular, despite being a fairly sizable family even during the Warring States period, couldn't claim to have been completely clean over the years, could they? The very thought made Shirou glance subtly at Kushina Uzumaki and silently think to himself. It seems Sister Tsunade has uncovered some interesting truths. No wonder she's so determined to strengthen her alliances with the other clans. In the original story, after the death of the third Hokage, Konohamaru was free to enter the Hokage building's archive room at will. This alone suggested that certain behaviors had become normalized, to the point where even the Umbu instinctively turned a blind eye. Then there were the 3 consecutive Shinobi World Wars. The Third Shinobi World War, in particular, was so disastrous that the third Hokage was compelled to resign. The sheer brutality of that conflict was unimaginable. And yet, despite the devastation of that war, within just over a decade, the Sarutobi clan displayed such dazzling strength during the Fourth Shinobi World War that they even surpassed the Hyuga, who was known as the Konoha's most powerful clan. The Hyuga couldn't compare. By that time, the Senju clan had declined, and the Uchiha clan was nearly exterminated. If anyone believed the Sarutobi clan hadn't benefited from Konoha's resources to bolster themselves, they'd be lying to themselves. Mikoto, didn't you say once that being born into a great clan means you're often not in control of your own life? Inside the room, Kushina Uzumaki, her face still red, refused to back down and raised her eyebrows as she retorted to Mikoto Uchiha. Mikoto covered her mouth and nodded with a laugh. I understand. After all, Kushina is also from a prominent clan, so you're bound to have seen a lot. As the two continued their playful banter, Kushina paused at Mikoto's words. Had she seen a lot? Back in the Uzumaki main's residence, she had indeed witnessed many such things. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, but that's because the one seated in power then was her father, much like the person sitting at the table now. At that moment, Kushina couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shirou seated at the table. Her gaze grew distant, caught in her memories. The proud Uchiha would rather face the battlefield than deal with such matters, wouldn't they? For some reason, Kushina's mind conjured up an image of her father's weary smile, which slowly began to overlap with Shirou's calm, composed expression. Both of them wore the same light, carefree smile to mask their exhaustion. Shirou must be very tired right now, Kushina, Mikoto suddenly said softly while also looking at Shirou. After all, he's constantly doing things that go against his heart. I bet what Shirou loves most is fighting. Only on the battlefield can he let go of all these troublesome matters. At that moment, Kushina puffed out her chest with a defiant look, pulled out a scroll from her ninja pouch, and handed it over. Uchiha Shirou, this is something Sister Tsunade told me to give to you. Seeing Shirou's puzzled expression, Kushina's eyes darted nervously, but she forced herself to remain composed as she explained. Sister Tsunade said that during wartime, you don't have much time to learn more advanced ninjutsu. This scroll contains the second Hokage's body flicker technique and some of his sword-fighting techniques. Sister Tsunade said that since you're focusing on lightning release right now, whether it's taijutsu or ninjutsu, it takes time to develop. But lightning release, which enhances physical activation and greatly boosts speed, is your best path forward. As Kushina explained, Shirou smiled knowingly. She was right about one thing, amid war, he didn't have the luxury of time to train extensively in taijutsu or ninjutsu. It was better to focus on one thing, speed. His current lightning release activation technique already significantly increased his speed. Combining that with the second Hokage's body flicker technique and swordsmanship would further amplify this strength. After all, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, he wasn't lacking in ninjutsu or genjutsu for now. Enhancing his speed was the quickest and most effective way to improve his combat power. I see. As Kushina's explanation grew more flustered and her eyes avoided his, Shirou suddenly looked up at her and teasingly asked. So, can Mikoto also take a look at this body flicker technique and swordsmanship scroll? Of course. Kushina instinctively replied, but before she could finish, she stopped herself midway, her words catching in her throat as her face turned crimson. Her eyes filled with embarrassment, exposing her true feelings. So, this is a gift from Kushina for me, huh? Shirou teased further. Mikoto, ever the mediator, laughed and stepped in to ease the awkwardness. Don't worry, Kushina. I'll just take a peek. It's fine. Still flustered, Kushina huffed in defiance and turned her head away. Fine. Of course, Sister Mikoto can look at it too. Her heart raced like a startled deer, but she failed to notice the slip in her own words. Mikoto, ever perceptive, gently took Kushina's arm and led her outside the room, her warm smile softening the mood. Body flicker technique and swordsmanship techniques from the second Hokage, huh? As Shirou unrolled the scroll and began to study its detailed contents, his eyes occasionally flickered with amazement. The body flicker technique was classified as a basic D-rank skill, a common technique that even academy students could learn. Yet from the lowest-ranking shinobi to Kage-level elites, everyone used it, albeit in different ways. The basic body flicker technique involved controlling the chakra in the legs and feet to create a burst of energy for high-speed movement. However, powerful and talented shinobi often infused their unique abilities into the technique. Some combined it with ninjutsu, others with genjutsu, and even dojutsu. For instance, Shursue Uchiha's iconic body flicker illusion technique utilized his Sharingan's genjutsu. The Raikage of the Cloud Village used lightning flicker by amplifying it with lightning release chakra. Hanzo of the Salamander was known for his water flicker technique. The second Hokage recorded so much detail about this simple technique, even developing countless variations. He truly deserves the title of the greatest ninjutsu innovator in history. Studying the scroll, Shirou couldn't help but feel admiration. Setting politics aside, the second Hokage's talent in ninjutsu was unparalleled. As for the third Hokage's reputation as the professor, Shirou could only chuckle sarcastically. In just 2 decades, not only the wider shinobi world but even Konoha itself had nearly forgotten the brilliance of the first and second Hokage. And these sword techniques, there are so many. Even techniques used by samurai weren't overlooked. Over 100 styles analyzed in such depth. Shirou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he delved into the scroll. While the Uchiha clan was known to rival the Senju in their heyday, their foundation in such areas paled in comparison. It wasn't that the Uchiha were weak, but their pride in their Sharingan often led them to neglect other disciplines. They focused primarily on powerful ninjutsu, often ignoring taijutsu and other arts. The Senju, on the other hand, lacked unique abilities like the Sharingan. This forced them to diversify their skills, mastering ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu over generations, resulting in a vast accumulation of knowledge. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had stood atop this, creating one forbidden jutsu after another. Chapter 94, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 94. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed continuously in the dim, enclosed training room. Along the walls hung dozens of mechanisms for firing metal senbon and kunai. As the wires snapped, a relentless barrage of senbon and kunai was launched toward the center. Within the spacious training chamber, only occasional arcs of electricity flickered through the air, illuminating the room briefly. The crisp sounds of senbon and kunai hitting the ground filled the air. I can see it. With the dynamic vision of my 3-tomo Sharingan, what I need now is for my body to catch up. Amid the tearing sound of air, Shirou, under the effects of lightning release chakra mode, moved so fast that he became almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Only faint afterimages could be seen when he momentarily twisted his body to evade or counter. The powerful dynamic vision of his 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, allowing Shirou to see the incoming projectiles from all directions with absolute clarity. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face. The kunai and senbon seem slower than 2 months ago. No, it's because my eyes have become stronger, there's still untapped potential. With the Kusanagi sword in his hands, Shirou alternated between his left and right hands, slashing and deflecting the torrent of kunai and senbon raining down like a storm. Each projectile clattered to the ground after being deflected, accompanied by the sharp ringing of metal striking metal. The intense training and luxurious setup were things only someone of his status could afford. The floor of the chamber was soon littered with fallen kunai and senbon, a testament to the rigorous training session. Moments later, the metallic senbon and kunai clattered rhythmically onto the stone floor, as though someone had knocked over a bucket of them. In reality, this was the result of Shirou's hands wielding the Kusanagi sword at an unimaginable speed in a very brief period. My ocular power now far surpasses that of an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Panting heavily, Shirou stood amidst the scattered weapons, the sound of kunai and senbon still ringing in his ears. His arms were sore and trembling from the intense exertion, but his face bore a triumphant smile. No wonder, in the original story, Orochimaru was both awed and covetous when he witnessed Uchiha Sasuke's training in a similar chamber. He even remarked that no amount of training could allow ordinary ninjas to surpass the Uchiha bloodline. As he caught his breath, Shirou marveled at the newfound strength he felt after fully integrating the ocular powers of Elder Setsuna. A smile of satisfaction crossed his face. Orochimaru lived in Konoha for so long, how could he not have seen 3 Tomo Sharingan before? What shocked him must have been that Sasuke's Sharingan was far stronger, which ignited his greed for these eyes. Some talents are simply innate. No wonder the original story often emphasized that Sasuke's eyes had the potential to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. It's because his Sharingan was extraordinarily powerful from the very beginning. Narrowing his eyes, Shirou delved into deep thought, analyzing the nature of his power. Finally, he concluded, only Sharingan with strong ocular power has the potential to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. The awakening of the Manjikyu depends not just on emotional stimulation but also on the strength of one's ocular power. The stronger the power, the easier the awakening, or rather, the lower the threshold. Perhaps even the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan only requires sufficient ocular power to achieve, considering Indra awakened is as eternal from the start. Even among 3 Tomo Sharingan, there were significant differences in strength. This was the essence of ocular power. Shirou. You're being reckless again. As Shirou pondered, Mikoto, who had been observing from the side, walked over with a concerned expression. She approached him, her tone filled with worry. It's only been 2 months. While your body flicker technique and swordsmanship have improved tremendously, the sheer density of that senbon and kunai, I could barely keep up with my eyes, and yet you. Mikoto handed him a warm towel as she spoke. Shirou accepted it, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and replied with a laugh. Mikoto, your Sharingan also holds even greater potential. You need to push yourself further instead of being content like the average clansman. Uchiha Mikoto's 3 Tomo Sharingan had evolved after Elder Setsuna's passing, indicating it still had untapped potential. Hearing Shirou's words, Mikoto seemed to realize something. A look of astonishment flashed in her eyes as she exclaimed. Shirou, your eyes. She stared at the clear 3 Tomo Sharingan in Shirou's eyes. He smiled and nodded. My Sharingan can see even further now. Mikoto, you'd better keep up. Although his tone sounded teasing, it carried an undeniable pressure. For the first time, Mikoto felt a sense of inadequacy in front of Shirou. For years, she had always been the strong one, protecting him. But at some unknown point, their roles had reversed. Don't worry, Shirou. I'll keep up with you. At that moment, the training room door suddenly opened. Uzumaki Kushina walked in and pouted as she saw the two of them. Mikoto, we agreed to train together, and yet you came here so early again. Mikoto smiled and greeted her. In the small town of the Land of Rain, having access to such a high-class training chamber was proof of their status. Furthermore, the recent stability in the region allowed them to focus on their training. Kushina glanced at the kunai and senbon scattered across the floor, her sharp ninja instincts immediately noticing the sheer scale of the training. Her face showed a mix of shock and envy. 2 months. I'm so jealous of you, Uchiha, and your Sharingan. Kushina's envy was genuine. With the 3 Tomo Sharingan, learning any jutsu became incredibly fast. Meanwhile, she had to train step by step, which often left her feeling frustrated. Mikoto, however, laughed and teased her friend. Kushina, you're jealous of how fast Sharingan users learn. With your chakra reserves, you can practice jutsu dozens, even hundreds of times in a day. The Uzumaki lineage isn't weak at all, you know. The 3 of them shared a light-hearted moment, laughing and exchanging training insights. After all, 2 heads are better than 1, and much of their recent progress was thanks to Kushina's efforts in acquiring the second Hokage's jutsu records. I've now managed to combine lightning release chakra mode with the body flicker technique, aiming purely for speed. As for the hundreds of sword techniques recorded by the second Hokage, styles like 3-sword and even 8-sword techniques are too complex for me to master quickly. Instead, I've chosen techniques like IAI, quick draw, which focus solely on speed. As Shirou explained his progress, Kushina couldn't help but admire it. Techniques that focus purely on speed have significant flaws, but with your Uchiha Sharingan, those flaws are completely mitigated. It's like these sword techniques were made for you, Uchiha. Indeed, the greatest weakness of extreme speed was the inability to track enemy movements. But for a Sharingan user, this flaw was effectively nullified. I have some talent in genjutsu, so I'm considering combining Sharingan illusions with the body flicker technique. But it's just a rough idea for now, I'll need more time to refine it. Mikoto smiled as she shared her progress while committing Shirou's insights to memory. The Sharingan's greatest strength lay in its ability to learn and replicate. Even if she couldn't utilize lightning release as effectively, she could still adopt Shirou's swordsmanship and body flicker training methods. As the two exchanged ideas, Kushina rolled her eyes at their camaraderie. She crossed her arms and declared, I have a ton of chakra. I'll just burn through more of it if I have to. I've been training with the chakra burst techniques recorded by the second Hokage. They're wasteful, sure, but they suit me just fine. Shirou looked at her with a mix of admiration and exasperation. Her approach was simple yet effective, brute force backed by her massive chakra reserves. While other ninjas trained to conserve chakra, Kushina didn't need to bother. Chapter 95, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 95. Credits, Daxter. 8-sword style, huh? As Shirou looked at the scroll filled with hundreds of sword techniques, his brow furrowed upon seeing the 8-sword style. In the original story, White Fang's swordsmanship was never showcased, and even the samurai didn't get much attention. On the contrary, the 8-sword style shone brightly, even coming close to cutting down Sasuke. In the original, Sasuke's swordsmanship wasn't weak. However, compared to the 8-tails Jinchuriki and the Raikage, both adept at ninjutsu and taijutsu, it was overshadowed. On top of that, the 8-sword style excels at being unpredictable and cunning. Most people struggle to adapt to such a style the first time they face it. It's not that other swordsmanship techniques are weak, but it depends on the user. Although Shirou had begun pursuing a swordsmanship style focused on extreme speed, he hadn't abandoned studying a wide variety of techniques. After all, for a ninja, intelligence was the key to victory. As long as he understood his opponent's methods, the chances of winning would increase. In the world of combat, speed reigns supreme. No matter how complex or tricky your techniques are, if my speed is fast enough, I'll find your weakness. After all, 99% of ninjas are high on offense but frail in defense. A sudden alarm broke his train of thought. Shirou looked up and sighed. Looks like time's up for today. On the rooftop, 2 shadow clones hung upside down, training in the lightning chakra nature transformation. As the alarm rang, they instantly dissolved into white smoke, dispelling the ninjutsu. The next moment, the experiences of the shadow clones flowed into him, along with a wave of mental fatigue. Shirou rubbed his temples, trying to relieve the exhaustion. The sage body is amazing, but this requires careful management. Otherwise, training with shadow clones might do more harm than good. The sage body's ability to recover mental energy allowed him to use shadow clones for training, much like a Jinchuriki. However, compared to Uzumaki Kushina, who could train with dozens of shadow clones in the training ground, the gap was significant. Even with part of the 9-tails chakra, Kushina can still manage this. The recovery power of a tailed beast's chakra isn't inferior to the sage body. And the tailed beasts themselves originate from the god tree. The ninja world was filled with countless secrets and unresolved mysteries, all of which would take time to uncover. Shirou. At that moment, the door burst open. Uchiha Mikoto entered, holding a scroll, with Uzumaki Kushina following behind her post-training. The battlefield in the Land of Rain has grown increasingly intense. Numerous rain and sand ninjas have infiltrated the war zones to sow chaos. Amidst the turmoil, countless rogue ninjas and defectors with ambitions have also begun sneaking into the Land of Rain. Her expression grew serious as she handed over a scroll marked with the word secret. Shirou, this is a mission assigned by the village. Opening the scroll and reading the classified mission details, Shirou was momentarily stunned before letting out a knowing sigh. As ruthless as ever, the Roots methods. But this is war. The mission was simple: create chaos in the Land of Rain. This could involve collaborating with rogue ninjas and defectors or training orphan children to become ninjas. While seemingly inconspicuous, these actions would leave the Land of Rain in chaos, filled with opportunists and small factions. Even after the war ended, the Land of Rain would remain mired in turmoil, while the great nations could rest and recover, widening the gap between them. In the original story, even after the Second Shinobi War ended, the Land of Rain remained unstable until the Third Shinobi War. Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't even consolidate his power within his village, leading to the rise of groups like Akatsuki. This is the nature of war. After reading the mission, Shirou shook his head in resignation. It was clear that this wasn't just Konoha's strategy, every major nation operated in the same way. Even during the Third Shinobi War, the Land of Rain was still plagued by internal conflicts. Groups like Akatsuki had even mentioned the interference of IWA ninjas. The great nations would never allow the emergence of a sixth major ninja village. This was the tragedy of small nations. I understand. Compared to working with ambitious rogue ninjas and defectors, ensuring the secrecy of the mines is crucial. Our best approach is to raise our ninjas, leaving sharp thorns in the Land of Rain's future. Although Uzumaki Kushina felt uncomfortable hearing such a mission, her growing maturity helped her accept the reality of the ninja world. She remained silent. Uchiha Mikoto, on the other hand, nodded in agreement, her tone serious. Rogue ninjas and defectors are too unstable and risky to rely on. However, we should accelerate the mining efforts. The war is unpredictable, and changes could happen at any time. Then we'll recruit more ordinary laborers. If there aren't enough locals, there are plenty of refugees nearby. In times of war, a little food is all they'll need. Their calm discussion reflected the harsh realities of war. At just 14 years old, they had already grown accustomed to such cruelty. Fine, I'll arrange for suitable candidates among the refugees to be trained as spies. As Uchiha Makoto spoke seriously, Shirou's gaze unintentionally fell outside the window. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. No. Not spies. Shirou's tone shifted abruptly. Turning to face Makoto, his expression was heavy as he spoke. War has already brought too much misfortune to this world. While our abilities are limited, we should at least give these war orphans a chance to survive. His resolute voice echoed through the room, leaving Makoto stunned. Even Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Lowering his head, Shirou looked out the window at the scars left by war. His voice was hoarse as he continued. War has caused endless suffering. You, me, and even Kushina, we're all victims of it. We don't have the power to change the ninja world yet. But within our limits, there are things we can still do. The land of rain already has enough opportunists. These children deserve a ray of hope. Through the window, Makoto and Kushina saw the same scene, a desolate town filled with lifeless civilians exchanging survival supplies. War orphans cautiously lingered in the shadows. Some rummaged through trash bins for food, while others, caught stealing, were beaten and chased through the muddy streets. Their tears fell silently onto the war-torn land. Shirou, I understand. Seeing this, Makoto's gentle expression turned firm, while Kushina glanced at Shirou, her heart swelling with a newfound respect. So, deep down, Uchiha Shirou has a warm heart. But only Shirou knew what he had truly seen. Through the grimy window, he caught sight of a frail little girl with light blue-purple hair, trembling as she scavenged through a trash bin. Her face bore scars from fights over food with other children. Nearby, a boy with bright orange hair was caught stealing. His teary eyes brimmed with grievance as he curled up under a rain of blows. Around them, countless war orphans suffered the same fate. At that moment, Shirou realized something far more valuable. Chapter 96, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 96. Amid the pattering rain, an orange-haired boy, caught stealing, was beaten until his face was bruised and swollen. In a world torn by war, the compassion of ordinary shopkeepers had long since disappeared. After all, they were trapped in the quagmire of war, uncertain of what tomorrow would bring. So much for teamwork, you took the goods and ran off. Good thing I kept my guard up, the orange-haired boy muttered angrily, climbing to his feet from the muddy ground. His face and body stung as he rubbed his injuries. Hidden in his arms was a piece of bread, squashed and stained with mud. Ignoring the grime, he devoured it ravenously, his black pupils darting around cautiously to assess his surroundings. Even as he watched his fleeing companions, there was no trace of betrayal in his eyes. No one here knows this town better than I do. People like you don't deserve to be my partners. It was clear that the boy's earlier actions had been a test to gauge the reliability of his newfound companions. To his disappointment, a few pieces of bread were enough to reveal their true nature. If I want to survive, I'll need at least 1 or 2 partners to cooperate with. But they can't be too strong. As he licked his wounds while hiding in a corner of the wall, the orange-haired boy's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. His gaze suddenly froze upon seeing a frail girl with short, pale blue-purple hair rummaging through a trash bin. It was as if fate itself had guided him. In the dim, drizzling corner, the frail girl cautiously searched the garbage bin, which had already been picked over by stronger vagrants and war orphans. She clung to the hope of finding something that could help her survive. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed softly. The girl instinctively recoiled, shrinking into herself as she crouched by the trash bin. She spoke in a weak, trembling voice. I only found a piece of bread paper. You can have it. Her frail and pitiful voice echoed in the rain. Even in times of war, survival was a cruel competition. The girl belonged to the weakest of the weak. She could only scavenge what others had abandoned. She kept her head down as she reached out with her malnourished, scarred hands, trembling as she offered up the piece of bread paper that still held a few crumbs. Her face lowered in resignation, betraying her reluctance as her throat swallowed dryly. A tall figure loomed over her, and the girl's frail body shivered. When she finally dared to look up, her eyes widened in disbelief. Before her was a clean, fragrant piece of bread. Perhaps you need this to survive, a calm voice echoed in the dark corner. The girl's pale orange pupils trembled as she stared at the scene before her, unable to believe her eyes. Standing before her was a young man in pristine white clothes, exuding an air of nobility and arrogance. Yet, in his hand, he held out a piece of bread. In that instant, he seemed to her like an angel radiating a sacred light in the rain. For me, she stammered, her voice hoarse and filled with disbelief. Her gaze darted between the bread and the young man, a mixture of fear and longing in her eyes. The enticing aroma made her mouth water, and she couldn't stop herself from swallowing. Uchiha Shirou nodded calmly. The girl hesitated before nervously accepting the bread. In the next moment, she devoured it ravenously, her dirty hands still stained from rummaging through the trash. Survival was all that mattered now, nothing else was important. Thank you, Ninja Lord. My name is Conan, Conan stammered after gulping down a few bites. Despite her timid demeanor, her sharp instincts had already noticed the ninja forehead protector and equipment pouch on Shirou. Shirou's eyes flashed with recognition upon hearing her name, but he merely nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. If you don't want to starve again, follow me, he said, turning without hesitation and walking away. Conan hesitated for a moment, clutching the bread tightly. Gritting her teeth, she quickly followed him. In times like these, survival was the only hope. As they left the corner, an orange-haired boy who had been hiding nearby watched in silence. He had planned to invite Conan to partner with him, but now he remained in place, observing the scene unfold. As Shirou walked away, his gaze swept briefly toward the boy's hiding spot. Something seemed to shift in his eyes as he made a decision. If you want to survive, you can come too, Shirou said, his voice carrying through the rain. The orange-haired boy froze for a moment before springing to his feet and running to catch up, speaking nervously. Ninja Lord, my name's Yahiko. If there's anything you need, just say the word. I know this town and the surrounding area like the back of my hand. Behind him, two nervous children trailed after Shirou, their expressions uncertain. They didn't know what awaited them, but in a war-torn world, they had no choice but to follow. Moments later, Yahiko and Conan stood in stunned silence, gazing at a warm, brightly lit room. Such a sight was something they hadn't experienced since they'd had homes of their own. The memories and emotions tied to those days resurfaced in their hearts. 2 bowls of porridge and some bread. After you've eaten, get a physical checkup. If you have the potential to train in chakra, you can stay. If not, I'll give you a chance, there's work in the mines. You can cook or carry supplies. It'll be tough, but you'll survive, Shirou said calmly. He nodded slightly toward Mikoto, signaling her to make the arrangements. The nervous Yahiko and Conan nodded repeatedly, their voices trembling with gratitude. Thank you, Ninja Lord. They had imagined countless possibilities, but none of them had included such an opportunity to survive. Mikoto, a strikingly beautiful and gentle woman, smiled warmly at the 2 children. Come with me. Overwhelmed by her kindness, the 2 children followed her almost mechanically. For war orphans who had endured hunger and cold, no one could resist the warmth of her smile. A surge of warmth rose in their hearts as they followed Mikoto down the hall. Meanwhile, Shirou stood alone in his office. Gazing through the window at the ordinary little town, his expression grew distant. Southwest, this is the place, he muttered. His mind pieced together countless clues, drawing connections to the information he already knew. In the original story, the legendary battle between the Sannin and Hanzo took place in a hilly area. Aside from their ninja abilities, there's another critical clue: it happened near the area where Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were living. Shirou's thoughts raced as he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, a habit he had unconsciously picked up from Tsunade. From the original hints, Yahiko and the others were living in a cave outside the town. To survive, they scavenged daily in the town. Their hideout couldn't have been far. One day, they narrowly escaped being caught in the blast of an explosive tag. That's when they discovered the battle between the Sannin and Hanzo, sparking their desire to become strong ninjas. Recalling these details, Shirou nodded to himself. Combining all these clues, the decisive battle between the Sannin and Hanzo must have taken place outside this town. And since this area is part of the Konoha's war zone, this place is very dangerous, he concluded, his expression growing more serious. This is the first crisis. And then there's the second. The words Rinnegan and Uchiha Madara surfaced in his mind. With a heavy heart, Shirou tightened his grip on the desk, pondering the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 97, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 97. Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara. As these 2 names resurfaced in his mind, Shirou gazed out at the drizzle beyond the window and murmured to himself. Should I make contact with the Rinnegan? The moment I do, I'll undoubtedly be targeted. And Nagato might already be on his way here. Was the meeting of the 3 of them mere coincidence, or something more? Perhaps I've already been marked as well. It wasn't paranoia on Shirou's part, there were simply too many coincidences. Reflecting on Uchiha Madara's life and considering his character. A resolute will of fire, someone willing to sacrifice everything for the village, paired with his talent and strength. Isn't this just an upgraded version of Obito? Shirou had considered this possibility before, but after encountering Conan, he suddenly felt as though he was being watched. This sensation stirred a persistent unease within him. A future star of Konoha, plotted against to become a rat hiding in the shadows. A rogue ninja. That's insane. Still, there might be an opportunity here. As if struck by inspiration, Shirou narrowed his eyes. The Uchiha Madara who had long been secretly manipulating the Mist Village had, in essence, only ever had one overarching personality and dream throughout his life: peace. A desire for peace. Pursuit of peace. Once upon a time, he and Senju Hashirama had sought peace together, until their differing views led them to part ways. First Hokage Hashirama's idea of distributing the tailed beasts to maintain balance and peace has already failed. And now, Uchiha Madara has found a new peace plan, the Eye of the Moon. But before that, Madara never proved that his path was the right one. At this moment, a thought crossed Shirou's mind, and a smile crept across his face. Before the Eye of the Moon plan, the disagreements between Madara and Hashirama boiled down to two key points: the death of his brother in the position of Hokage. The second was their vision of the ninja world. Hashirama planned to distribute the tailed beasts among the 5 great nations to maintain balance and peace. Madara, on the other hand, did not agree. He pursued an extreme form of strength. While it was only a budding idea at the time, it's not hard to discern his intent. Madara's concept back then must have been that the strongest force in the ninja world should be Konoha, and all others should submit to its power. As these thoughts crystallized in his mind, Shirou's vision grew clearer, and his smile deepened. A life so dedicated to peace, yet so full of hardships, what if someone walked his original path? At the very least, Madara never proved to the world that his path had been wrong. From a psychological standpoint, if Uchiha Madara were to see a member of the Uchiha clan walking the path he once envisioned, more refined, more perfected, what would his proud and arrogant personality compel him to do? With this realization, Shirou slowly stood, pushed open the window, and let the damp, cold air of the land of rain wash over him. Yet, his face carried a smile. Someone who resembles him so closely, treading an even more perfected version of his path, especially alongside a Senju, Madara's greatest excitement would be proving to Hashirama that he was wrong. Look at your descendants, they chose the Uchiha. They chose to align and walk the path I once envisioned. That thrill of vindication would far surpass the satisfaction of defeating Hashirama. This crisis, perhaps, could become my protective charm, at least until I've grown stronger. With this thought, Shirou lowered his head and slowly retrieved a red book, his smile widening further. Perhaps it's time to publish a few volumes showcasing my philosophy of peace, ending war, and pursuing harmony. Feeling the pain of war, yearning for peace, and gradually revealing the belief in a peace rooted in ultimate strength. As images of Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko flitted through his mind, Shirou found himself smiling even more. He might be able to avoid Nagato and the Rinnegan, but he was likely already a target of Uchiha Madara. If that was the case, why not turn this potential threat into his advantage? After all, his life motto had always been, since I'm already here, why not make the most of it? The greater the risk, the greater the reward, turning crisis into opportunity was his specialty. Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, the Rinnegan, and Uchiha Madara, all of these could become his future power. Once he planted the seeds, all he had to do was wait for them to sprout and grow. As for Uchiha Madara, Shirou believed that this arrogant and proud ancestor of his would enjoy watching this unfold in secret. At least before his plan reached fruition, Madara would surely want to see if his old ideas could bring about a new result for the ninja world, peace or failure, like Hashirama's. And that kind of entertainment, especially if it involved the Senju clan, would certainly bring a sly smile to Madara's face. Deep within a dark underground cavern, an elderly man with white hair sat on a stone chair, his gaze fixed on the intelligence report in his hand. Lord Madara, this is the information on the Uchiha prodigy, Uchiha Shirou, whom you've taken an interest in, said the mischievous voice of White Zetsu. Sitting on the stone chair, Uchiha Madara studied the report and rasped, a renewed alliance between the Senju and Uchiha. I wonder how Hashirama would feel if he saw his descendant standing alongside a Uchiha. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of mischief and anticipation appeared in Madara's eyes. In particular, he noticed that this outstanding Uchiha seemed to hold a significant place in the heart of a certain Senju descendant. All it needed was a moment of transformation. If Hashirama saw this, and if his detested brother Tobirama saw it too, the mere thought of it filled Madara's heart with an unexplainable sense of satisfaction and vengeance. That transformation. It had to happen. No one understood the emotions of the Uchiha better than he did. Madara was convinced that just one opportunity was all it would take. When the time came, Hashirama's descendant would undoubtedly fall into it, Senju Hashirama's granddaughter becoming a woman of the Uchiha. At this thought, Madara's face flushed slightly as he fantasized about laughing in Hashirama and Tobirama's faces, shouting, Hashirama, this time, the Uchiha have won. Humph, humph. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Madara's maniacal laughter echoed through the dark cavern, leaving White Zetsu utterly confused. Lord Madara, this Uchiha Shirou only needs to confront the darkness to become a fitting representative, White Zetsu remarked, pulling Madara out of his reverie. Madara's face reddened slightly. Thankfully, no one had seen it, but as he glanced back at the intelligence scroll, his eye twitched uncontrollably. Darkness. This kid may be very Uchiha-like, but his emotions are too excessive. The report detailed that Uchiha Shirou already had romantic feelings for 3 women, Tsunade, Uchiha Mikoto, and Uzumaki Kushina. 2 of these relationships were just shy of transformation. In other words, for Uchiha Shirou to truly face darkness and collapse, Madara would need to orchestrate scenarios to manipulate these relationships, not once, but 3 times. Damn it. Even a single attempt would require considerable effort, and now there had to be 3. Madara fell silent for a long moment before finally muttering. No, this child isn't suitable. Beyond these 3 women, he also harbors ambitions to reform the Uchiha clan, a thirst for power, and even dreams of becoming Hokage. The more Madara spoke, the darker his expression grew. This kid's emotions were far too overgrown. To put it bluntly, he was too greedy. Greedier than Madara himself. He wanted everything. Little did Shirou know that, in secret, Madara had decided to abandon him simply because he was too womanizer. Chapter 98, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 98. Long chapter. Land of Rain, small town. Thank you, Lord Ninja. The next morning, a freshly dressed Konan shyly extended her hands, holding a delicately folded paper flower. Shirou paused momentarily upon seeing the origami flower, then broke into a warm smile. Is this made from yesterday's bread wrapper? Konan truly is a kind and skillful girl. As his gentle hand ruffled her light blue-purple hair, Konan's shy gaze softened, a mist of emotion forming in her eyes. She clung to the warm sense of safety emanating from his touch, unwilling to let go. An orphan, starved and bereft of all family, would naturally cling to the first glimmer of warmth they encountered, especially in the darkness, a beacon of hope in their despair. In the canon, the trio, their personalities were distinct, and Konan was never one with grand dreams. She even harbored a quiet dependence emotionally. Thank you, Lord Ninja. At that moment, an orange-haired boy, Yahiko, stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Shirou. For them, as war orphans, survival amidst the chaos of war was their greatest wish. Shirou. Uchiha Mikoto approached with a gentle smile, escorting the 2 children. Out of the war orphans from the refugee camp, only these 2 passed the evaluation. The others didn't make it. Hearing this, Shirou nodded, having anticipated the rarity of chakra talent. Yet, to think that beyond these 2, no one else had potential. I understand. For the others, ask if they agree to work in the mines. It's hard labor, but it's better than starving in the streets. Recruit more manpower from the refugees, too. We need to expedite the mining operations. His tone remained calm. After all, he was granting these victims of war an opportunity to survive, even if mining was grueling work. And these 2 children. Should they also be sent down there? The 2 discussed the children's futures with detachment. Konan and Yahiko, lacking autonomy, stood silently by, gratitude evident in their demeanor. Konan cast an uneasy glance at Shirou and Mikoto, whose gentle demeanor felt like a radiant beacon. Deep down, she didn't want to leave this light. Meanwhile, Yahiko's peripheral vision darted toward Konan, unaware that her gaze was fixed elsewhere. Observing them, Shirou furrowed his brows slightly before waving dismissively with a smile. The current war situation is tense, and the shinobi below already have heavy burdens. Let's not trouble them with these 2 kids, especially since they probably haven't even mastered literacy. Konan and Yahiko, having had homes before, knew some words, but they were still young and unformed in character. Since I need to train chakra nature transformation using shadow clones daily, I might as well teach these 2 basic ninja skills. That way, they'll have a better chance of surviving in this chaotic world. As he said this, Shirou glanced at the 2 briefly, then pulled out a red book. Smiling playfully, he turned to Mikoto and said, Good thing I have a teaching manual here. Hopefully, they'll recognize enough words to graduate sooner. Beneath their banter, the 2 had already decided Konan and Yahiko's fates. Hearing that Shirou himself would teach them, Yahiko's face lit up with excitement. A young shinobi leader, the genius of this settlement, what an honor. No boy could resist the opportunity to follow such a figure. Konan, meanwhile, blushed faintly, her previous apprehension melting away. In her darkest moments, a beam of light had appeared. Who would willingly part from such light? With it, her heart finally felt at ease. But don't think becoming a shinobi is something to celebrate. Shirou, just a few years older than the children, turned to them with a serious expression. The war in the Land of Rain could drag on indefinitely. I can't predict what will happen next. That's why you 2 must dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to learning. I'll teach you the basics of being a shinobi. If you can train chakra within a month, you'll stay. By the 2nd month, your body and stamina will grow stronger under chakra training. You'll also participate in patrol and security missions in the town. Shirou wasn't their babysitter. Showing these 2 too much favor could arouse suspicion. On the contrary, framing it as incidental training would draw less attention. Secretly, though, he eagerly awaited the arrival of the final Rinnegan wielder. By then, he would use this red book to convey his will to the Shinobi World. By the time others realized, the Akatsuki trio would already embody his ideals. Unlike the soft-hearted Jiraiya, who had taught the Akatsuki trio out of genuine care, Shirou was fully aware of the hidden agendas. After all, Konoha would never let Jiraiya roam the land of rain freely without ulterior motives. He could even be stirring conflict in secret. "We won't disappoint you, Lord Ninja," Yahiko declared passionately, thumping his chest in a pledge of determination. Beside him, Konan also nodded eagerly, though her demeanor was subtler. The difference was clear: Yahiko harbored the seed of a dream. Shirou observed this with a satisfied smile, his gaze lingering on the red book in his hand. A mere dream's outline. Empty. Shirou was confident his will of fire would fill Yahiko's hollow dream, fueling it to ignite the Shinobi World. And as for Konan, she was the perfect blank canvas, ready to absorb his ideals. Perhaps she would even anchor her hopes entirely on him. After all, it was all for peace. He is teaching those orphans. From outside the window, Uzumaki Kushina clicked her tongue at the sight of Shirou patiently instructing the children. Beside her, Mikoto chuckled, covering her mouth. "Kushina, you say that, but your actions tell a different story." Mikoto's teasing glance fell on the fish soup Kushina held in her hands, making the latter blush furiously. "Nonsense. It's just soup from the kitchen. I'm only delivering it," Kushina stammered, her eyes darting around as she tried to explain. Mikoto didn't respond, her knowing smile speaking volumes as she watched Kushina squirm. Mikoto," Kushina began, only to be interrupted. "It's fine." "What?" "I said it's fine," Mikoto repeated, her eyes narrowing playfully. "If it's you, Kushina, I don't mind. Someone as capable as you would only help Shirou." As Mikoto's words grew bolder, Kushina's face turned beet red. Flustered, she thrust the soup forward. "Mikoto, you're talking nonsense. I'll deliver this now." Flustered, Kushina fled toward the door. Mikoto, watching her retreating figure, smiled mischievously. "Kushina is truly remarkable." Heart-pounding, Kushina replayed Mikoto's words in her mind, confusion and embarrassment swirling. She pushed open the door, stepping into the room. 3 pairs of eyes turned to her. Feigning her usual fiery demeanor, Kushina raised her voice. "Uchiha Shirou. Mikoto told me to bring you the soup." The fish soup was placed heavily on the table, and Uzumaki Kushina quickly turned and left. However, anyone with sharp eyes could see how she avoided looking at Shirou. As her figure hurriedly disappeared, Shirou scratched his head in confusion, glancing at Uzumaki Kushina. But the growling of his stomach brought his thoughts back. "Lord Shirou, I'm sorry." On either side of the table, Konan blushed as she awkwardly held her stomach, while Yahiko scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. Both of their stomachs had been growling uncontrollably under the allure of the fish soup's aroma. Seeing this, Shirou chuckled and put down the book in his hand. All right. I didn't expect you two to be such geniuses, being able to refine chakra in just 3 days. Feeling hungry is normal. Chakra is a mixture of physical and mental energy. Refining it means consuming energy, or rather, a new energy source has emerged in your body. From now on, your appetites will only grow." Smiling, Shirou raised the book in his hand and laughed. "Since we're on the battlefield of the land of rain, where resources are scarce, use this book as your literacy foundation. A ninja is not just someone who wields power, intelligence is equally important." As Shirou spoke with a smile, Konan, ever considerate, stood up respectfully and began ladling the fish soup into a small bowl, which she then placed carefully in front of him. Seeing this, Shirou paused briefly, then smiled as he put down his book. "You didn't notice that Kushina brought 3 bowls, did you? That girl acts tough but has a soft heart. She may seem like a firecracker, but it's just a facade to hide her vulnerability. Deep down, she's as kind as Konan here." While speaking, Shirou filled 2 bowls with soup, adding generous portions of fish meat, and slid them in front of Yahiko and Konan. The two were flustered, hurriedly bowing their heads in thanks. "Thank you, Lord Shirou." Uchiha Shirou wasn't officially their mentor, so they continued to address him respectfully as Lord Shirou. As Konan lowered her gaze to the steaming bowl of soup before her, her cheeks reddened slightly. The only thought echoing in her mind was one of Shirou's words. "Lord Shirou said I'm kind." Meanwhile, outside the house, Uzumaki Kushina, who had just delivered the fish soup, bumped into Uchiha Mikoto, who seemed to be waiting for her. Flustered, she overheard Shirou's voice from inside the house. "Tough on the outside, soft on the inside. Such tenderness beneath the surface." The words struck her like a bolt, leaving Kushina even more embarrassed. Mikoto, however, smiled as she lifted the food basket in her hand. "Kushina, don't misunderstand. You were so focused on the fish soup that you forgot to bring the main course." The teasing remark turned Kushina's face crimson. She stiffly nodded but retorted stubbornly, "That's not true. I was planning to go back for it later." Mikoto maintained her gentle smile. If that's the case, why don't you deliver it yourself again, Kushina? Looking at the food container, Kushina felt even more embarrassed, but before she could respond, Mikoto added with a chuckle, "You're really adorable, Kushina." Mikoto's affectionate, older sister-like smile left Kushina at a loss for words. She could only watch Mikoto's retreating figure as she carried the food inside. Stunned, Kushina shook her head. "No, I can't have such thoughts. I'm Kushina. How can I think about Mikoto's men?" But suddenly, Kushina thought of Tsunade, and her cheeks flushed red. A bold thought popped into her mind. If Sister Tsunade can steal Mikoto's men, why can't I help Mikoto fight back? Yes. I'm not stealing, I'm helping Mikoto get even. She can't do it alone. No. I can't think like this. Kushina shook her head vigorously, her face redder than ever. She hurried off, deciding to pour all her energy into training. Inside the house, Konan and Yuhiko looked at the hearty meal before them with reddened eyes. It wasn't that they hadn't eaten before, but this warmth, sitting around a table, felt like a distant memory. A large fish, weighing over 20 kilograms, lay on the table. Shirou smiled and nodded. Though the land of rain has a perpetual rainy season, it's rich in resources, especially fish. The tropical climate and constant rainfall made the region exceptionally abundant. Let's dig in. With Shirou taking the first bite, Yuhiko and Konan finally picked up their chopsticks, their mouths watering. It was a matter of basic manners. Having just refined their chakra, their bodies were absorbing and digesting food at a much faster rate. Excited, they devoured the fish eagerly. In just moments, the fish was nearly gone. Even Konan found herself embarrassed as she looked down at her slightly bloated stomach. Yuhiko, ever more outspoken, broke the awkwardness. "Lord Shirou, what does the pursuit of peace in your book mean?" Perhaps to curry favor with Shirou, or perhaps out of genuine curiosity, or perhaps both, Yuhiko spoke earnestly. Shirou chuckled softly but silently activated his sensory abilities. At his current level, he couldn't detect White Zetsu's presence, nor could he be sure if Uchiha Madara was watching him. However, he maintained a calm demeanor and put on the persona he had carefully prepared. Peace. That's a question many in the ninja world are trying to answer. Even the founders of Konoha sought peace, but it's clear that one of them, the first Hokage, failed in his vision of peace. Still, there's an exceptional ninja in Konoha named Lord Jiraiya. In his writings, he proposed a path to peace, mutual understanding between people, and between nations. Perhaps that's one way. As Shirou spoke, Yuhiko's face grew solemn, and he replied gravely. Mutual understanding between people and nations. That's just wishful thinking. Lord Shirou, your book describes the greatness of the first Hokage, who pioneered the ninja village system. But his peace, based on mutual understanding, only led to decades of war in the current conflict. The passionate Yuhiko blurted out his true feelings, concluding with a statement that would later become iconic. Everyone must experience the same pain, that's how you share it. I want to change this country. I want to protect everyone. Realizing his outburst, Yuhiko's face turned pale. I'm so sorry, Lord Shirou. He bowed deeply in apology, with Konan trembling as she also stood in fear. To their surprise, Shirou remained calm. He smiled and calmly opened a notebook. Experiencing pain, huh? Maybe you're not wrong. If everyone understood pain, perhaps wars would cease. However, such ideas must be tested in practice. Just like during the Warring States period, when no one believed that feuding clans could unite to form villages. Yet now, the ninja village system has replaced the old clan-based system. Under the astonished gazes of Yuhiko and Konan, Shirou picked up a pen and noted Yuhiko's words before looking up with a smile. I've written down your perspective. As for what true peace is, I don't know. But I do know this, everyone's vision of peace is different. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. After all, an untested ideology can't be judged. Likewise, forcing one's beliefs on others shows a lack of respect. We're all just searching for a path to peace. Shirou's refined smile left Konan blushing and Yuhiko inspired. The latter nodded firmly. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Shirou. Shirou held up his book and asked, Yuhiko, would you mind if I published your thoughts someday? Of course not. It would be an honor, Lord Shirou. Yuhiko waved his hands excitedly, thrilled that someone as powerful as Shirou respected his ideals. Behind his smile, Shirou was laying the groundwork for the future, both to guide Yuhiko and to confuse any potential observers. To experience pain equally. This idea originated with Yuhiko, the true core of the Akatsuki trio. Unlike Konan, whose aspirations were never so lofty, and Nagato, who was manipulated into fulfilling another's ideals, Yuhiko's vision was the true driving force. But now that Uchiha Shirou was here, everything was bound to change. Chapter 99, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 99. A small town. Under the curtain of the night rain, even the vagrants sought shelter to rest. Yet, the streets of this small town echoed with persistent knocking sounds. Sorry to bother you. Could you spare some food? A frail, small figure wandered the streets, knocking on every household with a lit lantern, weakly whispering pleas for food. However, the townsfolk, weary from war, huddled together inside their homes, anxiously staring at their doors. Armed with axes or kitchen knives, they shouted in harsh tones at the person outside. There's nothing left. We're starving too. Only after a long silence from the other side of the door did the families inside heave a sigh of relief. It wasn't paranoia, it was survival. War had brought countless tragedies. Not long ago, a kind family had offered food to a vagrant, only to be slaughtered that very night by those they had helped. On the rain-soaked streets, a red-haired boy in a tattered cloak trudged weakly, a skinny yellow dog following closely behind. Together, they drifted from house to house. After being rejected by the last home, despair filled the boy's dull, lifeless eyes. From the shadows, pale, corpse-like heads began emerging from the soil. It was the White Zetsu. Lord Madara will use Nagato to test Uchiha Shirou. If Uchiha Shirou shows even a hint of greed for the Rinnegan, we'll use the sealing jutsu planted in Nagato and seize the opportunity to take him. Hiding in the darkness, the White Zetsu muttered to himself. Ever since Nagato had the Rinnegan implanted, his every move had been under surveillance. His life was already predetermined. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground cave, Uchiha Madara sat on a stone chair, eyes narrowed as he listened to White Zetsu's constant updates, occasionally letting out raspy chuckles. Heh, this Shirou is even prouder than I imagined, and his ambition is unwavering. Such a person wouldn't crave the Rinnegan. I'm certain of it. Madara's confidence in Uchiha Shirou resisting the temptation of the Rinnegan stemmed from Shirou's deep-rooted Uchiha pride. Someone like Shirou, who carried the clan's arrogance in his very bones, would never covet someone else's power, even if it was the Rinnegan. Uchiha Shirou's character and his writings only strengthened Madara's belief. Pursuing peace, but with a more open mind than Hashirama or myself. Respecting everyone's ideals of peace without imposing your own. Is this because he's seen Hashirama's failure? Madara muttered, staring at a crimson book in his hands. Within it lay an unpublished manuscript by Uchiha Shirou, brimming with thought-provoking ideas. Hashirama, this descendant of ours surpasses you in every way. Why were you so certain your way was right and dismissed everyone else's? Look at the Shinobi World now. Haha, Hashirama, you were wrong. Even your granddaughter agrees. Madara's raspy voice carried a mix of emotions, nostalgia, bitterness, and, surprisingly, a sense of relief and excitement. Never before had he felt such joy, not even when he awakened the Rinnegan. The fact that someone had pointed out Hashirama's failure, and that this person was a Uchiha, even convincing Hashirama's granddaughter, filled Madara with glee. Hashirama, even your granddaughter acknowledges your failure. Back then, you were so convinced of your ideals, but where is your peace now? In the echoing darkness of his cave, Madara's laughter rang out, mingled with fury. You thought your dream was right, but what gave you the right to impose it on others? You denied my vision without even giving it a chance. Look at the Shinobi World. Wars have never ceased, and peace remains elusive. Clan conflicts simply escalated into battles between shinobi villages. Konoha still sends children to the battlefield. Madara's anger boiled over as he imagined summoning Hashirama to confront him. Where's your peace now, Hashirama? You stabbed me for your ideals, what do you have to show for it? My vision never even had a chance, yet you dismissed it outright. Just because you shouted louder than me. After venting, Madara calmed, turning his attention back to the manuscript. Shaking his head, he sighed in admiration. This Shirou, as he said, it's not that he's strong, it's that he stands on the shoulders of giants. Hashirama's mistakes taught the Shinobi World that understanding between people is a failure, and that naive peace is impossible. The transition from the warring states to the shinobi villages was progress, but only slightly. Instead of 6-year-olds going to war, now it's 12-year-olds. It's an improvement, but incomplete proof that the village system works. The more Madara read, the more engrossed he became. He was eager to see Uchiha Shirou stir up the Shinobi World, to witness the changes he could bring. At the very least, before his Eye of the Moon plan came to fruition, Madara wanted to see if his vision for the world had been correct, or if it could be improved. Perhaps Shirou and Hashirama's descendant Tsunade still needed his help. Hashirama, what would you do if you saw your granddaughter in the arms of a Uchiha? Tsunade. Madara's excitement grew as he muttered Tsunade's name. Since she hasn't inherited the Senju name, it's perfect for her to join the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tsunade, what a fitting name. Ha ha ha. The image of Tsunade bearing the Uchiha name, perhaps even giving birth to a child with the Sharingan, filled Madara with uncontrollable glee. The small town. The red-haired boy collapsed weakly into the mud, the yellow dog beside him whimpering softly. As despair consumed him and he awaited death, a figure suddenly appeared in his vision. A girl with light blue-purple hair stood over him, shielding him from the cold rain with her umbrella. She smiled, a radiant smile like that of an angel. "Here, eat this." Holding the umbrella, Conan extended a piece of bread toward the fallen boy, her smile full of kindness. She seemed to see a reflection of her past self in him, recalling the angel who once saved her life. For me." The boy's voice trembled as he looked at her, swallowing hard. "Really?" Conan nodded gently, and the boy's eyes welled with tears. He took the bread, retreating under the eaves. Just as he prepared to take a bite, he noticed the yellow dog gazing at him with hungry, glowing eyes. Hesitating for a moment, the boy broke the bread in half and offered a piece to his companion. Smiling brightly, he shared his precious food with the dog that had stayed by his side. Under the cold rain, the boy and his dog ate hungrily, sheltered by the eaves. Watching this, Conan's smile grew warmer. She saw his gentle nature, someone who, even in his darkest moments, wouldn't harm a loyal companion. "Conan. What are you doing? We're supposed to be patrolling." From a distance, an orange-haired boy, Yahiko, called out, puzzled by Conan's delay. Though they weren't yet full-fledged shinobi, they had already started carrying out simple patrol duties in the war-torn town. "Hey, is that the dinner you gave him? What about you? Don't you know how exhausting chakra refinement is?" Yahiko complained as he approached, though his eyes betrayed no hostility, only concealed sympathy. Conan, ever gentle, smiled back without a hint of regret. "I couldn't just leave him to die. Even feeding the dog." "Really?" Yahiko grumbled, though seeing the boy share his bread with the dog softened his expression. The war left orphans hardened, but this red-haired boy wasn't cruel. "What's your name?" Yahiko asked loudly. The boy, having overheard their earlier conversation, hesitated before softly replying. "Little One." "Little One? That's quite a strange name." Yahiko shook his head, as if amused, after hearing the boy's reply. It didn't sound like a name for a person. The red-haired boy raised his head slightly and whispered, "No, that's the dog's name. My name is Nagato." Nearby, Conan smiled and interrupted their conversation. "Nagato, you don't want to keep starving, do you? For tonight, stay under this roof and wait here. We still need to finish our patrol. After 2 hours, when our shift is over, we can take you to meet Lord Shirou. If you have the talent to train in chakra, you can join us in the future. Even if you don't, it's okay. There's a mine outside the town. It's hard work, but at least you'll have food." Conan smiled warmly as she spoke, her delicate hands folding the wrapping from the bread into the shape of a small dog. She then turned to the scrawny yellow dog and playfully teased it, holding up the folded paper. "And you, little one, the mine or patrol duties might need a clever dog too. Your ears and nose are sharp enough for the job." She placed the origami dog under the eaves and waved goodbye to Nagato with a cheerful smile. "Don't wander off. Stay here and keep dry from the rain. We'll come back for you in 2 hours. Let's go, Conan." Though Yahiko grumbled in mild annoyance, there was a faint smile in his eyes. The kunai strapped to his waist marked their growing competence. They were no longer helpless orphans but patrol members capable of contributing to the town's safety. Their patrol duties were simple: maintain order in the town and signal for reinforcements if anything unusual occurred. The next morning. "Lord Shirou, this child has the talent to train in chakra." Hearing the report from his subordinates, Uchiha Shirou smiled and nodded. "Starting tomorrow, Nagato will join your training." At Shirou's confirmation, Conan's face lit up with joy. "Nagato, did you hear that? From now on, we're teammates." Unlike Conan's excitement, Nagato's eyes trembled beneath his red hair, his emotions well hidden. His gaze fixated on the Konoha forehead protectors worn by the ninjas around him. It was these forehead protectors that adorned the ones who had killed his parents. These were the symbols of the people who destroyed his home. "Haha, I can't believe you're one of us now," Yahiko said, laughing heartily as he slapped Nagato's shoulder, taking on the role of a big brother and welcoming a new companion. Nagato flinched slightly at the touch, his body tense with fear. But when he looked again at Conan and Yahiko's kind smiles, something in him wavered. Unseen by the others, Shirou silently observed, his thoughts racing. The Rinnegan has arrived. If that's the case, then Uchiha Madara must be watching. However, Shirou remained calm. "It should be fine. I've prepared for this moment for a long time. With some luck, I have a 70% chance of success. The advantage lies with me." At that moment, Nagato croaked out a hoarse "thank you," his red hair obscuring his trembling eyes, concealing his emotions. Shirou smiled warmly and gestured reassuringly. "Conan, teach him the rules here. For the next few days, you don't need to patrol. Focus on guiding Nagato and sharing what you've learned." Among the trio, Yahiko was the leader and the heart of the group. Konan's gentle nature made her protective of her companions. And Nagato. Though chosen by Madara and gifted with the powerful Rinnegan, his personality lacked decisiveness. In the future, his drive to make the world feel pain would stem more from guilt and a sense of obligation to fulfill Yahiko's dying wish than his convictions. For now, Nagato was timid and uncertain, a blank slate. This dynamic, however, was advantageous to Shirou. Shirou's gaze lingered on the trio, noticing their smiles, each filled with naive hope. Nagato, saved by Konan, now harbored deep gratitude and a growing sense of safety around her. Meanwhile, Konan, rescued by Shirou, clearly trusted him wholeheartedly. As for Yahiko, Shirou's eyes flicked toward him briefly and shook his head inwardly. A pity. He has all the traits of a protagonist but lacks the fate to match. His potential is limited. Shirou, there's new intelligence. Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina approached, their expressions serious. They exchanged meaningful glances before signaling to Shirou. With the trio now settled, Shirou's expression grew serious as he prepared to deal with the unfolding situation. P.S. Unhinged Madara. Chapter 100, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 100. Inside the room. Shirou, Lady Tsunade's intelligence reports indicate that the Sand and Rain Ninja have secretly formed an alliance. The current situation isn't looking good. In fact, according to the intel, there are even more ninja squads infiltrating our war zones. Though Shirou's expression grew somber upon hearing this information, he was not overly shocked. Instead, he replied in a steady tone. Have our forces increased patrols around the outskirts of the town? Patrols inside the town are also necessary. If we're short on manpower, I'll request reinforcements from above. The town needs to be secured. Yes. Looking at the worried expressions of Mikoto and Kushina, Shirou's face showed determination as he said, Don't worry. The war will end eventually. When it's over, we'll go home together. This one sentence seemed to ease the tension caused by the war. Uzumaki Kushina couldn't help but pout. Sister Mikoto probably fell for you because of lines like that, huh? Her comment made Uchiha Mikoto smile, while Shirou was left speechless. However, the mischievous Mikoto leaned close to Kushina and whispered teasingly into her ear, Actually, I was the one who tricked Shirou. Kushina, would you like to join in too? This left Uzumaki Kushina blushing bright red. Looking at the overly affectionate couple, she gritted her teeth in frustration. So annoying. Meanwhile, Shirou just shook his head with a smile and turned to pick up the scroll, ready to leave. The information was genuine, but part of it was also a deliberate move coordinated between him and Tsunade. Konoha Forward Command Post. Tsunade stared intently at the map, her brows furrowed deeply. Shirou mentioned earlier that something felt off, that there might be a conspiracy brewing. As she thought about it, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a cold snort, suppressing a surge of irritation. She suspected that Shirou was hiding something from her yet again. Stupid brat. Can't stop being stubborn, huh? Acts all obedient in front of me, confessing his mistakes the moment I call him out, like a little puppy playing innocent. But behind her back. Sure, I'll admit I was wrong, but I'll still do things my way. What annoyed her the most was how Shirou often concealed things from her and bore the burden alone. Just thinking about it made Tsunade snicker coldly. This time, I've stationed both Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina by your side. Now you finally know how to ask for reinforcements, huh? In Tsunade's mind, if it weren't for Mikoto and Kushina being around, Shirou probably wouldn't have shared anything with her, even if he discovered something major. A conspiracy. The first thing Tsunade thought of was something within the village. After all, even Nawaki would have met his end during wartime. What value was a single Uchiha compared to that? Tsunade, the Sand Ninjas are currently being held off by White Fang and his troops, but the Rain Ninjas are slippery and refuse to show themselves. The old man wants us to find a way to end this war quickly, but how are we supposed to fight like this? Jiraiya's loud, casual voice broke the silence, causing Tsunade to snort in irritation. She subtly masked her earlier decision to deploy small units. The old geezers in the village don't understand anything. They just bark orders without seeing how young ninjas on the front lines are suffering. Tsunade didn't hold back in her criticism, not even referring to the Hokage respectfully. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, clearly at a loss. Heh. At that moment, Orochimaru's signature raspy chuckle echoed as he removed his hat, letting the rain drip down. With a sinister smile, he said. If you want to force the Amegekure's main forces to come out, it's simple. Gather our ninja troops and directly attack the Amegakure. As long as we don't count the casualties, their leader will be forced to take action sooner or later. Orochimaru. That's far too reckless. Jiraiya immediately glared at him, opposing such a high-risk plan that would sacrifice their ninja. Tsunade, meanwhile, pressed a hand to her temple, exasperated, before snapping. Enough. Stop arguing. If it comes down to a war of attrition, what are the sand and rain ninjas? Even if the stone ninja joins them, Konoha won't falter. The real concern is that the longer the battle in the land of rain drags on, the more it risks drawing in the cloud and mist ninja. As she said this, Tsunade looked up with a serious expression, fixing Jiraiya and Orochimaru with her gaze as she continued in a grave tone. If the 4 great ninja villages all get involved, it will mirror the events of the First Shinobi World War. Without a doubt, they'll unite to launch a combined assault on the land of fire. Jiraiya and Orochimaru didn't feel as deeply about the First Shinobi World War, but Tsunade's eyes carried a shadow of sorrow. Her memories lingered on the past, particularly the moment when the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, fell in battle, escalating the war to its peak. Back then, the Senju clan, driven by fury and a desire to protect Konoha, threw themselves onto the battlefield to avenge Tobirama. However, the aftermath left the once mighty Senju clan in ruins. The First Shinobi World War had left its mark on the major villages, but it had utterly decimated the Senju, reducing them to a shadow of their former glory. Hanzo of the Salamander is extremely cunning. This is information gathered by both the Senju and Uchiha. Review it and prepare for combat. At the same time, I propose forming a specialized squad of elite Jonin and special Jonin. Tsunade's decisive tone silenced further debate. She continued. We'll begin by clearing out all minor spies and threats within our territory. If no opening arises after that, then we'll proceed with Orochimaru's plan. Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue, but Tsunade's sharp glare shut him up. Her next words left no room for discussion. Jiraiya. This is war. War comes with casualties. If Konoha gets bogged down in this conflict, we'll face not just the sand and rain ninja, but all the great nations. Her words left Jiraiya silent, while Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister smirk. Hehe, Tsunade, it seems that Uchiha Shirou taught you quite the lesson last time. You've matured a lot. Shut up. Even though Tsunade knew Orochimaru's comment was a form of concern, reminding her that war inherently involves risks and sacrifices, it still rubbed her the wrong way. Her pride wouldn't let her admit it openly. The memory of the incident in the land of grass lingered in her mind. Uchiha Shirou had taught her an important lesson about being a wartime commander, learning to make tough decisions and bear the weight of sacrifice. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade tossed a scroll to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It contained intelligence on Hanzo of the Salamander, which had been provided by none other than Uchiha Shirou. She had been frustrated. This intel is too sparse. Jiraiya muttered under his breath as he examined the scroll. Despite his complaints, his expression turned solemn. Orochimaru, meanwhile, chuckled darkly. Skilled in water body flicker and explosive flame array. Defeated the Iron Country's general, Mifune. His chain sickle strikes are unparalleled. His summon, a salamander, can burrow and release poison gas. And his body contains an implanted venom sac. Even this summary painted a clear picture of Hanzo's strength. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes gleamed with caution as he whispered. This is far more detailed than what we previously knew. Especially the water body flicker and explosive flame array. If we face him in the future, we'll need to be fully prepared. Hanzo's reputation as a legendary ninja was well-deserved. He was a master of poison, summoning techniques, and swordsmanship, and his victory over Mifune cemented his status as a six-dimensional combatant with no apparent weaknesses. After reading the report, Orochimaru's expression grew more serious. His raspy voice carried a rare note of respect. The more we know about his techniques, the better our chances of victory. Ninja warfare was a game of intelligence. In the original timeline, Hanzo's explosive flame array caught the Sannin off guard, even burning Jiraiya in battle. Combined with his water body flicker, Hanzo was a formidable foe who was nearly impossible to pin down. Tsunade's mind worked tirelessly as she reviewed the intel. Since the war began, Hanzo had kept a low profile, only engaging briefly with Konoha's White Fang. The only other person known to have fought him was Sand Village's elder Chiyo. Could Shirou have obtained this information from the Sand Ninja? Or was there something else he hadn't disclosed? These thoughts made Tsunade frown deeply. Meanwhile, Orochimaru rolled up the scroll and swallowed it whole, much to Jiraiya's disgust. Hey, Orochimaru, could you not do that? Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a condescending look before turning to Tsunade. His voice was calm but firm. I agree with your decision, Tsunade. First, assemble an elite squad of Jonin to eliminate all internal threats within our territory. Tsunade nodded gravely. I propose putting Uchiha Fugaku in charge. Let the Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and Aburame clans collaborate for this operation. Her decision was clear, she was allowing the larger clans to shine. Jiraiya didn't object, recognizing the inherent advantage of Kekkei Genkai and secret technique users in battle. At the same time, Jiraiya, you'll be responsible for gathering intel on the front lines. If we can't break through the Rain Ninja, focus on the Sand Ninja. Especially Hanzo's poisons. Even a small sample could drastically improve our odds. Jiraiya nodded solemnly, storing the scroll as he replied. Understood. In the last decade, the only person who's fought Hanzo is Sand Village's elder Chio. The Land of Rain's terrain suits the toads well, so I'll do my best to gather intel. Jiraiya's mastery of toad-based techniques gave him a unique edge in the Land of Rain's environment, making him the ideal candidate for this task. Konoha. Third Hokage, this is intelligence from the Omega Kurei. It seems Hanzo of the Salamander is interested in negotiating a ceasefire with Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, Koharu Yudatane's expression eased slightly as she read the report. Beside her, Hamura Mitokado, who had been tense for many days, also let out a rare sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. Konoha has no desire to be dragged deeper into the quagmire of war, and it seems the leader of the Omega Kurei shares the same sentiment. However, in contrast to Koharu and Hamura's optimistic outlook, Danzo Shimura coldly interjected, his tone grim. No. Hanzo of the Salamander is a deeply suspicious man, accustomed to operating in the shadows. Even in his village, he remains highly cautious, guarded 24/7 by rotating escorts. We cannot afford to underestimate him in the slightest. A man like him would never agree to a ceasefire so easily. Even if Konoha agrees due to other considerations, what about the other ninja villages? Danzo's face twisted into cold anger as he spoke, clearly understanding the nature of such a deceitful and cunning individual better than anyone else. Moreover, as for the terms outlined in this intelligence, Hanzo of the Salamander is playing his hand well. If Konoha agrees to a ceasefire, what happens when the flames of war reach the Land of Fire? And let's not forget the Sunagakure. He first allied with the Sand, and now he's turning on them to seek an alliance with us. Can he be trusted? Danzo's highly cautious and suspicious attitude caused the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to adopt a more serious expression, nodding in agreement. Danzo's concerns are not unwarranted. Let us not forget that the Second Shinobi War was ignited by the Land of Rain. Furthermore, Hanzo of the Salamander is far too ambitious, he even dreams of elevating the Omega Kurei to become the sixth great ninja village. Such a man's ambition is far from simple. At that moment, the icy tension in Danzo's demeanor slightly softened. When Hiruzen acknowledged his concerns, a warm feeling stirred within him. Among the second Hokage's students, the bond between these two was undoubtedly the strongest, they understood each other deeply. It's clear that the Omega Kurei intends to use Konoha against the Sunagakure. At the same time, they also want to intimidate us, forcing us to withdraw from the Land of Rain. Only by doing so can they swiftly end the war in a way that serves their interests. Hanzo of the Salamander, in seeking to end the war, naturally wants to expel the great nation's ninjas from his land. Deceit and betrayal are to be expected. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances after witnessing the seamless coordination between Hiruzen and Danzo, their expressions softening into nostalgic smiles. Wasn't this how they had once joined forces to defeat one foe after another in the past? Hanzo's information on the Sunagakure might be accurate, but it's undoubtedly incomplete. Meanwhile, White Fang has sent us another report. I think we could agree to the Amigakure's terms on the surface, while secretly implementing White Fang's plan. Hiruzen, now exuding confidence, slowly retrieved a report sent by White Fang and handed it to the three gathered before him. Danzo, we may need your route to assist with this operation. This mission could be pivotal in bringing the war in the Land of Rain to an early end. After reading White Fang's report, the three advisors were visibly shaken. Hiruzen, however, maintained a serious expression as he turned to face Danzo. Danzo snorted coldly, White Fang is truly a bold ninja to have come up with such a plan. Though he spoke in this manner, it was clear that Danzo approved of the risky operation. Seeing Danzo's cooperation, Hiruzen's expression grew even more solemn as he spoke in a low tone. This operation is undoubtedly a gamble. If the plan fails, Konoha can bear the repercussions. What we cannot afford is for the village to remain mired in the war. If the other three great nations intervene, this conflict will become even harder to endure. Root will collaborate with White Fang. At the same time, we will activate all spies and informants embedded within the Sunagakure. The ANBU will work with Root to ensure the success of this mission. If White Fang's plan succeeds, the war in the Land of Rain will end swiftly. The four elders of Konoha displayed resolute expressions inside the Hokage's office. White Fang planned to lead an elite force in a daring raid on the Land of Wind. This move was incredibly risky but also promised significant results. As for what would happen if White Fang became trapped deep within the Land of Wind, neither Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, nor Koharu gave it much thought. For a ninja, completing the mission is the ultimate goal. Everything they did was for the sake of the village.